On the way, the man was telling the guy that he could see he had brought his luggage with him, which meant he wanted to check in today. He remarked that he had just arrived and had been transferred for work. In the morning, he would have to report in, and from what he could find, this apartment was the best value for money. After a while, the man announced that they had arrived, and the guy took a look, noticing that this building looked pretty old. The interlocutor told him not to worry because the apartment is fully furnished and completely clean, and in addition, the monthly rent is only 800. He asks to trust the property yuan and will be satisfied. The guy remarked that he agrees. The main thing is that it is livable. After all, this apartment is only meant for a few months. The man slammed the front door to the entryway behind him, and you could tell by the look on his face that it wasn't that simple. When they got to the right floor together, the guy said he could leave his keys and let him go, and the realtor said he was quick and would leave him to rest then. The interlocutor remarked that he had worked hard too. Despite the late night, he walked him out. The man said he would bring the lease in the morning. And after that, he wished him a pleasant rest, and the guy remarked to come early, for he still had to have time to report to the management. Finally, the realtor slammed the door to this apartment behind him. And right after he did it very slyly, he smiled because he realized it was beautiful. Happiness finally rolled for him, and finally that room was rented. The end of the month was looming, and he was already thinking he wouldn't get a bonus. It's a good thing it's late at night, or those old ladies might have ruined everything. I guess no one told this kid that this room was haunted. It also turns out there are a bunch of old marasmatics on here. The man walked along the road and pondered how such things could even exist in their world. And as he descended the stairs, there were already some sinister hands reaching for him that came out of nowhere. At this time, the guy who rented the room jumped on the bed to relax. This person already felt that he was very tired, and so his eyes began to close. At the same time, it soon began to rain very hard outside, and the window of his room was open. And since his bed was close to the window, the rain started to get in there and pour down on his face. At first, the guy didn't take any notice of it, but then he felt it and started twisting around on the bed. He moved a little to the other side to keep the water off of him. That's when this man was sleeping peacefully on his bed. Then some monster appeared in his room and walked right up to him. The rain started pouring even harder after that, and also the rose appeared, and there was a very ominous atmosphere. In the new room, right in front of the guy who was sleeping, was a huge monster with hair flying in different directions. The realtor heard him being asked to wake up. Suddenly a woman came up and remarked to the boy that he couldn't wake the sleeping man and let him see how he should. She then hit him on the head with her hand, and the man woke up abruptly. In a panic, he looked at the person in front of him, and it was an old woman who looked scary. The man, because of this, was very much frightened and began to scream not to kill him. The old lady noticed that my boy looked, because he is already awake. The man told Mrs. Margaret not to stand so close or she might scare someone to death. He further stated that he was in pain and didn't realize who it was in front of him. The man also further inquired as to what was going on here in the first place. The man in the cloak was taking notes and stated that he understood the situation. It turns out that the man, in other words, escorted this tenant, and doesn't know who knocked him down the stairs. The interviewee stated that this is so unfortunately there is no CCTV in this old building, otherwise he would have looked at it. Suddenly his facial expression changed and he was very much frightened, so he asked Mrs. Margaret why she was looking at him like that. The old woman really looked angrily and did not avert her eyes. She asked if he was greedy, because she had said that this apartment was haunted by evil forces. So she doesn't understand why he keeps bringing people there. The interlocutor asked what century she lived in, and she didn't need to be so superstitious. Besides, even if she told it to his tenant, he wouldn't care. The old lady remarked, "Does he really say it with that face, since he had ruined that man long ago?" The realtor asked what she was talking about, what other murder. The crowd outside was saying it was murder. The guy died inside that possessed apartment. It is not even necessary to guess here, for the cause of death is said to have been a re-exacerbation of cardiopathy. As the crowd of gawkers stood in the driveway, a guy who sensed the demonic energy walked up. You can also clearly feel the breath there, but no one can feel it. The hero noticed this huge building and thought that it would be really difficult. But after that, he put his hands in front of him and started smoothing out some seals. Then the power he had appeared in one of his eyes. And so when it manifested, the main character was able to see literally through the building the energy of people. The walls didn't interfere with him at all, and the guy could clearly see where the people were and where the dead man was. The protagonist thought it was too difficult to share, though, and he wasn't interested in doing so. And so while he was looking at the knowledge and also thinking about it, he felt someone behind him. He turned his attention there and saw the boy, who noticed that his brother was a Naruto fan, judging by his movements. The hero shrieked in horror that he was licking his snot, but the boy went on to say that if you say ninjutsu seals, he knows a thing or two too. Afterward, he became more confident and remarked to his interlocutor not to blink. The bewildered hero was near him, the latter waving his arms. Soon, he thought, this kid seems really tough. If this continues a little longer, he's really going to beat him. Soon the kid finished waving his arms and then spat forward, spitting out water. Next, he turned his attention to the hero and asked if he liked it. But at that very moment, to his great regret, there was no one there. The boy then realized the whole situation and yelled that his lollipop was missing. It turns out that he needs to do something because he wanted to eat it with his desk mate. The hero was on the roof with a lollipop and said it was an annoying devil, and what he was using now was no ninjutsu whatsoever. And the power he used and wielded is called the Art of Tao. Those 3 dead guys who came in earlier couldn't find him. Another one sat here for 5 days and didn't see a thing either. But even the guy's golden dream didn't find anything out of the ordinary. In the end, that creature would probably only show itself if the whole building was torn down. Looks like we'll have to do some good brainstorming to figure out a way to catch him, and then just get it all done. After the guy finds him, he's gonna beat the hell out of him. The Taoist technique allows you to see the hidden. It has extremely powerful reconnaissance and additional capabilities. It colors the souls in the observation area, blue the normal people, white the dead, and yellow those like the protagonist, red the evil souls, and here was one person running. As he was running near the river, he saw a box there from which strange sounds were coming. The man looked at it carefully and saw that it was sealed, but the sounds continued to emanate. So he was pretty wary, not sure what it was. And immediately afterward, he added a pace to his run to get away from the place as quickly as possible. Soon the man was in his apartment and went to sleep peacefully. But in the night, his sensitive sleep was interrupted by strange sounds he heard. They were like those coming from a box near the river. When the man got up, he saw a box standing on the bed directly above him. This made him very scared, and his body began to shake. The mysterious box then opened on its own, and some green, strange energy started grabbing from there. It was the spirit of some creature that had attacked the man. The next day after lunch in Yuan's real estate office, there was a man sitting there thinking the guy had died of a heart attack, but it wasn't his fault. Why ask him to leave a statement? After all, his day was essentially wasted because of it. He thought he was an unlucky man. Rewarding him for his productivity this month is just beyond him. Suddenly a girl walked in to greet him. The man turned around and, pleased, greeted her as well, further noticing that she had come to a place to buy and rent apartments. And before he could even finish the sentence, he saw the girl in front of him and immediately blushed. She was very pretty at that, and remarked that she wanted to rent a haunted apartment. The man continued to stare at her and remarked that of course he would, as he suddenly realized what she was asking. So he said a man died in this apartment last night, and the girl remarked that she had heard that, but he wondered then why she still wanted it. The interlocutor smiled sweetly and remarked that it was all because she wanted to do a broadcast. Of course, the realtor was taken aback by this and made up that modern girls love money more than their lives. Soon they arrived there, and the girl thanked him and asked him for the keys. He agreed and remarked that he would not go upstairs then. Let him take care of himself. Finally, she arrived at the top floor and wondered if this was the bedroom where the man had died. Either way, it interests her for now, and she'll fill her stomach with noodles. While the girl was eating, she thought about who could have created it because it was so delicious. Moments later, an ominous, mysterious hand appeared from under the table, something that reached straight for her feet. At that moment, it seemed that the attack could not be avoided, but suddenly the girl was thinking about something. So she swept her legs sharply under the chair she was sitting on, and that creature missed with its blow. At that, she quickly rose from her seat and stated that she had almost forgotten about him. Of course, because of the fact that the girl is alone in this ominous room, then she must be afraid. Even still, she pulled out the poster and noticed that here he is the current rising star of music. It was this man she hung on the door that would become her amulet. Another portrait was also hung on the window to ward off. All evil. While the girl stood admiring the portrait then, the lights went out. So she turned her attention upward and wondered why it had darkened dramatically. At the same time, at her back, she heard some strange noises coming from the closet. So she was a little wary and questioned who was there, but also came closer. Then tried to get something out of her closet and noticed she had items to deter her. The new resident looked into the open slit of the closet and told this foul thing to go away. Moments later, some kind of green light shone there and it alerted her. It ended up being the lit-up eyes of a huge monster that was hiding in the closet in front of the girl. Then the girl noticed rather calmly. That's where the creature was hiding. It was because of this that she swung the door open in front of her in a sudden movement to get a better look at him. And so when she did, she noticed that it was his turn to shine. Next, she unzipped her backpack and pointed straight towards the closet, and from there, 2 eyes lit up. After that, a huge raven appeared and flew out at high speed. The creature had a very sinister appearance, and it was obvious that she was ready to attack the entity in the closet. When this happened, the girl immediately closed the closet door and held them back. Soon, a voice was heard telling him to let him out and let him get out of here. There was an order to open the damn door. The girl did not do so, and a few seconds later there was an explosion that ripped the door open and threw her a short distance away, but she luckily managed to stay on her feet and then unzipped her backpack. Next, she shouted to one of the 8 trigrams symbolizing the earth to return to the backpack. The raven flew in right after that, and the zipper zipped up all by itself, and the girl said it was her dear raven with black talons. She could make any demon show his true colors, so why wouldn't he hurry up and get his ass out of his cramped locker? That huge monster immediately afterward opened the door and rushed out. When he stopped in front of the man, he shouted that he would eat her alive. The entity then opened a huge maw with a huge number of teeth in it, ready to kill the victim. The girl thus struck and closed that mouth with one hand, and further asked if he still thought he was the cool one here. As she continued to throw punches, she stated that making all these whizzes and screams would only make it worse. After all, in that case, if he does it, he's going to divide up all the other neighbors. The girl gave the final blow and noticed that she couldn't move properly with those 2 meatballs on her body. The monster was dumbfounded for this and asked who she was. The interviewee stated that he looked like what he thought he was doing, using such childish methods to intimidate people. He's 100% sure that the monster is just a low level and spirit, without any real power. That's also one of the reasons why he can't see his real appearance underneath. Next, the protagonist of the girl's involvement made magical movements and declared for the monster to disappear. A capsule appeared in front of him, and the guise that was on his body was guided into it. Of course, the creature was dumbfounded, for now the man in front of him showed his true appearance. The guy stated that he was from the suburb of Liu Shan Famine and a demon-hunting champion, and his name was David. The demon was surprised, for he realized that this place could be translated as a section of the demon city. The hero said since he could hide his demonic aura, he thought the one was a lust spirit. Shame on him for having to disguise himself as a brutish wench. He didn't notice him through his golden gaze, and it seems his hiding abilities are far better than this guy's. However, his real power is really weak, so he can end this creature with just 1 finger. The demon smiled and afterwards stated that then let him try to find it. After that, the entity tried to hide again, but when it started to do so, it felt a hell of a lot of pain. The creature didn't understand what had happened, so she asked why that was so. David wondered if he was asking why he couldn't hide. If so, he would say again that Crow could make any demon or spirit show its true colors. That's why the demon can't do anything. Before the guy could say anything, the entity rushed with all its legs towards the door. The creature thought that there was no way he should be caught, for he must wait for her return. She really should go back soon. As the demon touched the door, he felt the hellish pain again and screamed. David stated that he can't escape from this place because there is a mascot behind the poster. Also, the creature appeared to be much weaker than he had previously thought. Because of the simplest talisman, he really did show his true colors. The guy was surprised to see this, not noticing that he was really just a petty brat. The Coon backpack is used to store things and has a separate dimension inside it. Spirit Man is made with spatial skills and synthetic skin, and can be used on humans and spirits, also has the skill to copy people's appearance. And so it turns out something huge monster turned into a little demon who was very scared. The hero crouched down from behind him and stabbed his finger, and noticed that this little brat was not so bold now. Also, there were no spirits in this world that he couldn't handle. The creature tearfully went on to say that he just couldn't leave here since she wasn't back yet. David wondered what else she was. Did he intimidate to wait for her return? Demons stated that it was true they lived in antiquity, but many of them were weak and fearful by nature. The creature said that they were recruited by an organization, and because of their cooperation with humans, they began to be mercilessly killed by their kin. He himself was one of the survivors, and when he was severely wounded, he hid in a closet. David said, asking how she was waiting. The creature continued that after waking up, the world had changed. People had gotten new technology and didn't want to sleep at night, so they made a lot of noise. He hid in a closet until his grandmother found him. The old lady sheltered him, and then one day she fell to the ground, so he waits for her return. She left not too long ago and hasn't been back since. The hero realized she was dead and covered the demon's mouth, telling him to stop making drama. The creature is annoying and should be scanned first. Turning on the app, telling him to stand still and not move, the creature asked what it was, if it was a demon scanner. The scan said it was Tan Wen, an endangered species of creature. The creature was startled by the voice, and the system reported that around the Bi Jiang era, it had become extinct, and the reason was due to other demons hunting it. David noted that the reward for this mission is 200 bonus, but it will be interesting to pick it up. It turns out he hit the jackpot, since an endangered demonic spirit is worth much more on the black market. The creature was dumbfounded and thought that the black market was a terrible place. So the demon began to cry and, frightened, begged to be let go. And the hero held it up and remarked that although it was expensive, he wouldn't sell it. Besides, its grandmother wasn't coming back. And yet, from today and from this moment forward, he will never be alone, scared or helpless. Because a hero will protect him and his name from now on will be Richard. Demons was upset about it because he realized he now had a name. And the protagonist, at that, inquired if he would accept the name he gave him, to which the interlocutor replied, yes. David then used the magic item and pointed it directly towards the demon. This caused the creature to start being pulled inside, and it was screaming a lot. Richard screamed to be let out, for he knew it that you can't trust people, for they are all liars. And the hero noticed with a smile on his face that everything was ready and stashed his magic item in his pocket. And next he looked at the system that was reporting to tell him the status of the mission. The guy at that noticed it was time to leave and pressed that the mission had failed. He was a little hungry and decided, with you going, to look for something tasty. The setting shouted that one should approach faster, for the old man in a similar dug-up treasure, someone heard at that it was antiques. But this thing weighs at least 500 pounds, so it can't be pulled out that easily on its own. Someone asked what it even is, since it doesn't look like anything valuable, and it looks more like an old barrel he keeps pickles by. The man next to him stated that it was probably just an antique, and the interviewer added that it was probably a vessel filled with alcohol. But he knows they only do that when they open it. The employee notices him to be careful, because it gives off a layer of aura. The old man, of course, was a little wary, but came closer, for he was curious about what was inside. Looking at the lid, he asked what it said on top looked like some marks left by the dogs. He did not proceed further, and leisurely opened the lid and dropped it to the ground. Instantly, the seal that was wound there wiped off and flew away. The old man stopped near that barrel and wasn't doing anything, so the workers wondered what was inside. The man did not answer them, and so they asked if he was deaf, and someone stated that they should come closer and see what was there. At the same time, a huge amount of blood appeared near the barrel and dripped off the old man. That whatever was inside that barrel came out and killed that man. Tan Wen creatures, live hiding in swamps, deep in the forest, and use the spiritual energy of plants as food. They are difficult to detect due to their camouflage. An embroidered cage is a tool used to trap common demonic creatures, and one of two conditions must be met for a demon to be imprisoned. The girl was riding her motorcycle in rainy weather and thought she was running late. At the same time, it was completely incomprehensible to her why it was raining right now. She tried too hard to get this job just 5 more minutes, and it should be there by now. So nothing was going to restore her at that point, and she only added gas. Of course, it was pretty good for her that the road was empty today. Eventually, if she hustles well, she might be able to make it. After a few moments, she felt something happen right in front of her. As a consequence, there was an accident, as if the girl had cut into something and flew off to the side. The motorcycle ended up flying off in the other direction, and the girl rolled in the other direction. Luckily for her, she remained conscious and wondered if she had hit something then. Though, as the girl could see perfectly well, there was definitely nothing there. With a little difficulty, she stank her head and saw and heard a mark appear on the water, and one could perfectly understand that some creature was heading in her direction. The water flowed down, and from it you could see the silhouette of that demon. The next morning, the woman was telling Anastasia to wake up already. The girl did not answer for a long time, and she knocked on the door, trying to open it. And so angry, she opened it, and then noticed how long it was, and she was still asleep. Now it was completely unclear to her where the use of the girl she had talked about before she moved in was. Every day she got up and came home late. It's unclear what her father even taught her. After all, she has many relatives she could have gone to. The woman really doesn't understand why she sucked up to them. It turns out that Anastasia has no shame or conscience to behave this way in front of them. Soon after, the door slammed shut, and the girl realized that she was gone. And all this time she had been awake, also thinking that it looked like she wouldn't be able to stay here for long. So we'll have to ask another aunt if she has a spare room for him to stay in. Even so, there's still a little bit left, and she'll gather enough to find this woman. And so when Anastasia finds her, she immediately makes her regret everything she's done to them. Then mentally begged her father to hear her Israel and bless her with riches. The woman said that to get the man to stop staring and eat his eggs faster while they were hot, also asking why he wouldn't talk to the girl. It's been a long time since she moved in, and she was going to stay with them because of work, but it's been dragging on for 6 months now. The man said that she was his niece after all, and if he didn't take care of her, who would anyway? The interviewee remarked that she would if she didn't have the money. Even so, she should have saved up a little by now from all the work she's doing. Soon she noticed that they would finish talking about her, because they annoyed her, so let the man go to work after he had breakfast, and she would go to the store. A few minutes after that, the front door closed and the man was left alone. Next, he turned to Anastasia and told her to leave, because the woman had already left. The girl snuck out of her room and said good morning to her uncle, and swore to him that she wasn't trying to avoid his wife. He remarked that he believed he did, but she must be going through menopause, so he shouldn't take it personally, let her go and wash her face and sit down to breakfast too. Anastasia then went into the bathroom and began to leisurely wash her face there. It was then that a man came up, who stopped near the door and watched. Glancing at the way the girl bent over and the features of her figure, he also smiled slyly. Shortly thereafter, Anastasia felt someone behind her back, so she was wary and then asked if it was the two aunt. Uncle smiled and apologized, for he had knocked on the door but heard no answer, and he had come here to floss after the meal. The girl remarked that she would be scared to death if he came up at night like that, and the man said he would be more careful next time. The young interlocutor noticed that he had captured the thread and reached out to pass it on, but her uncle leaned closer to her and noticed that her hand was still wet, so he would take it himself. Also stated that her wet hair smells pretty nice. He also remembers the very time he played with her when she was younger. Next, the old man looked at her and noticed that in an instant she became so big, he casually picked up her phone and saw that the account was above 500K. A young girl comes home late at night and must be engaged in all sorts of obscenities. The bottom line is that if she needs money, he can only give it to her if she listens to him. Anastasia was dumbfounded and remarked that she thought out of all the relatives he was the best. So with that said, I couldn't think too my uncle was a wolf in sheep's clothing, and when she got mad, she hit him with her knee. The old man fell to the ground because of this blow, and the interviewee remarked that he was just trash. In the end, it turns out that she will have to look for a new place to live again. Soon, Anastasia was walking through the streets of the small town and heard her stomach rumbling, so she thought she should have had breakfast before she left. There, the girl noticed a family sitting around a table and looked at her intently. The woman was telling her daughter to eat a piece and be a good girl, but the little girl remarked that she didn't want it and to just let daddy play with her like that. This made Anastasia sad, and she thought to hell with it, she still had to work hard today to make money. The task for today, which she had to fulfill, was to earn 1,000 yuan. Since 9 o'clock in the morning, and the girl was on set and taking pictures, she, as an aspiring model, earned 300 yuan. After lunch that same afternoon, she would run down the road and snack on the go. Hurrying to the cafe where she worked as a waitress and telling people to enjoy their food, she ended up with 200 yuan and 3 hearts plus 150 extra. In the evening, she asked her uncle to watch her stuff for a bit. He stated to put it here, and he would just change the oil, and asked how long she would divvy up the packages. The interviewee stated that it would be until she earned enough, and next she rode off on her motorcycle and said goodbye. The old man stated for her to be careful, and his subordinates remarked to the gentleman that the girl is so cute, but why is she in the delivery business? The uncle said Anastasia doesn't only do that, she also works at 3 other places. While he doesn't know what makes her work so hard, he can say with certainty that she definitely loves to ride. It is because of this that for this girl, doing delivery work is like a way to relieve stress. At night, Anastasia went to a street called Lan Tian to make another order. At this time, the main character was there, asking himself what else he should try. Suddenly he heard the sound of a motorcycle passing near him and saw that the girl. Just moments after that, the thing he had on his belt began to spin. Of course, David realized this wasn't good and opened it to see what had happened. When he saw the compass hand begin to spin as if about a towerless, he was simply dumbfounded. The guy was well aware that these were red threads coming from him. Next, I turned my attention to where they were going and realized that this was indeed a bad sign. And facing something like this is exactly what his teacher had in mind when the kid was younger. The target of this bad fate and all the threads that led turned out to be Anastasia. Looked at her, the hero realized that the death of this girl is inevitable, and it is simply impossible to save her. The black compass can detect people, things, or demonic spirits, and can also read good or bad fortune. David saw that the place was really crowded, so it would be hard to find her. Everyone in this world really has their own destiny, and they can't help it even if they wanted to. Suddenly, the hero's phone started ringing and some sort of notification arrived on it. The guy picked it up and looked at it, so he was surprised why the reward of this mission was so high. It was an urgent mission of rank A. It was said that the guy had an exclusive opportunity to be the first to accept it, and asked if he was willing to take on the mission. The hero was surprised from the fact that the rank of this mission was A, and thought that today was indeed a great day. After that, he smiled very slyly, anticipating what would happen next. At the very construction site where some strange object had been found, there was commotion, and people were shouting that they should hurry up because they were here somewhere. One of the men asked who had blabbed this to everyone and why they were all flopping around here. The interlocutor remarked that if he was here, why couldn't they do it too? Next, it was announced that there was only an urn, and someone asked where Old Man Zhuang and the others were. A man who was here at the time noticed something lying in front of that large urn. When he took a closer look, it was discouraged and thought, are those boots really boots? And also the uniforms of the workers. Further, everyone came up and asked if that's what they dug up. At the same time, it was unclear where they themselves were and why their uniforms were lying there. Suddenly, there was some sound and bubbles rose from the very barrel that stood in the center. The employee heard this and stated that there seemed to be something inside. They came closer because of this and claimed something else and popped to the top. First, some sort of head appeared, and then a bright flash flew upwards. Very high up in the sky, some creature appeared, and the workers did not realize what it was. When one of them looked closely, he saw something scary that frightened him very much. Soon, the very creature above landed back on the barrel, and it was obvious that it was a demon. While all the workers realized it was some kind of scary creature, everyone started scattering and asking what the hell it was. Of course, the demon saw its victim start to run away and used its power. Because of this, the man's body began to stop and was overwhelmed by his strength. Then all of them, with tremendous speed, as if you were tied with chains, began to go backwards. All this was happening not only near that strange barrel, near which the monster was sitting, but right on the entire construction site. And so the huge number of workers that were here gathered in a big lump near the monster. The creature continued to be in the same place and held all the people with its power. In addition, the demon immediately sucked all the life energy from its victims. The bodies of the people gradually began to dry up, and soon some dark liquid that looked like blood was pouring out of them. And at the very time when the pressure of their bodies exceeded the maximum, then they literally flew apart, and the demon continued to suck out energy. So when all the humans were done, the creature jumped off its barrel straight down, and for the accumulated strength that this monster had, his body began to evolve. Some kind of tissue that looked like human muscles had formed on the skinny arms of this monster. Also, literally, his entire body had begun to take on this fabric, and now it was almost impossible to see his skeleton anymore. A large amount of energy was released around him, and soon he had huge hair as well as a long, bony tail. There was also a large bone mask that covered his head, and finally the transformation of this demon was complete as he absorbed all the power. Overwhelming oven steaks are an item used by ancient inhabitants of the past to exorcise spirits. A demon with a top struck by these stakes is no longer capable of doing evil. The exhausting dead is a spirit born of a monstrous amount of hatred and anger that consumes human souls. The mummy, an evolved dead man who has accumulated hatred for several 1,000 years, has an indestructible body and a ghost skill that can detect spiritual power. Soon the creature looked at his body and didn't realize who he was or why he had turned into this. Suddenly a drop fell right onto his hand and the memories themselves came flooding back to him. The last thing he saw in his life was the rain that poured down and the two people above him. They soon grabbed the man by his legs and began dragging him in an unknown direction. After that, they used copper stakes and drove them right into his hands, and then left the man to die in the rain, and he tried to save himself somehow. In the crowd of all these people was a little girl who was smiling evilly because of the situation. Remembering all this, the creature looked again at his body. He was sad. Also, anger overwhelmed this monster's body, and it was screaming very hard. Soon, those slowest collie began to glow and bring great pain. Their action caused the demon's blood to rush outward, and he began to moan in pain. The stakes, at that, limited his abilities quite a bit and sucked out his life force. So soon, therefore, the creature was almost without strength and fell to the ground. The monster then tried to rise up a bit and thought that it looked like those copper stakes were preventing him from absorbing energy. Suddenly he was alert, for he sensed danger and realized that something was coming. So decided to use his power and use the skill of foresight. Because of this, a wave of his energy began to spread around to make an even larger radius. The person he sensed was quite a distance away, and it took a while to sense him. The one who was approaching this monster was the protagonist, who was rushing rather fast. Even used his skill where he still didn't realize who it was. Even so, his instincts are literally screaming at him to run away from this place. So the creature, using its last strength, got up and started heading in an unknown direction. The demon realized that his entire body was numb and lacked the strength to even move, all of his abilities most likely simply sealed by these stake methods. Until he finds the man himself, he can't die here. Indeed, he has experienced great pain as well as suffering over the years. Next, the monsters jumped high into the sky and thought he would give it all back to the man who made him suffer. Because of the immense anger in his mind, it was only that he would kill him. Even in spite of everything, if it takes 1,000 or tens of 1,000 years, he will still find it. At the moment when the monster was near the road, the last moment he saw a bright light. This was followed by a violent collision with a girl who was riding a motorcycle. The skill of foresight is a special visual, a skill possessed by mummies. It allows them to detect souls and recognize spiritual powers at great distances from the object. The motorcycle engine continued to be on, and because of this, the wheel was spinning, so the monster took notice. Mummy thought it was a bright light, and something ambushed him. Isn't it still a hunter trying to catch him after all? There is a woman up ahead, and she seems to be one of the ones who ambushed him, though apparently she is also badly wounded. Suddenly the creature felt the strong energy that was up there. So she looked up and thought that this man with a powerful spiritual force must be close by now, and apparently he had come just for him. Given his current state, the demon thought that he was no match for him, and so he had no other choice. The creature headed straight for Anastasia. She raised her head at the same time. At that very instant, she saw the monster in front of her, although ordinary people can't see demonic creatures. So she thought she was imagining things because of her injury. Soon, the last of her strength left her, and she closed her eyes. But the demonic creature had sent out its tentacles. They gradually touched the victim's body and enveloped their body completely. After that, each tentacle, one after another, began to gradually drink into the girl's skin. This sinister power traveled along the skin straight to the heart and blood vessels, destroying them. Then the blood itself was completely contaminated by all of this, and it got to the point where the DNA was affected. The girl's eyes soon opened, but it was no longer her, but the demonic being inside her. It continued to rain very hard outside, and the protagonist came to the scene. He was very much out of breath, for he had been rushing all this time as fast as he could. But the moment David looked at the vessel, he realized that he must have been too late, for there was no longer any sign of life at this construction site. He was stunned because so many people had been killed in a short time, and he must hurry and then find him as quickly as possible. The magical compass that was on the guy's belt started shaking and making sounds again. At the same time, Anastasia's body began to move forward on the wet track. But at that moment, she was no longer herself, for the demon had used its power and had taken over her body. Well, the demonic creature was heading down the road, and suddenly a cat appeared beside him. As they approached each other, it drew eye-to-eye attention. The cat immediately stopped and used her eyes to carefully analyze the man in front of her. The moment the eyes of ordinary people should have seen the girl, the creature saw a demonic monster. And when they didn't miss each other, the cat thought that he had finally found a good treat after a century of wandering. Besides, the girl in front of him doesn't look strong, and perhaps he will take this chance. Then the transformation happened, and there is thinking about the rumors and having them turn out to be true. But if one trusts all the words he has heard, his spiritual power must grow if he absorbs it. So after the transformation, the huge magical beast turned into a monster and attacked the girl. But now the demon that was inside this girl's body sensed that he was in danger and turned towards him. He then put out his finger and used his strength to cut the attacker. The pole, which was a few dozen meters away, was cut in half. Also, the demonic creature that was a cat was also cut. The entity in the girl's body wondered that this spirit was clearly weaker than him, but suddenly became so strong in general, it was incomprehensible how he dared to raise his finger at him. Of course, he knew from the beginning that using a human body would make him look rather weak. But as it happens, his power has fully returned, and thanks to merging with this girl's body, he even got rid of those damn copper stakes. It was now that the demonic being needed to find more people to test out this new body. So with a little thought, he crouched down and prepared to jump, and then gained a huge amount of power, where the logical creature jumped up, and only the remnants of power remained, covering the ground. In the air, the monster in Anastasia's body realized that there was a huge city ahead, so he headed that way, and soon, stopping, he jumped right onto the roof of the house. At the same time, there was a huge crowd of people going on below, who were doing something in a frantic hustle and bustle. The creature saw all this progress that had happened to humanity and thought how long he had shown locked up. It turns out that there are such a large number of towers, and the people in this city are also so defenseless. There are probably quite a large number of descendants of the people from the village that killed him. So the demonic creature shouted very strongly that it would make them all die. And after that, he once again began to use his power that came from his mouth. First, the people below started gasping for breath, not realizing what was happening. And then this green power sucked the life energy out of them. The radius of this attack was actually enormous, because people not only from neighboring houses, but literally from the entire neighborhood were exposed to this attack. There was simply an enormous amount of power and life energy being channeled towards the demonic creature. And so in the very city in which all of this was taking place, a critical situation was declared. The girl stood near a huge screen and watched what was going on. This place was the Demon Hunter's department and control room. Soon she looked at the staff and asked if she had to deal with these and her promotion would be secured. This girl is the commander of the Demon Hunter division called Lucy. She soon wondered if this was a task David had inadvertently taken on. But if so, it was unclear where the hell he was. It turns out he's not going to be able to do anything now. Only people who are from their world will be able to do something about the situation. Suddenly, she turned her attention to a subordinate who was running rather fast and addressing the commander. The girl noticed that the data showed that there were less than 3 minutes left before all the residents of Lanshan district were wiped out. Of all the high-octane ones, only David is nearby, and he was chosen for this mission. But with his current location, there's no way he'll make it in time. Lucy said to ask for Jeremy's help from the management department, and given the location of the incident, 2 guards could be sent there. The subordinate was dumbfounded and asked if she should really ask Jeremy. The demonic entity that was in Anastasia's body continued to saturate her body with entities. After a while, the monster sensed the danger, and so it stopped doing so. Some sort of red marking appeared on the roof of the house he was on, which symbolized danger. A pillar of red energy rose up, and from below that mark, some sort of silhouette began to appear. Soon 2 creatures appeared there. One was huge and the other slightly smaller. They noticed the demon on the roof and asked if he was the only one here. So it turns out they were called here just for him alone, and isn't that a bit much? The smaller of the 2 remarked to the man to be careful, for according to intelligence, the object was not so simple. He still hasn't seen something like this in over 100 years, but it's just a girl, so it looks and seems a bit odd. Big Hunter remarked that he would check on her and asked the 3 brothers to do so. Next, he used a sharp tug and prepared to strike with his arm. But the demonic creature at the same time anticipated easily this attack and was ready to repel it. So the monster in Anastasia's body jumped up and easily struck the attacker with its knee. Because of this, that big hunter was defeated very easily. The one who came with him remained motionless on the roof and analyzed the situation in front of him. The demonic creature at that headed straight towards him and stopped beside him. He further smiled and stated to his interlocutor that he looked much stronger than the previous one. And so when the demon raised its head and looked at its opponent, it was frightened and jumped back a few dozen meters. Next, the creature's mouth opened, and the entities it had devoured began to emerge from there. And at the same time, Anastasia would start to come to her senses a little and see a bright light in front of her. At the same time, she didn't understand why it was so bright. Did someone set off fireworks right in front of her? Her left eye became normal, and her pupil also took its original shape, but she thought her body felt like it was on fire, and why she couldn't move was unclear. So realized that there was definitely something wrong with her. The demonic being thought that it was bad since this girl was still conscious. She wondered why it was her mind was under someone else's control. The demon realized that the chances of escape were getting slimmer and slimmer, and his powers had only just recovered, so it wasn't going to be easy. The one who stayed on the roof asked if she had literally released all the captured souls. But what was this demon up to? Was this what his 7th brother was thinking? He came to his senses at this time and stated that he took into account that knee strike his body, analyzed the primary velocity and force. Her speed is slower than his brother's, and if the defense goes, he's screwed. The 3rd brother didn't hear all that and remarked that he would go and check it out. The demonic creature realized that he needed more souls, as he wanted to kill anyone who got in his way. So the creature thought to keep the woman out of his way and tried to take full possession of her body. When the demon saw that an attack was being prepared on him, it immediately used an ancient attack called Frozen Hell. Because of this power, a huge ice block appeared right in front of him, protecting him. But after the 3rd brother's attack, that ice began to crack and disintegrate. The demonic creature was annoyed by this and stood up and began to shout. In doing so, she said that no one else in this life would ever catch him. And so the opponent who was in front of him jumped back in the other direction from preparing for defense. As he did so, then the 7th brother came up behind him and prepared to strike. There was no way the demonic creature could dodge this attack and was struck by it, and as a consequence flew far away. The 3rd brother prepared himself and then used his strength, noticing that it was an attack from the ancients. In the sky, directly above the demonic creature, some kind of green energy appeared along hers, from which spikes could be seen. The demon, of course, saw this attack and realized that it on him could hit him so prepared to use his defense spell. And so the attack of the ancients made by one of the brothers struck the place where the demon was. The spikes that were created by the attacker hit the target and were there. But it wasn't that simple, as the demonic creature used its defense technique and was alive, and also stated that the whole thing was ridiculous. The hunter in front of her noticed that her defense was at level 1, but this skill of a rugged pod was worthy of respect. Soon the demon that was in the girl's body appeared and began to smile. He asked if, with such abilities, his opponent still thought he could beat him. One of the brothers turned to the other and, using his power, declared that it was time to catch her. As a consequence, the demonic being began to feel like it couldn't move. Then he saw that he was right in some kind of pentagram, which was called the Seal of the Ancients and its heavenly branch. Even his consciousness began to distort at that moment, and he was losing his strength. That was why this demonic creature soon fell to the ground and lost the ability to move. Big Brother noticed that he could hold it for about 2 minutes. He had heard that only those who have committed horrible crimes or have great grudges can become like that. He was referring to the mummies that might become like this in a couple 100 years. But what was going on with this demon during his lifetime? The interlocutor stated that this demon should have cultivated for about a couple 1,000 years if the heavenly branches could only contain her for 2 minutes. But if she was to stop being held back, they would all be in danger, unconsciously of course, but she was able to go into self-defense mode. To take action against them in such a short time is respectable, and now there's no chance of catching her. Durable Capsule is a unique human demon defense skill. The body will become very durable after application, and if lose consciousness, then automatic defense happens. Su Wei is the guardian from the city, in charge of the prisons as well as basic matters concerning both the human and spirit worlds. The guards soon arrived and asked the staff to report the situation to them. One of them stated that although they were not the cause, at this point, people's souls had been released. The interlocutor asked how that reason was not them, how long it would take for the souls to return to their bodies. The guard said that was impossible in this situation because they might not come back. Lucy asked what he meant by that now. The man stated that this demon was under their control for now, but they couldn't kill it, so there was no way for those souls to return to their bodies. This is because the demon has locked itself in a solid capsule, and there is no option to kill it while the seal exists. They will only be able to contain this creature for 2 minutes. When the time runs out, even if they throw all their strength, they won't be able to destroy it. This battle will be very long. If the souls in the sky don't return to their bodies as soon as possible, the consequences will be simply catastrophic. The commander, after hearing the report, was stunned and pondered what to do next. She further asked her interlocutor if there were no other options. The interlocutor thought for a moment and then stated that there was another option. The girl immediately asked what that option was, and the guard stated that he now meant banishment. The commander disappeared more after that, was amazed, and wondered if he was talking about that exile. Also, her subordinate was dumbfounded and wondered if all this meant that the situation was quite an emergency. She had once heard something similar from her co-workers. That somewhere there is a mystical jade seal hidden in a tower. Using a huge number of ancient spirits, people can subdue and control them. And so this place is also called as the Third World. But if the guard really wants and know who, or have to ask permission from the superiors. In the event that the captain you authorize the superiors to do so, it will be very bad, Lucy at that stated for him to proceed with the execution. The subordinate did not expect this, and stated to the commander that she had not yet reported it to her superior. And the woman stated that there were too many lives at stake and no time for that, so she would take full responsibility for the mission. The guard at that asked if he could have his confirmation again, and whether he should start the ritual to exorcise that demon after all. The commander stated that she was giving permission and let them proceed, so the guard immediately began folding the seals. After that, a huge amount of energy appeared behind him, spreading out in circles around the area. Next, he gradually began to speak words in a language that no one could understand but himself. Shortly after all the words were spoken, a bright flash of light illuminated the roof they were on. The clouds that were in the sky began to fly apart, and a pillar of light appeared from there. Somewhere around the same time, there was a main character on the outskirts of the city who saw it all. He had a compass in his hands and thought the demon's trail reappeared. It looked like it was the same as the settings, and it matched his current direction. All the red threads that came from the compass were heading that way, and the guy remarked that if it was a coincidence, he didn't think so. The very scary one who had done the exorcism procedure looked up and waited to see what would happen. From the very place where a gap appeared in the sky, the head of a huge beast appeared. This creature was from the Third World, and she came here to exorcise a demon. Opening its mouth, the huge monster directed a beam of energy towards the demonic creature. Because of the force he channeled there, the demon's defense technique began to disintegrate piece by piece. The creature itself was unconscious at that very moment, and so it began to rise up without resistance. The protagonist was already near that place at that moment, and the red threads began to stretch towards the demon. David saw it clearly and thought how powerful that demon was, if it came to the point of banishment already. In addition, it was unclear to him why the threads had led him to him. If this all happened, it sounds like the guy has seen this girl before. He began to remember when this main one had come in, and remembered the moment when he saw the girl and his compass signaled that she was in danger. So the boy was a little discouraged, for he realized that they remembered her at once. It turns out that this is the same girl who was riding her bike on the pedestrian street. David realized that the situation at this moment was critical and used his golden eye power. Scanning the essence of this girl, he realized that the soul of a human mixed with the soul of a demon. To put it all in other words, she's half human. The hero rushed in her direction and thought he wondered, for it wasn't often an opportunity like this came along. So it turns out he wants to have fun inside this third world too. The commander and his subordinate and the guards saw this and were dumbfounded, so you wondered if this jerk had completely lost his mind. The protagonist at the same time was glowing with happiness and was ready to enter that world. The creature continued to pull everything in its path to its inside, and so did the guy. So soon most of his body was already there at 0 o'clock and 42 seconds. When only his foot appeared in the present world, it was 1 minute and also 28 seconds. Wanted a guy after that, plunged in fully, and it was already 2 minutes and 09 seconds. Time continued to go by at a normal rate, and when it was 4 minutes and 52 seconds, the guy's hand popped out. The commander's subordinate looked on in horror and declared that he had fallen inside. Next, she asked Lucy if she should ask Jeremy to release David. Her interlocutor remarked that of course the 3 worlds are under Jeremy's control. Even so, it can only exorcise demonic spirits, and it's not a place you can just visit. You come out, no man has gotten out of there yet, and there is no telling what consequences his actions will lead to. The woman stated that if this guy got out of there alive, she would personally finish him off with her own hands. After all, it turns out that dumbass rascal David never listened to her. The subordinate was sad about the situation and wondered if David would be able to get back from there. While the commander practiced how she would beat her subordinate and spoke profanities at him, then the girl looked at the screen. She saw something strange, and it caught her attention quite a bit. And so in the 3rd world, in the fantasy world so-called Fang Tian, a heavenly door opened. The beings that were on the ground saw this and thought, has this door opened? One of the demons made up that finally the day had come, because he had waited so long for this moment. He had hunted at least 3 demons a day all these years, and he had trained hard for this day, so he headed straight for the Heaven's Gate. The creature thought that when it got out of here, you'd go straight out to find your prey and then get revenge on those old farts. When the demon was about to get close to the gate, he said it was freedom, and soon he would truly be free. But his dream was not destined to come true, because soon he felt the explosion that occurred. And after that, a bright flash of light illuminated everything, and all the flesh to the bones of the creature was burned away. At the last moment, he thought that freedom was almost within his grasp, but the destructive power of this world was indeed great. Fortunately, as long as he has a recovery organ, he will be able to slowly return to his former form. If not this time, the problem, because he will continue to train. He will come back, because with his powers, everything will work out, and one day he will be the demon that can escape because of this world. Suddenly, he has touched a human. And it turned out to be the main character swatting the eye that appeared on his cheek. Soon he landed on some sort of hill and wondered what the hell that was, if it was some sort of fly. Even though the landing was rather precipitous, he stood to his feet and thought that this wench must be around somewhere. Next, David looked around a bit and wondered if he should about here. Sure, I should have gotten a better look around the place and found her, but how boring it all was. While the guy was standing there thinking about everything, a huge boar-like monster appeared right behind him and ran at him. The creature stated that he wanted to see what kind of demon was sent here this time, but he didn't expect humans to show up here. It comes out that he hasn't eaten in quite some time, and here he found such a treat. Despite the whole situation, David was glad to see the creature and asked that girl who had fallen before him if he knew where she was. Anastasia, meanwhile, landed quite differently than the hero expected. The demonic appearance of the creature that had possessed her began to disappear, and the girl came to her senses. When she realized she was okay, she immediately went upstairs and noticed that she didn't have time to deliver that order. But suddenly she noticed that she was in a place she didn't understand at all and asked where it was. After thinking she was supposed to deliver food, she then crashed into something strange. With that, she soon woke up again and saw some fireworks. The thought of injuries came to the girl's mind, and she realized that that accident must have caused her wounds. Although her body still ached, there were no injuries at all. Also, Anastasia at that time could not understand who it was that had been able to bring her here. For some reason, she can't remember a place similar to this one, which is in Lanshan City. Han, the girl, stood and pondered where she had gotten that creature from above had attacked her and was ready to eat her at the same moment. The demonic Kawan ran and told his older brother if he knew whether he should tell him or not, and the latter remarked for him to speak. The creature was beaten and the protagonist rode it. It claimed the people who came into this world as treasure. And since he said she was human too, it was likely that when they got there, the demons behind them would tear the girl apart. And the most important thing in this situation is that they together can end up just like her because they are now being chased by a huge number of monsters. David was calm at the same time and remarked not to stir up panic. It turns out that there must be a road to the mountains somewhere around here. Anastasia continued to be in that very spot at this time, and she was about to be attacked by the monster. And just when he was ready to devour the girl, she noticed him. And after that, rather abruptly and also quickly, came back and recoiled in the other direction. Because of this, the creature's attack failed and it simply crashed into the ground. Anastasia jumped aside and stopped there to make sense of the whole situation. Though her consciousness was still clouded at that, and she didn't realize how small it was to find herself here. By the way, it was completely unclear what that just was. In order to realize what had happened, the girl turned to the side and saw there like this a strange monster with the head of a snake. Because of this, she was dumbfounded and asked what the hell this was all about because it was just disgusting. In a panic, Anastasia started to run away and realized that the creature had just tried to eat her. The demonic creature saw this and in no way wanted to let go of its victim, so it jumped right in front of her. The girl from this fell to the ground and began to stare intently at the monster's back. It ended up that this creature had a coloring that could hypnotize the victim. Therefore, the girl stared intently at the several circles that exuded some kind of power. Anastasia at the same time couldn't move, and memories of the past appeared in front of her eyes. And her memories one time she cried was when she fell off her bike. The baby was crying, and her mom wondered what happened, and if she was in a lot of pain. You should blame your father for not helping, and he told her not to cry because let her get up, and she went a lot longer this time. The girl shouted that he didn't love their daughter at all, and he replied that there were many ways to express love, and one day she would learn to protect herself. His favorite babe is exactly the girl, and no one loves her more. The interviewee asked if she is in second place, although she loves the girl much more. The man replied that they are both and his favorite babes, while the lover stated that she loves Anastasia more anyway. Watching them argue over who loved her more, the girl involuntarily laughed. But after a while, it just so happened that her father got sick. And it was at that exact same time that the girl cried for the second time in her life. After that, her mom became a pillar in their family. She worked hard all day long to earn money. It was also to pay for expensive medications, and at night she took care of her father. 3 years after that, the girl's father's illness receded, and he continued to work, and her mom finally didn't have to work so much. The baby didn't cry with her mom that time because she wanted to show that she had grown up and was strong enough to support them in the future. But all this joy did not last long, and my father fell ill again. After that, the strong and cheerful mom never laughed again. And at the same time, when she smiled again, she had another man. One day a woman told Anastasia to go with her mommy. After all, if they continued like this one day, she would be tortured to death by her father. The little girl was crying and saying too, she doesn't want that, because daddy needs them and she wants to stay with him. The girl tried to talk daddy into stopping mommy, begged her to change her mind not to leave them, for she would work harder in the future and save money to cure his illness. It was on that very day that there was a third time the girl cried. And then 2 years after her mother left, her father died. Also, that was when Anastasia cried for the last time. She hates her mother, and she never even admired my father. Luckily, my dad had lots of siblings, so she always had a place to live. After taking turns living with several relatives for over a year with uncles and aunts who treated her well, she realized she didn't like them. After several discussions, she eventually went to her mother. And so when they met again, she said words that the girl would not forget for the rest of her life. Dasao is a dynamic spirit and can survive both on land and in water. Has an eye pattern that can create hallucinations and recall painful memories. The little girl heard from relatives that her mom's company went bankrupt because of her current husband, so she moved to the countryside to hide from debt collectors. The woman looked thinner than she had in the last encounter, and she must have suffered a lot. Looking at her now, Anastasia didn't feel that hatred in her heart, and she even missed it. Still, the little girl doesn't want anything special, because she just wants to hear her voice. As well as regrets of leaving them and wanting a woman to hold her and also to cry in her arms. But her mom told her one single sentence about the little girl going away because she had no money for her. And so after these words, she said to her own daughter, the girl can no longer remember her face. Shortly after saying this, the woman turned around and walked away leisurely, leaving her daughter behind. Anastasia doesn't know why it made her feel very hurt and sad at that moment, although she couldn't even cry. The only thing she felt in her heart at that moment was a stabbing pain. Finally, after that, the little girl was able to realize that in the adult world, the only thing more important than love and affection is money. So from that very day, she decided to work and work and work to save money a lot. Anastasia was determined that one day she would make this woman regret leaving them. and that very same day on that very same spot swore that from that moment on she would never cry again. She started working when she turned 15 and was strong enough to do so. It was all about money. Even if her relatives looked at her with disdain, she would come to their homes with a defiant look. She also learned to protect herself because quite a number of perverts molested her, often had to work 10 hours in a row so that a day ate only one loaf of bread. Whenever she looked at her balance, despite her fatigue and suffering, it made her very happy. But one day she remembered her old self and wondered if it was all worth it. I mean, it turns out that even if she makes a lot of money, and even if she makes that woman regret it, what happens then? After all, Anastasia was left alone in the next. She had no relatives, no friends, and not even a dream anymore. Therefore, being in front of this terrifying monster, the girl did not understand what the meaning of her life was. The bottom line is that even if she disappears from this world, no one will even remember her. So it was with tears in her eyes that Anastasia realized she no longer cared whether she lived or died. But the demonic creature, after realizing it had discouraged and disarmed the girl, was ready to kill her. But unfortunately for him, it didn't work out, because at the last moment it took a hard hit. The one who struck the blow turned out to be the protagonist that came here to save the girl. As he did so, he stopped and turned his attention to the girl so they didn't cross paths. Anastasia was surprised because of what was happening, and David remarked with a smile on his face that everything was fine because she was still alive. Afterward, the hero stated that he had rushed over to rescue her and bring her home. The girl continued to sit there, not understanding the situation, and was discouraged that someone was worried about her. Soon she became very sad, and so she began to cry hard and also to scream. David wondered and asked why she was the one crying again, but the demon boar in the meantime thought he'd take his chance and get the hell away. The gate that was high in the sky continued to still be open. The hero looked at them carefully, and for some reason he had the distinct feeling that there were fewer and fewer of them. He then turned to the pig that was running away and asked when this portal would close. The interlocutor became very wary and then stated that he would close sometime after noon. David said it was great, because 2 minutes was more than enough time for him, and that monster that attacked the girl slowly started to rise. The protagonist turned his attention to it, and the creature used its hypnotic power on his back again. The boar noticed this and thought it was great, because he was caught that Tiger's eye pattern on his back was causing hallucinations. Now he will remember the most painful and terrible moments of his life, and in the end, he will lose the will to fight and just wait to be eaten alive. When that monster was already trying to swallow the guy, he slapped him hard and asked him what it was he wanted to do here. Then quite easily sent him flying and shouted, since he was not breathing with his stinking mouth at anyone's face, for this is disgusting, and let him better die. The demonic boar couldn't believe his eyes, and thought that his grandfather had even a hint of sad memories or any fears. Soon, a fair number of footsteps began to be heard behind the guy's back, which kept getting closer and closer. The protagonist paid attention to them, and saw that they were all demonic beings that were haunting him. It wasn't long before David noticed the girl to stand behind him while keeping still. Next he smiled as if some maniac hadn't noticed that here was his time for fun. The guy crunched the brush of his hand and a blue energy appeared from there, covering him. After that, an explosion was heard, and a bright fall flare swept the entire sky. David said that this skill is too destructive for the human world, and its use there is limited. But right here in this world, he can do whatever he wants. The skill of borrowing thunder, one of the 4 thunder seals on David's body, can transform a form of thunder which gives many uses for this seal. Touching his left hand to his right side, the guy started to create like this magic orbs. He created 3 orbs and soon after pointing them at the monsters, shot straight at them. The first demonic creature that was hit didn't even have time to solo before the orbs were already near it. When they collided with him, there was a huge explosion that struck the monster. But this attack stopped at her and spread further to the monsters ahead. The distance of this attack was indeed colossal, for it spread several dozens of meters ahead. And so just a few moments later, and the entire crowd of demonic creatures were struck, and they were lying on the ground. The protagonist saw this and stopped his attack, noting that it was too easy. Afterward, he smiled sweetly at Anastasia and remarked that it was time for them to head back. The girl, of course, was amazed, for she didn't understand what was even going on in this place and in this world. And David came closer to her and, smiling, remarked that if you looked closer, she looked really quite nice. The guy then took the girl in his arms, and she, frightened, asked what he was doing, and the hero stated that she was holding on to him tighter. After that, he started preparing to jump, and because of the force, the wind rose around him. Next, the guy along with the girl in his arms jumped upwards, and they started flying into the sky with great speed. Anastasia freaked out and yelled that it was too high, so she clutched it tighter, so David asked that she not hold it so tightly. His presence bore continued to stay on the ground and was dumbfounded, for he realized that the guy had just pushed himself off the ground and immediately used the hovering step technique. In general, when people use these movements, they can receive spiritual energy through the runes in their bodies, so they can apply these techniques. It's already great if a person can use these techniques, but he also used two different attributes, the thunder technique as well as the wind technique. Moreover, it turns out that he was able to engage the technique without using runes, so the demonic being doesn't realize who he is. At the same time, somewhere in the surrounding tech world, the creature continued to watch David. But there was not only one, there were several of them there. One of them all, who had big horns, asked to be sent to watch him. But here was the main one of them saying that he would not allow it. No one should be allowed to leave Darien, even if the process was almost complete. Nearby, several creatures guarded the entrance to one of the huge caverns. Inside, there was something important, and a bright golden light glowed in the depths. This light was coming from the creature that was inside the protective capsule. The head of the huge monster that came from the third world was still in the human world. Commander Lucy's subordinate girl turned her attention to the screen and saw something strange. From there, the main character appeared with the girl and said she would strangle him like that. When Anastasia's body was back in the human world, she felt her consciousness was clouded, and her eye began to try to possess the demon again. Everyone below, as well as the people from the headquarters, saw that the hero along with the girl got out of the monster's mouth. Plus, it turns out that when David left that place, the monster's huge maw closed. The sky began to fill with thick clouds again, and the huge creature disappeared from sight. The hero, along with Anastasia in his arms, landed on the roof of a building with several guards standing on it. One of them immediately grabbed from his weapon after seeing the demon, preparing to fight. And the one who created the seal stated that David is a jerk, because he didn't just banish that monster, so they don't understand why he brought it back here for her. And the guy got mad and yelled how dare they yell at him after what he did for them. While I was distracted for a few seconds, I turned my attention to the girl and saw that she had gotten horns. His face had changed quite a bit, and it was obvious that his eyes had changed their former appearance as well. Promptly, after David saw this one, he slapped his hand right on the bone part of his face. Because of this action, he easily destroyed the mask and prevented the girl's transformation. Anastasia's body had lost consciousness again and lay listlessly on the ground. One of the guards saw this and was surprised after all. They had put so much effort just to contain this demon, and he just knocked him out with a single blow. The hero grabbed the girl and remarked to the guard to look. She was human now. The interlocutor realized that she did indeed look like a human, and yes, before was a human. The eldest of the brothers told his brother that they should get out of here. Since this was only about humans, they had no right to interfere. The interlocutor walked over to him and remarked that it really wasn't their problem. Now perhaps he would ask Eight, his brother, to buy them some wine. Still, he was curious at the last moment as to how on earth this kid knew she was human. Three brothers stated that there is one technique that allows you to study any souls. It is the mysterious and unique technique of the secret Tao. That said, it turns out that it's pretty hard to get it at such a young age, which he has, and after saying that, they left this world. The protagonist, meanwhile, turned his attention to Anastasia in horror and stated that she was drooling. A drone flew up to David at the same moment, from which the commander's voice could be heard, and she was very angry. Lucy stated that she is giving him 3 minutes to get back to the main office, otherwise he knows what will happen to him. The guy was embarrassed and remarked that he was listening and obeyed while asking his little sister to chill out because he would leave the reports a little later. People who were in the office noticed the body of a girl who was accomplished normal. Soon after the protagonist brought her to the office, then the girl was attached to sensors and also put on an oxygen mask. Scientists who examined the girl's body said she had abnormal brainwaves, her blood pressure was normal, and her heartbeat was also normal. The man looked at the girl, stated that the system had determined that all souls had already returned to their bodies. In doing so, they managed to weaken the sea in time, and there have been no accidents in the region so far. However, they found out that more than 100 people had previously died on the construction site. The commander then, as she heard the report, said that she understood everything and remarked to the subordinate that he could leave, and the subordinate replied that he understood everything. Lucy stated that over 100 people had died and got angry and started yelling that the guy had accepted the request and so many people had died. Enraged, she grabbed him, and David was telling his little sister that he had done everything he could. The interviewee stated that the situation could have been much worse, though. If he didn't accept the mission, the consequences would be unthinkable, but it shouldn't be thought that she would forgive him for nothing. The hero stated that it was already a rank A mission, although it could easily have been a rank C mission given everything that had happened. But hurriedly, as soon as he accepted the request, the demon seemed to sense his approach. After all, the Tojai creature escaped quickly and must have met that girl when she tried to escape and merged with her for some reason. The protagonist soon added that there was something else suspicious. It's unclear why those two protectors didn't say that half of her soul is human. After all, with their power, they should have had no trouble telling from her spiritual energy that she was human. Hugely fortunately, the guy has the golden eye of the underworld, and without it, this chick would have been banished by now. Also, he really is the demon hunting champion in this city. The commander was really angry because of his pride, and the subordinate tried to stop her. After that, the protagonist changed his face and became a little more serious, and noticed that she was either a human or a demon. He goes that it will all depend on how scientists define these concepts. One of the research assistants used a syringe and wanted to inject it into Anastasia's arm. But the moment he tried to do it, it didn't work because the chapter bent. The man soon noticed that he had already moved to the largest needle they had, but he couldn't put it in. Another researcher was using the drill and noticed that the one provided it to him. After the blood was obtained, it was announced that except for the abnormal brain waves and other data to be analyzed, within the normal range of a normal person. The blood had been successfully obtained, and asked if the commander wanted to test it right now. She remarked that of course he did. After that, all the information about the man appeared on the main screen they were near. The woman remarked that it was all really strange, for it was no different from the blood of a normal person. But just a few seconds later, her face changed, for she had seen something strange. Her blood DNA appeared on the screen at the same time, which was mixed with the demon's DNA. The research assistant who was checking it all out on the microscope was also alert and saw that the blood had started to move. In the last picture, you saw the main character as well as the commander was getting along, moving blood. Our woman asked what was going on and let them answer if they could hear her. The scientist chimed in that the target's blood they were examining had mutated, and it was probably because it had been away from the body for too long. Lucy stated to be shown what they were now seeing in front of their eyes immediately, and the subordinate said he was listening. Next, he switched the camera from his glasses and the commander. When he saw this, it was a daze, for there was a completely destroyed workplace. The woman said just one drop of blood is so powerful. But then, as the brainwave analysis progressed, the employee asked to be given just a minute. Soon noticed the results already. Most of the readings are normal, but there are a few unknown electrical signals that belong to the mummy. When compared to the reaction of the blood taken from her, the preliminary assessment shows that the girl's body is no different from a normal human being as long as she is conscious. However, when the mummy's brainwaves take over her body, it turns demonic. Thus, from all this, we can conclude that it is a body in which both human beings and also demons exist. The woman was stunned, and David remarked that he wondered why the two defenders couldn't tell she was human, meaning that it wasn't possession after all, but a complete merger on a cellular level, but now it's unclear how that even works. Lucy smiled and called David's name. He remarked to his little sister that she could hit or scold him. Just don't let her speak in that tone of voice or smile like that, because it's scary. The commander said that the power of one drop of this girl's blood shocked her, but he managed to make her pass out with just one blow, and he's awesome. David noticed his little sister not to praise him. She went on to say that now the girl, a mixture of human and demon, and he too knows that Team Zero Ghost doesn't allow it. The presence of demons is unacceptable, not to mention she's a ticking S-class bomb. The rules state demons must be kept in the world of the protectors, but half of her is human. The protagonist was wary and asked her to wait to see if she was thinking about the very thing. Luce noticed that he is savvy. Before the higher-ups make a decision, she believes the girl will be in good hands under his care. David noticed that it was no longer funny he had promised the master before he left the mountain that he would have no relations with girls, and even living together was forbidden. The commander asked, "Oh, did he mean to say that she would have to take responsibility for her? Let her not forget that she decides if he can stay here or not." The new hero was dumbfounded and realized that his situation was dilapidated, but the interlocutor remarked that he should not worry, because she would find a way to calm his master. Well, or he wants to get back on that mountain and also continue training. The guy said he thinks a man should be responsible for his actions. So, since he has accepted this request, it will take full responsibility for its fulfillment. Lucy remarked that this was a good thing, and then turned to Katie in subordinate, inquiring what was required of her. The interviewee stated that she would ask to take that girl outside and make sure people from other departments don't see her. Kathy was a little tense about it, but stated that she understood. While the girl talked on the phone, the woman remarked, "As for David, let him remember 2 things. The first thing is that no one should ever talk about being in the third world. Threefold, they should be around this girl 24/7. The next time the woman summons him here to the headquarters to bring her along, the guy notices that he's got it all figured out." Luce added that that was the end of it. Let him go and wait for Katie to contact him. The hero thanked the wallflower and leisurely started walking. But on the way out, he wondered why he felt like he was the one with the problem right now. The subordinate turned to the commander, and the woman interrupted her and remarked that she knew what she wanted to say. "This kid will be fine. The power he demonstrates on regular missions amounts to little. If truth be told, it's only 10% of his true power." Katya stated that the commander was overthinking it, because she was just worried that the next time we got possession of the girl's body, David might accidentally kill her. The interlocutor said they should go because upper management is still waiting for a report from them. It turns out they still have to clean up the mess that happened because of David. The guy was heading on his way home at the time and sneezed because he was being recalled. He also realized that it looked like he had some really tough days ahead of him. Indeed, it was all very sad. In time, red threads began to spread from the guy. Quite a large number of these threads appeared, and they spread further and further. Their path ended up taking them all over the city the hero was in. They also traveled to the outskirts of the city and came out from outside the city. And very far from this place there was a high mountain to which all this stream was directed. Almost on the highest point of this mountain was the temple to which these threads were directed. At the same time, there was some kind of circle on the wall with various symbols engraved on it, and here was a different thread going to almost every one of these symbols. After a few moments, one of the threads broke, and the ones that followed it began to crack as well. In the room in which this strange circle was located sat a man riding a turtle. When he saw what was happening, he was dumbfounded and wondered if the threads had broken. After a while, Commander Lucy started making phone calls. She called the very man at the top of the mountain. He picked up the phone and called her Lucy's dip, and also inquired why it was she who decided to call him all of a sudden. The woman became very angry after hearing this. She started yelling that if this old man was going to keep joking around, she would not care what happened to his student. The interlocutor asked if she meant to tell him that David had gone and left the third world, and now he would be living with a girl possessed by a mummy. Is that not true? The commander was dumbfounded and wondered how he knew about it. The man said that if he couldn't even find out about it, he wouldn't let him leave the mountain. Still, he is the 17th leader of the most powerful sect of the secret Taoists. This man's name is James. The caller got very angry about this and immediately hung up. And the man thought it was really glorious. Her temperament and personality remained the same even for after logging in. The turtle, whose name is Sam, stated that he has been serving the organization for 5 generations if you count him as well. But isn't the man afraid that the guy will cause trouble in the future? It's unclear why he doesn't get involved. James remarked that everyone has their own destiny and no one can control it, so let Sam not worry about it. In fact, he is quite happy with what is going on and suggests we take a walk today and also admire the moon. Turtle noticed that several red strands of bad omens had broken off, meaning that there was an opportunity to make a prediction. The interlocutor stated that it is too early to talk about this. That said, all of this does show that David has a chance. And presently, together with the turtle, they went to the edge of the mountain and looked at the moon. Anastasia was somewhere deep in her mind at this time, and the white particles were forming her body. After a while, she woke up and didn't realize where she was. Rising a little, she wanted to get to the bottom of the situation and asked what exactly was going on. But when she touched her head, you could see that her hand looked very strange. At the same time, some other creature was standing behind her back. Of course, the girl sensed him, and so she turned around to see who it was. There she saw this very same mummy creature that had taken over her body. The girl immediately wondered if it was a person, but it felt like she had seen it somewhere before. Soon, Anastasia started thinking about it and realized that it was the same figure from when she had crashed into something on her motorcycle. The demonic creature that hadn't moved until this moment suddenly began to move its limbs. The same second, the girl felt as if some sort of explosion hadn't happened in her mind. Immediately afterwards, she regained consciousness and opened her eyes. At this point, Anastasia was in the protagonist's apartment. She was also pretty much terrified and wondered if this was just some kind of scary dream. After a few moments, the girl began to look around the room she found herself at, and she was curious about the woodpecker she was in. The worst thing for her to discover at that moment was that someone had changed her. Right now, she only feels a sense of freshness as well as comfort, and it makes her uncomfortable. She then looked at her breasts and realized that someone had removed her underwear. But even more Anastasia, at this embarrassed, that means even her panties were removed. So she wondered if she had really crashed into a ghost today, and anyway, she was in someone's house, so she needed to think about that first. The girl thought, it comes out that she had an accident and crashed into this monster she saw in her dream, and then saw fireworks. After the release, she was chased by a hideous monster. Then a young man that appeared from the sky defeated him and took him to heaven. It also reminded her of some horrible memories. But does he really exist? Or maybe it's all because she's trying too hard to stay strong. But maybe this time she was hoping so hard for someone to protect her that the mind made up the person herself. The guy she saw there was strong and also had a rather warm smile. If someone like him was by her side, he could protect her. Suddenly, the front door to her room creaked open and drew attention. Anastasia turned her attention to the door and saw a half-naked guy there, wondering if she was awake. The girl was very embarrassed about it and thought he did exist, but he was the one who took off her underwear, though she couldn't imagine that he would turn out to be the type of man. Because of this, she grabbed a pillow that was on the bed and threw it right at the guy. David got angry about it and yelled that she was the one doing it. Didn't she see him brushing his teeth? Anastasia wasted no opportunity in the meantime and blindsided her opponent and punched him, claiming he was a pervert. At the same time, the girl thought she would hurt him badly, but the guy didn't even budge. She also kicked her leg really hard, and the hero wondered what she was doing. After all, he had saved her out of the goodness of his heart up to this point, and she still dares to attack him. Anastasia screamed that he was a pervert, and who was it that allowed him to take off her clothes? At that moment thought, oh, is the guy made of steel? Because it really hurts. David said she was completely soaked and could probably catch a cold, so she took a bath at the same time. The girl was even more embarrassed and also angry and asked what he was saying. Did he also bathe her? The hero remarked that the master had told him that only married couples could bathe together, and obviously he hadn't bathed her. The guy then turned his attention to the front door and remarked to the guy to come out. Anastasia turned her attention to the door and was dumbfounded to see a monster come out of there. Pointing at the demonic being, he remarked that this was who washed her and asked if it was clear to her. The girl, after seeing the creature, immediately hid behind the bed. Next, she tearfully asked if that monster had touched her body. When the demonic being heard this, tears appeared in his eyes. After that, he literally got frustrated and started sobbing, and the girl was dumbfounded and wondered if he was crying. David stated that she may look huge, but if you count her age by human standards, she is only a 5-year-old girl. So she needs to hurry up and apologize. Anastasia was shocked and apologized immediately. The hero went on to say that she may look like this, but among demons she is considered one of the tame ones. She was surprised and asked what other demons we were talking about. The guy went on to say that humans and demons exist in this world. It's just that regular people like her don't know it. And besides, one of them is inside her body. Because of this information, the girl was even more shocked and didn't understand what demon in her body she was talking about. David noticed it was a big morass and asked the demon if she could explain it to her herself. The creature came closer, and Anastasia remarked that she was sorry for what had happened, but her interlocutor said it was all right, for it was she who had frightened her. She then asked what the girl wanted to know, and she would tell her whatever she needed to know, and the interviewer asked why she was in this guy's house. The demon noticed that the ghost company had ordered David to pick her up, The girl wondered what kind of ghost company it was. The interlocutor said that the ghost company had a very complicated relationship with demons, and she would tell everything from the beginning, to which the girl agreed. The creature said that they were like demons. They had lived in this world since ancient times, but most of the bad demons treated humans as food. And in the beginning, people didn't have enough abilities to fight the bad demons, but they kept getting eaten all this time. Many years later, people with outstanding abilities appeared, and they stood out as well as bravely fought demons. Organizations were created and called sects. Each sect took it upon themselves to protect people, and from that point on, they had more and more abilities. However, it also meant that human rulers had become wary of the forces of demons, and for this reason, the Taoists were persecuted. After a while, the demons rushed in without warning and worked together to unleash a huge war. At this point, the Taoists lacked the strength to fight back. As a last resort of defense, the founder of the secret Taoists sealed most of the demons inside a jade seal. The very artifact he used was called the Supreme Seal, and after this incident, the remaining demons signed a treaty called a truce. They agreed to coexist harmoniously with humans, and later a ghost company was created to control the demons living in the human world. As well as demons that can harm a person, that's the end of this story, Anastasia said, still about the demon she said was in her, but her interlocutor said she'd better ask David about that. So they both did and turned their attention to the hero that was near them. The guy used the power of his eye and noticed that she was just in time, for it was time to do some real work. The girl looked at him in surprise, not knowing what he was talking about. The main character, on the other hand, smiled slyly and remarked for her to lie down on the bed. Anastasia was discouraged by this suggestion and asked what he meant by that. David said he had no idea how many times the demon had taken over her consciousness. But there's a lot more demonic aura in her body than there was last time. So to put it simply, if left unattended, her consciousness would be consumed by the demon within her. Anastasia thought that the demons he was talking about were a monster that appeared in her dreams, probably, but wondered what he would do to her. The girl saw the movement with her hands and wondered what the gesture was, and if he was going to cast some kind of spell on her. But the hero smiled and said that he hadn't had a chance to use this technique at all, so he would take this opportunity to practice a bit. Immediately afterward, with a sharp movement, he used his power and touched the girl's forehead. It caused her to be thrown back on the bed as if a gunshot had rung out. It was a mental journey called independence. The demonic creature that was on the bed was surprised from what was happening, so she turned to the host and wanted to ask what had happened to the girl. But that very moment she noticed the guy's eyes were closed, and he was literally falling forward. He then landed on the bed in a free fall and dumbfounded his interlocutor by doing so. The demon thought she'd never seen the hold before, and the guy fainted, but should be fine, though with their current situation, maybe not. David was near Anastasia and could appear to be hugging her, so the girl thought they looked like a couple. A few moments after what happened, Anastasia opened her eyes and realized she was somewhere else. She wondered if she was back in the same dream again, since she felt so weak and couldn't move at all. Suddenly she heard a voice telling her that this wasn't a dream at all. The main character was there, and he was the one who told her it was her subconscious. Anastasia wondered and asked why he was here and how he knew what the girl was thinking. The hero stated that it's all because his consciousness is supreme in her consciousness. That's why he knows everything she's thinking right now, getting what she's feeling. By the way, there's a reason why she can't move, and it consists in the fact that the girl's consciousness gradually begins to dissipate. Anastasia looked around her and wondered if those white streaks of light were her consciousness. Afterwards, she wondered what would happen when her shining form disappeared completely. David said that what she exactly fears will happen, because her consciousness will be gone forever. To put it in other words, it will simply die. Still, the girl shouldn't worry, because he'll be around until he gets rid of this guy before she disappears. Next, the protagonist turned his head in the other direction, where the demon was. The guy stated that even the thought of fighting with his mind is already thrilling him. The demonic creature continued to be unconscious the entire time, but the moment David started to get closer, he came to his senses and his eyes opened. Of course, the guy saw this and noticed that he seemed to have regained his own consciousness after all. After that, he smiled and stated that if that was the case, then he offered to fight. The creature noted that it could be that he really was just a normal realization, but even so, he could still say that it was the guy who grabbed for him. It turns out that his interlocutor had surrendered exactly where the creature was, yet was unwilling to let it go. David stated that he had had enough talking and asked if he was going to fight or not. The demonic creature got angry and claimed that Sean must have sent it here. Let him just tell me where he is now, or the creature will eat him. The hero was angry and stated that if he kept saying weird things, he would just hit him. The moment he said it, he saw in an instant the blow in front of him. The creature in front of him literally instantly delivered a knee strike to his head. The opponent's bodies of reality proved to be strong, and the demon felt it with his foot. After that, he decided to attack with his arm and delivered a pretty strong blow straight to the head. Because of this, the main character's form of consciousness has fallen apart a bit. His opponent, on the other hand, kept watching him and was ready to strike again. But right before he did, he felt something. Next, rather abruptly jumped away from the protagonist and felt his instincts telling him to run away from there now. He was at quite a distance and didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. If his instincts are telling him to go on offense all this time, then is this guy really that strong? David became very angry that moment and stated to the creature that he shouldn't punch someone in the face. The demonic being realized that this person in front of him looked ordinary, but it was still unclear why his very existence made the demon feel threatened. The hero started using his technique and noticed that this was what was expected from S rank. He actually managed to hurt the guy. It turns out that his attacks are indeed strong, but now it's David's turn to attack. The opponent remarked that perhaps the man is indeed strong, but he seems to have forgotten something. And what he forgot was that this subconscious also belonged to him, so the creature was right behind the guy's back in a flash. Next, the creature grabbed the guy by the neck and started choking him. Also, he stated that this clown was created out of his desire for revenge. It turns out he's completely invulnerable and the guy can't escape his grasp. The real body was saying that the guy's consciousness was really strong, but he could still hurt him. Besides, in his mind, it's not that simple because there's still something else he can do. Namely, he talks about being able to create an actual number of versions of himself, which is why he did it all. Of course, although their speed doesn't compare to the main body, they are almost as strong as him. In the end, it turns out that a blow from either one isn't enough to turn a guy's consciousness to dust. The demonic being stated that the guy really came to the wrong place and ordered his clones to attack him. The implication is that he's invincible here, so the guy doesn't stand a chance. The protagonist was a bit dumbfounded by what was happening and saw a large number of clones heading in his direction. It would seem that this whole crowd would jump on him right now and tear him apart, so he should panic. But David at the same time was completely calm and didn't even lift a finger. Further stated that his opponent only gets to eat clones, and it's very old-fashioned and also sucks. And immediately after saying those words, he used his power and broke the grip of the monster that was holding him. David then landed on the ground and was ready to fight the rest of the clones. And the moment he was down, he gave a sly smile and his body began to deform. Soon, the eyes as well as the mouth opened wide and the energy flowing from there could be seen. All that energy was so much that there was even an explosion that illuminated everything around for several dozen meters. The demonic being, after seeing all of this, was dumbfounded and thought, "Is this really the guy's true form of realization?" David said he pretended to be weak, hoping he was using some perfect technique. The monster even hit him, and is that really all he can show him? If so, it's simplicity. And in doing so, he hoped he could put up a good fight. The demonic being realized that this was very dangerous for him and ordered all of his clones to return to their positions. All of them immediately rushed towards the main body to merge with it. Of course, the protagonist noticed this and didn't want them to get to them, so he attacked them. Where he was, discouraged at what was happening and wondered if they were completely destroyed. David happened to be near him at this and noticed what a pathetic clone he was, how he wanted to destroy it or what. It also comes out that just recently he called himself invincible. After that, he used her huge hand, not noticing the creature let him teach him a lesson. The hero hit him with just one finger and remarked that he would teach him a lesson in what it really means to be invincible. His opponent's helpless body tumbled downward and David began his transformation again. The guy made his body look like the body of a monster in order to approach him. When the hero got closer, you could see that your opponent's consciousness was already recovering, and it was very strong. The Sean the demon spoke of must have been his enemy while he was alive, but it's not clear what the creature had gone through in his life to make it work out that way. Anastasia continued to be in the same place that hers always was. She felt invigorated in her body. Next, she turned her attention to her limbs and noticed that her body was back to normal. The hero walked up to her and stated that War had imagined some kind of vessel and now let her seal that guy inside. The girl was mangled and asked which vessel and what other vessel to seal. She didn't know what he was talking about. David stated that it was her consciousness, and only she could create something to contain this creature. Anything would work, and the hero had little time left. Anastasia then asked what she would do. Perhaps she would create a bag and seal it there, or in a necklace, or perhaps in rings. The hero shouted that he doesn't ask what she wants to buy, and the reason she can't see his half of his body is already gone, so the girl understood everything. The thing she'd locked the demon with appeared behind David's back, and the guy glanced there. But when he saw it, he was discouraged and asked what it was. And the main character was surprised because there was a huge lipstick. The demonic creature was on top, and only the head was visible, as well as the hands. Soon after, the girl wondered if it would really be able to stop this creature. Then her consciousness vanished from that spot, and behind the huge lipstick was a demon hiding. Anastasia soon felt their cold, but also wondered if it was raining. She was freezing, and her body felt so heavy. In addition to feel a sharp pain, and soon the girl saw the blood and thought, what is it? Does it really belong to her? Some laughter would be heard next, and the girl wondered whose it was. Some man appeared there and she asked who he was. He had no eyes and soon apologized to Arnold. After a few moments, Anastasia regained consciousness and saw the main character in front of her. The girl got scared and started screaming really hard and then asked what he was going to do to her. David said she was unconscious and kept muttering about something, so he wanted to get closer and see if there was any demonic energy left in her. Anastasia said if he was telling the truth, could he get off her, and asked him to do so. The guy stated that he had sealed the demon in her for now, so let her take it easy and get a good night's rest tonight. She asked if he was still in it, but what had happened. The hero replied that in simple terms, the monster was running away and he was chasing it, and then he found her and somehow merged with her. Then used her body to make a mess and was taken to the ghost company headquarters, but since she's human and not fully demon, she was sent to him. Before they find a way to get rid of the demon inside the girl, she stays here with him. Anastasia was very much embarrassed at this and also resented it and shouted that he was saying such a thing. The implication is that he is effectively holding her captive, and besides, how can he stay in a stranger's house, especially when he's a guy? Who even knows if he's telling the truth, let alone bathing? David was practically about to kiss her, and his face was so close to hers. The hero asked what she meant by a kiss. Demon stated that she thought she meant a kiss on the lips is when a man and a woman connect them and show love by it. David asked how she knew that, and the interviewer stated that she found out by watching TV. Hero added that she was too young, so she shouldn't be looking at such strange things. Anastasia was very indignant about this and asked if he was trying to pretend to be a stranger. The main character stated that he had no idea what she was talking about. Putting one's lips to another person's lips will get saliva in one's mouth, and that's just disgusting. The girl looked at him, and from the look on his face, she knew he wasn't lying. But now could it be that this guy is what they call a total go? The hero turned the other way and remarked that he was tired today, so they would talk tomorrow, but she could sleep here for now. His master once said a wise thing. The girl interrupted him and asked him what he would do if she left. David went on to say the words of the master that a man should never raise his hand to a woman, so if she wanted to leave, he wouldn't stop her. But cautions he noted that if she wasn't with him, the guy in her body could show up at any moment. So it comes out, it's the protagonist who can only guarantee her safety. David also added not to let her wander around. After all, there are many demons dwelling here. Still, it's not his problem if she gets scared of them. Anastasia realized that there was nothing she could do because she had nowhere to go, and this guy had saved her life. Still, he doesn't seem like any kind of serious guy, but he's a good person. The girl thought that she didn't know if it was because she was very tired, but it was easier for her to sleep here than in all those relatives' houses she had dwelt in before. After that, Anastasia closed her eyes and was ready to fall asleep. It was somewhere on her back. Something started moving and making some strange sound. Soon after, a sharp tail emerged from under the blanket, looking upward. After a while, Anastasia opened her eyes again and was conscious. The very moment she rose from realized it was morning. Still, we have sadness and realize she still can't believe what happened last night. Would she really need to stay with this guy from this point on? Also, that thing is in her body, so it's unclear what she should do. Suddenly, the girl's attention was drawn to something that was in her room. Because of this, Anastasia became very frightened and started screaming loudly so that she could be heard far away. Anastasia came into the room with the demon, and he asked what was wrong, why she was screaming at this hour. She really is too noisy, and suddenly they noticed something strange. The girl stood by the window and said she didn't notice it last night. But this view of the new downtown is just beautiful. Anastasia admired the view and thought this place was just beautiful. The building they were in was the king of the North Urban District building. The girl said she was dreaming about it because the house is located on a square and is very large in size, consisting of 4 luxurious residential buildings and the tallest building in the country. The top floor is 121 and it reaches a height of 600 meters. This place has created a record of the most luxurious residence in the country, so it is known as number 1. The hero wondered if she was their agent, since so much had happened yesterday and she was only shocked by this. He had thought the girl was making a noise so early because she had something behind her back, and the demon added that she had something behind her. Anastasia turned her attention back and saw that she had a tail. It made her very scared, and she didn't understand how it could have happened. She was screaming what it was and why that thing was over her butt. The hero asked his interlocutor if it looked pretty cool, and she remarked that it really did. Suddenly, the lad turned his attention to the side, for he sensed danger so that he saw a tail moving toward him. It was David's attack, which he easily managed to dodge. Therefore, that very same bone tail flew forward and seemed to no longer pose a threat. But suddenly he changed his direction at one of the junctions. So again rushed towards the protagonist and attacked him, and all this happened for a while in a row. David continued to bend in various pirouettes, bypassing this one's attacks from the tail, but it wriggled in various ways and prepared to attack him. After that, the guy rushed to run towards Anastasia, and the demon tried to stop him. It was dangerous indeed, for that bone was heading straight for his back. At the last moment before the attack, the hero ducked and jumped back down, and the tail headed for the girl's head. In doing so, of course, he didn't hurt her and stopped right a few centimeters near her head. The protagonist noticed this and stated that it looked pretty interesting. Sometime after that, David threw the soda can up and tail cut it apart. Anastasia did this and wondered if she could control the tail. The guy got excited and remarked that it was awesome, because now he wanted one too. The girl wondered in what article of this he was so joyful. She didn't understand why she had a tail. Didn't he seal that monster? David ordered the demon next to her to attack her, for he wants to test how much power is in this thing. The interviewee turned to him and wondered if it wasn't dangerous, and the hero declared that she shouldn't worry and just put her best foot forward. The demonic being began to use its power and remarked that it would do as he said. Anastasia, of course, was alarmed by this, for she realized that she was about to be attacked. The demon's hair was heading towards her and she apologized to her opponent. The girl saw an attack being prepared for her and didn't realize what she should do, but somehow, involuntarily, her bone tail that was in front of her started beating back all those attacks. No matter how much hair wriggling and what number of them there were, the attacks were repelled. The demon was surprised because of this and thought her opponent's tail reflected the attack. Soon the hero said that enough was enough in him turned out to be even more forceful than he had previously realized. Noted Anastasia, the power of her tail can be compared to a B-rank demon. She keeps it under control. However, it can protect her in case of danger at will. He thinks the tail attacked him because the girl was startled out of her wits, so he thought she was in danger and attacked the strongest one nearby. Immediately afterward, David clapped his hands near the girl's face. The tail began its movements, and the guy remarked with a smile on his face for her to watch. Next, he attacked the guy and he grabbed him and then claimed it was exactly like this. Still, it's just incredible, because even after being sealed from the demon's mind, she can use its abilities. The girl was angry and remarked that he was so ugly after all, so the people around her would mistake her for a monster in this form. David asked if she seriously thought he was scary, and the girl replied that he was. Afterwards, the guy stated that he didn't understand her at all, since the ponytail is so cool, plus she seemed to have a rock she could hide last time. Let him concentrate and try to shrink his tail, and the girl asked if that would work, but either way, it was worth a try. Anastasia then closed her eyes and began to concentrate, saying to make the tail shrink. It wasn't long before she opened her eyes and felt something happen. Next, she turned her attention to the tail and stated that it worked. David congratulated her and remarked that he had to get to work, so would be a smartass and stay here. He had never met such cases before. This is a human and a demon fused together. Now they can only observe this situation. The girl tried to stop him. The hero wondered if he had misunderstood, expressing himself, for he had no idea how to extract this demon from her. Anastasia smiled at this and stated that this was not what she was talking about, as she wanted to work for the ghost company. David was very surprised from what he had just heard and remarked that it was clear to him she just wanted to die. The girl got angry and shouted that she shouldn't be underestimated. But while she was yelling about it, the hero's phone started ringing. He picked it up and looked to see what was in it, and then declared that he'd had enough of talking, because he had work to do. Suddenly the guy looked more closely at what was on the screen, and his facial expression changed for the worse. The commander wrote a message stating that the company had decided to temporarily suspend all of his missions. So let him continue to stay at his house and keep an eye on the girl and wait for the news. The demon saw the change in her master's face and wondered if everything was all right. The protagonist sadly showed the message and said that he was now unemployed. Anastasia remarked afterward that perhaps About Us could help him. David gave her an angry look and told her to stop it, because it was only making things worse. After all, she was the reason he had lost the job in the first place. The interviewee commented that his mission at this point is to make sure nothing happens to her, so they've pulled him away from other things. Of course, it turns out he can't take missions from the company. Even so, it turns out that they can still do personalized tasks. The hero was dumbfounded by this at first, and then with a mad grin on his face, he noticed that she was right. Next, his smirk changed to a serious face, and he asked what they meant. Anastasia said she would be in charge of finding work, but they would fight demons together. They would also split the profits 70% to him and 30% to her. The girl offered to cooperate and kept looking at him with a cute smile. Afterward, she extended her hand and said her name was Anastasia. She was looking forward to their work together. The hero gave her a surprised look, and then still shook her hand and stated that his name was David, and he was looking forward to it as well. The guy expects him to not cause unnecessary problems for him. Certainly not what Anastasia expected, and was a little surprised. David turned the other way and stated that for many people, catching demons means putting their lives on the line. So she shouldn't think that being capable, she would be competent enough for the ghost company. It turns out, after all, that the world is 1,000 times scarier than she can even imagine, yet it's just a game to him. Not for nothing is he the best man and the demons in town. The girl was dumbfounded and wondered if he had stated this whole conversation just to brag in front of her. Yes went on to say that she should know that for the likes of him and her to stay where she was, waiting for orders was boring as death. If she has enough skill to handle the job, so be it. He'll cooperate with her, the girl stated. Then it's a deal. At night, in one of the huge valleys of the Schley, a few young lads. One of them stated that it was a restricted area and on the outskirts of the city. So they probably shouldn't have snuck in here. The interlocutor asked if he had chickened out, since this was their secret base. He only brought him here because they were friends, but if he was scared, he could go home. The boy stated that he would still go with them. Soon everyone got to some building together, and the guy claimed she was their secret base. We stopped, boys near a huge building, and there the front door was boarded up. The main one of them smiled and declared that now he would tell all the rules. Let the boy close his eyes, and they would all hide. After that, he counts to 100 and looks for them, and if he can find them, he will become a member of their group. The interlocutor noted that he understood everything. After a while, the kid was standing outside a huge building with his eyes closed and counting down from 1 to 100. Soon he finally did finish and looked apprehensively at the front door and announced that he was coming in. After that, plucking up courage, the boy ran inside and only darkness came from there. The rest of the kids were not inside, but hiding behind a tree and smiling. The eldest of them remarked that this kid was just some fool. If he found out that they had left him, he would probably wet his pants. The boy with glasses asked if it was right to leave him there alone. The interlocutor said not to worry. There is only one road from here to the city, and he will get there on his own. The kid said his dad is in a consortium of 4 big firms, and if anything goes wrong, it will be bad. The main one said that this bespectacled boy is talking too much today, and another boy stated that it is. It's just a little prank, so what can happen? The first kid noticed the status because his father's company fired his boy father, and after that he's still friends with him. He went on to state that he could bet that kid was being described out of fear. The interlocutor smiled and stated as if he would admit it. The same boy who entered the building and went looking for his so-called friends was prowling around the building. It was actually quite dark in there, so he used a small flashlight, thought he checked the first floor up and down. So hopefully they are all hiding on the second floor, and that house is so scary, it was unclear how they were using it as a secret base. He mentally begged his companions not to scare him, for if he wet himself with fear, they would definitely tell the whole class about it. Suddenly, the kid noticed something in the distance and looking closer, thought he had found one of them. But when he got a better look, he realized it didn't look familiar to him. So was frightened and thought, is there a little girl in there? But why is she there? Suddenly he saw the silhouette stirring, and then he heard a voice telling him to leave the place. The same girl who was standing still a few seconds ago rushed towards him with great speed. At that, she stopped right in front of his face and shouted at him to get out now. Naturally, the boy was very much frightened by what was happening and started running away from the building screaming. On the way he cried, and with tears in his eyes he turned sideways to see if the girl was still there. But then he was even more frightened, for he saw that there was no one there. Immediately afterward, a voice was heard somewhere near him, begging to play along with her. The kid turned his attention forward, and there he saw some creature that was telling him to play with it. The hero was in some obscure world and had acquired new outfits and was ready to attack. Immediately thereafter, he fired and struck his opponent. But it turned out it was just a game David was playing at his house. He turned to Anastasia and noticed that she'd been stuck in front of the monitor all day, but had she really not finished yet? If things continue at this pace, however, it is unclear whether they will get any jobs at all. The girl continued to clack on the keyboard and soon announced that everything was ready. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to herself by a sound that came from the front door. Anastasia glanced at the guy, and he was still sitting in the same spot, so she realized he hadn't even paid attention to the doorbell. And so for the moment she acts as if she actually lives here. So there was nothing left for the girl to do but to go and open the door there could have come there. When she opened it to her, it was a surprise, for she saw that a girl was there. Anastasia hesitated a bit and asked who she was. She smiled and said that she had brought her belongings, but the motorcycle was now in the machine shop. After what the girl had just heard, she was dumbfounded, unable to believe her ears. So she wondered if she was that 5-year-old girl. The interviewee stated that this is exactly what it was, and she apologizes for not identifying herself at the time. She further stated that her name was the demon Yatun, but she could call her Sophia. Anastasia thought that this simply could not be true, because there was no way it could all be true. No way. The girl remembered that green, huge monster that was a girl, and now she saw a beautiful little girl in front of her. Sophia said that she was glad, because now she could spend more time with her. But the girl thought that it was just a dream, because she couldn't be a child. Plus, looking at her breasts, she didn't realize if she was only 5 years old accurately. Soon they were inside, and Anastasia noticed that she understood, for she had said she wore human skin, even though it sounded stiff. Demon stated that it wasn't as bad as it seemed, since she wouldn't be able to wear real human skin. She has a small black ball. It's called a spirit pouch. When she presses it, it wraps around her body and she looks like a human. It turns out that it was David who picked out that image bag for her. The interviewee was surprised and asked if it was really him. After that, getting angry, she threw something at him and remarked that he was incorrigible. Because how could he give a 5-year-old girl such an outfit? He must be completely insane. David yelled that she was so rude because, by the way, she's in his house right now, but she keeps hitting and yelling at him. The interviewee noticed that he disappeared, dares to say something, and called him a pervert. The girl is only 5 years old, and he chose this image and whether he considers it decent. And the hero said what was the problem at all, because his master said people liked it. Sophia wants people to like her, and besides that, spirit bag was hard to get, though he has no idea what's attractive about those 2 pieces of hanging skin. Anastasia looked at him very surprised and thought he was some kind of jerk. Is he really that stupid, or is he just pretending? Next, she remarked to her little interlocutor that people are not as kind as she thinks they are. Let her remember that boys will like her, but she can't let them touch her. Sophia looked at her and noticed that she knew what she was talking about. If she were human, her appearance would be her flaw. But she is a demon, and she doesn't care what people do to her as long as they like her. Turns out to be a liar, because if they knew what she really looked like, they would find her disgusting. Anastasia realized that it all sounded rather sad, and so she walked over to the girl and touched her with her hands. Further stated that Sophia was a good little girl, and demons that she is, she deserves to be treated kindly and respectfully. After the little girl heard the whole thing, tears came to her eyes. The girl saw it and remarked that she seemed to have overdone it, but she didn't scold her and apologizes for it. The little interlocutor declared that she was just like David, for they were both kind people. It's all about them saying the same words to her. In one of the huge villas, Taut came to the boss. To him, he informed that the caretaker had alerted them, and they had found 3 children that were with the young gentleman. However, there was something, and the interlocutor remarked for him to continue. Thoth went on to say that they had combed through the mansion they were talking about, but the boy had not been found there. The geolocation that's on his phone says he's still in the house. They ended up using thermal imaging cameras to track him down afterward, but not even a mouse could be found. Even still, though, it seems that Mole, the gentleman, continues to move around the house. The boss asked if he thought it was the demon's mischief, and if so, have him contact the company. Either way, have him set a large sum as a reward and request the best demon catcher. At that moment, the man was crying very bitterly and told to subordinate and bring his boy home. Anastasia said she got bored and opened a discussion on the internet about paranormal phenomena. So many people write about their encounter experiences. They encounter mystical occurrences and how much it disturbs them, and some of the story will be sicker than many books. So it looks like that's where the people who really need their help are. The protagonist wondered if she wanted to tell everyone that she had found them a job. The girl stated that she had written out the ones that seemed most plausible, and it was getting late now, so she would check them out tomorrow as soon as she woke up. David stated that she would get off on her own that way if she continued to sit at home with nothing to do. He only agreed to her proposal because she promised to get a job. That being said, the guy is not a very patient person, and if he doesn't work tomorrow, he has no reason to deal with her. The hero didn't understand why she wanted to catch demons with him and insisted on joining the ghost company. Anastasia said that in her current situation she can't work, plus he can't stay home and look after her forever. She'll have the opportunity to make money while he catches demons, and their partnership will be fruitful for both of them. She thought the most important thing is this company will pay good money, judging by the size of the building, and it is really strong, so working together the fortune will be secured. And the main character seriously said that catching demons is an unsafe activity, but is she really willing to risk everything for a couple bills? The girl confidently remarked that she didn't even care what happened because all she needed was money. David was surprised because of this, but noticed that his master was right. It turns out all the girls in town are willing to do anything for money. Anastasia chimed in. Who cares if there's work tomorrow? He's not going anywhere. Neither he nor she can back down. The hero afterward remarked that he was going to bed and expected good news from her tomorrow. The girl was a little wary after that and thought it should go well, I guess. She ended up going to bed and realized that she would need to find a client tomorrow. Perhaps this is the chance she's been given by the gods and she needs to take it. Next, the girl turned her attention sideways to where the photograph stood. Her wife and family were elected on it, and Anastasia thought she would meet her very soon. The girl got out of bed and mentally asked her daddy to pray for her in heaven that she would find a client today. After that, she dressed completely in her clothes and left the room. But when she opened the door, she was rather surprised, for she saw David there. The guy stated that she surprised him because it was still early in the morning and they already had customers. At this point, they are downstairs waiting for them, so should be on their way. Then together, they descended from the floor on which they lived and went straight to the men who were waiting for them. After the main character saw them, who remarked that it was just fine and it looked like they were going to have fun. Anastasia was wary when she saw these people, for some terrible demonic energy emanated from them. The men opened the door and stated that their boss wanted to meet them at his residence, so they invited them for a ride. In doing so, they had a rather menacing look, but politely asked to be seated. The girl was scared about it, and she made up why she thought they were taking them to certain death. Soon he was unseated, and the car went straight to the residence of that very customer. Anastasia eyed the men in front of her carefully and continued to be wary. The protagonist noticed this and wondered if she felt it too. Afterward, he smiled and stated if she could sense the fact that they were demons. Her companion said she knew it because there were 2 ghostly figures behind them, but she thought it was just a trick of the eye. David said his vision technique allows him to identify demons based on their spiritual energy color, but she says she can see the real essence. And maybe it's because of the demon in her body. So there's a chance he'll help her get into the ghost company. After a while, the car finally did arrive at its destination, and everyone got out of there. The hero stated that that door was huge. Do they really have dinosaurs living in there? He had scanned this place with his technique while they were riding in the car, and the spiritual energy of the local inhabitants was at least a rank. Still, it's overkill if the guards were sent to bring them in. Next, he asked them when this one wasn't planning to attack them. But together with the girl, they saw that the guards had started to change their clothes and wondered what they were doing. The guards apologized and remarked that they didn't want to damage their clothes, as they were quite expensive, so there was no reasoning behind it, they explained. It turns out that the girl and the guy went onto private property, and now they are attacking them. This location was only chosen so as not to break the law. The girl asked what this was about, David said. Barring extreme cases of legally registered demons, you can't attack a human because it's a crime. Even so, they found a loophole in the rule to fight him. The man stated that this boss idea is there, whether they can get them to admit defeat within 5 minutes, then they let them see him. Next, Anastasia was asked to step aside for her own safety. The girl quickly began to run away and the creatures transformed into their true form. And so it soon turned out that they were huge wolves. The protagonist smiled after seeing their true form, and the opponent started moving towards him. One of the demonic creatures rushed towards the hero rather sharply, and he managed to jump back at the last moment. Further smiled and stated that he was really fast. David started his move up in order to bounce his opponent longer. But there was already another creature waiting for him in the sky, and so the lad was sandwiched between them. Of course, at the last moment he saw them attack, and the girl watched it all from below. Anastasia was wary of the situation and shouted to the guy to take care of himself. When David was in the sky, he stated that he had previously thought that only his legs would be enough to defeat them, but added that he seemed to have underestimated them, so a fight should be fought. So after that, the guy raised his hands, which had been in his pockets the whole time. And just a few seconds after that, there was a huge explosion in the air so that rocks started flying in all directions. Anastasia was dumbfounded at what was happening and tried to dodge the splinters. After that, she looked up, not realizing what was going on up there. The protagonist, in turn, continued to fight the monsters, striking them one by one. The girl asked herself what had happened there and didn't understand what she should do. The only thing visible in the sky was a huge stream of energy that was spreading out in different directions, and because of that, she couldn't see anything. David, using his tremendous speed, managed to fight off both monsters at the same time. He soon grabbed both opponents with his hands and stated that he didn't want to fight them anymore. And after that, he pushed these creatures head-on at breakneck speed and declared that they should cool down. The creatures were horrified at what was happening, for they had not expected such a harsh attack. Anastasia could finally see something in the sky, but it startled her. For just seconds after the battle subsided, one of the creatures landed right next to her. The demon landed with such tremendous speed that it pierced the ground and slammed into it. The girl wondered what had happened, for she heard an explosion, and then something flew off to the side. While she was distracted by what happened there, another explosion went off behind her back. It was the main character who landed another creature with the use of his hand at great speed. Next, he climbed up on the monster's chest and asked how they felt about this fight, if they would admit defeat. One of the creatures began to scramble with its last strength. It stated that they were mercury wolves and would never admit defeat as long as there was a chance of victory, so they offered to continue the battle. The protagonist has stated that he is in fact a brave man, and it looks like he will have to hit seriously. The very moment David was about to attack the mercury wolves felt goosebumps. The regular blow the guy had to give them filled them with fear, and all of this was due to the fact that he looked quite powerful. But at the same time, not just powerful, but enough of it was enough to destroy an entire city. The creature had already visualized this picture in front of its eyes, and was therefore very frightened. And further immediately, the wolf stated that he would admit defeat. Anastasia realized that not even 5 seconds had passed at first of the fight. And so it turns out that this bloodthirsty monster was now obediently wagging its tail, so the girl didn't realize what it was, but damn near missed it. The girl saw the other creature do the same, then stated that if his brother surrendered, he too would admit defeat. Soon, the guards said they had heard about the guy's incredible strength, and were willing to risk their lives to keep the battle going for 5 minutes. If they had succeeded, it would have carried honor and respect to their race. However, they were naive and didn't last longer than 5 seconds. So apologizes to the protagonist for being reckless, but at the same time, Anastasia begs for them to put on their underwear. A few minutes after the huge entrance gate swung open, the hero stated that he was bored after a few blows, and he had read their power even then. The girl asked if that was it, and the guy replied that she wasn't interested in fighting after that. Next, he asked how many punches she had time to notice. The girl replied 1, but the hero noticed that he had hit him twice. The wolf wondered if his tribesman had felt anything strange, for he had struck a blow at him, but it hadn't hit him. It turns out that that moment there was an invisible wall between them that protected this guy. The guard thought he was imagining it, which is rather odd since his clothes are also in perfect order. The interlocutor remarked that if those rumors he had heard were true, then this guy is a mysterious monster. Anastasia asked how he had achieved such power, since he was still so young, if it was his master who had taught him such cool moves. Together they passed along a road near which grass grew, and there in that grass sat a creature who was watching them. Soon the girl claimed she had something to confess, and the hero told her to speak up. The interviewee stated that she simply did not find this client. The hero was angry and asked what she was saying and then where this employer was from. Anastasia said she had no idea, but he had already promised her that if there was work to be done today, they were partnering with him and there was no backing out. The man in charge was told that the guests had arrived and he told them to be allowed inside. There was some guy near the table who asked if David had defeated the Mercury Wolves in 5 seconds. His sword tells him that he wishes to taste his blood, and he inquired if he could hear him. The hero along with the girl were discouraged and thought it was stupid. David wondered if it was serious. If his sword could talk, then let him say something else. The girl thought he was a jerk. After all, he wanted to fight him. The masked guy claimed those 2 scarred faces and Mercury Wolves were his doing. To top it all off, he beat them by 2 seconds. There was a fly flying over the man's head and he noticed it. Afterward, using his weapon, made sudden movements and killed her. He did it so well that the insect was spread out in parts. The interlocutor then remarked that he was interested, but what would prove faster than his sword or the guy's fists? The protagonist continued to stand still and did not move, and his opponent struck him. After that, used a skill called Dawn Flyfish, and because of that a lot of cuts appeared there. But just moments later, this masked and gun-wielding man flew out the window into the street. He did it with such great speed that he did not immediately stop. When the guy fell to the ground, he thought the hero didn't even move as he lunged towards him, also coming out unarmed, and then the punch happened. The man, who continued to be on the ground, noticed someone approaching him. The hero stated that he hated rude people like that man because he attacked him for no reason. The boss patted because of this and noticed that the guy was really the #1 ghost in the company. After all, it turns out that he was able to overpower their strongest bodyguard in the blink of an eye, and the job would definitely belong to him. A man said his son was missing from an old mansion, and the ghost company sent people to investigate last night. Of course, it turns out that they found nothing there. However, the man is sure that the boy is there if it is the demon's mischief, and even the company couldn't handle it. So he must be incredibly powerful, and the man asks the guy to help him find his son, because money is no problem. The hero is enthusiastic because of the fact that he is incredibly strong, but the girl of this that money is not a problem. David stated that it all sounds cool, and he accepts the offer. Anastasia stated that they will definitely look for his son. Suddenly, the man who was supposed to give them the job changed dramatically in his face. The girl also turned her attention to the side and saw that some boy was there. But she was dumbfounded because of it, because she saw his demonic power. The boy moved rather slowly at that, and his pupils spoke of the emptiness in them. After a while, the old man asked what was wrong with his precious son, for it was as if he was a vegetable. David said he had a frightened look and wondered what it was that he saw in there. His father begged that his dear son would wake up at that. Anastasia went on to say that it was like there was a soul over the boy, and she seemed to be in a lot of pain. The hero smiled because of this and said that the mummy's eyes were as good as his. The old man got up and asked if his boy was possessed, and if so, he asked to be saved. The main character said that the boy had lost his soul, and if they didn't find it by midnight, he would die. The man grabbed the boy's leg and remarked that his mom had died early, and he had no one else besides the boy. He would give them anything to help. Anastasia soon noticed something and began to move closer to the boy. While doing so, stated that he had something in his right ear, and it was some kind of red thing. The protagonist immediately ran up and asked the girl to step back. After that, he folded the seals on his hands and did a spirit-dispelling technique called instance. Literally seconds after that, some sort of critter started coming out of my ear. Next, the creature popped up so fast that the hero barely had time to notice it. After that, he applied his tremendous speed, but he didn't catch the creature in time. David was dumbfounded because of this, for he thought he had struck him a blow, but he was able to escape. Still, to him, it was actually startling, and he saw that essence with the corner of his eye. The hero then abruptly jumped out of the room to catch up. Soon stated that the creature was quite spry, and he therefore liked it already. So it turns out he'd been trying to catch up for a while, but the effort was futile. The guy with the sword in his hands saw this and declared that this was his chance to show off his abilities, so he used his thrust fishing skill called Moonlight. The protagonist, while doing so, felt the radius from this attack that was rapidly spreading around. The moment he was already trying to catch up to the creature, the swordsman appeared out of nowhere and delivered the final blow. It was all done so abruptly and quickly that the creature was cut into several pieces. The masked guy smiled afterward and declared that his sword was faster after all. Then a girl and a man ran up and asked if they had grabbed him and what it was. The guy asked how he thought last time he lost because he was too reckless and should fight again. Besides, wasn't that a cool move? David noticed that the green spiritual energy looked familiar. The interlocutor kept saying that it didn't matter what the target was, and if it came within striking range, it would die. He then looked at the hero's hand and asked what the hell was going on, why he was the one who turned him into a black bean. The hero understood that this technique was a martial retreat technique, but wasn't this the technique used by a branch of the secret Taoists? But that can't be, because this sect was wiped out long ago. There was a greenhouse of plants on one of the roofs of a huge building, and there was a man sitting there who noticed that one of his beans was damaged. If they were able to get his martial acolyte to show himself, there must be one of them from the Maoshan sect. So this man is afraid they will meet soon. The masked guy said that a face like his should only be shown by a strong opponent. He's a freelancer, and they should how dangerous it is to reveal their identity. But his sword says heroes are worthy of it, and he's an independent saber warrior named Ricardo. The man said he didn't owe it to him to find his son's soul, and Ricardo was angry and said the guy should have turned around and looked at him before he left. The girl said that this guy was saying that he was on his own, unlike the Taoists. The guy stated that people like him had awakened spiritual energy themselves. Possessing so-called superpowers like in video games, they each have a resource of spiritual energy and will probably tell the girl more at some point. She declared that she would behave well, and the hero wondered what would be bad if it was the shenanigans of the Fangxian sect. They are willing to compromise their master's honor with their despicable actions, so a lesson should be taught to them. The girl asked why they had to go here at night since it was 4 hours to dawn. David said that those who are good at hiding like a guy are most visible at night, so he said they should come in, because the sooner they finished, the sooner they could go to sleep in their beds. Anastasia looked carefully at the huge building in front of her and became wary. Her eye began to change its shape at that moment, and demonic power appeared. And at that moment she heard a voice telling her not to go inside. She was wary and didn't realize who had said it, but the control of her right eye was no longer hers. And so all the time that followed, the girl heard only words to keep her out. Anastasia grabbed her head and didn't realize if the demon in her body had already woken up. Suddenly her realization, something happened, and the picture in front of her eyes began to wash over her. Soon after, the right eye changed back to its normal human form. But now she did not realize where she was, for it was a strange place. Soon the girl saw the urn and wondered if she was once again in her subconscious. Literally a few moments later, and with that very urn, a hand appeared and would also make creatures. Anastasia became very wary and saw a dried corpse come out of there. She was very scared at the time, and she looked intently at the creature in front of her. The copper stakes that were shoved into this creature's body began to dissolve little by little. The girl saw something paranormal and scary in front of her, so she was scared. The body of the creature in front of her began to tighten its skin, and rather, it already looked like a boy who was begging not to go there, for he didn't want to be locked up again. His face was gone, but he kept talking about how he didn't want to be locked up. Anastasia saw a picture in her subconscious of him being in the barrel and being submerged there. It was the long loneliness of this creature sitting alone and crying. Soon the girl was back in the real world and didn't understand why this one was crying now. She was on her knees and David approached her, wondering why she was sobbing. If she was afraid after all, just let her not go in there. Anastasia stated that it wasn't like that, because she felt like she was in her own subconscious, and just now, It was there that she saw a dried-up body that had turned into a faceless child. It seems to her that he was kept in an urn for a long time, and she felt his fear, pain, and loneliness. Of course, she doesn't know why, but she feels like crying even now. The protagonist didn't understand why he felt bad about seeing her in such a state. Next, he turned around and said that it was most likely a memory of the mummy. They had merged together, so it was natural for memories to manifest themselves. Anastasia shouted for him to wait, for the creature had forbidden her to enter this house. David was wary and wondered but what she had seen then. The interviewee said she didn't see anything and doesn't know if it's because of the mummy, but already standing on the doorstep of this house is incredibly creepy. The guy wondered what he was wondering. How did the monster know to take his feet? Not only his vision, but his senses were better than the guy's. David stated for the girl not to be afraid. After all, he is with her. When she feels threatened, let her get behind him. Anastasia remembered him and recalled his words to her not to be afraid, for he was with her. Also the words that when she sensed danger, let her go straight to his back, and the time he said he was glad the girl was alive. The moment when David had said he'd come to save her flashed before my eyes. Anastasia realized that it was certainly possible that he was a narcissistic, selfish, and petty scoundrel. Even so, his words make her feel safe, so she asked to wait, for she is afraid of the dark. David said that he didn't want to get out, and asked if he could slow down because she was really scared. When Anastasia first stepped inside the building, her first step was something. Some strange, ominous energy formed around her. The girl felt as if someone was watching them, and the atmosphere also changed. Next, she turned to the main character and asked if he could come over here for a moment. Anastasia went outside, and just as she thought, that's what happened. Also, the protagonist after that came closer to her. Afterward, they saw together that the building they were near was floating in the air with a huge chunk of earth. The girl wondered if they were in the air back, since they had literally just been on the ground. David, on the other hand, said it was simply impossible to get airborne in such a short period of time. So it probably turns out that they went to another dimension. The companion turned her attention to him, and the guy started putting some seals in. Not realizing what was going on, she wondered what he was going to do. David used a rune suppression skill called Borrowed Thunder and declared that he would destroy this dimension with his powers. A few moments after that, he made 3 magic balls, which he sent into the air. It was an attack with destructive power called Triple Glacial Bolts of Euphoria. Despite the immense power that hovered in the air, nothing happened and the attack simply dissipated. Anastasia remarked afterward that it didn't seem to work after all. The guy wondered what it was. It didn't work, and it was just something weird. The girl looked at him, and it seemed to hurt his pride. The interviewee said it was certainly strange that his attacks didn't work, but then how was their client's child able to get out of here? The protagonist turned to leave and remarked that you should go, for they would find out how it happened when they found the caster who created it. And so together they entered a huge room with a mural painted on the wall. David asked what's going on. Since he can't see any spiritual or demonic energy, it looks like this demon is good at hiding himself after all too. The girl was walking behind her, and there were some fingers straight out of the ground near her foot. But the hero continued on her way, and the guy asked if she felt anything. The girl said she didn't. She asked if it was right that they couldn't go back if they didn't find him. Already at that time, a hand appeared near her head with a mouth in it. Next, the creature appeared very close and licked my cheek with its tongue. Anastasia was very much frightened by this and screamed, and the creature hid. The hero turned his attention to her and asked what it was she was yelling here. Then a similar hand appeared near his back as well. And after a few moments saw the guy lose concentration of the creature, forged him. But this attack was never destined to succeed, for the guy easily repelled the attack and grabbed the creatures. David immediately turned around and looked to see what it was in his hand, and there was another hand. Because of that, he threw away that demonic essence and shouted that it was still so simply disgusting. A few moments after that, a voice echoed throughout the room saying that it seemed these people were stronger than him. Further existed, bending and declaring that it had been a while since he had touched a girl and they were all so tasty. The protagonist was annoyed, and so he shouted that enough talking, he should get his ass over here. And then hands began to appear from the wall where the drawing was, as well as something that looked like a head. The guy along with the girl turned their attention there and expected the creature to be there. And so when the head of this demonic creature appeared, it told the guy to leave the girl and maybe he would spare him. David was already very angry at that point and asked Anastasia to step back. After all, it turns out that the demonic energy of this thing in front of them is 5 times stronger than the mummy in her body. That demonic entity that had been in the wall the whole time began its attack, pulling its limbs out of the wall. The protagonist smiled and said that it looked like this order wasn't a waste of time at all, but that he finally had a worthy opponent. Soon the head of the huge beast was right in front of the guy and he stopped without attacking. The demon stated his opponent looking calm. After that, he added that he assumed it was the ghost company that sent him here. But the hero said that it was enough to waste time, because they were in a hurry, so they should fight faster. The creature wondered why he was making such a fuss about it, since the boss had finally let people in here, and it would be a shame if it ended so quickly. Using his hands to negotiate, the demon inquired about a little game. David got even more pissed off and noticed that the blabbermouth was starting to piss him off even more. Soon after, the demonic creature's hand emerged from the cheek and the girl. But there wasn't just one hand, there were several of them, and they immediately attacked the guy. Yeah, so it was designed to grab him and hold him down. The creature told the hero not to try to get out using brute force. If he touched something, his hands could grow from that very spot. So if he destroys his limbs, this girl will also suffer because of it. But who knows, maybe she'll die from blood loss. David asked if Anastasia was okay, and if she felt any strange sensations in her body. She said she didn't, but the guy tied up. The protagonist reflected that if she didn't feel anything, that was already a good thing. The demonic being got close to the guy and remarked that he advised him to take care of himself first. Immediately after that, he used his limbs that were around the hero and started squeezing them harder and harder. Anastasia was dumbfounded, for there was nothing she could do about it, and the limbs continued to grow out of her cheek. The main character after that started screaming a lot, and the girl was worried about him. The creature said that he lied about the girl getting hurt, because if he had that ability, he would have attacked them long ago, and humans are really emotional creatures. He further added that he had forgotten to tell the guy that the longer he was enveloped in his body, the stronger the pressure became. Right now, that same kid is probably in incredible intense pain, and maybe at least this will finally shut him up. Anastasia was pretty pissed off about this and couldn't contain herself any longer. The demonic creature pointed his hand toward her at that and said that it was time for them to have some fun with her. But she dodged his sideways attack quite easily while doing so. After that, the limbs that came from her cheek began to tear one by one. When the demon saw this one, he was dumbfounded, for he didn't expect her to be able to snip them. It is also a spot that was hit, and on the cheek started to tighten up when some kind of force was used. The demonic creature didn't understand why her aura had changed so suddenly, so thoughts of whether she was a monster began to creep in. And so at the same time, while he was thinking about all this, the girl didn't stop and started attacking him. Using her immense demonic power, she struck directly at the creature's head. Of course, it was an attack he hadn't expected, so he easily missed it. The monster hit the wall, which is what it had gotten out of, and was there for a while. Anastasia walked over to David and remarked that she never thought he would faint from something like this. Although there is nothing wrong with that as long as he is unconscious. Now she will use the power of the demon that is hidden within her and protect him. The demonic being became very angry, and after calling her a cunt, declared that she would soon be finished. Immediately after those words, limbs began to appear from various points in this building. The demon stated that he was even actually quite curious now. For the moment, he wanted to see just how long she could hold out against him. Anastasia reflected that since she had decided to join the ghost company, it made no sense to stay behind David's back. It turns out that the body isn't what it used to be, and now it will even be able to fight. Although it turns out that this monster's demonic energy is 5 times stronger than what's inside her, so she won't be able to win in a one-on-one battle. All a girl can do at this point, and that's to circle around him. Of course, there's a chance that she could hold out until David wakes up. The demonic creature, after a very slight pause, began its attack using its limbs. Anastasia saw the attack being prepared for her. She thought she could do anything. But after a few moments she was surprised, for she didn't understand why her tail wasn't appearing. The demonic creature at that had already almost touched her and was ready to attack. But in the end, he succeeded in nothing, for as the limbs approached the girl, there came a torrent of wind that dispersed them. Anastasia was surprised and didn't understand where these gusts of wind were coming from. As a result, the demonic creature's hands that were supposed to attack her simply flew apart in various directions. The girl was approached by the main character at this point and noticed that she was actually doing quite well. But it turns out it wasn't his style to be defended by a girl. She looked at the guy and happily declared he was awake. David wondered if she thought the weakling could knock him out, since he was just pretending, but she shouted that he was a liar. The guy asked if she wanted to work for a ghost company while doing so, and it could be considered a little validation from him. Besides, doesn't her tail appear on its own in case of danger? The girl hesitated, and the hero went on to say if she knew why it didn't appear. Out when the parental hand grew out of her face, he asked about his sensations. Oh, she told him she didn't feel anything strange, and it came to him then. In the end, this thing isn't that strong at all. Emitting false demonic energy to appear more imposing is what he can do. So it's most likely a D-rank demon, which is the lowest of all. After that, the protagonist prepared to attack and use the borrowed wind technique. Using it, he flew upwards from where he was ready to launch his attack. The demonic creature that continued to be in the wall was a little wary because of this. Here came the hero with a sly smile and asked him if he wanted to see what spiritual energy looked like. After that, the demon was attacked, and he thought this guy was just a dumb kid. But just by looking at him, it becomes hard to breathe. Though at the same time, it is not possible for a person to possess such a strong spiritual energy. The demon can't take it anymore and is about to vomit. A few moments after that, some air emerged from various parts of his body. David looked on in amazement at what was happening, and the creature's head fell off and dried out beyond recognition. Anastasia walked over to look at it, and the hero stated that they tried so hard and it turned out to be just a gatekeeper. He wanted to ask him for useful information, but that creature was unconscious. The girl looked at the face that appeared from under that very mask and declared how nasty he was. It turns out he can't even run away if he wakes up. David stated that they should move on. If he was guarding that door, then his master was most likely upstairs. Suddenly the demonic creature woke up and wondered if he was looking for the boss. But if so, he's his straight-up dumb kid who doesn't know his place. The main character got very angry when he heard all this and asked what he had just said. Had he really been pretending to be dead all this time? He further stated that he suddenly felt a strong urge for a kick in the ass. The interlocutor smiled and thought that he was indeed easy to provoke, but his target was his companion. As Anastasia turned around to see what was going to happen between David and that creature, some kind of door appeared behind her back and limbs came out of it. The monster tried to grab the girl and thought it would be easy to take her if the guy wasn't around her. The moment the protagonist was distracted by the creature that was in front of him, he heard a girl screaming behind him. After that, he turned around and asked what happened this time, why she was screaming. But at the same time, when the guy turned there, he saw nothing. Because of this, of course, the hero was dumbfounded and asked where she went, and the monster disappeared as well. Anastasia found herself in some other place at that and asked where she was. The limbs of that creature were beside her. In order to figure out what happened, the girl started yelling the guy's name. But since he didn't answer her anything, she walked along the hallway. In one of the rooms of this huge building, where the hero and the girl were, there was quite a large number of soft toys. They weren't just any toys, but their eyes were glowing and a large creature was sitting in front of them. The demon with limbs returned to this room and remarked to the man in charge that he had caught that girl as he had requested, further inquiring what he would order to be done with her. A large and dark demonic creature sat and gobbled up a large amount of food that was in front of it. And so put food in his mouth, she noticed. Let him walk free for now. After all, she would end up staying with him forever. Anastasia was walking down a dark hallway at this time and thought she had split up with David. It's a huge building, in fact a strange building, but it's unclear what all these rooms are for. The very demon they fought did everything to keep them apart, but it's not clear to what purpose it was done. While the girl was thinking about it, it was from above in the hallway that some sort of creature appeared. Anastasia literally spotted her out of the corner of her eye and looked up to get a closer look. But there was no one there anymore, and so she wondered if it felt like someone had just stared at her. Suddenly, children's laughter was heard ahead along the corridor, and the girl turned, then saw the children. So I wondered if the other kids were in here too. She immediately ran up to them and tried to stop to help, but was dumbfounded when she saw that they had just walked through the wall. So it made Anastasia wonder if these were souls. She was very much frightened and upset by the fact that the souls of the children were here. But when it comes to souls, aren't they here to find the soul of that very boy? So there may be various clues behind the door of the hotel she is in. With a little more courage, Anastasia walked to the door and swung it open sharply. But in doing so, she saw nothing there, for it was just an empty room with quite a large amount of furniture in it. Of course, the girl was surprised because of this and wondered where the kids could have gone. There was a jar on the table at the same time, and Anastasia went over to it to see what was there. She asked what it was, because it looked like there was something there. Shortly after she got a little examined, she saw that there was a dog there. The girl was very much frightened by this, and so she fell to the floor and began to scream. Anastasia didn't understand why a stuffed dog was there, since it was so gross. To all of this, some strange odor began to appear in the room, and she took notice of it. She saw various traces of blood in the room, which still looked rather ordinary. David, at the same time, continued to search for his companion and attacked the demons he could find. At the same time, he didn't understand where she could have succumbed to and why there were so many unholy things around here. Anastasia reflected that just a second ago the room had looked extremely clean as well as tidy. That's why she didn't understand where those strange colored splashes of what looked like blood all over the room had come from. In order to get a better handle on the situation, and the girl walked over to the bed that had the most splashes on it. There in the very center, she noticed that there was some sort of human silhouette. Even though she only inhaled a little, there's an impurity of metal at night. So is it really blood? I guess she can not only see souls, but also long-gone bloodstains. Anastasia then looked up and thought it looked like a family portrait, and it must be the previous owners of this mansion. Next to the very man, most likely his wife as well as his child, but why the canvas was cut? Could it be that the exile on the bed is the child from the painting? This place scares the girl, and as she suspected, someone was murdered here. At the same time, there are traces of blood on the floor, as if this child had been dragged. The trail led somewhere in an unknown direction. Because of this, the girl wondered where they were leading. Since she got such obvious clues, what must be waiting for her at the other end? This is most likely a child's room, but there are virtually no prints here. Only on the floor itself is a small pool of blood. Anastasia wondered if perhaps the child had been attacked in this room and then dragged to the parents' bedroom afterward. He was most likely killed on the bed, given how much blood was there, and it must be assumed that the killer had a weapon like a knife with which he stabbed the child. It's unclear what kind of enemies this family had that they are capable of killing an innocent child so brutally. Or maybe the killer wasn't even human at all. After her little musings, the girl turned her attention to a locker that had some sort of book on it. When Anastasia opened it up, you saw children's drawings, of which there were quite a few. In these drawings, you could see pictures of a man attacking a woman and some kind of daddy secret. The girl didn't realize what made him act like this and even kill his own pet, probably the dog whose corpse she had seen earlier in the vessel. But she doubts the father killed his own child. Besides, why would he put a key in the dog's mouth? Of course, it wasn't clear what the secret actually was, but she'd have to figure it out. Anastasia opened one of the lockers and saw a knife with traces of blood on it, which means we should assume it's the murder weapon. Of course, that's useful information. But is the key really in the dog's belly? She never thought she would have to do something like this while hunting demons. The whole thing doesn't matter anymore, though. If she wants to work for a ghost company, she should do it and mentally apologize to the doggy. Afterward, the flask that contained the animal's corpse was smashed to pieces. The girl swore she would never do anything like that again. And in doing so, she hoped it would help her find the child's soul as soon as possible. Anastasia soon did and decided that when she succeeded, David would be shocked, but it was unclear what the clue was for. Suddenly she remembered that she had seen a safe in this room. After that, the heroine went to it and opened it with the key as she thought it fit. So she took out something and thought, the secret is a notebook. The girl looked at the cover, and there were a lot of words written about what should be killed. On page 1, a man wrote that this is the worst money of his life. The workers have taken everything from the workshop, and he wants the girl to have a secured life. But it's not possible now. The man went on to say that the best thing that happened to him was his wife and the birth of his child. Only his wife could help him, and they decided to settle in a mansion outside the city. He took the advice and life got better. The mansion is close to nature and there are lots of kids, so it would be nice to live the rest of his life like this. The next page said that his wife was not like that, for some letter came that she and a servant were trying to kill him, but the man didn't believe it and wanted to kick the servant out. A month passed, and his relationship with his wife became even worse. He is tormented by hallucinations, headaches, and nightmares, in addition to thoughts that his daughter does not resemble him at all. It went on to say that some black thing kept smiling at him, so he killed the dog, and the kid threw a tantrum that his head almost exploded. The next page said that he killed his wife and child, and made it so that now they can't even meet in spirit form. The villain's soul will be locked up in that damn mansion forever, and he can finally die with peace of mind. The girl was dumbfounded when she read all this. A few moments after that, she threw up right on the floor. Anastasia thought as she slashed the bodies. The dogs had never felt this nauseous before. It turns out that the owner of the house was possessed, but how could he kill his own wife and child so brutally? The girl's musings were interrupted by the creak of a closet, the door of which opened by itself. And after that happened, some pretty scary and dark energy started coming from there. Anastasia, wary, turned toward him, for she realized that the cupboard had opened of its own accord. It was most likely the father or the child's vengeful spirit. But whatever it was, she had a bad feeling about it. If the girl's tail doesn't appear, it means she can handle herself, so there's a high probability that it's a demon that created this dimension. So at that very moment, it was already wondering what it was all about. Since the door had stopped opening, this girl thought it looked like she'd have to find out for herself. Suddenly, she removed her hand and thought that everything was going too smoothly, for the child's soul had led her to this room where she had found many clues. And also the cabinet suddenly opened by itself. How can you not look at that? It looks like someone is leading her around. Plus, this demon was able to create fake demonic energy. So maybe the demons here can hide their presence as well. And finally, such scenes are often shown in movies. Anastasia is vulnerable, not like David. She is still alive only because she observes caution, but she has begun to neglect this quality. So it probably works out that it's not worth opening or the closet, because right now the most important thing is to find David and fulfill their mission. If she were to fall for the demon's scheme, not only would she become useless, but she would also be an unnecessary burden. At the same time, something began to appear from the ground behind her. Soon the girl heard a voice asking him to help him and save him. This spirit kept saying that the girl was the only one who could bail her out. Anastasia turned her attention to her and saw that this little girl who was floating in the air, she asked not to be scared, because if she wanted to kill, she would have done it long ago. The heroine was dumbfounded by this and asked if she was really that child. The interviewer said she brought her here so she could learn her story, and maybe she would believe her if she did her a favor. Gratitude. She can tell the girl the secret of this mansion, for if the girl is not mistaken, they have come for the boy in the cap. Anastasia was surprised and asked if she knew where that child's soul was. The little girl said that if she could tear that old piece of paper off her body, she would tell her everything she knew. The interlocutor inquired about her body, and the little girl stated that this was how it was in the closet. Of course, the heroine was very scared at that moment, but she went to the door to open it. When the girl opened it, she was dumbfounded and did not understand how a man could do this to his own daughter, because it is inhuman. Judging from the entries in her diary, her mother hardly looked like a person capable of intrigue. There was a dried-up corpse in the closet, with an inscription nailed to its forehead. Anastasia couldn't change. The same thing drove this girl's father crazy since he had done such a thing. At that moment, the heroine had flashbacks of the creature inside her in front of her eyes, and there was a vision of him being locked away. A man tried to get out of that barrel he was stuffed in, but people wouldn't let him do it, and then laughed very brightly. Soon afterward, Anastasia's eyes were taken up with a masculine creature. At that, the girl was already holding that inscription in her hands and ripped it off her head. The little girl who was begging for help was freed from the curse at that moment. The dark silhouette that continued to be on her face changed to the normal face of a little girl. Next, she cried and thanked them for setting her free. Now she would be able to meet her parents in heaven. Her companion did not answer her, and so the little girl asked what was wrong. At the same time, the body could be taken over by a demon who claimed to be no miss. He then hesitated for a few seconds and stated that his name was Arnold. And then the bone tail that had reappeared attacked the girl's body from behind. Next, the demonic creature said that he was extremely curious as to who had the audacity to lock him up again. David asks what these things are so afraid of. No one is able to tell him anything useful. There is a barrier on the second floor, and he can't get in there even though he basically finished on one. If Lucy's little sister finds out he let the girl out of the apartment and found a job and lost her, things will be bad. Now he was sitting on a huge mountain of demons. It was night outside, and it was also raining very hard. A man was running along the road along with a small child in his arms who was crying very hard. He ran toward a huge temple that was just ahead of him on the road. The man ran inside the building and afterward placed the boy directly on the ground. He took one last look at him and then hurriedly left the room he was in. Slamming the front door behind him, he left the child alone. But in that very room was a huge hole from which red eyes and large numbers could be seen. They stared intently at the child who was lying on the ground, and it turned out to be big rats. They were all very hungry, so they immediately lunged at the child below. At this moment, a large number of souls were flying around in this huge mansion. Arnold cut the baby in front of him and declared that she was free at last. The little girl wondered if this was a creature that the ratty boy wanted to keep. He must be the demon that is in this girl's body. Arnold looked carefully at his interlocutor from the state felt. The little girl frightenedly stated that they looked alike, as they were both single children. The demonic creature was surprised at this moment, for it suddenly felt some pressure. The interlocutor stated that the ratepayer is angry about scattering her soul, so before she disappears, she asks that you listen to her carefully. It turns out that he can control the space inside the mansion, and all attacks against him are useless, so it's simply impossible to destroy him in this place. In other words, he is simply invulnerable at this point. Even so, there is a way in order to overpower him. Suddenly, something strange appeared behind the little girl's back at that moment. The little interlocutor went on to say that one day she saw something. Suddenly, hands appeared from that space and grabbed her. They covered their mouths at that to ensure the girl didn't have time to say anything. After that, her body was pulled straight into the circle that appeared behind her back. Arnold watched the situation closely to see what was going on and realized that the portal was still open. So it looks like it was left right for him, and that's why he jumped in there. And so the demon in the girl's body soon moved to the space where the boss was. He then became angry and wondered if this creature really wanted to lock him in here. The interviewer stated that it didn't matter that the girl had destroyed her soul, and he would just consume her, and then they could be together. But before this little girl dies, she'll have to play with him. Arnold stated to let the girl go, or he would beat the shit out of him, yes, so he would spit her back out. The creature, which looked like a rat, stated that he hated it when people were rude to him. So if she is not obedient, he will have no choice but to eat her. The demon in Anastasia's body only smiled because of this, and stated for him to try and do it. Immediately afterward, Arnold rushed towards the creature that was his opponent. Ratty wondered if the girl hadn't said anything. After all, it turns out that he is God in this world. The creature, using its fingers, began to attack and twisted the girl's leg because of it. Arnold noticed something had happened to his body and turned his attention there. The body then collapsed to the ground, and only a scream of unbearable pain could be heard. The boy immediately started saying that he was sorry, but she had left him no choice and therefore should be more obedient. Since she doesn't want to stay and keep him company, he has no choice but to break her legs, so asks if she still wants to leave here. He didn't make all those demons stay here to play along with her. All these things are done because they help the creature to pass into the dwelling of men, there to take what he wants. But the boy in the cap who came to see him yesterday is just like them. Together they feel lonely, and all will only find happiness if they stick together. The creature kept saying he had both food and things to play with the boy, but he said all he wanted was to go home and ask to be let go. The creature swallowed a bit of his soul and released the boy. As soon as the girl entered the space he created, he already knew about her no matter how well she hid. Speaking of the mummy, he heard that eating his flesh could increase his demonic power, so how about leaving his feet and he would let go? Arnold at this began to gradually come to his senses and rise to his feet. Further stated that if this creature in the form of a rat wanted his limbs, let him have them. While using the 4 eyes skill, said that truthfully he was worried that the creature would be too dead to take them. The demon realized that the woman noticed the bloodstains in the room after she subconsciously used her 4 eyes, however it didn't work in the non-mansion. In the end, this demon's spatial abilities may hinder him, but he can still use them. Arnold is arrogant and needs to check if there are any hidden demons. The boy stated that it wasn't necessary, and there were no other demons here that could hide themselves. He wondered if he would keep him company after all. The mummy only got angry because of this and declared that he would only need 1 hand to kill him. The demonic being that was his opponent, using his power, injured his arm and asked if that arm was really that arm. Arnold felt a sharp pain afterward and began to scream. The master of this place said to make the interlocutor stop being stubborn, because killing him now is as easy as killing an ant. All he has to do now is just give up, because no one can win in this space. Soon the boy wondered if he wouldn't say yes. The mummy seems to have a pretty good tolerance for pain, and I wonder if he would bitch if the creature damaged his internal organs. After that, the owner of the space did so, and blood gushed from the girl's mouth. The rat got blood on him and claimed it was mean after all, because she had soiled him. Arnold coughed up blood and meanwhile said the creature was finished. The interlocutor pretended as if he hadn't heard and asked what she said since he couldn't hear her. Mummy shouted that he wasn't going to repeat his words to a dead man. Immediately after that, the blood that was on the rat's body and started to move to the side. The boy looked there carefully and saw that it formed some kind of bloodstream. It was Arnold's attack called Six-Fold Blast Combo, and because of that, there was a huge explosion near the creature. The demonic being in Anastasia's body continued to sit still and watched intently to see what had happened. The upper part of the huge rat's body was damaged, and from there began to be released from the shower of children. There was just a huge number of them. Arnold thought that these must be the souls he'd been feeding on all this time. The opponent should have died on the space around the demon is not sealed, though the entire mansion is still within the barrier. Is it still impossible to escape from here, even if this thing is killed? The kid who was released stated that she had met its true form before, and it was a black demon. The reason the creature looked like that now was because the black demon had eaten a child and many rats at the same time. The baby's bones and body are on the 3rd floor, and if he finds it, he can completely destroy the little rat. Suddenly, the demon's true form appeared and attacked the girl's body. The creature afterward wondered why on earth they were all trying to leave him. The mysterious black demon used his multiple heads to grab the children and told them not to even think about leaving the place. After that, the demon used his attack and attacked Arnold again so that he bled. The mummy thought that absolutely you jointly search for the real form. He can no longer move until his internal organs are not in the best condition. So maybe it'll be over before he even finds that kid's body. The last strength left Arnold's body, and so he fell to the ground. At the same time from below, someone pierced the floor. It was such a strong blow that there was a huge explosion, and the blast wave threw the girl's body aside. The demonic being realized that there was a huge explosion, but it was unclear what was happening. At the same time, the main character flew to the 2nd floor and asked why it was that all of a sudden the barrier upstairs disappeared. David turned his attention sideways afterward and wondered if he had managed to hit something. Anastasia's body landed somewhere out of the way due to the blast wave. The protagonist at this came closer and noticed that here she was, where she had been all along. Next, the guy paid attention to her body, and it was evident that her arms as well as legs were twisted in different directions. David was really pissed off by the picture in front of him, and he asked who had done this to her. A dark demon started to climb out of that huge hole in the floor and noticed that he had done so. After that, he stated that the guy had come to him on his own. So if that's the case, then he's going to break his limbs and crush his insides. The demonic creature became very angry, and using its power, it tried to completely crush the guy. Ratty at that moment squeezed his hand very hard, for it hurt a lot. But when he looked forward, he saw that the main character's body remained unharmed, and only some barriers revealed themselves in the air. The creature could not believe its eyes and thought that there was no reaction, but it was unclear how this could have happened. David at that very moment had already used his power and could see streams of his energy spreading through his body, so he asked, so this creature did all this? After that, the guy slowly turned towards his opponent, and it could be seen that his eye was already using force. The hero pointed his hand straight towards the demon, as if trying to shoot it out of his finger. He then directed a huge stream of his power towards his opponent. When that energy bullet reached the demon's head, it was very small. But when it collided with it, a large amount of political energy was released, and the kill radius of this attack increased several dozen times. David stated that the creature would not be able to move for 5 minutes and would be constantly struck by lightning. Next, the guy looked at the girl's body and noticed that it was her turn. But he addressed her not as Anastasia, but as a mummy. The demonic creature that had possessed the place continued to squirm in pain, and the protagonist stood there looking at Arnold. Next, the hero remarked to his interlocutor that his consciousness was sealed. Plus, he wouldn't be able to get out of it anytime soon, so she wants him to tell me how he did it. The interlocutor stated that this was absolutely no time for chatter, for the demon behind him was impossible to kill. If he wants to finish this place off, he'll have to find the body he's using. The guy should also hurry up, because the creature is invincible here. David stated that the guy in front of him is a demon who has killed hundreds of people, and does he really think he would believe his words? Still, there is no creature that is 100% invincible, but if there is, it can only be David. The demon's eyes began to change slightly, and it was obvious that the girl was trying to seize control. Anastasia regained consciousness and shouted that he'd had enough of being stubborn, so let him go now and do as he'd been told before. After all, at the same time, once that demon recovered, it would definitely escape. And if this happens, the protagonist will not be able to do anything, and no matter how much daytime power, you should hurry up before there is no barrier around. David stated that he understood everything and used the power of his left eye afterwards. And that skill is called the Eye of the Underworld, and he used it to scan the entire area around him. He scrutinized his surroundings for a few seconds to find what that boy was doing. Soon, the guy's gaze focused upward, and he realized that what he needed was above him. So right after that, abruptly, he jumped up there. Anastasia heard a voice thanking the lady. She was surprised and wondered if the mummy had thanked her and called her a lady. The main character, meanwhile, kept breaking through to the top and failed the floor. Next, she looked around and realized that there must be this body she was talking about. There on some rag was the body of a baby with only bones left. David sadly looked at him and asked that he rest in peace. The demonic being who was the master of this place felt his soul blurring. Soon after, his entire body began to disintegrate and turned into a green substance. The protagonist jumped down and ordered the prisoners to return. The head of the demonic creature then flew away from the main body to the side. In the last few moments, the demon thought that he had been too careless, thinking that the guy was an ordinary Taoist, so he thought that his instincts wouldn't work. From the moment the people entered the mansion, it was clear to him that there was a mummy in that girl's body. About that guy on the other side, he couldn't say who he was at all. This person's spiritual energy is so strong that he cannot tell what he is. A few moments later, the creature's head was already almost completely vaporized, but his huge body had turned into a dark lump of demonic energy. David looked at the whole thing and wondered if the thing was still alive. Another soul of a boy emerged from the demon's body and was killed. Anastasia looked at him, and it was obvious that this child had started to cry. But out of the open mouth of this child's soul came the girl, and also the boy they were looking for. The protagonist looked at all of this and stated that it meant the child's soul was with her. Since she managed to escape from the big demon, she should be going to heaven soon. The baby cried and said he didn't want to disappear until he saw his mom. His soul was stuck in the back of his mind, and he couldn't control the body of this monster. And here he was using his soul and the bodies of those rats to become strong. But the little guy had no freedom in his body. And now that he has become really free, he wants to see his mom. After that, he will give the boy's soul back to the boy next to him. David said everyone has their own path, and he advises ascension as fast as possible. He's trying to bargain with them using these human souls. It means he doesn't trust them. Even if they agreed to his terms, those souls would be gone in a few hours. But finding his mom in such a short time was simply impossible. Besides, at this point, no one can know for sure if she's chewed anymore. The baby was sad and shouted that he didn't care because he wanted to see his mom. Otherwise, simply no one will be able to leave the place. The guy said he's really hard to handle and he's not good with kids. Anastasia asked if he hadn't destroyed his body, why the child's soul hadn't disappeared, and how he knew how to use spatial techniques. David said it was the child's evil soul, and he thinks the boy has hosted this big case for so long that he has assimilated to it. So unless the guy is wrong, it's that bigger mouth demon is a parasite. The girl asked in what sense a parasite. The hero responded by saying that he didn't actually know its specs, but there was a signal on his phone so he could check it out. The guy revealed that he is a mooch demon that is capable of creating separate parallel space the size of a mousetrap. By devouring souls, he amplifies his abilities, can create large paranormal spaces and can enter them at will. The demon cannot be killed once inside. In addition, is capable of damaging targets within a 10-meter radius. If a creature is wounded, loses consciousness, the space will be unstable and open a path to the outside world. David said afterward that knowing this information doesn't help them much. Also, the spatial abilities the kid just used are much stronger here than outside the room, so there's an idea. The girl said while they were outside his attack and couldn't destroy this technique, if he didn't agree to his request, they would be stuck here forever. The protagonist smiled and told her not to panic because there was definitely a way out. Besides, he didn't even use the full power when they were outside, the interlocutor asked. But why is that so? The guy replied that if he had acted at full power, she might have died. Anastasia said that it turns out in time for their first job, she not only didn't help, but she dragged him down. David noticed that it wasn't, but if he went into detail, she had helped him because she had lured the parasite out and destroyed the space. Even if she wasn't around, he still wouldn't be able to use all of his power. If he was unlucky, he would destroy that child's soul as well. His technique has 7 parts, and she has already seen the euphoria and conclusion, most of these techniques devastating wide-range attacks. For this reason, before leaving the mountain, he promised the master that he wouldn't use 2 through 7, so he can't use them in this situation anyway. But you can try pure physical attack, which is a metal ironic technique. He will let you see what only his master has seen before. A few seconds after that, a huge amount of energy covered the guy's body. The soul of the girl who was recently rescued became very wary when she saw this. She told the child that he should let them go, for he himself knew that that man really could have been substantial, and such a fuss would not help him. The interviewer said he knew she was just like him. Pathetic, but at least her parents were there for her. But his father left him here to feed the rats, and his soul was taken over by a monster. After the mom saw the boy was gone, she must have been very worried and was waiting for him to come back. That's exactly the reason why anyone who gets in the way of seeing his mother will just die. The little girl realized that this was all bad, for the malice that was in him had turned him into a demon. The girl wanted to stay to tell him, but the little one declared to keep her out of the way. Because there's no way she can understand how he feels because she had a good father, and the boy didn't. The child was given a memory in demons, and he knows that her father was not a bad man. He knows this because the monster captured him first. The demon was brought here by the boy's father, and then after it became attached to her father, the latter became suspicious of everything and killed the girl. The demon's intention was to turn this place into a haunted house so that no one would be deterred from coming here, and then he would find a home for himself. The reason why the demon forced its master to commit its murder is because the adult could overpower himself and would not submit to control. He then chose an infant because the child's mind was not yet fully developed. In time, the baby gained intelligence, but by then the demon had completely possessed it. The girl thanked her interlocutor for telling her all this. She hugged him and said that she knew there had to be a reason why her father had done that, and the baby had helped her clear the air. The little girl knew what happened to this little boy's mother, but she can't tell him about it. That's because some time after the girl was killed by her father, she woke up and discovered something. Her body was her soul, so she was terrified and was prevented from leaving this place by some mysterious force wrapped around the bedroom. No matter what she did, she couldn't get out, and then she found her own body and a strange piece of paper on it. That's why the girl immediately wanted to rip it off, because she was so badly frightened. To her, it seemed that the reason she was in this position had something to do with this piece of paper. The thing that was keeping her trapped in this trap was this given piece of paper. In time, the little girl realized that besides her own consciousness, she had lost all her emotions. She no longer felt fear, she no longer cried, and she almost forgot who she was. At the same time, feelings other than loneliness became more and more vivid. And so this terrible feeling that overwhelmed the whole body was anger. When the whole mind to the girl was filled with bloodlust, her thoughts were interrupted by the cry of a child. She thought she was hallucinating, but afterward there was a loud noise outside. The girl could not hear what was happening, but she saw something terrible before her eyes. The woman asked why the man was hiding their son, if he was trying to blackmail her. In order for her not to tell the officials he'd better turn himself in by doing something dastardly, karma would catch up with him anyway, the man shouted, "Has she lost her mind?" For saying that the incident that happened to the gentleman and his family had nothing to do with him, the girl said she saw the fake letter he wrote. She grew up with her, so she knows very well what kind of person she is, and it's unclear why he's trying to pick a fight with them. These people don't have many relatives. The woman knows he's been keeping an eye on their mansion, and now that they're both dead, does he really think he can get his hands on this one? The man shouted that stop, making him angry because it was the gentleman who had gone mad and killed his entire family. So what did that have to do with him? The interlocutor stated that the mystery was following him. He went to your witch's house and took an incense burner from her. She didn't think too much about it because she couldn't believe it. But after the gentleman used it, he went crazy and there must be some shamanism there. The man yelled for her to stop making a fuss over nothing. Does he really think the police will believe her? The girl asked if he was still trying to justify himself, then let him say why he buried the bodies under that tree after the Lord killed himself. Hasn't he been trying to hide the fact that they both turned up dead all this time, also copied the gentleman's handwriting and transferred ownership of the mansion to himself, and even fooled the parents of the students by saying that they ran away because they were being chased? It's unclear how this man is going to explain himself when the police find all those bodies. These people have treated them so well all this time, after all, so the man is just inhumane. Her companion grabbed a rock with anger and struck the woman, saw this terrible bloodlust envelope the little girl's body and mind. It was from that very moment that she decided to suppress it within her. After this man buried the bodies, he left the mansion and never came out of there again. The man went inside and was dumbfounded to see a huge rat sitting on the floor. But if stronger, he was surprised when the creature turned toward him. After all, he had the head of a child and the body of a huge monster. The demonic being called this man Daddy and asked him to play with him. The man tried to run away from there, but soon his body was completely torn apart by the creature. Those two people must have been his parents, but now the boy would never be alone again. The child felt something strange, and the souls of these children began to scatter. The protagonist was near them at the same time and headed there. He soon sensed that something was happening up ahead, so he extinguished his energy a bit. Anastasia noticed it and wondered if it was that illusion technique, because the children she had seen before must be from the technique the girl was using. The boy had fallen under this illusion, and now he saw that he was in his mom's arms, so he was overjoyed. The next picture that appeared before his eyes was of him and his family sitting around the table. The girl who had created this illusion from the side was watching the boy smile. It made her smile, also because she knew she was feeling a pleasant emotion. She then turned her attention to the main character and thanked them for freeing her. Next, she turned to Anastasia and asked her to help her thank this good Lord inside of her. He could feel all the pain and loneliness she had been feeling for the past few years, which is why he wanted to destroy her soul. The boy next to her was asking Mommy for a little nibble. The girl, on the other hand, stated that she was grateful to these guys anyway, and she hopes that one day they can meet the people they miss so much, somewhere in heaven. After that, the souls of the children disappeared, and the whole huge place started to go out from under the spell. Then the estate they were in finally returned to its original location after all. The main character didn't understand what was going on at all, because the barrier collapsed before he even did anything. Plus, it was unclear who the girl was. It turns out she also left behind a child's soul. The hero used a sphere, inside of which he placed the boy's soul. He further stated that there seems to be a lot of things he doesn't know. Anastasia said that everything is confusing. Even she can't fully understand what happened. David said then should keep that in mind and asked if she was in pain. The interviewee said it didn't really hurt, but she couldn't get up. The hero walked over and took her in his arms. The girl was confused and asked what he was doing, why he was suddenly carrying her, and he asked if she was going to crawl home. Anastasia stated that if there are actual spirits in this world, then there must be reincarnation, and asked where the two children had gone to the underworld. Will they be able to meet their relatives who are gone? David said, as long as the demon does not exist in this world, there are no gods. As far as he knows, there is no underworld and no reincarnation. The interlocutor said that if that was the case, then she had another question. Cora was embarrassed and asked why he was the one who got angry when he saw her hurt. David looked at her in surprise and remarked, wasn't it obvious? He had promised he would protect her after all, and she was in such a state he would end up being the scapegoat if word got out that he couldn't even protect the girl. Anastasia thought it was because he was worried about her and got angry. The hero noticed this one and asked why she was suddenly blushing. Was it a fever? When they returned, the hero said he had freed the child's soul, and it needed to recover from the dream. The man thanked him for that, and said he would transfer the money soon. Anastasia's wounds were treated, and so the guy took her in his arms and stated to get their car rotten, because they were coming back. The old man asked them to wait, for he had another task for them, if they were interested in it. David looked at him, and the person he was talking to said to help them figure out where it came from, and held out that dark bean. Many years ago, all kinds of warriors with different abilities appeared amongst humans during their war with demons. Over time, humans formed their own sects. The Taoists all had their own strong attacks. The most famous among the 5 pre-racial sects were the secret Taoists, secret mages, secret creators, secret watchers, and secret brokers. Among the secret Taoists, the most special and strongest sects, namely Maoshan and Fangxian, were shared. The former specialized in close combat and liked to use weapons. They were most skilled in the wind, lightning, fire, and metal techniques they cultivated. Fangxian focused on divination and cultivated her essence while feeling a thirst for knowledge. They rarely participated in demon annihilation operations. For some reason, the Fangxian sect didn't participate in the demon annihilation and started engaging in politics. They became strategists for generations of kings. The power and prestige they gained did not last long, for success was the first large-scale battle between humans and demons, which was called the Battle of Jiulu. The Taoists struggled to cope with the endless waves of demons that attacked the city at the very last second. The Fangxian sect sent all of its members to battle. Unfortunately, the sect was destroyed, and this all the information about their warriors that is available. The man stated that he understood everything, and now the subordinates can go. He went on to say that the Ghost Company database said that the Fangxian sect had been wiped out a long time ago. On such a case, he did not understand what that tiny black bean was doing in his son's ear. The hero said it was a secret technique of the Fangxians called the bean emptying technique. It turns plants into souls, something that only very powerful warriors can do. Plus, this technique has never been passed down to people outside the sect. All this means is that the other party is definitely a Fangxiansic warrior who managed to survive. The man said he knew it was pretty rude of him, but he wanted to know something. It would be nice if they could tell him how that black bean is used. The hero thought for a few seconds, hesitated, and then stated that he was being used for espionage. In simple terms, the old man is being followed by someone, but as for why, this guy thinks it has something to do with his business. On the way here, the hero was told about what happened at the mansion. The owner of the black bean had nothing to do with the missing child. David isn't interested in his relationship, but they're kind of from the same group, and used the bean retreat technique. So obviously this person is an outstanding Fangxian warrior, and yet did something so despicable, the guy is going to lure him out. After a time, he took Anastasia in his arms and walked from this estate. The old man looked at them and remarked to his bodyguard that he hadn't said a word since they'd gotten here, so it wasn't like him. So she wondered if he'd been asleep the whole time they'd been here. When there was no response, the man shouted the same phrase again and woke the swordsman. Ricardo woke up and wondered if they had already left. Of course, it was true that there was always someone that was better. So it looks like he's going to have to train harder, or he's going to get overconfident. This guy who works for them is the #1 guy in town when it comes to catching demons, but that's only because Ricardo isn't with the Ghost Company. He then approached his boss and remarked that he would like to quit. Still, he doesn't want to be a bodyguard. He wants to join the Ghost Company. This man was a common idler, so the old man was surprised and asked if he even understood what he was giving up. At night, the entire town where the events took place was lit up with bright lanterns. And there was a guy walking down a crosswalk on a street. He was told not to underestimate the target this time, because apparently he doesn't exist in this world. Their database can't find it, and the only thing they can confirm is that the target knows how to use spiritual energy. Of course, they prepared in the harbor and prepared a boat for him after completing his mission. He must leave the city immediately. And this man was a supporter and a so-called hired gun, and his name was Bill. And when he heard the instruction, he remarked that he understood everything. A man sat in the room and said that he was finally making a move. A subordinate said that their target is the strategist of Quan Hui Financial Group. And he must be quite extraordinary, so whether you can really trust the mercenary they've hired. The supervisor remarked that he shouldn't be so worried since he was #1 in his business. His target is an ordinary strategist, and so far he's managed to complete missions while remaining undetected. He once took down an entire terrorist organization himself, and the most frightening thing about him is that he only used 1 bullet to do it. To top it all off, he fled the scene and left no trace. After killing this strategist, the man is very curious about how the Quan Hui Financial Group will fight against him. Bill looked up at the moon and thought this was his 112th order. He had never failed at a mission before. In order to successfully accomplish the mission, the most important thing for the assassin of this intelligence. So this job is a huge test for him. After all, at this point, the mercenary has little to no information about the other side. He, for his part, has been eyeing his target for a little over a month now. It is quite challenging to understand his behavior. The current target of reality is the man, as if he were some kind of enigma. He only walks in the house, stay, and it is his own house, and the Kwanhui Financial Group, so has no personal life at all. Other than reading, this person has no interest or hobbies, does not use electronic devices, and does not even have a cell phone. The most curious thing about this is that the man only sleeps an hour each day. Now he was distracted from his reading and looked at his watch. The mercenary realized that his instincts were telling him that this man knew about him. The sense of unease the guy was feeling went against all his principles. Bill has unreliable information, but he's decided to kill him tonight after all. His target continued to sit at home, and as the guy prepared to attack, he smiled. Not long afterward, a bullet flew out of the rifle toward the house. It flew quite a distance, and the person it flew into saw it perfectly. But he didn't even move, even when his window was pierced. The bullet was heading closer to his head, and it was obvious that it was flying exactly on target. The moment she was in the cigarette smoke, she began to vaporize. Being almost a few millimeters away from the victim's head, it disappeared completely. Bill was discouraged by this and wondered if his bullet had just vaporized like that. The man who was the target of this attempt smiled slyly and raised his hand. The mercenary noticed this and realized that he did know the guy was here, but when he figured it out, literally in a few seconds, this man felt that above him, as if you appeared a huge eye that watches. A cold sweat immediately ran down his body, and the boy wondered if something was watching him. A little startled, Bill pulled a weapon from his sleeve and pointed it there. But when he saw what was watching him, he was discouraged. The mercenary had no way of knowing what these things were. After all, he hadn't noticed them when he came up here. Was it possible that they had all been hiding in the shadows all this time? There are so many of these incomprehensible creatures, and the guy doubts that they are solely for observation. But if they all wanted to attack the guy, they would have done it a long time ago. So with little information, Bill decided to make a preemptive strike and fired on the creatures, while realizing the targets were too small. Based on the frequency at which they flap their wings, they are capable of moving very fast, so if you shoot at them, the chances of hitting are actually very slim. Needing to limit their movement area first, Bill used the bullet path technique, and so the large net flew straight into the creatures. The creature, meanwhile, proved so frisky that it avoided the net and headed straight for the main body. Without pausing for a second, each creature attacked him. Therefore, after a few moments, the mercenary's body was pierced as if by bullets. Bill's body was falling downward from a great height, and he thought they were faster than his bullet. All those things didn't hurt him enough to kill them, but they scratched him slightly, so it's unclear if they're not taunting him. The man, who continued to be in his tower, apologized for injuring him so much. Na asked the mercenary to go back to his home and rest there for a few days. Also asking for help in relaying one message he had for the boss, he spoke to the mercenary through the one creature that was near his face. The message said in a gruff tone that if the guy bothered him again, he would find his boss himself. Bill was dumbfounded by this, and after a few seconds saw that the creature had turned into a red bean. After that, the guy used his weapon to latch onto the building. He realized that the known information he had that the target was capable of instantly erasing the bullet. The mercenary doesn't know what methods he used, but somehow he knew the location as well as the time of the operation, which the guy picked at random. He also managed to turn red beans into living creatures that were incredibly strong and could do harm. This happened on April 23rd, Bill's most humiliating day. The mercenary promised that someday he would repay the debt to make up for the humiliation he had made him suffer. The man crossed out the date and thought that nothing else should happen this month. Suddenly he turned his attention to his hand and the pencil he was writing with. After that, he noticed on a leaf that the day after tomorrow would be a good day for him. Still, he wondered what would happen. It was a Fangxian warrior who specialized in strategy, and his name was Henry. The man reflected that he wondered what the man said he would meet there. The hero was near the front door of the apartment and yelled at Sophia to open the door. The girl begged and smiled, telling him to stop because she was ticklish, and further said that she was about to open the door. Anastasia asked who it was she was talking to, and the front door opened and the demon wished her a good return. On her chest at the same time sat Richard. When it saw the protagonist, it immediately jumped on his face and shouted happily that the master had returned. David asked his companion why she had missed him. Sophia replied that he couldn't resort to the room and was anxious to see his host. The guy said he would beat the demon if he kept doing it. The girl was worried about Anastasia and said what was wrong with her arm and leg. Her companion told her not to worry as she was no longer in pain, and further inquired about how many demons were here. The girl hesitated for a moment, and then stated that there were about 100 of them. Richard was overjoyed and continued to sit on his master's neck. Just a few moments later, his pupil changed and became like some cats. At the same instant, a red mark appeared in the room, and something was about to come out of it. The heroine saw that portal and asked what it was. Sophia looked and said that this teleportation ion gate connected to another world by a yellow path. It seems that the Lords Again seekers are already here. The interlocutor was surprised and asked what other world and what kind of guests they have. The demon stated that it was true that for Mr. David they were guests, but not for them demons. After all, to them they are kings. Richard was surprised and noticed that it felt like something terrible was coming, so he didn't understand what the lady was doing. Sophia said he'd better not make a fuss, since they were demon kings and wouldn't hurt him. Anastasia said she was already completely confused and asked if someone was coming. The demon stated that she had already told her the ghost company story. Only a fraction of the demons remained in the human world. However, she didn't say where the majority went, and this place they call World 2, the demon city of Lantine. Now, these creatures have the most power in that world, and they are called the Five Seekers. They have showered the demons with love as well as care and are kings worth kneeling before. It also turns out that it is a huge honor to see them. The demons kneeled down after that, and someone began to appear from the portal. Anastasia turned her attention there and saw 5 small creatures there. So was dumbfounded and asked if these little guys were the kings of the demonic world. In reality, the Lanting Demon City kings had arrived here, and it was 5 seekers. The girl thought that she used to be able to see the true forms of demons, or at least tell how strong their spirituality was. Take those 2 Mercury wolves, for example, because earlier she could see ghostly wolf-like figures and feel how strong their spiritual energy was. But here are these beings like David. She doesn't feel how strong their spiritual energy is at all. Their energy exists as air on this only further frightens the girl. The hero turned his attention to them and asked if they are really here. He will play and go to bed. And yet they can do whatever they want, Anastasia thought. This is a demon king. Can he really treat them so casually? The creature stated that she apologized for another disturbance, and the girl wondered if they were not at all imposing, if they were really demon kings. After the creatures turned to Sophia and noticed that they had met again so she could stand up, the girl thanked the Lord's 5 seekers. The interlocutor then told the girl to give them these things. At night, the sound of a truck was heard near some abandoned factory. The vehicle was headed inside the huge hangar where it was already waiting. There were several men there, and the person in charge asked if the cargo had already been checked. The interviewee said that it had, and everything was in order. The man further stated that he wanted to take a look at him, so they came closer. The subordinate stated that she seems to be emotionally unstable, so he should check it out. Suddenly, some large footsteps were heard in the huge back of this truck. Next, some creature was beating against the boards and trying to get out of there. And a few moments after that, the door at the back swung open. The supervisor, as well as the subordinate, stood behind him and looked over there. It was absolute darkness in the body, and only a few blazing red eyes were visible. A few seconds later, the head of a huge demonic creature appeared out of the darkness. Further, the door as well as the rear of the truck was completely destroyed, and the creature that was just inside jumped behind the men's backs. As a result, the huge demon hovered right above the humans, and the subordinate defended his master. Tears came to the supervisor's eyes, and he remarked that she was quite similar to what the records said. Amazing, because she really existed. In front of them at that very time was not just a demonic being, but a demonic deity. The girl asked why he was the one who kidnapped her, since apparently this was not the center of the city, but the outskirts. In the end, the company ghost wouldn't even know if she ate him. The bodyguard said they both have snake properties, and technically he should call her his elder. Rumor has it that people call her the mother of all demons. But besides the ability to reproduce many demons, and her combat rating is below rank A. But if she attacked, the guy would fight her to the end. His body at that moment transformed, and a true demonic appearance was visible. The chief stepped forward and stated that everything should be discussed, as fighting would not benefit anyone. He brought her here because he needed a small favor, a man asking her to help him give new life to a demon. But right after that, he would not only let her go, but he would give her enough money to live on for the rest of her life. The interlocutor was interested and asked if he had lost his mind. This was in direct contradiction to the truce the ghost company had made. She would be banished back to the demon city of Lantern while he was being arrested. The man stated that she shouldn't worry about it and asked if she knew who he even was. Further introduced himself and said that he is the first son of the owner of Shangyu Financial Group, and his name is Oliver. Also sure the interviewee is aware that half of the company's expenses are ghosted, solidified by 4 financial groups, as she wonders if the company can do something to him. After hearing that, the demon deity jumped up. She thought they were black market demon hunters and wanted to intimidate them. But these men are from a financial group, so she can't afford to join in their dark deeds. Looks like she'll have to lay low once she finds her son. And so the roof of the huge hangar they were in was pierced by the creature. Oliver shouted after her not to leave, for her son was in their hands. The woman heard this and so returned, inquiring what he had said. The man thought the boy had a chance for survival after all. There were several men running around in one of the city blocks. One of them asked how the case was going. The mind was told that they couldn't find it, for the guy appeared to be fast. The first ordered the search to continue, for if the Lord found out they had lost him, he would torture them to death. After the child heard that his pursuers had gone the other way, he began to run very fast down the road. He reflected that a bunch of strangers had invaded his house, and then his mom had pushed him off the balcony when she was grabbed. The boy was useless and could do nothing but run away. Mom talked about the ghost company and how they can help demons with ID like them. But it's unclear whether they can really trust these people who got them to sign these contracts. The baby was very sad and crying, not knowing what to do next, also not knowing who would save his mom. Meanwhile, the main character continued to do nothing and just picked his nose. Sophia brought out a box and noticed that this was what was wanted from her. Immediately she began to open it, and 5 creatures looked there intently. They lined up and waited for what would appear from inside. Anastasia wondered if that meant they were here to pick up some things. Since they are demon kings, there must be something very important to them in this box. Of course, it is possible that it is some powerful weapon or quite valuable an item. Unclear as to what might have been inside, the creatures took these items and headed upstairs. It turned out to be devices they could play with, some telling them they would lose that round and some telling them not to get upset. The creatures expressed completely different emotions and were ready to go to different positions, the main one stating to David that Georg had arrived with them. They go to the ghost company to help with something. He really missed him, and doesn't the guy want to say hi to him? The main character started shaking after hearing this. Next he smiled and said it was okay, because his sister Lucy wouldn't let him leave the house. The interlocutor touched the doorknob and remarked, "I wondered if that was so, but if it was, who then okay?" Anastasia saw them all enter the room and wondered if they had come just to play together. The Demon Kings must have nothing better to do after all. Sophia said they have a lot to do every day and they treat coming here like a vacation. The girl asked if it was a vacation. Why would they come to David's house? The little interlocutor stated that it was because they knew his master very well. Besides, the gentlemen 5 bloodhounds also like him themselves. Anastasia said she had never been on the 2nd floor and asked if the rest of the 100 demons were upstairs, where he said there are 3 rooms upstairs. There is a regular bedroom meant for the Seekers, behind it a room for the rest of the demons, and after that, David's training room. The girl asked if there was a room that could hold over 100 demons and a training room. Sophia said there's an alternate space inside. Mr. Georg, who the bloodhounds just mentioned, was the one who created it for David. The little girl wants to see him again, because he is so handsome. The interlocutor asked if this friend of the hero, the demon said that in the space and techniques of the gentleman, is the strongest. The Demon City parallel space was created by him. He is the leader of the city, which is located in the Demon City of Lantine. Anastasia asked, so did he create the parallel space himself? But how big is this demon city? The little interlocutor said it's a parallel space, so it's about as big as the human world. The girl was dumbfounded, and the demon asked what was wrong. The heroine said she had gotten too much information in the past few days. My brain can't process it anymore. The existence of demons is shocking as it is, and to think there are 2 more frightening worlds. David stepped up and stated that these guys talk quite a bit. He then turned to Anastasia and stated that he needed to talk to her about something important. It's basic knowledge for her to perform for a ghost company. Somewhere in the headquarters of the ghost company in the Luzon branch was a commander. She stood near the huge screen and waited for the meeting. Soon the woman turned her attention to the side and noticed that someone had walked in on her. Lucy turned back to her companion and wondered if he had finally arrived. The fellow advanced inside with a smile on his face at that and inquired what orders Miss Lucy would say. This was exactly what the leader of Zihwai city of Lanting Demon City, Georg. The commander said that the number of accidents in various cities is rapidly increasing. They have to do something about it because the citizens will sooner or later find out about the existence of demons. So the woman would want him to help them create special demonic tools. Of course there's more, as they can go into more detail once the leader of the secret Taoists, James, arrives. The interlocutor remarked that if the master has left the mountain, does it mean that something great is about to happen? James looked up at the moon and remarked to Sam that they were saving a lot of energy on this trip, but weren't they moving too slowly? Turtle said he's old, so he can't fly very fast anyway, believes the man was summoned by the ghost company because something big is going on. The interviewer said that no one knows that, and it's been a while since he's seen Lucy. Still a pretty good opportunity to see her. Sam wondered if he didn't want to see David at all. Instead, they were on the roof of an airplane, and the man said that if it was about his student, he would soon return to the mountain himself to find him. The boy was in the neighborhood where he was and thought that people couldn't be trusted because of his mom believing people too often. She got caught. Demons like them who live with ID cards can't attack people even if their lives are threatened. Since the ghost company entered into such a contract, it's obvious that they have a general indifference to them. And the only one who can save his mom at this point is himself. The boy was angry and thought that if even a hair on her body was harmed, he would kill them all. He then turned his attention forward and his facial expression changed. For there he saw a girl walking between the mole and eating ice cream. As she did so, she also noticed the boy and immediately turned her attention to the side. There hung one of the many surveillance cameras that looked out over this suburb. When the girl noticed that the camera had turned on them, she immediately threw her purchases to the ground. She then grabbed the boy, who looked like a demon, and claimed he was running after her. The moment the camera turned to the place where he had not before been, there was only a package left. The stranger said it would be bad if the CCTV cameras caught the boy. He was surprised and asked who she was. The interviewee said, didn't his parents tell him, after all, more than 1 million cameras are installed throughout the city of the ghost company? He is a demon and can be detected. The moment the system learns that he has revealed himself as a demon, he will be sent back to the demon city of Lantine. The kid asked if she too is a demon. The girl had no response to this and stated that he was lucky she had stumbled upon him. Afterward claimed she was from the ghost company and dumbfounded the boy with it. He was instantly wary because of this and jumped far away to the side. Further got angry and said that if she was a ghost from the company, she shouldn't pretend to be here to help him because the boy didn't care anymore. Katie says he must have some misconception about the company and asks him to take him to his parents. The little interlocutor said he only had his mom, but she too was taken away by people. The girl asked what he was saying. Was she really captured by people? Have him tell her the time and place and she'll report it to headquarters right now. The kid yelled, stop pretending to be a good person. She must be here to catch him, and he's not as stupid as his mom to believe anything any man says. Let the girl doesn't think she's afraid just because she's from the ghost company, but after all, she's just a human, and she shouldn't underestimate the demon. The interlocutor asked if he didn't trust the ghost company. If that was the case, then she wouldn't be requesting reinforcements. Then she's Katie and swears by her position as deputy commander of the ghost company. Swears he's gonna save that boy's mom for sure. Next, she said they should go, for they would go to his house first. The boy asked her to wait and asking why she was the one helping him. She remarked that she didn't understand why he had a misconception about the ghost company. But there is something the girl must tell him, for there is something else besides helping to keep the peace between humans and demons. The main purpose of their company is to protect demons. The boy was surprised and thought that look told him she wasn't lying. After that, he lowered his gaze down and returned his human form. Suddenly felt some strange energy ahead and asked the girl what she was doing. To these materialized a vehicle and asked him to get in. The kid was dumbfounded and asked where the bike came from. Soon afterward, together they were speeding straight down the road. The boy sat in the back, and he liked the way they moved around. Katya asked why he was the one who hated the ghost company. The boy looked a little embarrassed and then stated that it was all because many of the terms of the truce were unfair to demons. The girl assumed that his mother didn't resist when she was captured. She's a good mother because if she had resisted, she would have been in trouble too. The kid may think it's unfair, but has he ever considered that not only are there a lot of bad people in this world, but there are also a bunch of bad demons? Without this trait, many demons will try to find a loophole and take advantage of it. It is these creatures that pose a huge threat to humans who cannot fight back, making it difficult to keep the secret about the demons when humanity starts to panic from this discovery, and the girl thinks most won't want to coexist with them. While what happened to his mother sometimes happens to others, boys shouldn't forget, after all, that half the reason for their existence is defense for demons. That's exactly why Katie loves this job, so she asks him to trust her because she will definitely save his mom. The boy with his nose could smell what it smelled like, so he shouted for the girl to turn left. Kathy stated that he was holding on tighter in that case. After that, the girl made a sharp maneuver on the vehicle, turning left, then wondered if her little passenger had discovered the people who had his mother. The demon said it wasn't just his nose had always been very sensitive, but his mom's scent came from right here. Kathy told him to hold on tight in that case because she would speed up. The boy stated that he now believes her 100% and will repay her if his mom can be saved. The girl smiled and said that was all she wanted to hear from him. She then increased her speed and together they raced down the road and after the smell. After a time, the vehicle arrived at the abandoned factory and the boy stated that he could smell his mom at the location. Katie said this is Ukraine, and it's one of the places where demon hunters make their deals. The boy went forward and remarked to her to stay behind, for he would protect her. Also not to hurt people, for they would run away as soon as he saved his mom. His companion came up to him and stroked his head, remarking that he was not allowed to use violence wherever he went. She stepped forward and said she promised to save his mom, so she would do it no matter what. Besides, perhaps she really is just a clerk now. Even so, she used to be one of the employees of the department in charge of catching demons. Deputy commander of the ghost company, Katie drew her sword-like weapon and was ready for battle. She said that if anything happened, she would be there for her all the time. The boy smiled and said that was a good thing. Together they headed inside the factory, and Katie declared that they should save her mom. The boy went on to say that he could distinctly smell her odor inside that factory. His companion asked if he was sure of that, because it looked like there was no one here. She can only smell diesel inside, and it's very strong, so she assumes there was a big truck here. There is also a huge hole in the ceiling there, and so she asked if it was possible that his mother had already escaped. The demon didn't answer, and she glanced up to see the boy sniffing the floor. He looked around quite a bit and noticed that his mom's smell was coming from underground. So likely that there must be a secret door here. The girl stepped closer and motioned for him to step back a bit. Also asked him to stand as far away from the place as possible. He was a little surprised, but agreed to do so. Katie touched where they had been all this time and exuded in her hands some green, acrid smoke. It filled literally the entire space near where the supposed door was located. Soon the girl said that there was indeed a secret passageway, and it seemed to be for a freight elevator. So suggested we go down together and take a look at what's below. After a while, they headed for a stall, and soon the elevator arrived, emitting the appropriate signal. Kathy said it was quite a long descent, so wondered if the boy was okay. He looked ahead while doing so and stated there was something there. There was some man up ahead who noticed that he was already bored. At that, he no longer thought that anyone alive would get here so quickly. The girl said she was from the ghost company and asked for assistance and to give the mother of this child. If, however, after wearing a disclaimer that she would arrest him on the grounds that he was complicit in the demon abduction, the man asked if she was going to arrest him with the sword alone. He answers only to the young master, and there are orders he has given him. Katie turned her attention to the creature in front of her, and he was saying to kill all intruders. Next, he created clones that looked like himself, and stated that if she managed to survive even after he smoked that cigarette, he might consider letting her go. A large number of clones of the creature rushed straight ahead down the corridor. The deputy director of the company realized that she would have to fight them, so she used her armament and used tremendous force. Because of this, the girl easily repelled the first wave of opponents with a single blow. Next, performing various pirouettes, she would head across the room and kill the creatures in front of her. Katie made this swift attack so quickly that it wasn't long before she was near the main body. That said, she didn't want to stop and was ready to take the final shot. The creature that guarded the place was startled when it saw the girl's leg. The deputy commander of the ghost company hit him with tremendous force and drove him into the door that was behind his back. The opponent thereupon collapsed to the ground, and the cigarette which was in his mouth also fell. Further, he remained unconscious, and the openness that was there a few seconds ago was gone. Kathy afterward declared that smoking is really bad for you, and let the boy not learn bad habits from this uncle. The boy was just discouraged by what had just happened in front of him, and noticed that he understood everything. Soon they were heading down the hallway together, and the girl asked what his name was. The demon said she could call him Damien. At the same time, Oliver's bodyguard was near the screen and saw them coming. The girl along with her little partner were making their way inside this huge room, and there were various installations. Damien tried to make his sense of smell even sharper and hear his mom's scent. He then felt something and stated that he heard his mother's odor. He is exactly in the far room that is in front of them. Katie told him to stay close to her, for there were guards there, and the girl was sure there would be more inside. The boy agreed to it. A few seconds after he said that, something swept by them and grabbed him. The kidnapper turned out to be the Lord's bodyguard, who was in his true form. Of course, the deputy commander of the company noticed this and used her power to pull her arm out. So her limb traveled a great distance and touched the boy's arm. After that, she easily took him away from his captor and pulled him to her. The demonic entity that had abducted him stopped. He further stated that he had just been informed that they had lost a child. No one thought he would come to them on his own. Next, the guy stated that the girl was human and yet could extend her arm that far, but it was unexpected. Katie immediately tells him that on behalf of the ghost company, she urges him to surrender and give up the mother of this child. But the demon shouted that it didn't matter to him who she was. Before the young master finished his research, she couldn't leave. The girl immediately prepared for defense, for she sensed that she was being prepared to be attacked. The creature bounced its throat at this to make its attack more unpredictable. Out of thin air, opponents began to strike quite strong and accurate blows, but the girl easily reflected them with her sword. These attacks were instantaneous, but Katie still managed to fend them off. And so after a few moments of unpredictability, she was ready for him to attack. The demonic creature looked at her with its eyes and sensed the danger. That's why this guy flew off to the side, and the girl used a hyacinth skill called Cut. The bodyguard couldn't believe that she attacked him the moment he landed. This girl's reaction is faster than an ordinary person. The sword energy we had formed with our own spiritual energy could strike him while he was in the air. Even so, she intended to miss the opportunity, and the place of it hit the ground running. The demon stated that he had to say he was slightly annoyed at being underestimated. Katie touched the weapon and noticed that this sword is known as Black Iris. It is made of black meteoric iron, and it doesn't matter what kind of armor the opponent has because it won't help. The girl doesn't want to hurt him or take his life and suggests he stop resisting. The demon said he'd heard something about black and white meteoric iron and didn't expect to see it here. However, his armor is considered one of the most durable among all demons. He's even curious if this girl's sword is sharper or if his armor is stronger. Katie, after looking at him, was embarrassed and immediately turned her head to the side. Then said it was a battle after all, so didn't understand why he undressed and asked him to put his clothes back on. The demonic being at that told her to stay out of the way and showed him her blade. The interlocutor remarked that he believes he won't give up until she beats him. But in that case, she can only pray it doesn't kill him. Katie had built up quite a bit of energy and started spinning very quickly. Next, this attack was heading towards his opponent at a rapid speed, and he noticed it. Suddenly said nothing happened and didn't realize if she was just putting on some kind of show here. After a few moments, the girl's attack ended and she stopped. She went on to say that she used a devil trap technique called flower cutting. The demonic creature saw green slashes flying towards him. A few seconds after it happened, the attack reached its target and smoke rose from there. The deputy commander of the ghost company tied back her hair and noticed that hopefully he wasn't too badly hurt. After that, she turned to Damien and remarked that she should go, for it should be safe inside. The boy was shocked at what was happening, but still agreed with her, while realizing that the girl was really good. The first thing that made the motorcycle appear out of nowhere. Then discovered a hidden passageway. And not only is she a good fighter, but she can extend her arm and magnify her weapon. The kid wondered who she really was. Suddenly, the picture in front of his eyes began to soap up and distort in the process. Damien was surprised because of this and wondered why this vision had gotten worse. He turned to his companion and wanted to say something but did not have time, for he fell unconscious. The girl noticed that something had happened to the boy and asked what was wrong. But the answer to that question was given to her by her opponent, who appeared out of the smoke and noticed that the boy had been poisoned. He doesn't know how sharp the girl's blade is, but his energy created by her spiritual energy can't harm him. Kathy was discouraged at what was happening and wondered how this was possible. Did he really remain unharmed? Suddenly she felt her pupils shrink dramatically. Just like that, the picture in front of her eyes began to wash out, and the interlocutor said not to be surprised, for she was also poisoned. Now her vision blurred, and soon it would weaken and feel with a tightness in her chest. Then her body would go numb until she lost all combat effectiveness. The swordsman didn't even feel anything when his venomous sting pierced her. The moment he grabbed the child, he had plenty of time to guide the toxin into their bodies. The girl realized that this situation looked very bad for her and remarked that it was mean. The demonic creature went on to say that the poison he used was the least lethal and slow in action. Of course she won't die from it. His job just doesn't let anyone into the lab. The moment the experiment is over, he'll let her go. Now administer another toxin that will make her forget everything that happened tonight. Katie noticed that her opponent had approached her and was ready to take that cab away. So she used her power to retreat, and a huge haze appeared right in front of the demon. Moments after the smoke cleared, the bodyguard was shocked, for he realized they were gone. He realized that this was literally the first time prey was eluding him, but it was unclear who it was. The demon continued to be in the same spot and didn't know what to do. But near one of his limbs, something was moving. It was the girl who used her power and grabbed the boy. Realized she was losing consciousness and needed to get to that spot before she fell, and that person was the only one who could save that baby's mom. Anastasia asked if it was about her gut. David said it was. She did well in the old house. If it wasn't for her, the mission wouldn't have been finished. All because that guy in her body can see things the hero can't detect. For example, that bean spirit, if it wasn't for her, the guy wouldn't have known that Fangxian sect warriors still existed in this world. David sealed the consciousness of this mummy for tonight. It reappeared, and it doesn't look like it's all that easy. But that's okay, because the girl is safe with him. He smiled further, and stated that they should come up with a plan for this mummy. If the girl wanted to get into the ghost company, she should have some flair at least. Such as the different demonic categories. There are 4 main demonic categories: spirit, fairy, monster, and god. Most spirits are born from possession and offend people when they die. Ordinary people can't see them, and they only move around at night or in dark places. Fairies are born when plants and non-living things absorb the spiritual energy of other living organisms for a long time, moving day and night. Monsters are born when animals cultivate spiritual energy on their own, and they move day and night. Divine beings appeared before humans. They have great destructive power and move also day and night. Anastasia noticed that there are actually different types of demons. That's good. But what is spiritual energy? Because today he said that the girl has it too. The guy said all living things have this energy, and she can think of it as some mysterious force. For humans, it is spiritual energy. For demons, demonic energy. Literally, all people in the world are born with spiritual energy, but it is not active, as if it were locked inside a chest at that moment. But then one day the chest is suddenly opened. It is also when man becomes endowed with superhuman abilities. But the spiritual energy of most of the people is not activated unless they practice cultivation. Of course, a very small percentage of people are born with active energy. They are the ones who are the kind of people with superpowers, as if from a movie. At that, the hero said they called them wanderers. Anastasia noticed that she actually remembered the red-haired rascal calling himself a wanderer. David said they don't usually join a ghost company. Some prefer to be bodyguards for the rich. To avoid being labeled an outcast, most of them hide their superpowers. Catching spirits is important and secret work. HQ won't just let you join their ranks. So if a person is not a Taoist and wants to join a ghost company, they should be recommended by another Taoist. But the girl should not worry, because his master can recommend her. Next, he wanted proudly to tell about his master, but he felt something on his shoulder. Anastasia, while listening to him all this time, fell asleep and lay down on top of him. The guy was a little surprised because of this and didn't know what to do. He then turned his attention to the far side of the room, for he saw someone there. Sophia snapped a picture of them, and David shouted out what this ONV would do. The joyful girl ran out of there and laughingly said what a great couple they were after all, but it was time for her to go to bed. The hero was a bit discouraged by this and thought why he suddenly had this strange feeling. It's kind of like that feeling when the guy saw her crying in the old house tonight. He had never felt like this before, and no wonder the master wanted David to stay away from women. But it was all really strange. The boy used his eye to look at his heart, and that's where he saw that it wasn't working the way it normally did. He realized that his heart wasn't pounding like it normally did, and it was strange. After that, the hero pushed the girl who was lying on his shoulder away from him, and she flopped down on the sofa. Therefore, he was a little embarrassed and wondered if he was suffering from ki deficiency. Although it simply couldn't be anymore, since he's always practicing inner alchemy, and he's definitely completely healthy. Suddenly, there was a knock on the front door of the apartment, and the guy wondered who it was that brought it in the middle of the night. But immediately he headed for the door to see who was there. When the hero opened the door, he was surprised, for he saw a familiar face before him. That's where the deputy commander was. The girl was not in the best of health, and so David asked Katie what had happened to her. The companion only had time to say the guy's name, and then her pupil ended upward. She fell unconscious, and the boy asked what was wrong. Had Sis Lucy made her drink again? But when the protagonist looked ahead, he was surprised and didn't realize what else it was. For just ahead down the hallway, he saw a boy who was also lying unconscious on the floor. The guard told the gentleman that the intruder was of the company and a ghost, and she still managed to escape. So for the moment they can't stay here because it's dangerous. He has informed the second experimental base and should leave immediately. At the same time together, they were near some device that had 2 tanks. One of them had a deity in it, and the other had some girl in it. After a few minutes, a notification appeared on the monitor screen that it was a successful gene match. After Oliver saw this, he broke out into a crazy smile and laughed for a very long time. The bodyguard looked at this and was a little surprised, for it all looked strange. The guy on the other hand kept laughing and stood near one of the deity tanks. He smiled afterward and remarked that he had found a way to bring the man in the upper tank back to life after all. There was a girl there who was connected to various devices, and her name was Jennifer. 2 days after the incident, Anastasia said she had been out for 2 days, and couldn't they bring her to the hospital? The guy said her pulse was normal, but she was unconscious. The girl said that she is from the company after all, and he should let the team know. The hero asked if she didn't realize. After all, Katie came here because she doesn't want them to know. The deputy commander finally did open her eyes after that, and Anastasia declared that she was awake. Katie stated that she all realized 2 days had passed and the kidnapper had already escaped. David noticed that she didn't have the guts to go there without notifying Lucy's little sister. The interviewee said the boy didn't trust the company at the time, so she promised him she would rescue him herself, and it was an emergency. The hero said he would help, and there's no question about it, but it would take some time to find his mom. Damien said he has a really great sense of smell, so he might as well give it a try. David wondered if he could find his mom just by smell. The interviewee remarked that it was possible, because that's how he found that very base. The baby climbed up on the windowsill, and the girl asked that he be careful. The demon began to engage his keen sense of smell in order to recognize smells from the surrounding area. The demonic deity that was his mom continued to be in the lab where she was being experimented on. The odor that was emitted in that lab and spread through the ventilation shaft. Next, rather massive fans drove indoor air from the street, and already the smaller fans were pulling various odors outside. This aero system was at the top of the mountain, and so the odors wafted throughout the city. Even to the huge house where the protagonist lived, all this was also coming from. Damien spent an extended period of time trying to capture the exact scent of his mom. Soon he smelled a familiar scent and immediately shouted out that he had found his mom. The hero turned to the boy afterward and remarked to the little fox to come down, told him to go and have dinner, and the guy would be back soon, while already using a suppression rune skill called Borrowed Wind. Oliver continued to be in the lab and watched Jennifer's condition closely, then turned to the control panel and turned to the console and remarked to the console to provide an analysis of the degree of success. The system reported that the data transmission of genetic brain structure 30%, also low success rate and security carrier. It was then announced that the data transmission of genetic brain structure 65% high success rate and the carrier at risk. And soon it was said that the transmission of genetic brain structure data 100% success rate of 99.9% and the chance of carrier survival is extremely low. Oliver said to keep the data transfer at maximum and ordered it to be carried out. The bodyguard told the Lord that the ghost company knows that they kidnapped a demon with an ID, and so if the company finds out that they used her in an experiment, the man's father could be implicated. The man stated that the subordinate was really talking too much today. After all, even if he is forced to go against the entire ghost company or find more tens of 1,000s of demons, he will get Jennifer back. The guy really didn't understand the love between a man and also a woman. There were tubes connected to the demonic deity through which a green liquid flowed. Soon they began to very much define, replenish, and the woman's body began to move on its own. Her body also became congested at this and started trying to get that fluid out of there. The girl who was in the upper tank continued to stay there. Just 2 years ago, she was sitting there beaten and held down by some man. He said that if she didn't pay them back, he would have to sell her to a nightclub. Of course, it's too bad she doesn't use her looks to make money from it. He does not understand this because the girl spent all the money to treat her father, but he still died. So why did she then borrow money if she knew that he could not be cured? What if one of these rascals noticed who was standing there looking at them? He then called the guy an asshole and asked him what he was staring at and let him mind his own business. Oliver held up his hands and told them to ignore him. He walks here every day and is just a passerby, so let them carry on. Still, he likes to see people begging for forgiveness or for help a lot. And that's exactly his luck today, as he's just going to look at the good show in front of him. The man looked at her and didn't realize what was wrong with this girl since her expression hadn't changed since the beginning, so perhaps she is a weakling. The man who was beating her smiled and remarked that he was a passerby who liked entertainment. Immediately afterward, he rose from his seat and punched the man and told him not to think he wouldn't touch him just because he had a bodyguard. The guy who came with the man was already ready to start a fight, but the supervisor indicated with a hand gesture for him to do nothing. That man who in the background continued to stare angrily, not realizing what he was doing. Oliver smiled and remarked, "So that's what pain is. What a wonderful feeling it is after all." Literally immediately he swung his leg and prepared to attack. He kicked his opponent so hard and fast in the head that he didn't even realize it. And just moments later, the man's body flew back a few meters. This thug's subordinate immediately ran up to him and asked if he was okay or the boss. Immediately afterward, he called Oliver a bastard and asked if he even knew who they were. The man picked up a coin and tossed it in their direction. He went on to say that he apologized. He thought he heard a skull crack, and it looked like he was going to spend the rest of his life as a vegetable. So they can trade that gold coin in the bank for 30 million, but that's for hospital expenses. That man looked at her and stated that it was a gold coin of Kwangsi Company, further apologized and remarked for the man to pretend that nothing happened. Oliver chimed in that the money also included everything this girl owed them. The interviewer said he understood, and she was completely at his disposal. The man said that this sidekick he taught him, he's pretty slick, so he's taking him somewhere fun tonight. The girl got up and asked to wait. She thanked them for returning her debt. Next, she said she had nothing, but she could offer herself, and a man could ask her to do anything. Oliver thought it was a busy girl and asked if anything. And so it was that very night that they went to the Jiwon-hee Company's hotel. Jennifer went to the bathroom where she had to completely wash her body. And so when she did, she took a close look at herself in the mirror. Next, after making sure everything was in order, she slowly began to walk out of the bathroom. Oliver noticed her and told her to come over to him if she had already completely washed her body. He went on to ask if he understood correctly that she said she was willing to do anything. Next, the man smiled rather slyly and remarked for her to remove her towel. Without a second thought, Jennifer obeyed that order and the towel came off. Oliver looked into her eyes and swept her up with no emotion as she toweled off, so he wasn't amused. Immediately afterward, he rose from his seat and came closer. For a few seconds, he just watched her, then grabbed her arm rather abruptly. Immediately afterward, the man placed her on the bed head down. But at the same time, when he would see its back, it was just discouraged. After all, there were a huge number of abrasions on her lower body, as well as impact marks. It was that night that the man saw the mutilation on her back from borrowing money from loan sharks to save her drinking father. She grew up without a mother along with an abusive alcoholic father, Oliver thought at the time. Is that really all that made her who she is now? At the same time, he didn't even know why, but since then he had developed a special feeling for her. It was a great desire to protect her. The man was showing more and more of his interest in her. Together they went shopping with her and it brought him great interest. or just like taking a trip around the world together. Jennifer, meanwhile, never showed any interest whatsoever in anything, as if at this time she was only a mere puppet, something that did not even have a soul of its own. This girl was different from all the women he had met before, those women who could pretend to be anything they wanted just to get what they wanted. But what they were all just crazy about meant nothing to Jennifer from the word go. Still, it was the first time Oliver had felt so worthless in front of a woman. He wasn't sure. He had to find something that would interest her no matter the cost. But even after a year of unsuccessful attempts, Jennifer still continued to be the same, like a puppet. So the man told her to forget about all of this, being he had had enough. So he didn't want to get dragged into it anymore, so he decided to let her go. But when Oliver had said all this and was about to leave, the girl stopped him by grabbing his arm. After this, he turned around in surprise, for he did not understand what was wanted of him. Jennifer cried at that moment. Changed at last, she finally had someone by her side. It was the reason she begged not to leave her. The moment the man saw her so defenseless and sad, he realized something, for it turns out that he had unknowingly fallen in love with her a long time ago. And that very initial desire to protect the girl twisted like a volcano, and the mind simply spiraled out of control. Oliver hugged the girl and said that he could promise her that he would never leave her. But there was one condition. Next, he became embarrassed and averted his gaze, claiming her as his girlfriend. The interlocutor immediately pushed him away after hearing those words. Farther backed away a short distance and turned her back to him, and the guy didn't realize what had happened. Jennifer that moment mercifully fucked up and was embarrassed by what she heard. Further stated with a bright smile on her face to then he did not start dating from tomorrow. Immediately after the girl claimed it, then a truck came along and hit her. Thinking back on it, Oliver realized he'd already lost her once, so this time no one could stop him from saving her. Shortly after this situation, a huge explosion went off right in the ventilation shaft upstairs. The bodyguard heard the noise and realized something bad had happened. Oliver, and he also looked up and could see sand coming down from the ceiling. The demon realized that something was above, but whether this company was a ghost was, at that moment, completely unclear as to how they had found the place so quickly. A pillar of dust was rising from the room beyond the door. The bodyguard instantly ran out of the room and headed towards the intruder who had gotten there. Of course, he was well aware that the walls of this building were protected from missile fire, but what could possibly penetrate through them? When the creature appeared in the room, he saw a huge column of dust, as well as a large hole that there was a ceiling. It was in that cloud of dust that he saw a guy asking who had kidnapped the little kid's mother, saying let them bring her back. Otherwise, he would beat them that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. They need to hurry up and do it, because the guy needs to get home in time for dinner. When David mentioned this, the bodyguard was already behind him and ready to strike. Oliver, at the same time, ordered this guy to the console. The system obeyed him, and soon some sort of mechanism began to emerge from the ground. A battered man was tied to the platform, and the man noticed what he found the driver of this truck. He made up a story to try to get away from what he did. Soon the girl will be reborn again, and she will need human blood to stabilize her newborn body. That's why he was telling Jennifer to enjoy it after she was born. The man stood and looked ahead of himself, but the demonic deity's body had a larger number of individuals of female stature. The protagonist continued to stay where he was, but he was also attacked by a demon who was ready to strike. When the creature attempted to pierce the skin of the intruder in order to inject poison into him, the tip of his finger was broken. The bodyguard was very surprised, for his stinger broke before it even touched his skin. After a few moments, the protagonist turned his attention to his attacker and slapped him hard. That blow was strong enough to channel the creature straight into the ground, and David wondered what the hell it was that he had tried to do just then. The demon thought he wanted to knock him out with a stinger, but who would have thought he'd get punched in the face before he could do anything? In truth, he is a first-class demon after all, and this kid hit him with ease. Plus, it turns out he's scary strong. The hero turned his attention to the creature and asked if he was the one who kidnapped the baby's mom. The bodyguard thought that he probably wouldn't be able to face this man face to face, so he would have to drain his energy. This caused him to start emitting some sort of odor, and the hero asked what else it was, if he had farted. But the green haze that the creature was playing with continued to spread more and more. The demonic creature jumped aside and thought that he didn't want to take his life. But this person in front of him is an unusual opponent, so he has no choice but to use his strongest poison. On contact with this poisonous gas, the skin will swell and the body will become rigid and paralyzed. Just a small inhalation will be enough. His internal organs will rot and decay. The burning pain will be like the pain of swallowing molten iron. The poison will not be neutralized, and not even God will save him. Gas fills the room in seconds, and his opponent can't escape. Soon after he loses the ability to fight, the demon will get the poison out of his system and then find a way to lock him up. As the creature pondered about this, you suddenly turned your attention forward to something strange. For the huge cloud of poison he had filled this room with was headed as if by a tornado straight up. The demon continued to be in the room to see what was going on. At the same time, he had no way of knowing at that moment why the gas had abruptly started to be sucked out. The hero used a seal suppression skill called Borrowed Wind and said that if he wanted to fight, let him fight properly and stop showing off. David is practicing inner alchemy, and this poison can't hurt him in any way. But no sooner had he said it than he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Immediately afterward, a large stream from the food he had in his system came out. And it ended up working out a little bit after all. The guy yelled out that he was a rascal. Is this gas some kind of laxative? Since he really wants to fight, yours to do with face-to-face, because if he has to run to the bathroom, he'll use his face as toilet paper. The demon was surprised, for his poisonous gale had only caused this man to have an upset stomach. It turns out that the opponent can control the wind, and so he must be one of the secret Taoists, so he would end up having to use his full power. The demonic being began to transform its body to reveal its true form. After that, several limbs with mouths appeared from his back, ready to attack. The bodyguard, the moment he did all this, he immediately rushed to attack. The protagonist continued to be in the same spot and saw that this attack was indeed swift. The demonic creature in front of the guy a few meters in front of him jumped upwards. Next, one of the extending limbs opened its mouth, and strange green needles emerged from there. The second limb also joined the attack, so these needles were in great numbers. The protagonist continued to stand unperturbed and did not even move their eyes. One of the huge number of needles that were heading towards him was already a few millimeters away from his eye. But as she advanced further, she collided with something, and with the rupture deformed her form. The handkerchief of these projectiles continued to deliver their blows, but the guy's body was unharmed, for he was protected by some invisible force. The opponent was surprised, for he knew that these stingers could fight even armored vehicles, but this man was not even scratched once by them. And so while he was thinking about all this, then the main character did not hesitate and was already near him. David then punched this opponent pretty hard and drove him into the ground again, then landed on the ground and was a little discouraged by what he saw. The creature continued to be on the ground, and the guy wondered if he had died by accident. Oliver saw what happened on the screen and made a phone call, asking his caller if he was awake. He's got a bit of a problem there, so he needs a man's help. The sooner he did, the better, and the protagonist was already watching the camera. Henry was at home in his apartment and remarked to the gentleman that he understood everything and was on his way. Next, the man turned his attention to his notebook and saw that it was today's date that would bring him good luck. That's why he smiled and remarked on what lucky event was going to happen tonight, he wondered. Oliver spoke to you promising never to leave a girl, but only on one condition. He hesitated for a bit and then asked her to be his girlfriend. Jennifer pushed him away immediately at that, and he didn't realize what had happened. Next, he looked on in amazement as she stepped aside and sweetly smiled. So when the man saw this one, he also smiled because of the fact that he realized everything was okay. But in reality, the girl was smiling slyly, all the while waiting a whole year for him to finally fall in love with her. To make things go smoothly, she turned around and remarked to her new lover that then tomorrow would be their one day together. The very same truck that had subsequently beaten her was already heading full speed down the road. The driver, after seeing Jennifer, thought, "Here's the thing, since she's the one who got him into this mess." The man at that moment thought to have her promptly die by his own hand. He also remembered the time when they were together and smiled carefree at each other. Of course, this man was now very badly beaten and was remembering what had happened then. The system has announced that everyone should be careful. The incubator life form is in grave danger. The hoses that the divine being was connected to began to disconnect and fluid flowed from there. The system kept reporting danger, and suddenly a hand came out of the creature's abdomen. The protagonist was in the room next to it and thought that that guy was probably a rank A demon. His employer must be someone important to be able to hire someone of such high rank. so he really promises to have a very good one today. David headed excitedly toward the room where the woman was to be held. Suddenly, right in front of him, something began to emerge from the ground and rose straight up. It turned out to be one of the limbs of the demonic creature the guy had just fought. Its huge thing, which was controlled by a demon with a sudden movement, attacked David. After the haze from the impact dispersed a bit, the side could see the silhouette of a guy. The protagonist smiled and stated that of course he was a little on the cautious side, but that it was also, in truth, not a bad thing. Suddenly, a demon's main body began to emerge from the ground. David turned his attention there and saw that there was a huge demonic serpent in front of him. The opponent at that shouted that as long as he could move, the guy wouldn't take a step out that door. The hero immediately got up and stated that he would like to continue the game, but regardless, his goal is to save someone, so it's best to end things quickly. Plus it turns out he was a little hungry, so he jumped up sharply. And here, further without stopping for a second, delivered a rather powerful blow with his hand right on the monster's head. And the head of the huge serpent flew off to the side, and then he looked at the guy carefully. Upon seeing him, he wondered if he didn't have a scratch after his hard blow. The guard at this also did not want to stop his attacks, and used his tail to strike directly at the hero's stomach. David's body instantly flew off to the other side after that punch. As he flew towards the wall, he couldn't do anything about the direction of his fall, so his opponent decided to finish him off. So the demonic creature pointed its tail towards the guy and nailed him right against the wall. Soon the attacks continued, but there is one place where the main character was. His yellow power appeared. The creature said he's a hook serpent, and a class of demon on the protective power of his armor is the best of the best, so there's no way the guy can hurt him. The protagonist at that stated his defense is pretty interesting, but the vision is certainly so-so. He had encountered 2 Class A Mercury Wolves a few days ago. If they were from the lower Class A, then he was at least a middle Class A. David used a seal suppression skill called Borrowed Gold, and said that it would be rude if he didn't fight him seriously. Therefore, immediately after saying those words, he used a borrowed gold skill called Mystified Form. The hero lifted his foot up and threw off the slipper he had on his feet. Mystified form and spirit is the alchemy of the secret Taoists. Gold created with spiritual energy is glued to any animate or inanimate form. Doing all this just to turn it into a destructive force, the hero applied this attack to the slipper and grabbed it. Immediately afterward, he instantly pushed himself out of the air and headed towards his opponent. The demonic creature was annoyed and asked if he was using the slipper as a weapon. After all, he had had enough of looking down on him. David answered him nothing then and gave him his hardest punch with the same slippers. As soon as his slipper touched the hooked kite, he felt as if a giant meteorite had hit him on the head. This attack was so swift that the huge serpent-like creature was immediately nailed to the ground. In the few moments before the attack, the room they were in looked pretty ordinary. But when the demonic creature landed on the ground after the attack, the entire floor was destroyed. A huge serpent was near the wreckage, and the hero landed right on one of them. Next, the guy said he wasn't looking down on the creature using a slipper, just that it would die if the hero stuck gold to his fist. Soon after, David headed for that wall, and she came flying out at breakneck speed. When he got inside the premises, he wondered who kidnapped the mother of a small child. Let him get his ass over there. The hero looked inside the room and noticed that he was in big trouble. Somewhere in the city, the system reported that the bike was locked and asked me to pick up my personal belongings. On this bike outside the place, park sat Henry, who looked at the time and realized he was running late. In doing so, the man hoped that the person who called him was okay. Also looking forward to the very wonderful meeting that is to take place in the future. The girls looked at the table and asked if Anastasia had really cooked all this. She said it was no big deal, because they could learn to cook if they did it often. She used to live with relatives, so she did everything herself. Katie said the stop with the food is great as it looks. Also asked the boy why he wasn't eating. Sophia said it's yummy. She could eat 20 bowls of rice in the evening. The boy sat sad and talked about whether this older brother could really save Mom, because he thinks those kidnappers have quite a few people. The girl said so that he did not worry. The hunters for the theme US Ghost Company are divided into 4 ranks from the strongest to the weakest, the division from rank A to rank D. Demon said that for each rank there are 3 more categories, such as highest rank, a middle rank A, and lowest rank A. It turns out that in the entire state of Lushan, there are only 10 A-rank officers, and so out of all those people, only 3 of them are of the highest rank. It would take a minimum of 5 Class A officers to defeat a Class C demon, but one top-ranking officer can handle one on their own. Of those same 3 top-ranking officers, and David is the strongest and has the most demons caught under his belt. He's actually better than everyone, and at least the girl, not thinking there are demons in this world that can defeat him. Damien got excited and said it's cool, and turns out this big brother is that good. If that's the case, then his mom will definitely be back soon. Anastasia realized that David was indeed very strong, but he was too easily provoked. And since he's strong, he probably doesn't like to work his head off on his assignments. The girl hopes this time everything goes smoothly, and he saves this kid's mom. Though she has a bad feeling about it for some reason. The hero knew that Katie said this kid's mom had been captured for some kind of experiment, and now there was a single demon in front of him, tied to a lab table. They tried to save him, but his demonic word energy. Besides, there is a human male with a dried-up essence. And next to him on the floor is the corpse of some other demon. David turned to Oliver, who was sitting on the ground with his gun in his hands, and wondered what the hell had happened here. That thing on the lab table is the mother of the baby he kidnapped. The hero turned his attention to the man in front of him and was a bit shocked. After all, the one was smiling and yet crying, so the guy wondered if it was possible he was crazy. Just 5 minutes ago, a demonic hand appeared from the belly of the demonic deity. A man who was in the area was thrown back by the blast wave, so he hit that glass flask that Jennifer was near. The man looked ahead of him, and there he saw a large number of demonic creatures falling to the ground. There were quite a large number of them, but none of them seemed to be moving. Eventually, the system reported that the incubation was successful. The subject's vital signs were 99%, but the brain was still in an unconscious state. 1% of the subject's vital signs and consciousness were complete. The incubation facility was in danger, so the system asked if Oliver wanted to save her. He smiled and replied to save her. Therefore, the system immediately began to perform surgery on the demonic deity in order to save her. The man looked carefully at the demons that had appeared there, and one of them began to rise. He smiled and turned to Jennifer, but suddenly the joyful expression on his face changed to something sad. The demonic creature smiled back at him and remarked that she hadn't realized he was so infatuated with her. The driver of the vehicle, who had been in the lab the entire time, looked on in horror at what was happening. The creature that had only recently come into existence began to head towards him. She held out her hand to the man and noticed dear what he was doing here, further asking if he was the one who hit her with the truck. Jennifer used her power and literally touched her head with her fingertip. The same man immediately afterward lost consciousness, and it was evident that his soul had paid for his body. The demon tasted it and asked if it was what is called a human soul. Her facial expression changed to something more intimidating, and she noticed that it tasted damn good. Despite everything, she smiled and said she wanted another taste of human souls. Immediately afterward, souls began to be drawn out of the individuals that had also undergone incubation. Jennifer sucked them dry with her power and filled herself with energy. She soon headed the other way and noticed that after eating so many souls, she felt like she had an endless source of power. This male body, it was good too, for the girl feels that she is now very strong. In reality, the master of this place is only her and a man. Jennifer walked right up to Oliver and looked at him intently. The interlocutor was surprised a little from the situation and remarked that she had just been born, so she doesn't understand how she knows who he is and who she is in general. The demonic creature said she is Jennifer, also thinks it would be a lot more fun if she told the truth of how tempestuous it is. Actually, it was she who hired those 2 thugs during their first meeting, also watched him for a long time, because he is the son of a tycoon, and he has everything. But I guess there was everything but love, as she can understand. Hilarious it is because his mom died when he was little. Alternatively, because his brothers had accomplished more than him, causing his father to neglect him as a child. The girl studied everything about him, but she never learned anything from her research. Couldn't understand his lack of love, as he is actually a wanderer and she has the ability to read minds. Jennifer is a con artist who cheats idiots like him out of money. Next, I asked if he really thought he had found true love. The man behind him thought so too, and he ended up driving the truck. In life, the man is quiet and easygoing, so he is quite easy to deceive. And now that he has learned the reason and the whole truth about the whole situation, then he may die. Oliver at the same time was just discouraged and didn't know what to do, and the demon tried to touch his head. But when she tried to kill this man, it failed, for she heard a voice in her head that he was the master. Soon the creature started screaming very hard due to the fact that she had a headache. The companion started pulling something out of his pocket and shouted that she was just messing around. Tears welled up in his eyes out of desperation, and the man shouted that this girl was not Jennifer. Immediately thereafter, he drew his revolver and immediately fired several shots. Because of this, the belly of the creature in front of him was punctured. Because this attack was too fast, the demon didn't even have time to react to it. So the body of this creature, who called herself Jennifer, fell to the ground. Oliver, who had seen it all perfectly and looked closely, noticed that the girl was still moving. Because of this, he was rather surprised, so with slow steps he began to walk over there. The man did so cautiously because he didn't understand what had really happened, but was discouraged when he saw that Jennifer was still conscious and said he was the host. Next thing you know, Oliver was in a panic, shouting that it must be some kind of witchcraft. After all he had done at this point was kill a monster that was talking some nonsense to him. The demonic creature turned to him and remarked to her host that she didn't have much time, but begs to listen to her. Of course apologizes for lying, but that wasn't her intent. And this whole situation has happened, only to be deprived of the fact that she has a split personality. In the beginning, that very identity appeared to protect her. The girl remembered the man hitting her and yelling that she had been outside all day, and if that was all the money she had. It turns out it's not even enough to buy him snacks, so he grabs his belt and yells for the little girl to lay still. Jennifer rolled over onto her stomach and didn't resist at all as she was being beaten. As a consequence of these actions, she had huge abrasions on her back, as well as bloody marks from being hit with the belt. Her father then said no food for her tonight. If she didn't find money tomorrow, he swore and beat her to a pulp. The little girl watched sadly, and as she grew up, she did some research and learned that split personalities are caused by childhood trauma. This is a form of defense mechanism that manifests during the process of growing up. It is linked to unhealthy environments, separation, and lack of outside support. There is also another belief that as a result of prolonged emotional repression and inability to confront reality, the brain activates a defense mechanism. Because eventually he creates another personality to protect the main one, and then there was just that one. That very night when the father beat the girl for not bringing money, he was sleeping peacefully in his room. The baby, who already had a split personality, watched through the crack of the door for him sleeping. By the time she came to her senses, it was clear to her that she had already left her father, and also at that point she was already living a 100 times better life than before. After Jennifer found out about the other person, and she said she would protect her and not let anyone hurt her, also saying she would make them the richest woman in the world. But the girl herself did not know that the one, speaking of wealth, meant to divorce people for money. She can read people's minds, so she can easily make a man fall in love with her. Ta is also so damn smart. She becomes a new person after tricking someone. Since her personality was so strong, the girl became just a puppet. She didn't like being touched by men on herself. She hated even more, however. The real Jennifer didn't have the strength to fight the other self. The personality made her realize that there are ghosts in this world, but no god she can turn to for salvation, so she wanted to die. Then Oliver came along and showed that God did exist. Whatever his intentions, he was the only one who wouldn't touch her, and yet was willing to stick around. He really is a good man, and the girl really wanted to tell him that. But she couldn't break free of that one, so she couldn't get a word out of her head either, and so when the man hugged her that day, she felt warmth instead of contradiction for the first time. Maybe because of the other personality's ability, she felt he was missing something in his heart, and it was the same thing she was missing. That's probably why she was attracted to him. She doesn't know what love is, but in that moment she thought that Oliver had been hurt many times, but was the hero who saved her. The host has feelings for her because of the ability of personality. She knows he has a strong desire to possess everything. That's how he fell into her trap. Jennifer is half a liar and has a ruthless personality inside her, so she doesn't deserve to be with him anymore. Oliver cried and said that nevertheless he still liked her. Was it really the one who made him feel that way too? She smiled and said that it seems that God does exist. So wanted to say that then in the next life she wants to meet him. But the girl didn't have time to say all those words, and her body became breathless. The interviewer cried and tried to reach Jennifer, but realized she was dead. Next, he kept looking at her body intently, and he was so sad that he cried like a baby. Soon falling to his knees, Oliver was screaming from the despair he was feeling at the time. David said the demon on the floor has large and open wounds and the bullets in that gun are custom-made, probably. These products can only be manufactured in a gun company that provides weapons and equipment by an officer of the Ghost Company, so asks who he is. The interlocutor asked if he was from the Ghost Company, which meant he might know something about reincarnation. David stated that as far as he knows, reincarnation does not exist, and asked if he could perhaps answer his question first. Oliver was just discouraged when he heard that reincarnation doesn't exist. In desperation, he began to say that he couldn't protect Jennifer, and on top of that, he killed her. After that, it was as if the madman began to laugh, for he no longer realized what was happening. The main character looked at him and was surprised, but what was going on? Next, he turned around to run and was saying this guy is nuts. He'd rather just have the Ghost Company deal with this mess. Supposedly, that demon in the surgery environment is the mother of this child. It doesn't matter, and he will take her back first. Suddenly, the system reported that the rescue operation had failed, and there was no sign of the victim's life. When the hero heard that, he looked at the woman, realized he was totally screwed. Next, he thought for a second and realized he could do something about it. Immediately afterward, he made some seals and used his eye's superior skill. He smiled afterwards, realizing that this action should help. Well, now he should report it to the Ghost Company. At that, Oliver grabbed his weapon and held it to his chest. A few moments afterward, the protagonist heard what sounded like a loud gunshot. He was surprised and turned around to wonder what the hell was going on. But there she saw that the guy who had been sitting there in despair all this time had shot himself in the heart and killed himself. Soon, Oliver felt the picture in front of his eyes begin to wash over him, and he was dying. The next place he saw was the endless beach and ocean near where he stood. He didn't understand what was going on then, and suddenly he heard the girl address her master. Looking ahead, this man saw Jennifer, who was wearing a white beach dress. She was smiling and saying that God does exist. So after a while, they held hands and began to walk carefree along the beach into the setting sun. The lovers were smiling at each other, and the atmosphere was very peaceful indeed. In the real world, Jennifer as well as Oliver were lying on the ground with no vitals and smiling. Here their bodies were far apart, but in another world they were walking carefree on the beach. On the man's arm at that very moment there was some sort of spiral running through his veins. She was the one who was used by the bodyguard who appeared in this room, while not thinking that the Lord would kill himself for a woman. The sting of this demonic creature is capable of creating illusions, and at least he will die in a beautiful dream. The protagonist noticed him and said that his master is dead, but does he really still want to fight? The demon offered his motion and didn't respond, so David said, "You're the one talking to him." The interlocutor took the host in his arms and remarked that the host was dead, so that he could not now find him guilty, and asked to be allowed to carry the body home. Suddenly, the guy turned his attention to the side, because there he noticed some person. It was Henry who turned to Fred and remarked that he was apologizing for being late. Immediately afterward, they parted ways, and the guard didn't say a word to me. The guy thought that when the man came into the company, he thought there was something wrong with the man. The master is dead, and he acts as if nothing happened. Next, Henry said that he had done a good job and asked that he be allowed to take care of the rest. Fred wondered if this man had never done anything, but every time he saw him, he was thrown into a shiver. The protagonist saw that someone else had appeared and asked who else he was. The interlocutor said his name was Henry, and asked if he would keep what had happened a secret. David asked what kind of parents would give their child such a name since it's weird. Strategist said that he works as an advisor to Quan Hui. If just often rumors about what happened here, it can hurt the company's reputation. The guy asked what would happen if he said no. The interviewer said he could name his price. You could say they had the same teacher. So how about giving him an indulgence? The protagonist remembered the bean situation and asked if the same teacher was a bean scatterer. Henry's gaze said that it was indeed true. After all, he was the successor of the Fangxian sect. David smiled and stated that was just fine, as he had just received an order in his name. Further asked to answer 3 questions and would not think of not telling the Ghost Company about today's incident. First, why did he put a combat bean in the ear of the son of the CEO of Wang Group? Second, the Fangxian sect has been destroyed, but who was his teacher? Last question then, he heard their wars specialize in internal alchemy and clockwork astrology, and are also good fighters. So the guy was wondering if it is true that they are so good, so great, wants to make sure of it all. The interviewer said that on the first question, the reason is simple. Each of the four major financial groups have their own market, and it is hard not to have strife of interests. He is like an advisor, helping the boss to get more profits. Follow not only Wang's group, but also other groups to avoid detection. He placed the bean in the boy's body. Wang is a busy man, but loves his son. So the boy is always with him even in various important meetings. As for question 2, he can only say that their sect was indeed destroyed, but he can't say where he came from. About the last question, he knows a little bit about fighting, and as to whether he's good or not, it's hard to say. David had noticed that their old master had created the magic, not to use it in such an insidious way, so he really wanted to punish him instead. But he has other things to take care of at home. If he removes it within 2 minutes, a company of ghosts will arrive to take care of it. If the man lasts 2 minutes, he won't tell anyone what happened here, so he asks if he accepts the challenge the man gave him. Henry said he almost forgot, because you can't fight within the same sect, but if he doesn't accept the challenge, that guy will notify the ghost company, and his job will be done. It also comes out that everything has a cause and effect, so fate itself brought them here today. The spirit of Mung Bean finding him could be the cause, and the guy meeting him the consequence. The heroes didn't realize what the hell he was trying to say. The interlocutor said he received the prediction a few days ago, and today is a good day. If one wants the result to be achieved, he should let things take their course. So accepts the challenge, but let the guy not try to defeat him for 2 minutes, because doesn't he think he is underestimating the Fangxian sect? David said too much chatter is they'll find out during the fight if he's all gone. Can get up and talk to him after 2 minutes. Aside from not alerting the ghost companies, the guy will be able to do anything he asks, as long as it's within his capabilities. And he can predict too, so he asks to be allowed to do it for him. The hero further showed an obscene gesture to his opponent, and remarked that this night would be fatal for him. Then he turned on the stopwatch on his phone and the countdown began. The guy wasted no time after that and immediately rushed to the attack. Moments later, he was airborne and hanging directly over his opponent. Henry, meanwhile, was also ready for a fight and used seals. The next instant after he opened his eyes, then symbols were seen there. The man began muttering some words to use his technique. The hero, with a smile on his face, was heading towards him to attack, and the man used a skill called star orbiting. So he easily blocked David's fist punch with his bare, open palm. It was as if the guy had hit a wall, which spread the force of the blow out to the sides. Next, he noticed that a large amount of energy, that was released, was directed behind his back. Also, the space that was around the opponents also changed. David realized he'd punched him in the palm of his hand and hadn't seen his movements, so it's unclear how he could have pulled it off like that. In addition, it was unclear how his opponent was able to distance himself from him so suddenly. When the hero looked up, he again didn't understand what had happened, or why it was suddenly so dark. At the same time, the place they were in didn't change, just a huge dome of some sort of machinery appeared above them. The boy realized that the man had used a hand seal, and he must have cast some kind of spell. As for capabilities, he seems to be able to freely teleport within this dome. If the guy looked closely, then he could definitely find some loophole in the technique. Henry kept passing out at the same time and raised his hand as if he was trying to punch. David paid attention and realized it was a strange gesture, but it was unclear what the man was doing. The strategist kept smiling while doing so and literally threw a punch from a great distance. He did it about 10 meters away from his opponent, but in a moment he was literally beside the guy. And immediately after his swift attack was successful, he distanced himself at the same distance. David then realized that the man had not teleported, and he could change his location literally at will. Henry wasn't going to stop any further, so he prepared to attack and raised his leg. After a few moments passed, he was already in the air right above the protagonist. Further hit him, but David still managed to use his arm to repel this attack. The guy realized that not only could he do more than that, but he could even teleport himself. Soon he was dumbfounded, for he saw his opponent for a second and now. And next, the man was on the other side and used his foot to attack the unprotected part. David flew off to the side afterward to regroup a bit. Strategist said that after he was hit and also foamed, there was not a scratch on him. Therefore, if he understands correctly, the opponent has the golden light mantra. Of course, he didn't expect a young man like him to master this technique. It looked like the man had underestimated him after all. The hero was on the sidelines and had already begun to use his power. Next, David smiled rather brightly and remarked that he was the one who had underestimated his opponent. After that, the guy used a seal suppression skill called Borrowed Thunder. The strategist, after seeing this, was Shirashkin thinking, does this guy really know 2 runic printing techniques? To master 1 rune sealing technique in one's lifetime for a secret Taoist is already considered impressive. The guy had summoned thunder of his own free will. That said, not even using the runic seal as an intermediary, so it's unclear how this guy was able to achieve this form of cultivation. David smiled brightly and said that his body was surrounded by my thunder precisely because of that. Now they would see which way he could approach it. Henry smiled and remarked that the Maoshan sect is indeed full of talents, so he is quite eager to predict his fate. The hero said cut him some crap because his prediction isn't accurate at all. It's all about it being a lucky day. If the guy hadn't been nicer to him, he'd be dead by now. Next, the guy asked if he thought he could beat him by just jumping around. His opponent remarked that he seemed to have forgotten about the arrangement because he would win if he lasted only 2 minutes. David realized that it was definitely true that he was unable to approach him, but the man could use his powers to keep him from being caught. If the strategist does that, the guy will definitely lose. Further thought that there is no other way, and hope he won't get in trouble for it. The man noticed his opponent's techniques and was shocked when he saw them. As the main character began to use a technique that created 3 orbs, Henry wondered if it was a triple glacial bolt. The strategist went on to say that the guy is full of surprises and even knows the destructive technique of rune bolts. However, confident in being able to hit it with this attack. Immediately after saying those words, the opponent began to move rather quickly throughout the entire area of this dome. The protagonist smiled and asked why this opponent thought he was going to use this technique on him. Immediately after saying those words, he pointed his hands upwards and fired his weapon. And so the very dome they were in began to tear from within because of the unbearable power. For literally a few moments he lasted, and then a tremendous force ripped him from the inside, and another force shattered him to shreds. The 3 rune bolts that David had made swiftly flew out of the mine that was upstairs straight into the sky. The boy sat in a room and told his opponents they were finished if they risked going against him. He went on to say it was bad, because there were 4 big men in the bush. He further inquired if they were trying to play dirty. But in doing so, it comes out that they underestimate the underclassman who plays with them. The boy then began using the abilities of killing wave, carnage, unstoppable, total annihilation, and peerlessness. But while he was doing that and concentrating on the game, he heard some strange noise. Immediately, the boy went to the balcony to see what had happened. When he spilled on this one, he turned to his mom and asked her to come over because there was some kind of super lightning bolt shooting upward out of the ground in the sky. The woman came up and said it was just lightning. What's the big deal? But the son claimed it was gone, which was amazing. From the electronic device he was holding, the system reported that he had been killed. Mom realized he had been playing games the whole time and out of that got mad. Next, I started to bring up the boy and noticed that I told him to do his homework and he was playing with toys. Henry looked up and saw that the roof of the building had been destroyed, stated it was a beautiful sight. If the attack had targeted him, he would have died or been very injured. David said he shouldn't worry, as he wasn't that ruthless, and he simply got rid of his opponent's dome. Now they would see how the one would dodge his attacks without his power. The protagonist was not going to waste any time, and after that, he immediately rushed to attack. The man noticed this and folded his seals again and muttered some sort of incantation. David was in the kill zone of this attack, and it was aimed specifically at him. After what happened, the guy felt that something was wrong with his body, and threads began to emanate from him. This very attack, called a form of rebirth. The hero paid attention to what was coming from his limbs as well as his body, and saw that it was a white thread. Immediately afterward, he looked up to see where they were coming from. There was some kind of weird magical circle upstairs that held the guy up, and it looked like he was a puppet on ropes. David understood that whatever the technique was, he had a mantra of golden light to protect him, so they would see what his opponent could do. The hero then began attacking the man rather sharply, but the man constantly dodged his attacks with ease. The guy reflected that he was definitely faster than his opponent, but it was unclear why he couldn't hit him. It probably has something to do with that thing above the guy's head. Henry continued to smile and watched to see what David would do next. With the power of his eyes, as well as the technique he used, he knew what would happen in the next second. The picture that appeared in front of his eyes said that the guy would use his technique with seals. The strategist at the same time was quite curious as to what technique he would use at this point. although also at this moment he should not lose concentration as well as his own vigilance. The stopwatch on my phone kept running the whole time and was 1 minute 01 second. Henry then used his smoking pipe for the next attack. The man created a fairly large amount of smoke, which he used to envelop the guy. The protagonist covered his face to avoid inhaling the smoke and wondered if it was poisonous. He had no time to spread out, for he saw that his opponent was on top. The guy realized afterwards that the whole thing was just a ruse for his escape. The strategist really wasn't going to attack him and was simply retreating to a greater distance. The hero said that all he can do is run and hide, so he asks to attack him head-on, but the man stated that he wouldn't even consider it. David, after hearing this, became very angry, for he realized that the whole thing was a ruse. Henry then looked at his opponent, using his eyes to see what he would do. Next, he actually attacked the guy with his arm. The protagonist noticed a red bean flying at him with great speed, and in order to repel this attack, he used a skill called Glacial Bolt. The very salt that was approaching at a rather high speed began its transformation. That's why the strategist used his bean retreat technique, which had the name Red Bean Shower. The hero let her close in order to use his technique to easily repel her. When the excited bean almost reached his body, he took advantage of the thunder and attacked him. Residual electrical energy skyrocketed Bean from retail the other way. David realized that this is after all a bean retreat technique. The man that fights him is a trickster after all. He knows she doesn't work on him, so used her to redirect his counterattack. But it's unclear how he's so sure he's using a glacial bolt, Henry said of the technique, and remarked that it would be problematic if he was his nephew. Most likely his plan was to use the glacial bolt, which would form a seal and enlarge it to the limit. And when he finds himself inside, her boyfriend will reduce the seal, forcing him to fight him. The hero noticing that he knew he was using a bolt after all, which means this thing above his head can predict his actions, but he doesn't seem to be able to anticipate the trajectory of an attack. The man was surprised at these words and realized that it wasn't that simple. Indeed, that little glacial bolt that the protagonist used from the sky was heading downwards. Henry turned his attention to him and realized he had made a mistake. David, on the other hand, continued to smile and used his seal to apply the split bolt technique. Next, this very ball that was formed from the technique, Roma began to spin on its trajectory. He literally turned into some kind of dragon, and the technique was called a double glacial bolt. It was a variation of it called the shadow eel arrow. And so it was this technique, created with gram power, that was directed at the man. As Henry watched the attack from above flying at him swiftly, he lost his concentration. The hero noticed all of this and decided to take advantage of the situation, so rushed at him, attacking him with his fists and claiming he was caught. Immediately after this swift attack, only a few drops of blood were distinguished to the sides. Blood splattered the screen of the phone, which was on the ground, and the stopwatch was still running there. There are 27 seconds left of the 2 minutes that were claimed by the protagonist for this fight. At the same time, the protagonist was dumbfounded by what was happening, because it was he who was wounded. Henry stated that he wasn't particularly talented and was only able to learn one rune technique. Gold appeared on his hands as well as on his body and formed into claws, and the man said that it was exactly the golden rune technique. The main character's attack using dragons formed from the thunder technique was also defeated. Strategist said his double glacier bolt was pretty uncomplicated to break. That said, he's not as good as a guy because he can't do it without using a medium or putting on a seal. These gloves he uses his medium for the golden rune technique, and here are the seals on the inside of them as well. The hero touched his wound and noticed that he had scratched him, and he had been succumbing to him the whole time since they are from the same sect. But it probably just so happens that there is no need for it at this point. Quite a large amount of energy was released at that moment, and Henry felt it on his own skin. When he looked ahead of him, he literally saw with his own eyes a huge, ferocious monster glaring at him. The man was a little panicked and thought it looked like he had awakened a monster. Since he was a very cautious person, he immediately rejected at a distance to keep his distance. Henry thought the triple bolt was his opponent's limit all along, but he didn't expect to own it either. At the same time, David was using a quadruple glacial bolt. This technique was called the Shadow Rose God. A huge amount of dark energy was released around him, and the man couldn't understand how the boy had achieved such power at his age, because it was beyond human comprehension. Probably should still read his blood while it is still fresh. So Henry put his finger in his mouth and tasted the blood and used the blood divination technique. Blood divination is a secret technique of secret racists from Fangxian sect. The divination is done by sampling blood. It can predict a person's life grid. By showing his future as well as his past in separate fragments, the strategist learned the grid of his opponent's life and realized that he was the one who could help him. At the same time, Henry kept backing away from the protagonist in order to keep his distance. Before long, David caught up with him and was behind him, preparing for a swift attack. Using his skill, the man realized that his opponent was now attacking him from the right. But next, he was in for a surprise, because he realized that two directions had already appeared. Of course, a little 3 times bolt is a fast technique, but he could probably hold out. Suddenly, Henry turned his attention back and thought, is there another one behind him? It turns out that this person changed 3 different directions of attack in a matter of seconds. In the end, it was really all bad for him, as there were only 6 directions of attack in total. With the God of Thunder, David is very fast that there is no point in even trying to anticipate all of his actions. After a few seconds, the protagonist still managed to land some strikes on his opponent. 6 attacks reached the man literally in the blink of an eye. Of course, David didn't stop there, and soon struck with his left hand right on the chin. Due to the immense power, it exuded a large stream of thunder headed straight for the sky, but the floor they were fighting on immediately collapsed and turned into rubble. The man's body from this swift as well as devastating attack flew into the sky with great speed. From the outside, it could have looked like it was literally some kind of comet heading not from heaven to earth, but from earth to sky. The power of the blow Henry experienced was so strong that he pierced the clouds with his body. Only drops of blood flew after him, as well as the residual energy of the thunder god. Finally, after a few moments, the body hovered in the air and began to gradually fall downward. The strategist smiled brightly and thought that his opponent's intimidating strength and also the life grid was beautiful, so his life's dream could finally come true. The protagonist at this did not recover in his attacks and also took to the skies to continue. Henry thought he was his benefactor. David spun really hard in the sky and it was like there was a thunderstorm tornado. And after that, he struck his opponent again with his tremendous strength, and he flew swiftly down. Now it could already appear from space, a comet or some meteorite falling directly to Earth. Henry instantly landed downward and shattered a huge amount of soil beneath him. David also landed to the wreckage a few seconds later. The guy said that the thing above his head was gone, and his opponent was probably unconscious. Thank goodness they're cut off from the world in this place, and if the master finds out about it, he'll be in trouble. The hero was well aware that he was a bit overzealous at this point, but the man under the protection of the golden light mantra meant that he should be alive. When the dust, which had risen in rather large quantities, cleared, there was something the guy didn't see. There was a strategist on the ground there who was using his golden armor. The guy approached him and said that he was the first person to injure him, and he had thought that the Fangxian sect only had counselors, but the opponent was a good opponent. Besides, the hero had underestimated him and didn't think that he would possess the golden rune technique so well. Still, the golden mantra was hard to break through, but not for the golden rune technique. Further asked if he understood correctly that the golden barrier on his back had drained his spiritual energy, he would give him credit, for he had protected his back as well as his neck. After all, the hero would get in trouble from this, that his opponent would die, so apologize for being too rude to him. Next, the guy noticed the strategist's hand begin to move, and he clenched it into a fist. So shouted from your spiritual energy depleted and asks him not to move. His back and neck may be unharmed, but his internal organs certainly won't say thank you after such a hard hit. Immediately after the words were spoken, Henry began coughing up blood very violently. David was discouraged and didn't understand why it was only his pain that was stirring. His interlocutor at this kept coughing and started to rise. The guy shouted that if his opponent died, he would be sent back to the mountains. So if he's trying to blackmail him, he should know that there are other jobs out there, so he shouldn't kill himself for his boss. But the man, after rising, said what happened here no longer mattered. After all, the reason he fought so fiercely was because of David. The protagonist was immediately alert and realized that he was having déjà vu, because this facial expression reminded him of someone. Next, Henry smiled and said the 2 minutes were up, so the guy lost. David heard his cell phone beep and yelled out that it was his cell phone, and he had almost forgotten about it. The opponent continued to talk. Then this guy said if he could stand on his feet after 2 minutes, he would do anything for him. He can even tell the ghost company what happened here. That said, Henry has one request, and he comes close and asks to be allowed to be his partner. Heroine was wary because of this and shouted for the man not to stand so close, then asked him if he knew what the hell was weird. At first he told the guy not to say anything, now he says he's doing the exact opposite, like he wants him to. Henry said he's totally fine. The company had a team of demon hunters, so he can help him. All the profits he can keep. The hero was surprised, because has not for the sake of high salaries become a counselor, and now he offers free help. Plus, the man still doesn't work for the company as he plans to cooperate. Henry smiled and said that it wasn't a problem after all. He was the last of the Fangxian sect, so becoming an officer of the ghost company wouldn't be difficult for him. And inquired correctly, realizing that very soon the entrance exam, which takes place every 3 years, would begin. The protagonist wondered if this was all bad, because this man had finally lost his mind. Next, the strategist remarked that he seemed to have embarrassed the guy, but then how about a deal? He's used his blood for divination before, and will tell him what's been bothering him all these years, and the guy will let him join the team in doing so. David said enough of this nonsense and let him leave these techniques for the naive losers. Even if he hid everything from the company, they would find out sooner or later. So the strategist better worry about how he's going to report to his boss. The guy's not going to waste his time, because he's got a baby waiting for him at home. The interlocutor smiled and asked if he didn't believe in the divination power of the Fangxian sect. Next, he started telling me that the guy's 20th birthday is this year, and he lived in Lausanne for 2 years. He previously lived in Kunwei, which is about 200 kilometers away, is also the heir of the Maoshan sect, and hoped to correctly divided Kunwei, 200 kilometers away. Then continued that the guy lived in Fenji Mountain until he turned 18. And recently he let in a girl who was doomed to a hard fate, but was able to solve her problem. The hero was surprised and thought, could he really see for himself? The Fangxian warriors are really as good as his master said. Henry asked, didn't he have any doubts over the years about being able to master 2 rune techniques and have such a high cultivation? And most importantly, whether or not he accidentally thought about his birth. When the heroine heard these words, it immediately looked at him carefully, because he realized that it was disturbing. The strategist went on to say that he was spreading a little bit of information about the guy's birth. And just as he was about to do that, blood rushed out of his mouth again and he started coughing really hard. Further bowed and rested his head on David's shoulder, also stating that he would be fine after a few days' rest. As the man leaned in close to the guy's ear, he began to tell him about his secret. Slowly he spoke the words about the secret he saw about with the help of blood divination. With all these words, he just dumbfounded the guy. The strategist went on to say that they were indeed destined to meet. From the last of his strength, he said he lived on the top floor of the building the guy lived in. The protagonist of the immediate used the borrowed wind technique and rushed into the sky. At the same time, his thoughts were blurred and he wondered if what this man said was true. David grabbed his recent opponent and they rushed to his house. At the same time, some beings were watching them, and one of them said that this man was really something. Were these demonic beings that saw the fight that had literally just happened? The demon with wings remarked that it was clear why the master had ordered to watch. Not for nothing is he the best officer of the ghost company with his abilities. Even all of them in the 11 Earth branch won't be able to overpower him. The interlocutor at this stated that he thought this man had shown only a fraction of his own power. The second demon started squealing and wondering what they were standing here for. They need to leave immediately, because if the guy spots them, they're corpses. The first creature motioned for him to stay where he was, for at the moment he senses something else with his gut. Something began to emerge from beneath the amount of debris of the laboratory, which was hidden deep underground. It was a creature that punched through concrete walls with its tentacle. It ended up being just the snake form of a demonic being, and it turned out to be Jennifer. The demon was completely healthy at that moment and was smiling because of the fact that it could continue to exist. His strength was gradually recovering, and it could also be seen that there were no wounds left on his body. Speaking now, the creature began to speak, speaking for the man, for this was the one Jennifer was talking about. He said he hadn't realized there was the ability to be reborn. Plus now it looks like his strength has increased significantly. Getting shot immediately after coming back to life thinks it was a hidden blessing. It also turns out that Jennifer's apparently weak personality, which existed, is no longer in this case. The very guy should be thanked, because he used to be just a sub-personality inside Jennifer, but now he's the one in charge of this body. So she would always seal that girl's personality inside her. The demon thought she was also a woman as her main personality, and ended up turning into a male monster. In fact, it's quite a pleasant feeling because I like to be a man. Suddenly the creature was alert because it noticed something behind him. It just so happened that he had those two creatures behind his back that had been watching the main character and Henry fight the whole time. The demon that took possession of the body, Jennifer asked who they were. The interlocutor said he was a demon created by and with the demon of the mother, and the human is the same something. Although he is only a B rank holder at the moment, but still has quite a high potential for his own growth, it also comes out that he has 9 lives. And the abilities increase with each rebirth, and looking at the possibilities of development in his ultimate life, he can reach the heights. This way, it turns out that he would eventually be able to reach the S-rank demon. The creature was surprised by this and wondered who they even were. One of the demons asked to be allowed to introduce himself. He is a goat-eye demon of rank C, and next to him is a rat-ear demon of rank B. His main skill is scouting, and he can see all living organisms within a 100 kilometers radius, while his comrades' skills are good at listening and analyzing demonic energy. As a result, he not only hears voices from afar, but can also identify the strengths as well as the weaknesses of those around him. Their target was supposed to be a human, but they accidentally discovered this demon. It just so happens that their one time this Earth branch is short-handed, so they want to recruit him. They were telling all this to gain credibility. The creature had just been reborn as a demon and needed a place to stay. Snake asked if they really wanted to gain his trust with just a few words. What a stupid joke this was after all. So with a sly smile, he asked what if he refused their offer. The beautiful ear said that the interlocutor was aware of their abilities, so therefore he would be considered their enemy. Jennifer's second personality started laughing and said it was just hilarious. If what these guys said is true, then with their B and C ranks, they are just minor scouts in their organization. So do they really think they can beat him after that? At this point, it just so happens that the demon is quite eager to test his new power. The creature with wings that had just been in place abruptly disappeared. The serpent didn't realize what had happened and was surprised because of it. Somehow, that same instant, his head began to tilt to the side and the picture swam. Rat-Ear used his claws and attacked the victim in front of him. He went on to say that the scout was enough to kill the creature, but the head of the demon that was Jennifer's two personality fell off and lay on the ground. After that, the soul of the demonic creature that was inside his head floated out. When it rose up a bit, it exploded and blew apart sideways. And then the pupil of the head, which was lying on the ground, began to move, and there was life in it. Rat-Ear moved closer and noticed that the creature's rebirth rate was much faster than last time. If he agreed to join them, they would put his head in place, and if he resisted, the creature would throw his head into the ocean. Of course, the demon was well aware that his current situation was bad, so he stated that he understood. Shortly afterward, his head was brought to his body, and he tried to attach it to his torso with small threads. Uncle Clean Wings said that once the serpents recovered, they would take him to their king so that he could join the 11 Earth branch after the ordeal. Suddenly, the demon who had a huge eye became alert and saw something strange. He started heading towards his comrade with great speed and was telling the rat's ear that he was being careful. At this time, John, who was the girl's personality before, was attacking the creature from behind. Demon Bat said it seemed there was no need to lead this guy to their king. And soon, a large number of thorns were stuck into the ground, and they belonged to the goat's eye. Jennifer's second personality stated that 2 scouts on their own killed him twice, which could mean that their boss must be stronger than them. Next, John asked that they tell him which wound he now belongs to according to their rankings. The demonic creature he held in his hands heavily muttered that it was now rank A. The demon said that the S rank was still higher, but now he could be considered a true monster. He had decided to join them after all. But the interlocutor should at least say the name of their boss for starters. The rat-ear said their king's name is Owen. John said that if it was his name, it was somehow unlike the name of some monster. The main character came home and was asked what happened to his face. The guy stated to a small child to come closer. Next, she apologized and said that when you came in, his mom was already dead. But at the same time, the boy should not be sad, for this thing was in his mother's belly. Besides, he scanned this thing, using his underworld eye skill. There, inside, is an image of his mom, and luckily she knew the reincarnation technique. Damien will have to protect her from until she comes out from behind that shell. The boy was sad and cried, but when he smelled it, he noticed it was his mom's scent. So thanked his big brother and remarked that he would protect his mom anyway. Anastasia remarked to David that she would heat up evil for him as well, but the guy retorted that he wasn't hungry, so he would go straight to bed. Katie was surprised because of this. She reassured the boy and told him not to worry. After all, she will ask the main staff to assign her guards to the boy, so you shouldn't cry, because they will help him take care of his mom. Anastasia wondered, the first time she'd seen the guy so serious, but what was the big deal there? After David went up to his room, he hurriedly locked it from the inside. His face looked discouraged and he was sad, so he thought about the master. The bloody clothes as well as the strategist's gloves were placed on the table. In doing so, he headed for the bathroom immediately after arriving at his home. Quite a large amount of blood had been washed off his body after he fought David. There was also a huge cross-shaped wound on his chest at that point, under his pectoral muscles. Immediately after Henry came out of the bathroom, then he took one of the shells in the closet and also tied up his hair. Next, the man went to a room near which there was an altar with offerings as well as a pillow. He bowed and began to pray, telling the master that today he had met his benefactor. This man had the fate of the emperor himself. If he serves this fellow well, he will be able to fulfill his master's last wish. Henry was in front of a portrait of a sage who was sitting and meditating. Somewhere around the same time, the main character was in his room and staring intently at the ceiling. There was no way he could concentrate and relax, so he was very angry, farther up on his bed, and thought it annoyed him a lot, though he ended up thinking there was no way the master would lie to him. But also this man who told him the secret had no reason to lie. If what he said then turned out to be true, why would the master lie about his birth? David reflected that instead of worrying about this tomorrow, he should get a clear answer from that guy upstairs. Next, the hero is definitely bed again and decides he's done with it now and needs to get some sleep. After a short interval of these reflections, the lad did fall asleep. After that, he began to dream about the master sitting near a pond and catching fish. The little fellow went up to him and addressed him, but the old man was asleep at the time. The boy was quite insistent, and so the man woke up and asked what had happened. Next, he turned his attention to his apprentice, and the hero asked if he could eat the huge boar he was holding. The old man shouted with you. He brought him back to the mountain. The boy asked why that was so. Didn't it taste good? James didn't notice that if he ate it, then who would take care of the piglets? David crouched down beside his teacher and addressed him, but the old man was angry, so he told him to leave. The hero was persistent, though, and asked if all this meant that his parents also dwelled on the mountain. The master was in an awkward position, and so stated that he had found him near the Taoist temple when he was still quite tiny. Maybe his parents had some difficulties, that's why they left him with him. Of course the man tried to look for them, but all was to no avail. The kid got angry and remarked that he understood. James told him not to get upset, and life there is harder than he thinks, so maybe they had to give him away besides. Isn't he happy with him? David smiled brightly afterward and remarked that since he had been given to the master, he was his father. The old man first looked at him in surprise, and then smiled, for it pleased him, so he called him a silly boy, and remarked that it was his father who had raised him, of course. So the hero declared that from now on he would call him Daddy. The man declared that it was all nonsense, let him call him Simple Master. Georg said that the picture of the project finally formed, will do everything in his power to help, but is allowed to participate in the research and development of demonic weapons. Lucy stated for him not to worry about upper management. She would take care of it. Let him just do what he had to do. Now he's the best at manipulating space in the demon world. The interlocutor said he understood and was flattered by it. The commander said then, a little later, let him head to the weapons company. They were responsible for the research and development of demonic tools. The company specializes in developing weapons for demon hunting and maintains an online system to coordinate hunters. Georg said he wanted to see them always. Lucy remarked that they would be happy to accept his team and the name of the Spiritual Reality Project. Suddenly, from the entrance, a man's voice and noticed that Spiritual Reality is really not a bad name. Those present turned their attention there, and there was James. He noticed how many years, how many winters they hadn't seen his little busty dragon. And also the Nine Master is also here. It appears this time the ghost company is in a big mess. Georg bowed to him and stated that he was paying his respects in front of the nobleman. The leader of the 4 Taoist sects stated that there was no one else here, so let him leave the formalities. But the interlocutor remarked that there was no caste and no order, though James didn't care. He walked over to the woman and called her little busty dragon again, so he wondered if she missed him. The commander was very angry about this and stated that she told you not to call her that. Immediately afterward, she used the guns in her hands and declared that Vaughn had some decency, and then fired a few dozen rounds, emptying the magazines. The bullets were flying pretty fast, but started to slow down in speed and almost came to a complete stop. James used his power to stop them and remarked for her to be quieter, then wondered if the situation was really out of control. Lucy at this time said that this incident is a threat to more than just the company and the ghost. After all, it can threaten absolutely everything in the human world. Georg was wary, for he realized that this would be a collapse of just about everything. The master threw the bullets he held in his hands to the ground and they shattered. Further stated for the interlocutor to tell him what there is that is so dangerous as to threaten the peace of men, and the woman stated that it would be about the third world, specifically the Seal of Paradise. As for the details, she wants to discuss it all right now. Suddenly, Georg interrupted her and noticed that the commander had said enough already. Lucy as well as James looked at him in surprise, not realizing what had happened. The demon stated that he did not have the authority to be present in the conversation about the Seal of Eden, so he asks to stop there. The gun company needs his help, so that's where he's headed. Lucy stated not to worry about the rules, but after all, who knows, he might be the one to help them. The interlocutor said that this was absolutely not true, because the rules are extremely important for the life of demons in the human world. A nobleman has come here, so he is confident that this person is capable of solving any crisis situation. James said still, what a lot of worries here, since it was much easier for him in the Taoist temple. But the commander interrupted him and remarked for him to stop grumbling already, for they had to go. She has something to show for it, something that upper management is already expecting her to report on. The elevator was heading downward at breakneck speed, and the system reported it was 9,800 meters underground. The scan was in progress, and the identity of the commander of the Ghost Company's Luzon branch, Lucy, was confirmed. Also, the identity of the leader of the secret Taoists, James, was also confirmed. The elevator opened immediately thereafter, and the system activated the lights. Soon, the huge room was fully illuminated, and the people that had arrived here began to head towards the center. There was a board with various hieroglyphics drawn on it. James remarked to his interlocutor to tell him what was going on here. Lucy remarked that he already knew that the core energy of the Heaven Seal was created from the spiritual energy and founder of the secret Taoists. Real-time monitoring shows that the energy levels have always remained constant, however, 3 days since David's invasion something happened. After he visited the celestial inverted world, the energy level dropped by 0.001, but quickly returned to its original value. The man is the only one authorized to check the Heaven Seal, so the higher-ups instructed her to bring him here. James noticed that something still seemed strange. The power of their master founder was infinite, and the core energy shouldn't change over time. But this case has nothing to do with little David. The Paradise Seal is used to seal demons, and the little guy was able to get out because he was determined to be human. At that moment, this girl was also determined to be human, so we were to be out with him. In any case, a powerful tool like the Heaven Seal wouldn't change because of them. In the end, the master won't know what caused the change until he looks at it himself. He went to the center and noticed Lucy to stay put. After all, she is human. But the power of the seal still shows some effect on her. Soon the old man stopped right next to a large number of hieroglyphics and looked at them. Next, started putting in various things for him to use with his power. And then a huge amount of energy began to be released from his body and spread around. James began to harness this power and drove his fingers in a circle using it. Finally, after he had done all the manipulations, he ordered the rebellion. Some of the cells that had hieroglyphics on them began to move a little. After that, some of them in turn began to rise one by one higher to one lower. Just a short time later, huge columns appeared, with the columns stretching almost to the ceiling. One of them, on the other hand, actually continued its growth until it hit the top. And then the square-shaped particle began to extend downward while using the force. The cell then dipped a little lower, and a very bright light shone on its tip. Lucy continued to be quite a distance away, but still felt the energy on her. The woman wondered what a monstrous spiritual energy it was after all, for she found it difficult to even breathe, even though it was very far away. And right before her eyes vomited out, she sees the legendary seal of paradise that appeared from the cell. James began to slowly step through the columns that extended one by one right up to the seal of paradise. Soon he had already climbed to the top and stopped to get ready. Next, the master served several seals and used his eyes of the underworld. What the man there saw a little stirred him up. Immediately afterward, he turned to Lucy and remarked that it was time for her to let her notify the royal leader, that is, the commander-in-chief of all demon hunters. Of course, the girl became very wary and asked what had happened. James said that someone is trying to break through the seal in the celestial upside-down world. It has already created a small crack, and luckily, the seal has recovered on its own. The commander was dumbfounded and wondered if the demon was able to make a crack in the defense created by Heaven's seal. The old man told the woman to tell the royal leader to notify the company in all 12 states to be on alert, and he would stay to reinforce the seal. Near one of the huge mountains in an unknown upside-down world, demons gathered. All of these events took place in a huge cavern that stretched far inward. There was some orange protection destroyed to look like crystal. Just like that, the creature that had been sitting inside all this time got out of it. It had no head, yet it came up as an outskirt, and stated that the target had taken the bait, so his friends were already outside. Finally, the time for interesting things to happen is now, and this creature will get the rest of the demons out of here within 2 days. He promised that he would definitely do it. There were quite a large number of creatures below at that, which were very strong. The weather outside was quite sunny, and Henry continued to be on his top floor in his suite. He was sitting on a chair in his greenhouse as usual, but there was already a chair prepared for another person. With his power, the man sensed that someone had gotten into his apartment and so claimed it as his own. He didn't even turn around but asked the guy to have a seat, and the main character came over to him, asking if he'd left the door open for him. David remarked that he wanted to get to the point quickly and wanted to state why he was here, but was interrupted. Henry asked to hold on because his phone was ringing, so he should be allowed to answer it. The interlocutor called him Fangxian Warrior and said that he finally turned on his phone after all, so the director searched him everywhere. The man interrupted him and remarked that he apologized, but he would not work for the Guangxi group from now on, so let them not try to contact him again. Next, he threw his phone up and ordered one of his subordinates to throw it away. The farther away the better. The red bean began to take his device away. The strategist noticed that he mostly didn't use devices other than cell phones, and the boss only contacted him in emergencies. Even only 2 numbers were recorded. One belongs to the boss and the other to his son, though one way or another he won't need it now. And it's all because he and David are partners from now on. Heroes didn't go overboard on pleasantries and inquired what he needed him for. The interlocutor remarked that it's all about the stuff that someone chases their whole life. There's a chance the man could get close to her with the help of his tax partner. Of course, he knows full well that he's here because of what Henry said yesterday, his powers of foresight only allowing him scraps of information. So apologizes, for he won't be able to give the guy a full description of his past, but perhaps he'll learn more the following foresight. The hero asked in what other next foresight he would give him a drop of blood and let him do it right now and right here. The interlocutor smiled and stated that he couldn't do that. He had been repeating the word partner since last night. After all, if he wants more information, he needs something first. And by that he means he needs to gain David's trust. So they have to become real partners in doing so. The guy was indignant and remarked that it was stupid and prescient, and he was the one who thought that the Fangxian sect was really cool. The wounds from the guy's attacks yesterday wouldn't heal for another couple days, so the man should rest, and if it got too bad at all, have him go to the hospital. Now, when Henry's healed, the guy will contact him if there's an assignment. The strategist smiled after hearing these words, for he realized that they would meet again soon. And here the protagonist thought that, since the master hid from him in his past, it will remain only to trust this guy and disperse more himself. Some man approached one of the abandoned factories that was on the outskirts of town. At the same time, he asked himself what he was doing here, because he was tired as a dog, and it looked like he would have to spend the night here. He then drank an alcoholic beverage that was in his possession. Next, the man's attention was drawn to something strange that was in front of him. They were some kind of strange objects that were floating in the air and rotating against their axis. The man who noticed this stated that he had flipped something with alcohol this time. Immediately afterward, these strange objects rose into the air and circled there. They ended up being huge, and the old man walked up to them. He remarked that it was interesting because they were like real ones, even more so now he could see. Some girl. A few moments after the man was armed with the weapon of defeat, blood began to flow from his eyes. The liquor bottle fell to the ground and the man's head was crushed, as were his limbs. At the last moment he cried out very much, for he was in terrible pain from the twisting of his limbs and the breaking of his bones. It turned out that they were some objects that looked like dynamos, and with their power they squeezed the victim inside them, and he came on already very thin. And so in the concluded phase of this swift attack, two things collided with each other. Controlling these strange objects, what was this demonic being that was off to the side? The demon was glad of the situation, and noticed that even in such an isolated area there were humans inhabiting. It still looked like they would have to keep looking for a new place. Soon the creature turned its attention upward, for it saw something strange. Next, he heard a voice saying that this creature liked the way they were solving problems here. The monster first scrutinized who they were and then blushed, for he was terrified. John hung on the bat's leg and declared to the creature not to be so upset, as he was just a new member of their team. The demon told the rat ear that they really had embarrassed him, because he can't believe he was beaten by a rookie. It's only a cat spirit, and he actually notified His Majesty about it. John said the creature is a big talker for a shorty, also wondering how strong his gongs are. So inquired if he wanted to casually fight alongside him. The interlocutor was annoyed because of these words, and went on to say that if His Majesty hadn't said he wanted to see him, he would have killed him long ago. The demonic cat spirit creature thought that it was becoming more and more interested in this majesty they were talking about. Soon, all the members of the group that was headed out entered one of the large rooms. The demon shorty stated that this was exactly the kind of newcomer that his quantity was enough to meet. In this huge room, there were 3 demonic creatures sitting on several containers. And so the first of them stated that His Majesty had been expecting the arrival of this demon. The entity that looked like Anubis asked if it was a cat spirit, looking weak, and if it was really rank A. The girl, on the other hand, was delighted and noticed that at last there was at least one decent spirit present. John continued to be on the care and counted the monsters from 1 to 6. Immediately afterward, he smiled and noticed that it turns out there are only 7. Next, he turned to the creature above and remarked that he could feel its murderous drive from as far away as here, so there was no reason to hide there. The creature that was the demon grasshopper noticed that he was thinking too much. There was a reason why he was there in the first place. It's that there's a good overview of the situation there. If this demon fails the test, it will immediately finish him off. Cat Food slammed down and stated that he was really starting to like it, this place more and more. The monster in the pink suit remarked to the rat ear not to keep His Majesty waiting. The interlocutor responded by saying that he understood. The girl was delighted and said how lucky they were to have a rat's ear. Otherwise, they would quite rarely have to hear His Majesty's enchanting voice. The demonic bat stated that it could not hear any electronic devices within a 1-kilometer radius, except for rats, also no presence of spiritual energy. And so the yellow demon turned to His Majesty and declared that he could speak. And immediately afterward, he threw down the cloth that covered the tray he had been holding all this time. John thought that these monsters were acting so mysterious, and now their boss was finally going to show up, and he was dying of anticipation. Finally, the cloth flew off in the other direction. The creature noticed what was there and wondered if this was some kind of joke. And there was a little green frog sitting there, of which the creature spoke. It remarked that it was nice to meet him. He asks to be forgiven because of his special status he can't attend live. His name is Owen, and hopes the guy will join them. John said he was angry at first because the creature he was so interested in hadn't even shown up and was talking to him through a baby transmitter. But now he's satisfied. The whole situation shows that the interlocutor is very careful. Demon needs a place to live and also really likes the way they work. His Majesty inquired if it was true that he wished to join their team. The cat spirit noticed to be told what he needed to do to prove his fitness. Owen asked him to allow him to introduce the director of their team, this particular being to his right. His name is Dave, and by Polish standards he falls under the top rank A category. The interlocutor remarked that if he understood correctly, the top rank A was very powerful, so he wondered if the boss wanted him to fight him. His Majesty stated that he got it right. If he could kill the director, then a spot on the team would belong to him. But otherwise, if he dies, they guarantee a good burial. The director of this team immediately rushed toward his opponent after hearing the words. further remarked that they should proceed to battle, for His Majesty had already said everything. The demon said that he had heard that the creature in front of him had risen to rank A after reincarnation, so was in anticipation of their fight. The feline spirit made a very surprised expression and kept looking somewhere. Next, she said to wait a second to beat them only 7. The interlocutor remarked that this was so, but what was troubling him? The kid pointed his finger and remarked that in that case, what's that red one that's right behind that yellow kid in the center? Dave wondered if anyone had been able to get through before this action at the rat's ear, and if it could be the highest ranking of the ghost company. So he immediately ordered the demon bat to go and check everything out. And suddenly his facial expression changed very abruptly, for his body was pierced by his opponent. The director of the company at that moment was not expecting the attack and so easily missed it. The girl said the slightly naive guys are nice, but their principal is way too gullible. The creature, which looked a lot like Anubis, shouted to the cat spirit that he was scum. John says you should use your brains in a fight, and he's just a dumb dog, the guy with the official targeting the heart to play with it longer. Suddenly he was wary, for he felt that something had happened, so he wondered if his hand was stuck. Dave stated afterward that it seems like calling it a fight was really flattery. You see, can only take place if both opponents are equal in effort, but his opponent is definitely not worthy of a battle with him. Next, the creature touched his limb with its right hand and began to use its power. The demon stated that this cat spirit is definitely located as food after all. John's limb at that moment began to feel as if it were rotting and the flesh was coming off of it. The girl said that everything the principal touches rots and gets sucked inside him, and she thought they were getting a new member on the team. What a shame after all. A few moments after the incident happened, the tip came off the guy and he flew off in the other direction. The principal was a little surprised and asked if he had cut off his own hand. After that, using his power, he began to tighten his wound and also absorb that limb. Soon there were hardly any tracks there anymore, and the demon dog asked if he thought he could escape. Dave was very aggressive at that point and immediately lunged at his opponent. The feline spirit was a bit confused and so backed off so that his opponent could grab his leg. John realized that his situation was really bad, but his interlocutor was telling him to turn into a pile of bones and become his food. The guy thought he could overpower his opponent as well because they are of the same rank. However, he didn't know that there was also a higher rank, and it came out that he was somewhere in the lowest category. But also the demon can't believe that the difference between the two is this big. At that moment, John's mind went blank in the battle against Dave, only one word breaking through the tangle of thoughts, and that word was escape. The demon dog stated that he heard he had 9 lives, but then he would just crush his body, and then it's gonna take him and just swallow him whole. The feline spirit had only recently become a demon, and from that he lacked combat experience. But it was on the very brink of life and death that his instinct itself helped him remember something. The team director hit his opponent very hard with his left hand right in the head. The limb of the guy who was holding the monster at this time broke off. He wondered what it was. Did it break off before he absorbed it? John told me afterward that the monster's impressiveness spooked him and even made him forget some things. And to forget the name on the fact that he himself has gained a couple of new abilities for himself. So if he at this point correctly play the situation, the opponent will not be able to touch him with a finger. Immediately after saying those words, the feline spirit's body flew apart in various directions. The small body parts instantly began to move away from the demonic being. The demon dog was surprised and asked if that was all he could do. If this is true, then he is very naive, because if they are trying to escape at this time, the game is long over. The demon, who had been sitting on the top floor all this time, remarked to the minister that this job was just for him. And so when this foul thing was already ready to attack his opponent, he suddenly stopped and noticed something strange. John, using his new skills, turned his body as if into a tornado and asked who it was that said he was going to run away. Next, the torso began to gather into its proper shape, and the cat spirit declared that he had never had so much fun. Jennifer's second personality wondered why he hadn't realized it sooner. For it was at the same time that he was resurrected from the bullet wound that he tried to get out from under the rubble. That is when he got liquefied. The second time, a rat's ear cut off his head, and the guy wanted to reattach it back, so gained regeneration, and after a fight with these creatures, he died again. When I came back to life, it was starting to think about how to develop efficiency in combat, learning how to turn my limbs into any weapon, but was struck by the possibility of liquefaction. The girl wondered to the rat's ear if that was really the case. If it was, then this really was a cool ability. The demon at first thought they could utilize his potential and make him a second attacking force, but underestimated the spread of things. And this demonic creature is too cunning and competitive. If they accept it, it will become a threat later. John said that as a result, every time he is resurrected, as long as it's not too tedious, he can acquire a new ability. And right now can test them on a strong opponent like a demonic dog, and that's great. The opponent immediately stated that there was enough chatter already, and anyway, what did all this have to do with the battle? The demon smiled madly and remarked that it had special relevance, because didn't he think their fight would become more exciting? Their team principal was a little surprised by this and just stared at the guy. The creature at that now looked more confident and constructed a sharp weapon from its limb. John said that at this point his power is not equal to his opponent. The interviewer asked if this is the weapon he mentioned, and if he hopes to alienate him with it. The feline spirit smiled very brightly again, and remarked that as he thought about which ability he would gain, the cultist would cross next time. And so, moments after his own words, he used his limb and stabbed himself in the head. His body immediately fell breathlessly to the ground afterward, for he had been killed. The demon dog was dumbfounded by what was happening and shouted that this guy was fucked. The short man shouted how pompous he was, making him want to flatten him with a gong. Turning to the minister, said that moral values and ethics should be forgotten and just let them eat him while he was still dead. The director stated that such a low and also desperate act was not his style at all. A few seconds after the creature died, its soul began to escape through its open mouth. And soon, as was this pastime, the soul that flew out into the sky scattered in different directions. Dave was a little surprised at what was happening and continued to stare intently at what would happen afterward. For a few seconds after it happened, nothing happened and everyone was in their seats. But just moments after that, the creature's body liquefied and flew towards the demonic dog. The principal said that the guy knows that if he touches it, the demon will be incarnated, so his new ability is just obvious. And it's definitely Dave's, only it's been altered a little bit. The creature immediately afterward began to build up its strength, and it could be seen that its body had increased with the accumulation of muscles. Also grew horns, and the director said the guy is still Slovak, so he'll show him how huge the gap between their ranks is. Soon after, one clearly huge force appeared at the place where the battle was taking place. The principal's body turned into a huge demonic dog that exuded the power of his body like this. After the transformation, Dave declared that he was still no match for his opponent. The liquefied body of the demonic creature continued to head towards the dog in a huge wave. Next, two huge forces collided, and it was as if John had spun his body into a tornado. Next came a rather large lump at the spot where the principal was standing at the time. Dave's body was completely covered in the liquefied flesh of the demon cat afterward. Soon there was a huge explosion at the spot where the battle had been fought, and a wall of dust rose up. The ball that formed there was like fire, and pink slits were flying near it. Due to the rather large amount of strength, and that was released as a result of the battle, streams of wind were hitting the other demons. A toy in the form of a small frog with which he communicated with his subordinates. His Majesty almost rolled over. Owen then turned to the rat's ear. The subordinate said he has gained the ability of absorption and is now trying to use it against the minister, and the minister is trying to absorb him in the process. So the clash of spiritual energies has created an energy dome. These very forces are too intertwined, and the demon can't tell who is winning. Shorty watched carefully what was going on and was wary at that moment. So he turned to His Majesty and wanted to say that the minister might lose. The man remarked to Christopher that he was worrying too much. Dave is his confidant, his subordinate, and how he would sacrifice his life. We should give it a little time because, after all, this is the creature that exterminated millions of people. After a few moments, the force that the opponents were exuding became even greater, and the room began to collapse because of it. The demon grasshopper continued to be on the roof, fighting off the shards to see what was going on. The energy dome of demonic energy had finally disappeared, and a hole had formed there as a consequence. Next, some force began to seep upward again, and it was evident that this force was that of a minister. He was very angry at that point and called the guy he was fighting a rat fucker. So inquired if he was even now convinced that the demonic dog was stronger than him. The monster at that moment was holding John's ball-shaped body in its hands. This creature was the mother demon's son, and it was currently of average rank A. Soon a loud cough was heard in one of the shops of the abandoned factory. It was coming from John, who was having a very hard time and was literally crawling on the ground. The director said that the opponent had exhausted his spiritual energy and wouldn't be able to fight for a while unless he reuses the rebirth ability. Next, the monster turned to His Highness the King and remarked to him to only order, and the creature will destroy this guy. Owen apologized for being relegated to the role of a lab rat, but a subordinate said His Majesty had nothing to apologize for. The king went on to say that he finally saw the guy's potential and ability to be reborn would come in handy in the future, so worthy to join them. The man guarantees that he can gain combat experience here and will also provide him with shelter. The demon dog told the cat to move and thanked His Majesty for allowing him to join. John immediately afterwards reluctantly told His Majesty that he understood. At the same time, he was actually very angry and thought that the day he gained enough strength he would kill each of them here. With this, it was clear that he only had 4 lives left and would become the strongest in this world. The protagonist continued to be in his home and carelessly pick his nose. Next, he turned to Anastasia, who was sitting in front, and remarked that he had something to say. So wonders if she's correctly realizing that her wounds are almost clamped. The girl responded by saying that she was, and she was ready to go on any mission right now. But the hero noticed her to forget about the missions for a while, because they need to take care of one rather important matter first. She wants to join the ghost company after all, and let her go to bed early, for tomorrow he will teach the girl how to use spiritual energy. Sophia got excited and said she was lucky because David had never taught anyone before. The interviewer asked if that was true. The hero, on the other hand, was surprised and asked if he had ever lied to her at all. Next turned sideways and said he was going to bed, and they should go to bed after this round too. He thought that if the master or his sister found out what he had done yesterday, he wouldn't get away with it, so he'd better lay low for now. If Anastasia could become a demon catcher, he would have a little less to worry about. Hopefully some strong demon wouldn't show up in these few days. Otherwise there will be problems in such a case, but the same probably shouldn't happen. Henry was also at this time in his home on the top floor meditating. Soon after his classes, he exhaled and cleared his energy. Further thought David is truly amazing. His alchemy ability has returned to him. However, his internal organs will need another week to recover. The man hopes that he will not be disturbed by anyone, because in any case, it is worth trying to use that very prediction. After doing so, he realized he had received a prediction called Tiger in the Pit. This means it will be dangerous to be in the city in 5 days. Of course, this is not a good omen at all. It doesn't matter anymore, though. After all, he's in the city, so there shouldn't be a problem. 5 days from today, and so the man is already in anticipation. John was told to bow, for His Majesty was about to be given an order. The demons were on their knees, and His Majesty was saying that their leader, the secret Taoist target James, had been cornered, so they were embarking on which phase. Now their new target will be his favorite subordinate, David, the highest-ranking officer in the company Ghost. The king told the girl Jessica that today would be her turn. Demon rejoiced and asked if she had finally been blessed with a mission. She was very excited. Next, His Excellency remarked to her to take the thing and open the mouth of the frog, through which all this time he had been speaking. Some magical thing that looked like a ball with large patterns began to glow from within. Everyone looked closely at this thing, which was emitting energy like this from within itself. The demon cat spirit looked at it and didn't realize what else it was. But the girl took this ball and without hesitation put it in her mouth. She smiled sweetly afterward and remarked to the king that she would keep it as the apple of her eye. Owen remarked that it was good and let her deliver it to the designated coordinates, and he also thanked her for her work. He got Christopher to find a new place for them to meet and let the rest of them stand by. That was all for today, and he was grateful for the work done. John stood up and asked to wait. Since he was now part of the team, wasn't he supposed to know what the point of all this was? The interlocutor remarked that he wished the principal had told him, but since he was so impatient, he would enlighten him himself. And so the main reason they're doing all this is to exterminate all of humanity. The king asked Dave to take care of their new comrade, also let him answer any questions he had. The man further stated that that was the end of it, and only the sound of him passing out was heard. Jessica shouted happily that they could finally move on to the next phase. She was having fun and wanted to shout for their perfect world. John turned to the demon dog and noticed that the heir said he could ask him questions. The interlocutor asked what exactly he was interested in. The guy said that His Majesty is probably stronger than him, but I wonder just how strong he is. The director said he didn't advise him to bring up the subject of the king at all. Besides, he doesn't know it himself. Since the boss approved of the guy, he will treat him as a comrade. But as long as he's well behaved and he can promise that no one will give him trouble, John said he does have the abilities of a general. So it turns out he can literally see the whole picture, with the creature smiling slyly, and he already has a plan matured. Next, the demon turned to the girl and asked if she understood correctly that her name was Jessica, so he noticed that he had a couple of questions for Miss. I wonder what the balloon in her stomach is for, since they are on the same team thinks he deserves to know about this next phase. Christopher chimed in that he was just a rookie, so he shouldn't stipulate important information to him, but the girl claimed it was fine. Still, the king himself had chosen him as their mates. The shorty remarked that he didn't want to be mates with a demon like him. She told the lad not to take it personally. This demon is sharp-tongued, but he means no harm. John said he wouldn't take this short guy seriously. The interlocutor heard and got angry about it. Jessica noticed that if you talk about what he asked about, the ball in her stomach is very precious, and it's called a Songku bell. Their other branch, the first earthly one, took a long time to find it. The orb with the delivery to awaken the ancient demon that sleeps beneath the earth's crust. John said that if an ancient demon, there is probably a rank S. The interlocutor said that to be more precise, it is the highest rank S, that is, a very strong rank. The demon cat spirit asked if he was really that strong, but would he even listen to the boss when he awakened? Jessica said they want to wreak havoc to weaken the enemy's defenses or completely defeat them. The boy wondered if it was all for one man, but was he really that powerful? She hesitated and noticed that, if the rat's ear was to be believed, it looked like they wouldn't be able to overpower him, even if they put all their strength together. The demonic bat can analyze his true potential, however, he is not as good as His Majesty. The guy said that he understood everything. The girl afterward declared that she had something important to tell him anyway. The demonic creature in front of her immediately became wary, for he was already expecting some secret information to help him. John sensed something amiss, so he didn't realize what had happened. His consciousness as well as the whole environment changed, and he was in some strange place. The place he was in was like the water under which some huge, terrifying beast dwelt. Jennifer touched her hand to the guy's torso with her own. The demon cat spirit, and after a while came to his senses and was dumbfounded. The girl apologized to him for the bad memories while doing so. Also noticed that she had released her demonic energy and didn't even realize it. But what she told him was classified information. It must not be spread under any pretext. His Majesty's ambitions are far more important than their lives. If someone dares to stand in his way, the girl will devour this impudent without a second thought. The fact that the guy is on their team is certainly something she likes a lot, and she also hopes he doesn't become the cocky one. Well, now should go on the road, because they definitely need to have fun in the city. The king has assigned her a mission, and it should definitely be noted. John realized that the external appearance is unknown, 8 unknown, and he even used a program to change the voice. The king's identity is too good hidden. Even if he knows his name is Owen, it does nothing. All the powerful demons are certainly following him, and their plan is the extermination of the entire human race. The guy hadn't been roused like he was now in a very long time. That is why, if he is now a demon, he vows to become the strongest of them all. John will step over their corpses and become king of this world. The man in front of him said that the guy's demonic energy was weak, however. He could smell a bit of that energy along with a strong bloodlust. He urges him not to do anything foolish, for the king sees everything, and he only keeps him here because he is more useful alive, so let him not get burned. The creature was very frightened, and he asked where this man had come from and who he even was. Jennifer said it's a rat's ear. Now they're disguised as humans, so it's much easier to get around the city. The demon noticed that they were like the real thing, and it turns out that the others had already reincarnated as well. He looked at them, and people were telling the newcomer whether he was going or not, because it was unclear what took him so long. The first being introduced in human form was Minister Dave. The guy from the roof was next, but they're strangers technically, and his name is Luke. Next in line was Christopher, who reincarnated in the guise of a boy. After that, there was some big man standing there, and it was this guy with a tank on his back, and his name is Waldemar. The girl said they had saved another guise just in case, so he could have it. The human weapons company made it. Demons need it to legally be in the human world. It took the king some effort to get them, and they are called spirit bags. If you put this thing on your chest, it will envelop the body, and subsequently any demon that does this will look like a human. Except for the spiritual bag female, but I guess that's not a problem. The demonic cat reincarnated into the form of a woman, and he looked at himself carefully. Further stated that it's not a problem at all. Things are easier to get anyway, being a woman. Jennifer said that's great. Now we should go head for town. She's going to eat barbecue tonight until she bursts. The 8 demons of the 11 Earth branch set off, ratty and ear-pensive. It felt like something was missing. They all walked together to get out of the large room, and the girls screamed for a barbecue. On one of the creatures that had been with them all this time, but was unconscious, began to come to its senses. It was a demon with a huge eye that asked what it was, how long it had been asleep. What was unclear was where everyone had gone. Had His Majesty already finished their meeting? This creature is the weakest one here, and of course they've forgotten about him, though he's still a member of the team. David yelled for Anastasia to move. After all, what was the point of even taking a shower in the morning? She said she was on her way, and Sophia and the little demon wished them luck. The girl wondered if this was the first time the guy had let her go upstairs after all, and she would finally get to leave with her own eyes where he was practicing. And so together they went up to the 2nd floor, and the hero opened the door. She looked surprised and thought, is there really a training ground behind this door? Some strange essence was visible from the room, as if the matter there was distorting. The guy went inside and asked his interlocutor to go there too. Anastasia was surprised to see him missing, and warily began to walk in from there as well. She had a strange feeling, as if she were walking through a stream of water, but not ordinary water, but ice water. While it was certainly a bit intimidating, the girl still went completely through it. Further was dumbfounded when she saw the huge space and asked if this door of measurements, but why they are not in the city. David said it was an independent space, had to beg 5 seekers for permission to do this for a long time, and in the end they sent Georg to secretly create the site. He owes them, so to pay them back, the guy has saved a house for them in the human world that they can use at any time. The companion turned her attention to the door they came out of, and it began to disappear. The hero said that this place is 5,358.7 square kilometers. It's about the size of a city, and only he and the people he brings can get in. Anastasia thought to create an independent space the size of an entire city with her own hands, and how powerful this Georg is. David said that everything in her field of vision could regenerate on its own, so took off his slipper and noticed that he's about to show himself. Next, he used borrowed gold and a skill called atomized body and spirit. That's why he covered his bud stage with golden power and threw it straight into the ground. Because of this, the object literally flew into the ground instantly and began to split the ground. At the same time, it was such a strong blow that the soil within a radius of several dozen meters flew apart. The girl wondered what the effect of throwing an ordinary slipper was. Although it was David, she had already accepted the fact that there was no limit to his abilities. And so the boulders from the ground that had broken off began to fly in the other direction. But Anastasia was dumbfounded when she looked at them again. After all, she had literally just seen with her own eyes how the boulders that were flying one way abruptly changed their trajectory. For today began to come together, and the soil was recovering. The hero noticed that not bad after all the sight, and asked how the girl thinks. Further stated that he would teach her exactly how to awaken her own spiritual energy right now. The interviewee got excited and said she was ready. Let her tell me where she needed to start. David remarked that they needed to come up with a method of training first. Anastasia wondered why she had such a bad feeling about this. An hour after that, the girl was lying on the ground thinking that quite a large amount of time had passed. Being so strong for a guy, after all, it is not a problem to train her children need to become an officer as soon as possible. She is in no way related to David and lives off him. She can't take it anymore and said that before she became an officer of the company, Ghost would not take money for assignments, was going to take finances as payment for lessons. Woe is always thwarting our mission and doesn't think she's good enough to complete her own mission, so by refusing money, she can't repay for clothes and food. No matter what, she has to become an officer, and then she can get money and give it to the guy, because she doesn't want to be in debt to him. And the woman she's thinking about all this time will still regret leaving her, and also in her father. As Anastasia lay there and pondered the situation, the hero barked out that he had figured it out. She went up and asked if he was going to start teaching her. The guy said he wasn't, but he had figured out who could teach her. The interlocutor was dumbfounded and wondered if he hadn't tried to think how he would even teach. The hero said he suddenly remembered that as a child, the master had not taught him. In this, David learned to use spiritual energy himself after going to the bathroom. So he has no idea how to practice energy conduction, and the girl thought it was definitely his style. But who does this man have in mind? Soon the main character brought a new teacher for her, and the man came with a flower. He held it out and noticed that his name was Henry. He was David's buddy. Also heard that the girl wants to learn how to use spiritual energy, so he's here to train her. Anastasia wondered if he was a friend. He must be just as good. Next, he told her what her name was and thanked her for taking it on. To her, this man looks like a gentleman. He is cultured and polite. However, it is completely unclear why the girl is getting goosebumps from looking at him. The protagonist shouted that they had had enough of the chill, let them hurry up and start practicing. Also let them practice and he'll play a few rounds, and added Henry is still counting on him. The girl was angry and thought to he is a teacher these promises to teach, and he himself is going to play games. But here was the master noticing for her to take a seat and should already be starting them. The atmosphere in this place was really quite peaceful, and only the gusts of wind were swaying the tree. The teacher and his new student were seated underneath it. He remarked to Miss to allow her to begin by giving more details about spiritual energy. The girl immediately agreed. The man said that in brief, it is a form of energy and it flows inside like blood. In ordinary people is closely related to life as well as health. Anastasia noticed that David said that there was spiritual energy in every person, but it was sealed and could only be gained through natural activation or training. Henry said, "He's right. But even if sealed, still not much flow will run through the body. It's just that the energy is useless on its own and has no function. Of course, besides sustaining life and health, we can call it useless spiritual energy, or as it is commonly called, soul." In the 18th century, a philosopher mentioned a theory called animism. It says that everything on earth has a spiritual essence. Even a stone or a chip has it, and this is a philosophical conjecture, but it can be applied to useless spiritual energy. Next, he asked that Miss give him a flower. She was surprised and immediately did so. But when you did, you saw and felt something strange. Henry said that they would take this flower as an example, and it could grow in the ground for a long time, but if you absorbed its useless spiritual energy, it would immediately wither away. However, this one only works on flowers and other plants. Humans can't absorb each other's spiritual energy. The girl already knows that people can activate useful energy on their own without training. Also, all things on earth work. Even plants can activate it and eventually turn into a spirit. Anastasia said she already knew that, because David explained the different kinds of spirits, plants, and inanimate matter become fairies. The strategist stated to Miss that she was living up to his expectations because she grasped everything on the fly, but the student noticed that he was embarrassing her. Henry remarked that before he teaches her how to activate the useful energy, let him explain all the steps. There are 4 words in total. The girl was surprised and thought what stages, but the man went on to say that it was activation, control, refinement, and creation. Activation is responsible for activating a person's beneficial spiritual energy. Control in doing so is the ability to control energy and to cultivate it into yourself. The term enhancements means developing unique abilities through cultivation of the same energy. And finally, creation is nothing more than improving the ability through training. Henry suggested starting with activation. There is a shortcut to activate your spiritual energy. The master crouched behind his student's back and noticed that through the transmission of a small portion of his energy, something might work. Since by the concentration of their energy differ, its useless spiritual energy will repel its useful energy. Next, he asked her to close her eyes and try not to think about anything, because that way her energy would flow much easier. The girl felt like she was in a martial arts movie and didn't understand if this would really work. Henry told her to remember that she needed to try to clear her mind and feel the flow of spiritual energy. She said she would try. Master kept saying that he would now run his energy through her body and started to do. A few seconds afterward, he was surprised, for he felt something strange in his hand. For coming out of your energy was repelled by the internal energy that came from within. Soon the man's flow was completely interrupted, and a large amount of alien, incomprehensible energy began to come out. This stream was so strong and huge that it pushed Henry back several dozen meters. Anastasia sensed that something had happened, and so she became wary. She turned her attention back and was amazed. so she asked what he was doing there. The strategist wondered if she wasn't mistaken. It was her demonic energy, but she's a simple human, so why is there such a strong demon inside her? His wounds hadn't fully healed yet, but her demonic energy had seriously affected him, so he shouldn't be trifling after all. The girl ran closer and asked him why he was bleeding. Did she really do it? Henry noticed that Miss wasn't too worried. Still, these are old wounds he got in the battle with David, she said. The lad is careless with his power, and let him not hold a grudge. The interlocutor smiled and stated that he also had a question as to whether she could explain why the demonic energy was located internally. Anastasia was embarrassed and thought, what a fool David is for not even explaining her situation to him. Sometime afterwards, she told all that had happened and remarked that that was the whole story. Henry said it's about a mummy, which is something he's heard of since it's an S-rank demon. She and David were destined to meet after all. The interlocutor stated that it was not a good fate. The strategist thought, there is a mummy inside her. If she activates the spiritual energy, she might have access to the demon's energy, and that's great. With the power of the mummy, David will become the king of this world. He told Miss that it sounds like a hidden blessing. She is both human and spirit, so it will be easier to activate the spiritual energy. The girl remarked that if that was true, how long it took her to activate the veggie man. The man stated that normal people were not capable of that. She would need natural talent and a good teacher, and this is the kind of thing that needs 3 years. She asked how a person and a spirit in one could do it in 6 months. But the strategist said she could have it all worked out in 3 days. The student was discouraged and wondered what he was carrying. Could she really handle it? Henry remarked that they should clarify a few things first after all. And with a smile on his face, he wondered why this mummy had reawakened. The girl realized that exactly the same way she and David had sealed the mummy, but in that battle in the mansion, he had retaken her body. What is surprising is such a change of behavior, because he even thanked her, and that poor girl also said, "Thank you," as if this mummy was not the one she met for the first time. The girl thought afterward that she too wanted to know what exactly was going on, so she noticed that since the interlocutor asked, it means he has a solution. The teacher stated that this was indeed true. But first he needed a drop of her blood for foresight. Anastasia said if that's all it takes, let it hold. Henry said she bites her finger, and Miss knows how to get right to the point. The girl realized that he is also a Taoist monk, but he looks more trustworthy. Other than the ability to fight, David is a complete idiot compared to him. After the man got a drop of blood, he immediately put it in his mouth and used the blood divination skill. After a while, Anastasia saw his face and wondered what was wrong. To her, at that, it was incomprehensible why he was crying, and the man had tears in his eyes. Henry soon turned his attention to her and noticed that there were 2 demons inside her. The student was discouraged and asked if there were really several demons inside her. The master stated that all is correct. It looks like he and David only sealed 1 and 2 is still out there. To be more precise, they were only replacing the consciousness of the mummy, but the original consciousness of that child was still inside. The girl thought that he must be referring to that faceless boy who had appeared in her subconscious when they were on the mission at the mansion. The strategist said that through blood divination, he could see fragments of a person's memory, and that's how he knew of the child's presence. His name is Arnold, and he became a mummy after being betrayed by a close friend. Of course, the man isn't entirely sure what happened, but his buddy's name was Owen. The girl felt sad because the child in her body had been betrayed by a close friend. The interlocutor went on to say that in any case, what they really sealed was the guy's outrage, that is the mummy. Somehow they were able to separate his original consciousness from his second subconscious. It was in that old mansion that spurred him to possess the girl's body. The man apologizes for his unexpected reaction. He could sense glimpses of human emotions, and when using the blood divination skill, and his tears were involuntary. Anastasia asked if it worked out that he would get control of her body again. Henry remarked to Miss not to worry, for if he wanted her to, she would have been possessed long ago. Based on his assumptions, he was currently hiding in her subconscious and had no desire to show himself. Although, of course, the man doesn't know the specific reason why this is happening. The girl thought that if he was opening himself up, maybe it was because he had seen David's power and was afraid of being attacked or sealed. Next, the master said that there was no need to worry, because life and death are destined by fate, so everything will be resolved sooner or later. Also, some fragments of memories he could see especially clearly. The older the memories, the more intense. There is a picture. He may even see even more. such as she had a happy life before her father became seriously ill when she was just a child. Her mother could not bear the burden and left them for a rich man. The girl was left all alone when her father passed away from illness. She had countless relatives, but they all literally turned their backs on her. And then eventually her mother had to take her away, however. When she saw her, that's what happened. And at the same time, the girl got very angry and shouted for him to shut up. At the same time, her body started to transform into a demonic form. Henry apologized to Miss afterwards for being rude, because he said all this on purpose so that she would learn quick activation. The girl's face as well as her eyes turned into a mummy as she took full possession of her body. But now Anastasia was fully conscious and didn't understand why she had turned into a mummy. The teacher stated that if his speculation was correct, then even using the mummy's power, her consciousness should not be tampered with. It looks like this creature's power is indeed based on anger. Henry smiled and reflected that from this point on, the lesson was officially considered to have begun. Jessica was standing near a huge aquarium with quite a number of fish swimming in it. While she was looking at them intently, then someone started to slowly approach her. It was Dave, who said that Voldemar had just received a secret commission from the king and wished her to act tonight. The girl agreed to this, and the interlocutor turned around and remarked to her not to delay everyone else, would be waiting for her outside. The creature paused and looked at its interlocutor before walking away. Jessica was a little flustered at this and thought the guys should be patient just a little longer. After that, she changed her appearance and headed immediately along the huge aquarium. That space was in some sort of cage, which is where those sea creatures swam. Anastasia, along with her new master, continued practicing in David's training area. The girl asked if it had officially started in the form of mummies. Henry says she didn't. He made her angry on purpose to turn her into a mummy, so he asks if she felt anything unusual during the transformation. The girl stated that if it was anything out of the ordinary, it was only rage and bloodlust. The man said he didn't mean emotionally, but physically. Anastasia wondered if physically, if he hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have noticed. It turns out that she felt a hot stream running through her body the moment she took on the guise of a mummy, as if it were a lithium of her flowing, boiling blood through her veins. The mentor stated that if she was still able to catch a hot stream, it was demonic energy. The student noticed that this was true because it felt as if her blood was rushing. The strategist wondered if it was bubbling, because he thought she would only be able to feel the flow. It seemed her senses were sharpened more than a normal person's. Probably because of the presence of the mummy, so asks to try to feel this energy and release it from the body. You should close your eyes and also start your meditation. It might take some time, of course, but he thinks there should be no problem with that. The interviewee stated that she understood everything, and so she would try to make it right. Henry stated that when he regained his human form, he would be able to activate demonic energy at any time using the same principle. Anastasia then closed her eyes and prepared to meditate. So she missed out on all the worries as well as anxieties and fixated only on relaxation. As a consequence, the sensitivity to the place she was at, as well as to the nearest sources, began to disappear. Soon, even the presence of his mentor and his spiritual powers began to fade. The heroine could only feel into her body and the demonic and her energy flowing through her veins. Her sensitivity had gotten to the point where she could literally feel her blood cells. Soon after, red demonic energy began to cover her body and emanated upwards. The appearance of a mummy, which the girl had acquired just recently, began to fade from her body. The strategist was right in front of her and continued to observe the situation carefully. He was soon discouraged by the fact that the girl was able to deactivate this form in less than 10 seconds. But also, class him this, she was able to learn even activation. Anastasia was happy at the time and asked if it worked. Henry kept smiling and thought that if she was trained well, she would definitely make a great fighter, so he said his congratulations to Miss. Not only did she manage to learn how to borrow powers from the mummy, but she also quickly applied deactivation and became human again. More importantly, passed the activation stage. The student asked if it was true because it was the first time she felt so good after getting something done, and that's just great. The strategist afterwards stated that he would now train her in control. Of course, the girl agreed to this and noticed that she was already imbued with a fuse. At night, one of the demonic beings was heading towards the port of Lushan City. It turned out to be Jessica, who pulled out the orb that the king had handed her. The girl stood at the edge of the harbor and held out that strange orb straight toward the moon. Next, she wondered if she and His Majesty together would make a difference in the world after all. The next thing she did was to throw herself resolutely into the water and dive deep down. Almost wading through the fold, the demonic creature was using her skills, and so she was guided through the water rather quickly. She had a smile on her face at that moment, and she thought that the ancient S-rank demon she was already going to him in order to awaken and ask him not to let them down. Somewhere fairly close to this location, the rest of the group was sitting in a local bar. They had all taken to the VIP room, and one of them was yelling that they should have a drink by now. Christopher was telling the goat-eyed man not to be such a nerd, for they were so excited that they had even forgotten about him a little. Still, the beginning of Phase 2 should be celebrated, and you should definitely drink to the bottom. John continued to be in the guise of a girl, as he was used to it, and looked at the situation that was happening. Next, turned his attention to the minister, and remarked that it was a wonderful day. So why did he have such a gloomy face? There is even a saying that people are brought closer together by shared hardships and should drink to that, but the demonic creature declared that he was not drinking. The guy says that's fine and then asks to just talk, the interlocutor noting that if he still wants to say something, then let him not procrastinate. John wondered if they really could just show up in a human bar like that. Dave retorted that His Majesty runs this bar and it is their gathering place. The demonic cat was only surprised in such a place and at such a level, which meant that it seemed like the king was indeed a rich man. The minister remarked that it was still nothing where Jessica was going, also His Majesty's domain. At the same time, the demonic girl actually arrived at her destination. She floated out and said she had arrived. This local turned out to be an oil rig that was very far out in the water. The demon asked, "Does he really have an oil rig? It would take at least a few billion to build something like that. Then how much money does he have?" Next, he said to wait a second. If an ancient being is being held in that place, won't it destroy that tower? The demon dog stated that it was His Majesty's secret property, and their task was to inform people about the existence of the ancient demon. That's the same time it happens. The ghost company will start investigating and eventually blame the people producing the oil. And in such a case would mean that the company would know nothing of their designs. After John found out everything, he realized that this Owen was definitely not one of the stupid ones. She went on to say that since the king's plan is so flawless, the interlocutor should rejoice, or else there is more to worry him. Dave said that the ruler always thinks things through carefully without making the slightest mistake, but still he doesn't understand one thing, because in the beginning, there were only 3 Song-O-Hu bells. That being said, the minister of One Earth branch had to sweat to get his hands on these valuable artifacts. And here they were using the second one. The first one was activated a long time ago by someone from another branch on orders, and no one knows why it was done. All of this has stirred the entire city, but the ghost company has not managed to attribute theirs to this. However, His Majesty's actions do bother the creature. Besides, it was completely unclear why he had awakened that demon mummy after all. Sophia turned to David and asked if he was going to see how Anastasia's training was going. I mean, it turns out she hasn't eaten anything since noon. The guy asked what she was saying. Is it really so late? Further realized it was his mistake, for without him the others would not be able to get out of that secret room. The hero headed over there and apologized for getting so caught up in the game that he completely forgot about them. But when he went in there, you were a little surprised after looking in front of you. They were sitting and meditating, and the guy asked if they were still practicing. How diligent they were after all. David was surprised at this and asked why this girl was so quiet. After a while, Henry opened his eyes and saw the guy, noticed that he was back after all. The hero began to squeeze Anastasia and asked what happened to her, because she does not even respond to him and the deal in any way. The strategist stated that she had mastered the activation and was now in a meditative state, cultivating control, the hero noting that it was already a day's work. He knew that calling this person was a really good idea. He further used his eye and noticed that they were about to check her homework. Her spiritual energy was yellow instead of the usual blue, and she had also learned to store energy in her body so that it wouldn't be wasted. The teacher said it takes years of practice even for the talented to get to such results. Henri said Miss is both human and demon, so the senses are heightened. It would only take a few days to master. The guy noticed that it was excellent. He didn't really know anything about spiritual energy cultivation, so what was she doing now? The man said that she had learned the breathing technique and was now in a meditative state. breathing by the score is the shortest way to cultivate energy in their cult. In this state, she has no sense of smell, touch, or taste perception. In short, she is in empty space, and nothing can affect her from the outside. The hero was a little surprised and remarked that he would have just told him when the girl held her abilities. The strategist smiled and remarked that it would be in 3 days. David said it's still a lot faster than he expected, so his partner is definitely pretty good. Henry stated that with the window count breathing technique, she could safely endure days without food or water, so they better not bother her now. The guy said afterward that it turns out there's no business at the moment, and that's awesome. He then hugged his companion and stated that he had really helped him out a lot. He was glad he had met the man and should go. He would buy him dinner. The strategist was a little surprised by this and immediately plunged into his musings. Further inquired, judging by the guy's mood, if he could assume that they had gotten much closer. David didn't like those words a little, so he was embarrassed. Further headed to exit that space and remarked that if he wanted to stay on good terms, let him tone down his snottiness. 3 whole days had passed since that moment, and Anastasia remained in a meditative state. The hero asked if this person's method worked. After all, why hadn't she woken up yet? He wondered if it was disabling Qigong. The interlocutor told him to hold the horses, and suddenly the girl opened her eyes. David immediately declared that she was awake after all. Anastasia was surprised, eviscerated when this guy came unrealistically. It was already time for her to have dinner. The fellow shouted out what more supper, for she had not eaten for 3 days. The interlocutor asked in what sense, for she thought she had meditated quite a bit. Farther up with excitement and noticing what was working out, she must have already trained herself to improve. The strategist remarked that he wasn't sure. After all, it was worth testing her abilities. Next, told Miss to try to release all the spiritual energy stored in her body. That's exactly what would serve as their answer. The girl agreed and remarked that she would give it a try. And next, she began to release her energy. Soon, the heroine lifted her head up and began to feel the energy flowing through her body. Soon, a large stream of this energy began to be released from her body, and it was more like some kind of flame was spewing out of her eyes and mouth. David noticed this and rejoiced and declared that he was doing the all-consuming thing. The guy was very curious about what her powers would be, because he can't wait to find out already. For quite some time, Anastasia continued to release all the energy that had been stored in her body. David said, just to look at it, "It must be a very powerful ability." Henry remarked that Miss is not too talented, but the power of energy lies in psyche and strength. To summarize, she does have an ironclad psyche. The hero said that he only piqued his interest with these words. Finally, the huge torrent of energy that was erupting from the heroine's body stopped its run. And now she had fully recovered and not quite realizing the situation, she asked what had happened. The protagonist remarked to her to already try out her new ability. Anastasia asked if she just learned the enhancement like that, but she doesn't feel any change, does she? The strategist remarked that this was correct, for she had internalized the enhancement and would now be able to use it instinctively. The girl remarked that she wasn't feeling anything after all, and should be given something to try. The hero at the same time telling her to get it all done soon. The heroine closed her eyes and began to slowly try to do some technique. Shortly thereafter got into a bird pose and spotted it flying, but nothing came of it. And then changed another pose and claimed it was getting bigger, but nothing happened either. The transformation Anastasia tried next didn't work either. Afterwards, in desperation, she stated why she felt as if she had been tricked. David said he should be the one to speak up. After all, she should stop playing around and show them. The interviewee remarked that she really doesn't feel anything, and it's possible that she's just not talented enough. Henry stated that once she learned the enhancement, she had the ability and her power was completely unimportant. The girl has incredibly heightened senses, so the fact that she failed is ruled out. The only possibility is that she needs time to engage the ability. As the girl sat and listened to all this talk, her tummy began to rumble. The master said it looked like she was hungry and should discuss it after they ate. The hero remarked how much that sucked. Sometime after the incident, Henry stood by the huge window and looked out over the nighttime city. Next, he asked David how Miss Anastasia was doing. The guy said it was still nothing, one kept nagging him about stinking, so she went to take a bath. Still, he is grateful to the man for the work he has done. The interviewee said there is no problem with that. After all, they are partners, and it is his responsibility. The hero noticed that they've only known each other for a few days, but he thinks this is a good person, although being an advisor for Kwan Hee's group isn't like him. After all, he's not after money like Anastasia, and isn't really doing all this for that man he mentioned earlier, so he asked who he was and what his purpose was. The interlocutor apologized, but he couldn't tell him about the man for now, but would explain everything as soon as he had fully gained the guy's trust. David said it doesn't matter as long as the man isn't up to anything bad, so he's going to help him, because he hates being indebted to anyone after all. Anastasia continued to sit in the bathroom at this time, and she was sad. Sophia and Richard were also there in their demonic guises. The girl remarked to her friend not to worry, for her ability would soon be revealed. The heroine stated that she probably is, but she needs to get stronger, as she doesn't want to be a burden to David on their next mission. Richard headed over to the girl and remarked that he had a very good feeling, and she was incredibly strong because he could feel it. His companion looked him up and remarked that he was a fool, for what he felt was probably their mummy inside her. The moment the girl said that, it and the realization began to change, and she felt something strange. Screams started coming from the bathroom they were in. The protagonist along with her partner heard this and ran here, asking what happened. Did her ability unlock? Sophia ran out of the room and noticed that Anastasia had disappeared somewhere. The girl said that she was just playing with a blackie and suddenly disappeared. Could this be her new ability? Though it's rather interesting what exactly that ability is, since she was also without clothes. The protagonist noticed that he couldn't catch a drop of her spiritual energy, even with the eye of the underworld, so is it really true that she's gone? Soon David said that he understood everything to be for sure Anastasia has the ability to move instantly. She probably won't put it on, she sensed her ability while she was taking a bath. And so without knowing it, I moved to a different place, but it's just a great and cool ability. Henry, meanwhile, has stated that he thinks all of this is really unlikely, because once the ability is awakened, the bearer unconsciously realizes what it is. The girl was taking a bath and probably wouldn't want to be anywhere else, regardless of the circumstances. Well, except she's just as human as David and details don't bother her. The guy asked what all that meant. Did he mean to say he could run around naked? If so, let her simply tell him where she might be. The interlocutor stated that he is afraid that only Miss Anastasia knows the answer to that question. Hero already started to panic and noticed that if Lucy's sister finds out that he lost his girlfriend, he will not be happy. A few seconds after the incident, the girl claimed to be here. Everyone was immediately alert and turned their attention to the front door of the room. Indeed, the girl was there, but her body was translucent for some reason. They began to worry about the heroine. Oh, here she felt her eyes closing and malaise in the case. Sometime after she lost consciousness, she opened her eyes. The hero noticed that she's finally awake, and it looks like her new ability is invisibility like a blackie. Sophia said she's very glad the girl is okay. The guy asked what the problem was after all, why she was hiding and not saying a word. The demons were worried about her after all. Anastasia shouted happily that she had superpowers and invisibility. That's so cool. The interlocutor remarked that she did, even though he hates those kinds of powers. Suddenly, Henry declared that he thought it was definitely not her after all. He then asked if the heroine could explain in more detail how she felt during the process. The student said she was sorry, and she certainly didn't mean to scare Sophia. Her interlocutor remarked that it wasn't a big deal. The important thing was that she was fine. The girl went on to say that when she was playing with the blackie, she got dizzy suddenly and decided to go out for some fresh air and passed out on the way. And when I woke up, I was already invisible, so I wanted to change shape, but I couldn't. However, she felt the spiritual energy leaving her body, so she tried to control it and was able to reverse the process a bit and became half-transparent. That said, still swooned when she saw her friends. The master listened intently, then remarked that he seemed to know what her ability was. The girl became enthusiastic, and the interlocutor stated that her ability was a borrowing. Somewhere around the same time, there was a demon under the oil rig. She illuminated the area at the bottom with her orb, and there lay the bones of a huge creature. Jessica picked up the orb that Her Majesty had handed over and began to use it with manipulation. The tremendous energy that was in the inner released, and the particles of the ball broke apart. The girl looked at the creature below her and noticed it waking up. At the same time, nothing happened to the huge skeleton of the dragon-like creature. But at the same time, the stones that were around were being sanctified and cracked. Anastasia was a little surprised at the word she heard and asked what else the borrowing was. David said that's why he couldn't see her presence even with the eye of the underworld. The same as with the Blackie, the man said the ability was transmitted through touch. The demon said it was cool and it amazed them, and the girl asked if she could borrow other people's abilities. Henry asked David to give her his hand, and he wondered if she could adopt his ability as well. After that, he did touch the girl's hand, and she was even rather embarrassed. The guy with a smile on his face asked if she felt anything at all. Anastasia was very embarrassed at that moment and remarked that she couldn't feel anything. David was surprised and asked in what way, if her borrowing was somehow selective, and he was getting excited early. The man turned to Sophia at that and remarked to give her his hand. The little girl was surprised and asked if she really had to do that, and further touched and asked if she did or not. Suddenly, something strange started happening to the heroine, and so the demon looked at her in surprise. It told her that the girl could control her hair as well as her. The main character returns noticing that this ability only works with demons. Anastasia's hair at the same time began to twist as well as the ability of the babe who stood across from her. Suddenly the girl's face changed abruptly and she began to faint, for her pupils were dilated. The demon shrieked that she had fainted again, but the interlocutor said that she shouldn't be worried because she was just having a spiritual energy deficiency. Soon Anastasia woke up and wondered what was wrong, for her head was spinning. Henry said he was right, for she can only take a demon's ability, not just one, for she can borrow multiple abilities at the same time. It's transmitted through touch. About the duration of use likely depends on how much spiritual energy the girl has in reserve. The hero said she only needs a touch. The man stated that she had lost consciousness due to energy depletion, but by practicing vain breathing, she would be able to expand her reserve. To find out how many abilities she can use at once and how long non-stop training will be required, he realized that the ability was built on the fact that at first she would not fully wield it when using a technique. However, over time the ability would develop for attacks. Henry understood why to cultivate the form. The hero shouted that he had enough, and not so everyone understood that there was no need for long speeches. Richard said that he was really smart. As the strategist continued his long speech about this ability, as well as how he reached this conclusion, then the girl felt something strange. As she did so, she didn't understand what was happening and asked herself what this strange sensation was. Soon she got out of bed and began to run quickly to the window. The protagonist noticed this and asked Anastasia what had happened. The interlocutor stopped at the window and gazed intently there, and went on to say that she felt something frightening. David's partner was also wary, for he sensed something. The heroine went on to say that from afar she could sense a rather powerful demon that had appeared there. The main character was just dumbfounded at what he had just heard, further shouting out that this is all really bad and why now? Coming out of this, he wants to fight a powerful demon very badly, but he can't do it at the moment. Because if the guy does it, Sister Lucy will definitely know if he goes. The partner told Miss not to worry, because someone will probably disarm him. That said, she literally just woke up. She should rest. The man will go home, and they will see each other tomorrow. The student agreed to this and thanked him and wished him a good vacation. Henry remembered the prediction that the tiger went straight into the trap. There was a hexagram of great bad luck, so would it really happen today? Now he looks forward to seeing what David will do about the situation. The oil derrick said to close the watertight doors and windows and communication valves. Also, the crane should be lowered and everything secured on board. One of the workers wondered where the waves were coming from since it wasn't in the forecast for today. Suddenly, this man looked up and saw something scary up there that frightened him. That's why he drew back sharply, because he felt that it would be very dangerous. A big lump came up to the man's throat and he began to scream because of fear. About the same time, right in front of the oil rig was some huge boulder that appeared out of the water. It ended up being a huge creature that had consciousness, and also 2 glowing eyes could be seen in front. The monster was turned the other way toward the oil rig and was turning in some strange noises. Jessica soon surfaced along with him and awakened the fierce creature. The demon looked at what was happening and said that she didn't even have to provoke him to target Lushan City. Of course, this all seems rather strange, but is it possible that this is just a common coincidence? At the Ghost Company's headquarters, the screen showed messages about the threatening danger in the city. The commander, along with the deputy, immediately went there. Lucy stated no blow-by-blow lately and asked to borrow the situation about the threat level. The system reported that a demon of enormous size was detected about 90 kilometers off the coast of Lushan. It is estimated that drilling on the plume awakened the object on the ocean floor. Unable to assess her threat since it surpassed the highest level of rank S, Katie said, unbelievably higher, meaning it's at least a demon of average rank S. The woman said to alert all coastal and regional commanders, have them say this is a warning of an approaching tsunami and evacuate civilians immediately. Everyone on shore must be evacuated within 2 hours. The deputy noticed that she understood and started running. At that, she thought that Lucy's revenge had been awake for 3 days in a row for whatever happened. That's why she mentally pleaded with the woman that she should hold out in this situation. The commander ordered him to calculate the target speed and how long it would presumably take him to reach the city and which tract to the area he was traveling on. The system reported a target speed of 45 kilometers per hour, where it consumed 7 hours and 45 minutes to get to that point. Easier knew that even if they used rank A officers, they were incapable of fighting on the water. It would reach shore in 2 hours, but even 3 wouldn't be enough to evacuate the inhabitants. To make a long story short, it looks like they have no choice, and whether they have to fight him or disarm him, so you have to ask for their help. The commander said to notify the Judicial Department of Hell's Punishment and have them contact the Hall of Defenders. Also pass the tracks to all of them, have them move out there immediately. The huge demonic creature continued its direction into the city and suddenly appeared portals high in the sky. He was right on top of the huge creature, and the guards were ready to attack him. The defenders belonged to the Hall of Defenders, one of the 4 halls of the demon city of Lantern. They are responsible for the defense of the city prison and for emergency situations with the demons of the human world. Most importantly, they have a secret method of moving the seal of paradise. Each state has 12 boxes that are assigned into pairs, resulting in 6 teams. Teams are selected and named personally by the ruler of the state, wearing the title of Defender, have a unique status that is maintained as they move around the city. The protector is required to wear a bronze mask as a symbol of their identification. In addition to their position in the state as advisors to the ruler, the protectors are known for something else, namely the fact that they have more power than anyone in the city of Lantine. And then the teleportation mark that appeared high in the sky began to glow more dimly. Gradually, creatures began to emerge from it, which were the protectors. A large number of them showed up, and each had their own abilities as well as personal weapons. The main one of this team turned his attention downward and assessed the situation. The giant demonic creature also noticed them at the same time too. The guard said he wondered why they were put together, and it was all because of this big guy. With that size, most likely this ancient demon who had been in a dream for a long time. He asked if it was worth testing his strength. The interlocutor said he shouldn't make him angry, as it might make it harder. No. 9 was ordered to test him, but let him be gentle. The gatekeeper immediately replied that he would do so and agreed. It was one of the defenders of the city of Lantern named Simon, and he rushed to fulfill his mission. The defender, on the other hand, flew at a tremendous speed right to where the monster was looking. And right after that, using his boundless strength, he stretched his children's bodies to a huge size. The man ended up landing right in the water, and his size was enough to toss the whale upward. Simon was the same size as the stone creature and stated that he didn't know who had awakened him, but could he go back to his hibernation? The protector could accurately promise that no one else would disturb him, but the demonic creature continued its movement and did not react in any way. The sentinel noticed that the creature seemed to lack self-awareness. Next, he used his protective weapon in the form of a shield, and noticing that then asking for his forgiveness in advance. And so the huge stone demonic creature faced its new opponent. Because of what was happening, the water around it started flying in different directions, creating huge waves. After the Guardian used his weapon, he also began to use his power. It was because of this that the demonic creature slowed down, and then without realizing what was happening and surrendered a strange sound. Simon paid attention, and just seconds later he felt a huge block of stone hit him. That huge guy's body flew straight into the sky at a rather high speed. Therefore, one of the guards noticed that even number 9's shield couldn't hold him back, and the rest of the restraining attacks were simply useless. Another asked how much at this size they would have to hold it back to seal it with the earth branch of the divine stems. The one he asked this from said that if anyone would help him, then minute, the people ordered them to pacify or else banish him. That said, judging by this setting, the latter, and that is, knowledge remains their only option. After No 9 flew far into the sky, it began to decrease in size until it was in its normal state. The girl flew up to him and asked him how he was, and he replied that he had been through worse. Then she stated that number 3 was going to assign tasks for them. It was because of this that Simon went to the rest of the squad that was gathered together. Guardian number 3 asked to be allowed to explain their plan of action again. Number 11 should use her ability on the creature to buy them time. Number 10 should assist and cover her while doing so. Number 5 was ordered to immobilize the creature's left arm and number 4 its right arm. Number 9 is told that as soon as number 11 finishes attacking immediately, he uses his shield to make the creature stay put. Zero Guardian told his brother that he would need to redirect some of his demonic energy to him, rather than reinforce the restraint. Ron, No 6, No 8, and No 12 were ordered to support No 7. Also, the seal of the 12 Earth branches should be completed together, and it will be the closing one in their attack. Tronum should endure it for at least a minute, and that way they can exercise it. Immediately after the plan had been told, the man in charge declared that we should go forward to the attack. That was why all the guards rushed forward, accumulating their demonic energy and enveloping their bodies. Only green silhouettes could be seen across the airspace that was near the huge monster. Girl number 11 headed straight for the front of the monster and was right next to its eyes. Next, she used her attack skill, Sue called Mist Veil. Number 11 is the defender of the Demon City Valentine, and her name is Katie. The Guardian, after using her power, directed a diamond-shaped technique at the monster that was headed straight for the creature's head. The huge demonic creature, although it had no intelligent consciousness of its own, still defended itself and pointed its hand straight at the girl. But soon his limb stopped, for No 5 was on it and shouted for the monster not to touch the girl with his filthy paws. Therefore that guard was heading with great speed to the bale, and also bound her using his huge green demonic thread. Of course, the huge clump with consciousness saw this attack, but since he was big, he couldn't react to it quickly. The number 5 number of Lanting Demon City's defender was named Jonathan, and he used Sue's attack skill. Soon after, there was a huge metal ball that spoke and was tied to a thread that enveloped the monster. That was one of Jonathan's attacks called Stream Drops. One of the defenders remarked that this monster is surprisingly strong, and number 11 must be almost done. The giant demonic monster used its right hand to shrug off the attacks of these creatures. One of the comrades remarked to number 4 to proceed to disarm his right arm. It was the guard who had landed on her that was supposed to do something to her. He was the defender of the demon city of Lanton, and his name was Frankie. In his hands, this guy had a sword that he was taking to the limb of a monster and using Sue's attacks. His arm was enveloped by the power of the tree that held him up with its roots, a skill called sprawling hibiscus. In doing so, it turns out that the roots of this plant have headed straight for deep water for greater effect. Shortly thereafter, the right-left arm as well as the head were neutralized by 3 guards. One of the attacking squad shouted to number 4 as well as number 5 to hold out a little longer. Katie had said that this demonic creature was too big and needed some time, but she had almost put it to sleep. At the same time, the girl noticed the strange behavior of the monster that looked at her. Some cracks had formed on the creature's head, which glowed with a green light. It was as if he was storing energy there, and in fact he was, for blue energy was storing into the orb in front of him. A few moments after it happened, there was an explosion and a shot went off, headed forward. As it was, this attack was aimed at girl number 11, who was supposed to hypnotize the creature. The situation looked quite dangerous, but soon there was a dark shadow that enveloped this attack. It was defender number 10, whose name was Albert. He shouted to the girl not to worry, for he would cover her. Jonathan said that it would have cost him nothing to fly straight, but he chose to circle around the beam, let her stop showing off, introduced to finish him off if a hair fell from her head. Number 10 stated that he shouldn't kick up a fuss, as this stone behemoth's attacks were eerily slow. Next, he stated to the girl to ask him for help. Katie was surprised and remarked to the man to help her. The interlocutor stated that there would be no problem with that. This man was finally proud of himself after all, so he used his mace-like weapon and directed energy at him. Just as it was Sue's defense attack called Misty Shadow Escape, the girl's body was enveloped by an energy that was meant to protect her. A few seconds after what happened, the monster beam finally did reach the target and pierced through it. Katie, meanwhile, continued to be protected by her partner. So she was uninjured, and thank numbers 10 seal applied, and the demon would be unconscious for 10 seconds. He said no thanks, she did the dirty work. The huge stone demonic creature continued to stare forward for a while longer. Farther down, its huge opal, from which several eyes were visible, covered itself and slid downward. And then it was said that it was finally number 9's turn for further attack. Simon, at the same time, was already right above the monster and was ready to take part in the fight. He used his protective tool in the form of a shield and remarked to him that it was time to awaken. The man called his shield the Blue Ghost Tripod. After those words, the object he was holding in his hands disintegrated into a large number of pieces. All of these parts became much larger and began to wrap the demonic creature in a circle. Eventually, some sort of structure was formed that looked like a dome. All the parts of the Guardian's weapon number 9 finally came together to form a sarcophagus that hid the monster. The drone, through which the commander could communicate with her subordinates, was heading toward the scene, rushing the beginning there with incredible speed, cutting through the space of water below him. The woman was worried at this and therefore biting her nails from the situation that was going on. Next, Lucy wondered how long it would still take the drone to fly to its destination. The instant system calculated everything, and it was announced that the estimated time of arrival was somewhere around 3 minutes. The commander realized that if still the guards failed, the consequences would be irreversible. The city is too densely populated, and it's impossible to evacuate everyone in 8 hours, in addition to the deaths people learn about the existence of demons. And if all this does happen, the human world will simply descend into chaos. The deputy ran over to the command post with incredible speed and immediately addressed Minister Lucy. The girl fairly panted and remarked that she had good news. A voice was heard from behind the front door to the direction point, asking the commander if she would allow entry. The woman realized who it was and promptly allowed him to do so. Georg instantly went inside afterward and remarked that he had heard from Katie about what was going on, so he had an idea that might buy them some time. The interlocutor asked if he was hinting that the spiritual reality projects had been completed. The demon sadly looked at her and remarked that not yet, but would be ready within 8 hours. He's already done his job, and now the gun company just needs to tweak some details. They should consider the expressive size of the monster. Even if the project is completed, is close enough to the city to be noticed, he asked. Kathy said the company has a person in the company that can apply thick fog. It might help them, because if this thick fog was redirected towards the demon, it could probably hide it from view. The commander noticed that this might actually work, and so thanked Master George, told Katie that this was a top-rank B officer named Adam. Have her contact him now and tell him to drop everything and head for a position in Loguan. The deputy said she would do it, but she has one question. So why didn't she order the defenders to destroy this demon if he was such a big threat, the woman asked, wondering if she hadn't noticed anything strange. Following the testimony of the people on that oil rig, this demon did not attack them. If so, then it means they cannot say for sure, friend or foe, all life is sacred, and they have no right to decide who will endure and who will not. The task of the company Ghost of this is to keep people safe, but we should not forget something else. Take to all this are also responsible for maintaining peace between humans as well as demons. Katie understood all of this and remarked about it to Miss Lucy. Spatial Master Georg, who was also in this room, was happy to hear all of this. Next, the girl said that she would contact Adam immediately, because she felt better knowing that they had a plan B. The commander looked at her subordinate and thought that only if the spiritual reality was finished on time. That said, they also have a plan B, and this one is definitely their ace up their sleeve. After all, this very schoolboy David is sure to be delighted when he finds out about him. Even so, the woman still hopes it won't come to that, and the defenders will be able to disarm him. He begrudgingly continued to be in the dome that number 9 had created. Guardian number 3 stated to his friend that it was now their turn. His interlocutor didn't hesitate for a second, and so he immediately rushed towards that monster. He also bared his sword, which had strange figurative patterns on it, as well as emanating demonic energy. After releasing his weapon, the Guardian pointed it downwards, and a huge amount of energy enveloped his body. Next, he ordered his creature, named Yahello, to appear here. A few moments after that, a creature in the sky that had several tentacles actually appeared. With one of several dozen of these tentacles, the monster touched the guard who stood in front. Number 3's body after that began to fill with demonic energy that was being transmitted by his brother. Next, the defender, who was the one using the technique, slipped in his sword into its sheath and motioned for Yahello to return. After that, the demonic creature that was in the sky disappeared, and a huge stream of energy kept enveloping the bodies. Guardian number 3 thanked his brother Ben and noticed that he could already feel his demonic energy intensifying. It was not a simple amplification, but an amplification of several dozen times. So the man used Sue's attack skill immediately afterward. Katie noticed it and declared that Benjamin was about to do that cool move. So he's actually very cool. Albert was jealous and said that if he was energized, he would do all sorts of cool stunts too. The two guards were in the sky for an extended period of time. Soon after, the sky began to light up with a green light, and demonic energy emanated from there. Suddenly, there was something huge that looked like either an asteroid or even a meteorite. And now this block of stone was heading straight for the demonic creature that was hidden in the sarcophagus. The swift attack reached its goal after a few moments, and so there was a huge impact, which raised the waves several tens of meters upwards. Number 11 said that number 3 was incredible, but her partner said that he wasn't kidding, because he too could perform such a thing if he was with a charger. The skill that was used on the demonic creature Black All, and it was called Jade Tower. The leader of the cheerleading squad, and all the other members flew up there and declared that it was their turn. They set their hands to make a seal and made a skill called the Seal of the Earthly Branches of the Heavenly Bars. Immediately after that, a huge dark ball appeared in the sky that was composed of demonic energy and was completely imbued with it. But this balloon was not alone, and each of the members of this squad created a larger balloon. Near the Jade Tower held by the demonic creature, a circle with various patterns appeared, which was supposed to be the seal. The guard told number 3 to hurry up and banish the thing already, because he couldn't wait for a drink, something stronger. Further stated that he doubted that after the triple defense was used on him, the demonic creature would be able to move in the next 10 minutes. The huge demon was already conscious and opened its mouth, and as a consequence, eyes appeared as well. Benjamin sensed this and was dumbfounded at what was happening. Next, he gave a scary shout out to number 7 to pay attention. The demonic creature that was sealed with several seals used its power and directed the beam at that guard. The man only noticed this attack at the last moment and still managed to react to it a little. So Bruce ended up losing his right leg as well as part of his torso. After that, he began to fall stone-faced because he couldn't hold himself in the air any longer. From the Jade Tower that was supposed to hold the giant demonic creature, those rays began to manifest. The guards realized that the situation was getting out of control, and so they tried to dodge them. Next, Benjamin wondered if the monster had stopped attacking, then turned to number 9 and noticed that it was closest to number 7, so he asks to catch it. Simon heard this order and, agreeing to it, began to fly swiftly. The leader of this group watched carefully at what was happening below and couldn't believe that their triple seal hadn't worked. It looks like their mission is likely to be a failure. That tower that held the monster continued to stay in place, but gaps were starting to form there, and they were getting bigger and bigger. Soon after, the building did not hold up and so began to fall apart. The stone monster that was hidden inside came out of it. He also destroyed the Guardian's shield skill number 9 with ease. Benjamin, after seeing this, assumed that as long as they didn't attack him, he wouldn't touch them either. However, it was unclear what was motivating him to go in that direction. Soon, a general gathering was announced between all the members of this team. Everyone immediately headed toward one point, but Simon was dragging Bruce, who was injured, in his arms. The leader remarked to number 7 that he should hold out a little longer, for number 6 would patch him up too. But the interlocutor said not to worry, for he had sealed the bleeding. So he's definitely not going to die. Wilson looked his way at that and immediately aimed his weapon. Threads of demonic energy began to pull from him, which were heading straight for the wounded comrade. Immediately after, the limb as well as the torso that had been torn off began to be generated by the technique. The guys noticed this and covered his eyes. The girls noticed he was a pervert, let him cover up and said that, by the way, number 11 is still here. The man stood naked and said what they did not see. After all, they grew up together. Number 9 said to cover this revenge, then with his cloak, because he is also uncomfortable. The interlocutor went to the side and did so, and then inquired if they were satisfied, for this is some childishness. After a while, the guards lined up and turned their attention to the side. A drone flew up to them, a command drone from which the commander was speaking to report the situation to her. Benjamin stated that they couldn't get him to surrender, and the exile had already turned out to be a failure. The female interviewer noted that it was clear, and the man went on to say that they were not sure they could disarm him. Even so, they can keep attacking him to buy people some time. Bruce said number 3 that he realized something after his attack. The monster's defense as well as the strength of the strike clearly exceeds the highest A rank. If they put up a fight there for long, it won't keep him out, for he's much stronger than they imagined, so he fears it will take a master to match their chances. The commander thanked them for their work and stated that they would work something out so the guards could go back. They said their final goodbyes and then a teleporter appeared, through which he sent her back. Immediately after, Lucy noticed all of this and spoke to them, then turned to the deputy. The girl asked what was required of her. The boss lady, on the other hand, said it looks like they're going to have to use their ace after all. The main system screen showed that it had become 7 hours and 13 minutes and 27 seconds before the monsters arrived. Lucy saw this and tells Katie that the defenders were able to hold him for a while, so she asks how the evacuation is going. The deputy said she was just laid and that everything is going smoothly. The surgery will be completed in about 2 hours. Luckily, there are hardly any people on the coast, mostly just docks and factories there, so it wasn't hard to get them out. But is it okay if they don't evacuate urban areas? The commander said that the mummy incident had strained the masses, so there were hundreds of missing construction workers on top of that, with half the population fainted for no reason. The media creating fake news could still control the situation, but if they evacuate the city and raise panic, they will definitely undermine people's trust in them. So now it's our responsibility to stop this ancient demon at all costs before it gets to the city. Katie said she understood and would contact David right away. Lucy said to wait for him. The power is as destructive as this giant's. You have to wait until all the coastal areas are cleared. The interlocutor smiled and remarked that she was indeed right. Georg said that unfortunately, according to the Code of Truce, masters are not allowed to use their powers in the human world. But under other circumstances, he would have been able to help his manipulation of space by him. The commander remarked that he already helped them a lot, so let him leave the care of the world to them. Some of the clauses in the code are horribly unfair. But still, they have peace between humans as well as demons. They don't try to defend themselves against the demons, because humans also have no right to interfere in Lanton's affairs. Georg said that's just the way it is. She's too worried. Neither of them want to see the other party in a difficult position, and he's glad that the world has David. The woman remarked that if it was about him, this guy was only more trouble. After the incident, an hour passed and a scream was heard in the house where the main character lived. Anastasia was discouraged at the same time and turned to David. She said that maybe he wouldn't change his clothes right in front of her. The hero said that this is his home, and here are his clothes, and the interlocutor said that then at least let her warn him why he is here shining underpants out of the blue. The guy said how complicated women are, and why does she care so much? The girl asked if he's the white and fluffy one here who doesn't get told off for anything. Next, Anastasia told him to wait. Where was he going in the middle of the night? David smiled brightly and noticed that Katie had said to expect a call from Lucy's sister, so it looked like a really powerful demon had shown up. Immediately after he said all that phone actually started calling him. The guy took it in his hands and immediately paid attention, and the interlocutor ran up and asked what happened to something serious. The hero picked up the phone and wondered if his little sister had a job for him. The commander said he got it right, and also wanted to ask if the mummy was still locked inside that girl. David said not to worry. After all, she is inside. The girl has learned how to control spiritual energy and even knows how to use the ability. Lucy asked if she has mastered spiritual energy in a short time. It's not a joke anymore after all. The guy said it's complicated there and should be relaxed, yet he gives his word that the girl is perfectly safe. For in doing so, he knows how risky it will be if the mummy breaks out while he is on a mission. They had almost lost half the population of Lushan City last time, and he wouldn't joke about something like that. Anastasia thought she'd done nothing wrong, but so many people were in danger because of her, and still she's a threat in the eyes of the company ghost. As the protagonist continued talking to his interlocutor, he turned his attention to the girl. He saw her standing there sad and realized it was all because of the previous situation. So he asked his little sister to wait, for he would do everything, but on one condition. And he's asking that Anastasia be allowed to compete in the state championship this year. The girl was surprised, for she did not understand what he meant. The commander was also surprised and remarked that she would ask upper management, and it shouldn't be a problem. But we'll have to wait until the end of this mission, have him bring her to meet the committee at the main headquarters, and there they'll work it out. David agreed and said he would do anything. Everything would be fine if she vouched for them. Next, the guy said he had done everything and would now go say hello to the creature. Anastasia stopped him and asked him why he had set it all up. The interviewee said that his teacher liked to repeat that you have to be responsible for your words, and he promised her, if we jumped at her now for the chance, Sister Lucy would hardly agree to anything afterward. The girl was amazed and thought he was a fool, but by keeping his promise he showed that he could be relied upon. The huge stone demonic creature continued on its route straight through the city and was already on the ocean. Several deer that were grazing peacefully on the grass took notice of the creature, and so when he stepped on the ground, it shook, and the deer were thrown up several meters. The monster, meanwhile, continued its movement and did not stop for anything, not even looking at its feet. Suddenly the creature was becoming, for she saw the danger in front of her. Therefore the monster extended its left arm and began to create an orb with demonic energy. And now, a beam of energy flew out of that ball and was rapidly heading into the period. Although the distance to the protagonist was really far, then the monster noticed him. David was surprised to see this attack and remarked that this creature was not ceremonious, but if this is how things work, then in that case he would not be deterred either. The guy used borrowed gold and the skill he grounds mystic form and soul and enveloped it with this technique, his hand that was supposed to hit very hard. And without stopping in front of danger, the protagonist threw himself at the beam that was to strike him. As a consequence, the demonic creature's attack was interrupted and the beam was split apart. And also the arm of this stone boulder began to crumble into small pieces. The protagonist did not recover and used his arm to continue attacking the substance. After all, he ended up flying through it and destroyed most of the creature, so was confused and wondered if it was that superpowered ancient demon. If that was the case, then it went very simply. The parts of the demonic entity that had broken away from it began to fall to the earth as if they were asteroids. Also, the rest of the torso of the huge monster after that began to fall to the ground, because it could not hold on in any way. The hero was in the high sky and looked at the creature and thought he was overexcited. A drone appeared behind David's back at the same time, from which Lucy spoke and shouted his name very strongly. The woman was very annoyed and asked if she hadn't told him to wait for her edicts. The guy said the creature did attack first, and he purely instinctively repelled its attack, so he didn't hit it first. Lucy wondered on how to explain this mess to people when they get back. David suggested saying it was a meteorite, and the commander remarked that at this point she was already even regretting having summoned him. And at the very moment when the guy was distracted by the conversation, he felt something strange from the monster's side. But the creature that had literally just been destroyed and was lying on the ground got up and began to recover. The guy said he knew it, because ancient demons can't be that weak. The commander added to follow him and not attack him without command. Suddenly, the system reported that the information had been updated, the target had accelerated, and the object was currently moving at 300 kilometers per hour. As a result, his estimated time of arrival in the city is about 43 minutes. The woman stated to Katie to tell her to let in a thick fog. The girl immediately agreed to do so. Lucy told her to contact the weapons company, have them let her know how the completion of the spiritual reality was going. If they don't finish within half an hour, however, they will have no other options but David. But if that happens, in that case, they will no longer be able to hide the existence of demons from humans. Georg, after hearing this information, became alarmed because he realized that everything would be bad then. For a while, he stood there wondering what could be done, and so he realized something. Next, the demon ran and said he should only be given 10 minutes, and he would be back soon. Lucy told the girl to follow him, so he wouldn't do anything stupid. If the master uses his power in the human world, he will be executed by heaven. Katie obeyed the order and said she would do anything. The commander thought that if Master Georg really used manipulation and space to deal with the demon, he would definitely anger the heavens and die. The wrath of heaven is the second offense that its secret Taoist founder Alexander left as a legacy to the people. He had two modes of transportation, and that was the all-consuming hovering reptile and the all-seeing Siju. The hovering reptile turned into a heavenly seal and sealed most of the demons within it. But Shoji reincarnated into the anger sphere of the heavens and still continues to protect all mankind. The anger sphere was created to watch over the 11 masters of Lanting City. They swore not to use the spiritual energy of the Russian world, and in case of violation of the oath to be punished by the wrath of heaven. Regardless of location, a master who breaks his oath will be immediately executed, and only the master, and only he alone, will suffer. Kathy kept running after Master George and asked where he was going. The demon apologized to his interlocutor and remarked that there was still no time for an explanation right now. The girl realized that this direction only led to one room, and was it really where he was going? Soon they came running to the armory. The foreman turned to his subordinates and remarked to them to open the door, and Katie said she was right. Just then, the door swung open, and Georg started to run in with one of his subordinates. She threw herself into his arms and remarked that she and her teacher had managed to have her spiritual reality time, so she asked for praise. Next, she spotted the deputy commander and greeted her too. Katie responded by greeting Emma. The man said the girl did do a really great job, however. Plans changed a bit. After all, they need to accelerate tenfold for the period. Babe got excited and said that since he's here, you probably know how to do it, so she's sure he'll do well, the supply manager. The girl then turned to the teacher, and he heard it. The demon told Quentin that they had an emergency, and the reality time needed to be reduced 10 times, but the commander's subordinate also greeted the master. Georg said that they had originally planned for reality to last up to an hour, but David had been assigned to the mission. They can try to reduce the spiritual reality to 5 minutes well, and then the guy will be able to handle it without restriction. The old man, Minister of Armory, listened to all of this carefully. And he said that, but at the moment the spiritual reality is very unstable, and they are not sure they can manage it. If he will manage it, there should be no problem. The interlocutor said not to worry. He would be able to control her without using demonic energy, though he wasn't familiar enough with human technology. So he needs help. He will watch the spiritual reality change, and all they need to do is calibrate the settings if the energy is stable, then let them change them. And in case of instability, lower the power level. The old man said that should work, Emma would adjust the feed, and he would take care of stabilization. Next, he started talking about energy, and after that he fell asleep abruptly. The girl came up and said that again, this old man fell asleep. Next, asked the handyman to wait a minute. Kathy noted that it was over 150 years old, and its condition was definitely explainable. After a while, the girl went to the control panel and there gave commands to the system. She soon stated that the energy flow was normal, and all levels were fine as well. Quentin stated to Master Georg that the temporary settings were ready. The interlocutor responded by saying that was good, and let them get to it. Next, they began to add amounts of energy to this system, and the current spread throughout the room. The deputy commander remarked to the master that if they still couldn't manage it in 20 minutes, it would be very bad. The demon smiled and said that Miss had nothing to worry about, because otherwise he would just simply use space manipulation to get the job done, at which time he would smile sweetly and be at ease. He further said that it would be his life in exchange for countless people's, and even if he were to be executed by heaven's weight, it would be worth it. The interlocutor chimed in that his life was also very important, and they would definitely complete the spiritual reality in time. Georg smiled and stated that no matter what, they would overcome it all together. The girl smiled sweetly and said she did. The man said the commander was talking about alerting Adam and explaining the situation. The deputy caught herself and noticed that she had actually forgotten about it and was about to be contacted. Almost on the outskirts of town was one of the ghost company hunters. He returned to the girl and asked if they should start already. She immediately explained everything to him, and he noticed that he understood everything, as it was Adam, that is, the officer of the company of the ghost of the rank B. After the man heard the instructions, he unbuttoned his sweatshirt and the drawings that were on his body showed from underneath. He then began to use his powers and wondered, what was really going on here? And soon, because of his power, a large half of the city was already covered with a thick fog, through which almost nothing could be seen. The huge demonic creature at the same time continued on its way without stopping in front of any obstacles. The protagonist wasted no time and sat on his head while the monster didn't even pay attention to him. Of course, at the time, David was very indignant and wondered what they were waiting around for, since he was very bored. Nashi wondered if this monster had any brains at all, assuming it didn't. It couldn't beat the guy, that's why it was running away from him. If that is the case, then let him just go back to where he came from, and why he is the one heading to town is unclear. In the event that the hero doesn't do anything, he won't act either, but where is this Hulk headed in the first place? While the protagonist was pondering this, then some time passed and he turned his attention forward. On the horizon at the same time, a city that was almost completely hidden by the fog already showed up. David says, Sister Lucy, that the city is already on the horizon, so he's waiting for her command. The woman promptly replied for him to wait a little longer. She then turned to her deputy and inquired as to how much longer they had. The person she was talking to didn't answer, and so she repeated for Katie to answer her. The girl at that was impressed by what she saw in front of her and couldn't take her eyes off of it. So stated of his boss that they had worked out. The commander said that was fine, and then he sends the drone with the project to David. Katie turned to the handyman and asked why he hadn't done it sooner, but the man remarked that it was all because it was incredibly dangerous. In the end, if something went wrong, the entire ghost company would likely fail. The girl noticed that he was always so careful after all, and he probably had a backup plan in case of some mishap after all. Said he would use a spatial technique to redirect the energy in a different direction. Katie chimed in. Didn't she say his life was also very important? David, after hearing the admonition, sat for some time waiting for that object. The drone at the same time was carrying a spiritual reality cube with great speed. He finally led to the main character and immediately dropped this thing in his hand. The guy caught it and asked what it was. He was told it was a spiritual reality. Namely, a demonic device literally just created by a weapons company. It creates a parallel space, the area of which can reach 4,000 kilometers. But to speed up the building process, the space-time was reduced to 5 minutes. The guy's job is to eliminate the object after that time. But you can activate this very object by pressing the large buttons that are located there. The main character got excited and said it's cool, it's like a portable training room. That's why without even thinking about everything else, he pressed the button and prepared to act. After that, the cube gradually began to enlarge, and the monster's head was already submerged in it. Soon, this space expanded to an even larger size, and so already the monster had submerged completely. But that wasn't all, for the parallel space continued to expand, ever more immersing even into the city. So some people have even been affected by it already, but haven't felt it in any way. After one of the guys slowly started walking days of him, then his body was covered in cubes. Then, as if in a matrix, parts of his face from those very fragments began to disintegrate and be transported to another space. All of this, of course, not only applied to the humans who fell under its influence, but also to the animals and the rest of the creatures that were there. That's why people continued to be in their same places, yet the parallel universe intersected with them. This space was even visible from space, that's how huge this cube was. After the expansion was complete, the hero cheapened the whole thing and shouted that there were now only 2 of them. He immediately used his thunder technique and remarked that he wondered if he could remove it with a single strike of 5 times glacial lightning. But soon after the incident happened, and the giant demonic creature was becoming. Next, the monster raised its head and looked up intently. At first it made a rather quiet sound that signaled something, but after it happened it turned in a very loud sound. The main character used his power to jump off his head and was heading straight for his face. Further irritably shouted that the creature was trapped, and therefore it was pointless to ask for help, how noisy he was after all. The guy then made a few seals and remarked not to worry, for he would give him some Corvalol for his aching heart. After David used his technique, a large ball of thunder energy covered him and began to release strong energy. Of course, the demonic entity sensed the danger from that energy and turned its attention there. But it was already too late, for this ball, which had countless lightning inside it, had already attacked him and destroyed his body. The range of attack was colossal and stretched several tens of kilometers to the sides. It was 5 times glacial lightning storm heart pills. When the attacks were completed, David began to gradually diminish his strength. Soon he smiled and said that now that he had crushed it into sand, let them see how it could regain its former form. The hero was in the air while looking at the place where his attack had been, and there was a huge crater several kilometers to the side. Next, the guy felt something strange and turned his attention forward, wondering what it was. His attention was caught by a red ball that was literally blazing and in the air. It could be seen that there was quite a large amount of energy sealed within it, and yet it was demonic. From the huge hole that resulted from the hero's attack, dark matter began to gather together. She headed straight for that glowing food and formed new orbs around it. Davida broke down and said that that glowing orb is probably a nucleus, but if it is, very interesting. There's not a scratch there, even after being struck by his 5 times lightning, and the remains of his body begin to surround the core. Probably the demon is capable of still recovering. The dark matter was joined in tangles into a ball, and it looked like some kind of snakes. Soon after, a pretty bright light began to emanate from there, and it also already looked like neurons and electrons were moving near an atom. David was outraged and said, "How train-wreck of a showman, is this some kind of magic trick?" Some dark figure appeared inside the ball, and it was a creature that sat in the shape of an embryo. His body soon began to fill with energy, and blue streaks could be seen spreading across his body. Flesh as well as bits of energy were already inherent in this creature, and it also had large horns. After a few seconds, a movement started inside the sphere. Their monster's eyes glowed. He reached to the side and began to emit an even greater stream of light around him. There was also quite a bit of energy released, and so the wind was blowing around. Because of this, some trees were torn off their roots, and it all flew after the hero. David continued to stay put and noticed that he was just transforming, but did he think it was overkill? Soon a creature was born whose name was Nicholas, surpassing the highest rank of S. The moment the demon first appeared, its eyes were completely blank, and its consciousness was not yet in its body. Next came a few goofballs running chaotically throughout the orbit. But soon after, consciousness appeared, and eventually the eyes became normal. The demonic creature that was in the air turned its attention to the protagonist. The guy looked at him too with a smile on his face and noticed that he liked to procrastinate, but at least he didn't look like a total wimp. The upper-class demon didn't say anything and just held out his hand and made some sort of strange gesture. Immediately after his manipulations, the huge boulder that was in the ground began its movement. And next, a rather large block of stone headed straight up. David took notice and realized that an attack was being prepared on him. Further smiled and said it was cool because he could control the ground. The creature at that didn't stop for a second and attacked the guy. Nicholas took advantage of his opponent's distraction and attacked him directly with a hand to the stomach. It was because David was not expecting this swift attack that he missed it and crashed into the boulder the creature had summoned earlier. And as it was so swift that the guy's body broke through a huge block of stone and crashed back into the ground. Soon after, only stone debris began to land on the crash site. The hero continued to be in the huge vortex below in the pose of an angel. At the same time, he was fully conscious and was already smiling madly, using the quadruple glacial bolt, a technique called Shadow Thunder God. Next, David started to rise and said that he had waited so long and he finally had a worthy opponent. The guy was very enthusiastic because of this, and as he prepared for his next attack, he remarked that he should check his opponent. The demonic creature wasted no time in doing so either, and soon landed right beside him. The hero turned his attention to him, and noticed that he seemed to be quite agitated about everything that had happened. The beast did not answer him at this, and only stared intently with her eyes into his eyes. David, using his dark lightning, remarked to keep his guard up, for they would see if he could keep up with him. Literally seconds later, the guy moved from his seat, and only a wall of dust rose from there. Nicholas, for his part, was unfazed and continued to stand coolly in place and await the attack. A few meters before his opponent, the protagonist continued to fly in the same direction. But a few moments later, he was already attacking his opponent from 6 positions, and so it was quite hard to escape from this attack. Despite this, the monster's eyes had also changed their shape, and 8 pupils were already in its eyes. So the crazy demonic creature had time to fight off every so-so guy he'd literally just made. David was dumbfounded and asked if he had fended off all the blows, which meant he would hit him harder next time. Using his next attack, the hero was heading straight for the demon's face and was ready to strike it. Although existed the last moments and noticed his attack, but it was so rapid that he no longer had time to dodge, and so the guy struck him. The blow was so powerful and swift that it seemed the head of the monster that was in front literally shattered. Of course, the hero was wary and wondered if he had overdone it. Although right at his back, some mass that looked like the body of a creature appeared there the ground. Next thing you know, the creature's entire body appeared out of it and hung right behind her. Next, Nicholas, without stopping his attacks, headed a kick to his opponent's back and staggered him. The attack was so strong that the protagonist flew very far away, but from the impact, a column of dust rose. David cut through the rocky soil of the ground with his body, and a trench appeared there. Because of the attack the guy missed, continued to fly for quite a long distance. The many magical creature didn't want to stop in its attacks, and so swiftly continued to move after him. David said it's an impressive transformation. His speed keeps up with his quad bolt. Also, he can transform underground. And here is his understanding of combat above all the already knowledge on this guy pushed from the tree and said that he is stronger than all his previous opponents. So the protagonist will still get to enjoy these moments of struggle. The creature was a little surprised due to the guy being conscious and used her technique. So after that, the stone fist that appeared from the ground headed to attack the guy from behind. David noticed this sneak attack and said that again he was trying to sneak up on him. Next, he used his 4 glacial bolts technique and destroyed that arm with ease. The demonic creature used the same technique from attraction and then main body attack while doing so. So he caught David again with this trickery and attacked with his foot quite hard. Next, the demon landed on the ground and began to use its power, releasing a large stream of energy. So huge tentacles emerged from the ground, and they were stone-like, like the tentacles of an octopus. David was in the sky and noticed this attack, so he wondered when it would finally calm down, because just not again. All the fingers were moving upward and had already reached him, so the guy noticed them. He was a little surprised at what was going on and wondered what was going on now. This technique, while doing so, gathered together into a rather large ball and enveloped the guy's body. The energy that had previously been released from the main character's body stopped doing so, and the creature flew the greatest distance away and stared intently at the orb. Next, Nicholas continued to manipulate the rock with his hand and clenched it into a fist, telling it to clench as well. The very orb that David was at then exploded, and a pointed polygonal star appeared. Soon the heroes asked if that was it after all, to make their battle more intense. Let him be warned. He happens to be wearing a golden mantra right now, so his attacks are like a tickle, causing the protagonist to ask him to show him more serious techniques. The demonic creature was a little surprised at first, and then began to prepare a strike with his hand. He had accumulated quite a large amount of energy there. Next, Nicholas's body began to return near its axis, quickening its pace in radical energy. The protagonist, in doing so, used a 3-pronged glacial bolt to get out of the pointed star. Because of this, the stone rock that enveloped his body shattered into small particles. The guy smiled and said there was no way that was all he could do. Let him stop holding back already and attack him in earnest. After he said that, you turned your attention forward and wondered a bit. But he smiled further, for he saw a strong attack on himself and noticed that it was much cooler than the very cobblestone. A tornado that consists of fire and wind is pretty creative, and they'll see what this attack is good for. So without even dodging this attack, the hero literally hugged her when she got to him. The guy's body started blazing shortly afterward because of the fire that was there. But the worst part of the situation was that his golden mantra was beginning to give its crack. And soon after the onslaught from this unimaginable force, it collapsed altogether. David realized he was in a quandary, and it seemed like the golden mantra had broken. Also, because of this attack, he not only lost his defense, but his clothes too, so he was completely naked. Soon, the tornado changed its direction vector and hit the ground with tremendous force. But when this attack hit the ground, it did not cease to exist and pierced literally mountains, water, and all other soil. Not long after that, the elemental attack along with the guy on the end reached as far as the city. And when she turned, the hero flew with great speed to the roof of one of the buildings. The demonic creature wouldn't stop chasing him, and so it hung over this city. But when he found that the guy kept moving, he was still dumbfounded. David stood up at this and said that this attack was not bad, and now he is not wearing the golden mantra. Even so, the golden mantra is only a shell. His skin and bones are composed of golden runes, so what a pity the creature all but failed to damage him. By the way, these runes are 3 times stronger than the golden mantra. He has no idea how that one can recognize human speech. However, if that is all he has in his arsenal, then guys will now have to call it a day. Nicholas got pretty pissed off when he heard all those words. That was why he was preparing for his next attack, and a large amount of energy was forming on his chest where his core was. It was building up into a dark demonic energy that seemed like it should erupt. And there was indeed a massive attack behind it all, from a beam that was like fire. The protagonist paid attention to the massively eaten this attack, and noticed that it looked quite powerful. That being said, he wasn't even going to dodge it, and the attack reached its target and then destroyed half the city as if it were a nuclear explosion. There was even a pretty bright flash, and there were several circles in the sky that resembled a mushroom. The building really instantly started collapsing, and it was something like a nuclear bombardment. The soil that was exposed to this attack was blown literally into dust, erasing to atoms. After a few moments, it was all over, and a huge crater formed in that spot. The creature continued to be in the same spot in the sky, and it could be seen that steam was emanating from it. Nicholas also started breathing quite heavily, which was not inherent to him before he attacked. The protagonist emerged from the vortex and said that the creature had used up almost all of its demonic energy along the way, so he got what he wanted and would put an end to it. The demon was literally discouraged at what was happening because he didn't expect the guy to survive. David said he can't remove it with a quadruple bolt, but he will destroy this unfinished structure if he swings in 6 or 7 bolts. As the creature shrank, it became stronger and more insidious once it could handle a quadruple bolt, and he wasn't even sure if he could overpower it in 5 minutes. But soon the idea of pretending to be on equal footing with him, while forcing the monster to use up all of its demonic energy. And all this was done so that it would be easy to remove it after the results. Even though it's rather strange to fight him naked, he worries that he has a trump card up his sleeve, so he'll probably transform as well. Next, the guy stretched his hands out in different directions and literally flicked them and said the name of the spell, Borrowed Gold. Huge streams of spiritual energy that reached out from different directions headed straight for the guy's body. The creature felt this power even pass through it. He was also wary and surprised at what was happening right in front of him. Nicholas was well aware that he shouldn't let the guy finish his transformation, because then he would definitely be in danger. That was why he, immediately accumulating residual demonic energy, began to prepare for the attack. David noticed her and said how rude, since he had waited patiently during his transformation. The first thing to appear on his fingers was gold, and they were now claw-like. So the protagonist clenched his fist and pointed towards the side of the demon's limb. It was because of this that their limbs came together in a duel with each other, but the monster's arm shattered into pieces as a consequence. The demonic creature was stunned because of this, for it saw its arm shattered into small pieces of flesh. Of course, David's body didn't stop its transformation at the same time, and he was covered in golden armor. The transformation began to accelerate more and more with time, and so his body was already completely transformed by the time he reached his neck. At last, his head had completed its transformation, so the perfect form was ready. It was a seal suppression technique called Borrowed Gold and a form of golden rune armor, the guy said as for he waits with a sigh of admiration. Nicholas continued to be in the same spot and watched in amazement at what was happening. At that, it was obvious from his expression, his face, that he was discouraged, and also perhaps a little frightened. So, realizing the danger that comes from the protagonist, he rushed to flee from the scene of the battle. The hero was surprised to notice this and stated that it seemed that in human form, his body parts did not regenerate as quickly as they did in stone form. Earth is its safe zone, so on top of a very smart decision for this creature. Yeah, except they're running out of time for these games, so it's time to end all this carnage. The demonic creature started running away from him with great speed, while the hero was also catching up with him. Nicholas was trying to get to the ground as soon as possible for Togo to replenish his forces. And then shortly thereafter, the creature flew over the ground and touched it with just a fingertip. David noticed this and asked what it was he had just drawn on the ground. The very affected limb of the creature that had been torn off began to tighten. Shortly thereafter, regeneration did occur and the limb appeared on its own. The hero was surprised and thought that his arm was in place. But is it really just from touching the ground? If that is the case, then it is actually a huge problem. The traffic light that was on the road had a sign lit up that pedestrians could cross the road, but gross lawbreakers in the form of a demon as well as a guy were carrying on there. Soon, Nicholas pushed himself off the ground and his back turned the other way for a face to see the guy. David turned his attention to him and asked why he was the one stopping. The demonic creature's body began to glow differently than before, and he too began to transform at the same time. His pupils as well as the rest of his flesh were also transformed, and it was as if he had become stone. The moment the creature touched the ground, it had accumulated energy, and so it was already ready to attack. The hero so knew he was using the stored core energy in his body. It's clear enough here. It's his final form. So the creature at this point puts out its best and attacks its opponent with incredible force. The head-on attack offered by the demon guy was easily dodged by the demon guy. Next thing he knew, he saw his opponent lunge down and asked what the hell else was he doing running away after a miss. Nicholas was heading right into the path of his attack and literally dove into the ground as if it were water. David was surprised to see it and asked if it was burrowing into the ground. though the creature at that simply popped out of the building that was on the right side. Next, the monster decided to take advantage of the surprise effect, and so it rushed to attack. The protagonist used his turn, hers while being able to dodge it at the last moment. The creature disappeared again, and the hero became angry and wondered if he had not had enough yet. Soon after, the demon appeared from below and once again tried to use the surprise effect in its attack. David misses this lunge and takes a pretty solid shot to the head in the process. Two rather enormous powers that exuded from both opponents soon clashed in the skies above the city. The hero said that the demon had already used up most of its demonic energy, and therefore wasn't as fast. Using his abilities to pass through the building ground to make it difficult for him to determine his location is quite a clever idea. But it seems he overestimated his final form, and his attacks are useless, and his actions so easy to predict. Next, David used the Eye of the Underworld. There he saw the creature pitching in a strange trajectory, moving along the walls. The next attack was definitely going to be on the right, and so the heroes learned from it. The moment the demon got close, it was the hero who extended his arm towards it in order to attack. After that, there was a collision between the two, and the creature felt quite a blow. This caused part of the monster to fly off, and the body itself abruptly headed upwards. This was all due to the hero realizing that the demon could not be allowed near the soil, or it would regenerate. The creature flew in the sky for a long time and suddenly noticed that a guy had abruptly appeared near him. David wasted no time, for there was a limited amount of it here in this headed after the creature and attacked it. Nicholas put up a block in hopes of defending himself against this rushing attack. But his body at the same time could not withstand the onslaught and flew downward at a fairly high speed. The protagonist said he put all his power into that punch but only broke one rib, and he, in turn, took it very well. Apparently the monster's final form is really quite good, but unfortunately the guy doesn't have time to continue their duel. David immediately afterward, he began to fold seals or use the skill borrowed gold that he enveloped his body with. This skill was called Initial Armor Fists, and two huge fists appeared in the sky. David said to the demon that he was good, for it was the first time he'd had so much fun since he'd left the mountains. But despite this, clock is ticking, and whether the creature will live or not depends only on fate. Nicholas noticed one of the huge limbs heading in his direction with great speed. Immediately after that, this attack swiftly pinned the creature's body directly to the ground. No huge explosion happened. But despite everything, and so they stopped and his fists just started to keep throwing their punches straight to the ground. The attack was quite massive as well as prolonged, and there was less and less chance of the creature surviving. The soil, which was within a radius of several kilometers, began to collapse due to the fact that there were constant impacts on it. With that, the passage of time ran its course, and the dome that had been created by the spatial technique began to fade away gradually. The commander noticed this on the screen and said that spiritual reality time was coming to an end, so David's coordinates should be determined. The company drone immediately went in search of the man. The protagonists approached his opponent and noticed that he was still breathing, unlikely to have used the remnants of demonic energy to stay alive. But here, even if he uses the ground, you can't go back to your original form. The demonic creature's hand continued to tremble and he crawled forward, but soon it came down. The creature fell to the ground and lay there for a few seconds, but soon began to continue its movements. David noticed this strange behavior and asked if he was creeping towards the city, despite even his condition. But why strive so much to get there? The company drone reported a short time later that a suspicious life form had been detected. The commander shouted for David to answer where he got that armor from and why he had long hair and if it was the same ancient demon. If so, let her. Keep an eye on him while he disappeared weak, and she will summon the defenders now, and he will be banished to the third world. The guy didn't answer, and so the woman yelled at him and asked if he could hear. The monster continued its movement and made a strange sound. The hero turned to Sister Lucy and told her not to call in the defenders just yet. Where he is not in condition to fight, and so now is the perfect moment. It was at this point that he needed to clarify something, so David sat down beside him, suit stamped. He used a skill in one called trance, following someone else's path. David wanted to know what secrets this guy was hiding, so he got into his mind. So he turned to the demon and noticed that this one spoke of why he wanted to get into the city. The creature was in front of him and silent. The guy told him to pick his jaw up off the floor. After all, in his mind they were. Even if he doesn't know how to talk, he can communicate with him through his thoughts. If it's not something bad, it's possible he can help him. But if he has evil intentions or doesn't want to talk to him, then let him apologize, because there's nothing the guy can do about it. Pretty soon, the creature is redirected to another world, and from there he can never go back. Nicholas then delved into memories. In ancient times, a group of people migrated in search of a good place to settle. They all crossed mountains and crossed rivers over and over again. All of this was happening until they suddenly stumbled upon something interesting. This very place was an oasis that was hidden after the riga of the vast desert. Besides an inexhaustible supply of water, they had fruit and animals at their disposal. It was actually the perfect place for people. That's why they inhabited it. And after a while, he did not realize that the closer they were to the high mountains in the middle of the oasis, the juicier the fruits as well as the vegetables were. But even a little later, they discovered a much more outlandish thing. One ordinary night, the mountains suddenly began to emit a reddish light. So people thought the crops were so fertile because of the mountains and their protection. Receiving the name Nicholas, these mountains became an object of beneficence to all these people. It is still unknown whether because of worship or because of their own transformation on the mountains shrank and shrank. It also turned out that in doing so, their form had changed quite a bit and had already slimmed down to a monster's body. Then one day, thunder boomed across the sky and the ground began to shake so that the frightened people ran for cover. And in the midst of all the commotion that had ensued, the clan chief remembered Nicholas. To this he, realizing the whole situation, immediately directed everyone towards the mountains to beg for protection. However, he was simply shocked at what he saw at the foot of the very mountains. After all, it turns out that they did not disappear, but some other energy appeared instead. It was a life form that looked like a human and also had demonic energy. And so all the people by panic immediately afterward bowed down to this creature and called him the deity of the mountains. Nicholas was a little surprised to see what was going on and decided to approach the people. The tribal leader was also wary, for the situation looked strange. The humanized mountain deity fell as soon as she landed, and she didn't even know how to walk. The man, when he saw this one, immediately stood up and headed towards the creature. Nicholas noticed something as the man headed straight for him. At that very moment, the demon learned how to use his feet properly, but the chieftain ran up close to him and bowed, holding out his staff. But the other life form paid no attention to him and simply used its limbs to pass him by. This deity learned to walk, and it kept going on and on. So wandering aimlessly through the neighborhood, it came out of the oasis and was greeted by vast deserts. She looked back and felt the aura dissipating from her birthplace. If she left the oasis, it would soon become a desert as well. Instinctively, but Nicholas knew he needed to stay and harmfully protect the oasis. Soon after the deity's return, people continued to idolize him. The newborn had no feelings or desires, but was extremely curious about everything around him. One day, the demonic creature saw people sitting around a fire and roasting meat to eat. So, in an attempt to emulate them, he tried to eat like humans. But Nicholas soon realized that he had no mouth, and therefore there was no need for food for him. Also tried to sleep like the others, but that was no need for him either. Soon he even began to mimic and copy the behavior of the other animals. For example, could behave as if it were a bird or a saber-toothed tiger that was trying to attack its prey. After exploring the entire oasis, the creature thought deeply. For whether it was humans, animals, or plants, there were many things he didn't understand about them. So because of that, he relaxed and tried to feel the oasis, and it was like this very place was part of his body, and if something was wrong, he could feel it. It turns out that humans hunt for sustenance, just like the rest of the animals do too. Plants not only process water from the ground, but also the remains of animals buried in it. In the end, everything goes through the stages of birth adulthood as well as death. Even so, there is also reproduction, as in animals of various creatures or even those very plants. A year after all, the deity Mountain Entaki realized the main rule that ruled over the entire oasis. His body at the same time also grew from a child god's adult. Even after it recognized the law of nature and the life cycle, there was one thing, the essence of which the demonic being did not perceive. After all, in addition to the various instincts, there was something else that made creatures and plants relentlessly live and reproduce. The thing that constantly connected literally all of them was feelings. These feelings had no physical form, but they were in all living organisms. A mountain deity could not project the same. In complete solitude, an unknown feeling began to swell within him, and it could not know what that feeling was. It was what they call loneliness. Nicholas tirelessly continued to wander around the neighborhood of the oasis, trying to make sense of himself. After experiencing what loneliness is like, the deity of the mountains realized that all the creatures around him have kin, but there is no one of the same species as himself. So he was the only one in this world, so the demon gathered some of his body's energy in his tail. After the creature did so, it immediately ripped it off and tossed it aside. Because of the demonic energy that was in that limb, the tail did not collapse, but a new life form began to emerge. So the mountain deity created another creature of his species, and people called her the mountain spirit Yu. The mountain deity possessed no human emotions when he saw another creature of his species, and the loneliness in his heart still went nowhere. The individual of the female species that had literally just been created tried to stand up, but collapsed like her congener before her. Seeing that this creature could not yet walk, Nicholas immediately approached her. After that, he tried to help her to her feet. Spirit Yu saw this and extended her hand for the creature to help her. It was from that day that a different kind of feeling began to brew between him as well as the mountain spirit. So the following days, the deity of the mountains taught the new creature to walk, and also while doing so, taught her all the skills I had before that day as well. Showed all 10,000 different creatures that lived in the neighborhood around the oasis. What ended up happening after that was that they ended up watching the people who lived there together. On one such day, the female species saw a man as well as a girl running around holding hands and having fun. That's why she turned her attention to her kin's hand and thought about it. Further stretched her out, trying to emulate people who were happy to spend time together. Nicholas, however, prevented her from doing so and simply turned in the other direction. The mountain spirit was certainly surprised because of this, but continued to follow its kin. In the end, it turned out that mountain spirit Yu had cognized this entire world after all. One day she crouched in a meadow and plucked a flower from its own stem. At that moment, the deity of the mountains understood everything, and finally the Kino taught the creature how to use energy to protect this oasis. Together, these creatures spent their days and admired sunsets as well as sunrises. Since that day, mountain spirit Yui had let her gradually begin to understand him. Nicholas then began to realize what real feeling was, for a female species had finally taken his hand. So they never separated and lived for over 100 years, but the happy times didn't last long. Due to climate change, the desert became even hotter, and this was gradually affecting the situation in the oasis. The riverbed dried up, the plants withered, and it became impossible for the 10,000 living creatures of the oasis to survive. In order to protect this, instead the mountain deity used all the energy and the withered plants turned green again as before. But it couldn't last long, because the water source in the oasis had long since dried up. Mountain Spirit. Yu realized this. She felt how hard it was for the mountain deity and thought about how they had protected the living beings of the oasis for over 100 years. It was in this way that the female individual made a decision for herself. Although the existence was able to talk, but at this moment, the mountain deity was certainly able to sense it. It was the very moment when the mountain spirit said goodbye to him. Nicholas's feelings flared up at that moment more strongly than they had been before, and he rushed toward his lover. Even so, the process was already irreversible, and a large amount of energy began to be released from Yui's body. In the end, it turned out that she had given all of her body's energy without a trace to the whole place. The energy after that rushed into the clouds and transformed them into a black cloud. Immediately, a heavy rain, which contained energy and downpour, fell for almost 3 days, and also 3 nights. Not only were all the plants of the oasis able to regain their vitality, but also the springs returned, which was enough to overcome the dry period. Unfortunately, the mountain deity had been cultivating for over 10,000 years and was able to take human form, and the mountain spirit was just his transformed tail. In the end, for her to expend so much energy was tantamount to killing herself, but she had no regrets, for she ended up protecting this oasis that was the contentment of the city, the rose of life. And in her last moments of existence, he howled beside her. Death for the mountain deity was part of the natural and inevitable order of things, and he had seen many deaths of the living creatures of the oasis in his lifetime. The creature didn't know why, but the way the mountain spirit her and turned to stone before his eyes had a special meaning to him, even if she didn't really die and there was still the last bit of energy in her body. But it was all of this that caused the mountain god to experience a feeling that was unfamiliar to him before. It was an intense, heartbreaking pain. Like a huge insect, it gnawed its way out of his body and clenched his throat, preventing him from breathing. Because mountain spirit Yu was petrified, the deity felt alone. Only now did he finally realize the real meaning of feelings. It is to demand nothing and be there for him, just as he demands nothing in return from this oasis, silently protecting it and valuing it more than life. Although the mountain deity knew that the mountain spirit still had the last drop of energy left, it could no longer take on its former appearance. So even so, he still made a decision, and the core that was in his chest began to rise up. In order to continue to protect the oasis and continue the life of the mountain spirit, he sacrificed his own body. Nicholas surrounded his own body with his beloved Yui's. As a consequence of all this, it turned into a huge mountain. A rather large mass of rock began to form with melted rock. It all turned out to be a rather large demonic creature, which is what David saw when he fought it. The demon had a rule that he was protecting the oasis as well as protecting the mountain spirit. The result was that two large mountains were formed and joined together. The people living in the oasis captured them and passed the story down from generation to generation. The descendants invented writing and, to memorialize them, placed a stele at the foot of the mountain and wrote on it Mount Nicholas. Times have changed. Mankind began to develop very quickly, and now contemporaries have long forgotten about them. People discovered that there were mineral deposits in the Nicholas Mountains and began commercial mining. And the heart of the mountain deity, mistaken for a useless stone, was thrown deep into the sea. Next thing you know, it all happened, and the protagonist stood discouraged. David remarked afterward that basically the monsters and himself don't know why he woke up. But that meant that his goal was not the city at all, and he was looking for his kin, though one should wait, for in the oasis, and there was still a huge mountain. If the guy remembers correctly, there's a pretty big mountain outside the city to the east. His goal at that is outside the city to the east, and he was just passing through the city on his way to it. So if the creature could talk and would explain right away, he wouldn't beat it to a pulp, and doesn't it know how to get small? His speed is incredibly fast and would have flown right there. The guy assumes he didn't stop small to conserve energy. David now knows he's a good spirit and was wrong to beat him up. Now it's all cleared up and words can't fix the matter, but why not do something? He will take him with him to the huge mountain and vouchsafe that from then on no more men will bother him. Drone, using his metal limb to try to reach him, Lucy did so and asked David what it was that he had passed out. Soon the guy finally did come to his senses from the demon's mind. The commander saw her subordinate's serious face and asked what he was up to. The protagonist picked up the demonic creature and helped it walk. He further said that his target was Belus, not the city. The interlocutor asked what he meant by that. The lad made no reply and jumped up and remarked to the creature to hold on, for he would take him with him. The drone command communicated behind them and asked the guy where he was going. David told his sis that the demon wouldn't last long, no time to explain, and he could only tell on the way. Still, his goal was not the city, and he was looking for his kin. Simply the city was in his way, and he poses no threat to humanity. The commander told him to then simply tell him what he had found out. For a full 5 minutes, David talked about this and remarked that this is what it came down to. The commander said that based on this information, a lot of questions were resolved. It turns out that he wouldn't have harmed those drill platform workers and wouldn't have attacked if the night watchman had attacked her. Next, ordered David to head to his target location first, and if his kin was indeed found there, not to cordon off the area. Kathy worried and hoped that this ancient spirit would be able to see his kin, for she felt so sorry for him. Next, she turned her attention to the master and George, who was crying and saying that he had sacrificed his body to protect another. Slept for over 1,000 years, and when he woke up, it was the first thing I went to look for him. He has such pure feelings, and how much he had to go through. The girl asked Nine Master not to tell the veteran also pay off. They should pray that he can meet the kin and okay. The protagonist soon said it should be, not already about profits. He advanced directly above the clouds for a while, and then he dived down. Nicholas looked ahead carefully and was surprised, but what he saw there. In the end, only half of the mountain was there, and in two there was a huge gorge that was man-made. David was globular and asked how it happened that the mountain became like this. Lucy just remembered that they had found minerals in this mountain, and the right to mine them had been bought by the He Corporation. They were the ones who developed half of the mountain, and the minerals became scarce, so the work was suspended. The girl hopes that when the ancient spirit sees what it looks like now, he won't get angry and decide to take revenge on the humans. Along with the demonic creature, the protagonist is such a downer. He went on to say that they wanted to dig up half the mountain. He could probably sense if his kin was still alive. Rather, the guy paid attention to the demon, and he looked down, and further sensing something raised his hand and began to use the power. It was because of this that a rather large rock formation began to rise straight up out of the ground. From the split that appeared, there was a silhouette of a female character visible. After a while, her body was completely released from the stone. Even so, the structure had already been destroyed, and so the small stone pieces began to disintegrate. The commander noticed this one and realized it was bad in any way she could and thought the spirit was already dead. The deputy was saddened and thought how could it be since it was so hard for them to be around each other again. David, as well as Nicholas at that, also turned their attention to her and were amazed. The nucleus that was inside the demon floated out and the body disintegrated into pieces. The main character was dumbfounded when he saw what happened and didn't understand what would happen next. Looking at the scene that played out before him, David was perplexed. It comes out that there were such pure feelings between them, and in the end, what was it, blood ties, friendship, or love? The commander asked the guy what that ball was, after all. It's not like he's thinking of becoming a giant monster to get revenge on people. The hero said not to worry, because it is not at all, although the body of his kin has crumbled into pieces, but the energy already exists in the mountain. So the guy thinks she merged with the mountain itself a long time ago. David then used his eye of the underworld and looked at the orb, saw huge streams of energy. He figured the creature had proven to be a truly respectable opponent, and no humans would bother them from then on. Immediately after these musings, the lad felt the rock that was beneath his feet begin to move. So he jumped upward to get past the danger. Eventually, it could be seen that near the mountain that was left, and near the core that was floating in the sky, rock began to form. The core from first a rather large amount of energy that merged into one with the stone. The spirit of Mount Yu had been alone for a long and very long time. She was sitting in a fetal position and suddenly plants began to appear near her feet and bloomed. Soon there were quite a large number of these flowers, and a specimen was sitting literally on the lawn. When she opened her eyes and looked forward, she was dumbfounded at what had happened. Also near her at that very moment was already Nicholas. She rose carefully, catching the eye of her partner in front of her. The now male specimen reached out to touch the girl's arm. Sometime after the incident, they were together on the flower lawn and holding hands. But in the human world, it was like two mountains merged together and were together. Also near these mountains, which were now overflowing with spiritual energy, plants began to sprout. This whole landscape, as well as the beautiful painting, were now like the oasis that existed in ancient times. The protagonist, along with the command drone, were hovering in the sky and looking at what was happening. David said to Sister Lucy that he wanted to ask her for something, for he wanted to buy this piece of land. Let him withdraw all the money he had. If that's not enough, let him deduct it from the commission. We need to fence the place off and make it a sanctuary so people can't set foot there. The woman said not to worry because she had the same plans. They still hadn't fully investigated the unauthorized energy experiments conducted by He Hair, so they wouldn't dare to object to hand over the land to create a nature reserve. And besides, people should have extreme reverence for the deities of the mountains. David said he hoped so, and remarked to Sister Lucy that he was leaving the rest to her and going back himself. The woman told the deputy to contact the Quana Corporation soon. The girl didn't answer her because of this, and she tried to reach out to her as suddenly the Keat regained consciousness. The commander asked if she was all right. She apologized and said that she had just been thinking a bit, because the place she was defending had been destroyed by people. And a kinfolk was killed, and he would sacrifice his freedom without complaint or anger to continue to defend this place. After sleeping for 10,000 years, he could finally see his kin, but even his body had long since disappeared. Such an outcome would be too cruel for a girl. The deity as well as the mountain spirit did not seek glory or disadvantage, but people used that place for their needs and knew no measure. It made Katie feel very ashamed that she had been born human. George walked over and turned to Miss Katie and said that people discern good as well as evil, and so do demons. They too spend their energies to keep the balance between humans as well as demons. This is the kind of result he thinks is not at all cruel, no matter if he has the freedom to take human form, as long as the place continues to thrive as before. For them, that in life and after death to be together is already a real happiness, especially since they both still retained some energy after all. Next, he quietly said that he wanted them to cherish each other and also live happily ever after. The girl told the master that she didn't hear his last sentence. He apologized and noticed that it was her speaking her own, then turned to Lucy's commander. Said that the spiritual reality will soon end, and yes, the weapons company was able to develop it independently. Their humble servant has one request. Lucy said to speak without embarrassment. Georg said he wanted to stay here another day and go outside for a little walk. The interviewee said no problem, as she would just have to report it to management. The man smiled and said he was most grateful. David's pretty tremendous speed as well in his uniform was going off on a mission. A goat-eyed human form looked at him and remarked to the minister to forget about hurting this man. Especially he was able to catch up and damage the ancient spirit twice, and if he could seal it, how long would he be able to hold it? This man named David is actually too abnormally strong. And his fighting power is also very big. All 12 defenders working together would not be able to catch him. However, David used all his strength and was able to beat him. Then they stopped fighting for some unknown reason before they approached the city. The ghost company sent a drone with a package. After flying around for a bit and not disappearing, but reappeared 5 minutes later. This man as well as the ancient demon have changed form in human form, and they are both handsome. The creature was beaten to a pulp and left without an arm or a leg. And then they traveled to a huge mountain where the one turned into the other half of the mountain before dying. But most importantly, they were only gone for 5 minutes, and then the ancient spirit had already been defeated. And the scary thing about this whole situation is that this man named David wasn't hurt at all. All members of the organization listened attentively to what they were being told. The minister, too, considered the words he heard and said they were backing off. Looks like we need to report to His Majesty that they are proceeding with Plan B. Quite a large number of people lined up outside one of the hotels, as well as the cafeterias nearby. The guy remarked to the other that this damsel in the white cape was cute, and the interlocutor asked why it felt like it was a guy. They were the ones talking about Georg, who noticed how wonderful it was there, because the world of people, the farther away, the more diverse and colorful it became. Although he was sad and pouting, he didn't know if anyone could see the picture. As they had thought before now, people don't covet such old, simple places in the backcountry. Although, of course, this is even better because it is much calmer and also quieter. The surrounding buildings have changed, but whenever he comes here, everything here seems to be his own and close to him. After all, this is where he met someone and also met and got to know each other. Except something happened after those happy days together. Georg cried afterward and said that they had to be separated after all. The trees that were in the vicinity of this place began to shed their petals, and this man smelled a light, pleasant fragrance. It was exactly what the pink plum petals were, just as they had been in the moments they had been together. Because of this picture and the memory of the old days, Georg began to reminisce. He remembered how on one such day in the spring, the man he remembered had run toward him and said he deserved to die, for he was late to him again. Just now he was reading a collection of poems and very much beyond reproach, with completely forgetting the time and being late because of it. His interlocutor did not answer him, so he wondered if he was angry with him. But he smiled and said, "How can it be so? Because the time when the plum blossoms fall is so short. In the end, he just cannot take his eyes off the process." At the same time together, they were on a bridge that connected the two banks that run through the river. Georg said that if he had lingered any longer, it is feared he would no longer have caught this beautiful view. The interlocutor said that was all right, for what could be more beautiful than it? The guy was embarrassed and stated that he shouldn't say such embarrassing words in a public place, but the man stated that he shouldn't care too much about other people's opinions. It turns out that flowers do not bloom to the point of being plucked and admired. By the way, he read a verse today and is awfully eager to tell it. Georg asked what the verse was. He said he wanted them to know each other and treasure each other. They lived happily ever after, for only if the mountains leveled with the sea, the rivers dried up, and there was a thunderstorm in winter, snow in summer, and the sky fell to the ground, would they be separated. He further inquired whether his interlocutor did not understand anything at all. After all, these are words that speak accurately about them, for in this life they will be together forever and will share each other's feelings. After a while, the man stated that he was leaving now and was having a party at his old place in the evening. The Nine Master looked at him afterward and smiled chalkily at that moment. Now he was on the same bridge at this very spot and was remembering the whole situation from the past. There was a great sadness on his face at this, for there was no way the old days could come back to them. So he gathered his will into a fist and began to look far up into the sky. Almost as well, a man in the form of a demon stood on one of the slopes, but only in an upside-down world. One of the demonic beings approached him and noticed that the head of the squad appeared to be here. This creature's name is Ronald, and he is the head of the Wujian squad, which is His Majesty Owen's personal guard. The man said that if there is a case, then let them report. Eventually, the demon said that they had gotten one message since recently. So it turns out that the plan to use the pills to secretly not block David's fighting power fails completely. They end up having to put a second plan into action afterward. The head listened carefully to this report and stated that he understood everything. The creature went on to say that he had started in the squad rather late. And when something happens, he prefers to make sure once again. Because it's calmer on his soul, he realized what is the difference in the passage of time in the three world and the world of people. Ronald said that for them as demons, time flows 120 times slower in the human world than it does here. Simply put, one day here is equal to about 120 days in the human world. The interlocutor remarked that he understood everything, and the gentleman said to come out in 3 days, which meant that a whole year would pass in time in the human world. Shorty said a year to come out of the strongest secret treasure of the legendary Paradise Seal's secret workshop. He hopes the servants outside don't make any more blunders in their actions. Otherwise, His Excellency the King's plan could go badly wrong. The squad leader became very angry because of this, and angrily looked at him and shouted at him to open his mouth. He then used the power of his eyes, and they took on a strange sword-like shape. Next, the demonic creature used the apple of the fox's eye and a skill called blade creation. And so this creature he had literally just been communicating with felt something strange, and his head was soon cut in half. But soon it so happened that it was cut, not in half, but into several dozen pieces that crumbled to the ground. Ronald did all of this with the help of his immense strength as well as the power of his eyes. At the same time, he was very angry and declared that no one could question His Majesty's plan. And the creature he struck with his attack just needs to do his will exactly, and if he doesn't, it will be the end of him. After a while, some strange energy appeared at the same place where the monster was killed. That demon Adrian is revived and notices that he is old and doesn't realize what a rash thought is, so asks the head of the squad to dye his wrath. Ronald said there was something else on him using magic is still possible, but you can't use it with His Majesty. The old man said he understood, and immediately announced that he was removing himself. Anastasia saw some strange man go into their apartment and wondered who he was and what he was doing here. But suddenly she took a closer look at the man in front of her. He had white hair, exactly like David's, as well as a mole near his eye. The guy said he was guiltless, a guilty star of misfortune who gets dragged into villainy. Treasure in the hands of the company's trismus cancer by achievement in the field of dealing with spirits the very first David. The girl said it is exactly the same impenetrable naivety. Although that moment he was so handsome that the girl was embarrassed and thought that in such a way he was macho. After that, told that Sophia as well as Richard had gone to bed so early. The guy immediately afterward dropped his appearance and appeared completely naked. He also stated that he would wash and sleep then too. Anastasia was discouraged. She went on to say that even though this was his house, while she was here could he at least not flash his bare ass. The interlocutor asked what was even the problem, because he just forgot he was unclothed underneath and would be more careful next time. Although the girl was very embarrassed at that moment, she thought it was still good that he was all right. Last time he had rescued a fox cub, he had scratches on his face. But this time, he handled such a strong demon and wasn't hurt at all, so it looked like she was worried about him for nothing. Next thing she knew, she decided she could now go and get a good night's sleep. Suddenly, a notification came to her phone from the deputy of the ghost company. It was reported that she could not reach David, and Miss Lucy invites the two of them to come to her tomorrow, for there is business to attend to. The next day was beautiful sunny weather, and Sophia finally did wake up. She turned to her brother and asked him when he had gotten back and where they were going so early. But it was Anastasia who answered the question and joyfully announced that they were going to the ghost company. The little girl remarked that it was great and the girl wanted to work there after all, so maybe they would agree. The interviewee said to hope so. Sophia said that since her brother was around, she'd probably come back with a win. After that, the heroes left the apartment together and the girl said goodbye to her friend. The main character, while doing so, turned his attention to the side and was surprised to see something there. There stood Henry with a sign that had the word luck written on it. The guy asked him how he got here. Had he been waiting for them at these doors the whole time? The partner stated that it was easy to head out today. First, he wants to congratulate David on yesterday's victory over the ancient spirit, but Mrs. Anastasia is also in for some good news today. The guy remarked that he knew all about them and had hidden some cameras outside the house. The man smiled and stated that he was just guessing. And if the lady was accepted into the ghost company, he reminded that it would be possible to form a team of 3 people. The hero didn't understand why he was so eager to assemble a team, and if he wanted the man to help him, just let him say. The girl asked about assembling a team. David turned his attention to her and grabbed her arm, started to run away, remarked that he should go sooner. If you talk to him long enough, he'll get all brained up and eat his brains out. Henry said goodbye to them. Rather, they were both outside the main office building of the ghost company. The girl said it seemed to her that the company was on a mountain, or even a more pretentious place. The headquarters is in such a luxurious location right in the center of the city, and so asks if it's too ostentatious. The guy says she'll figure it out soon enough on her own. Then they went inside, and the girl said that she heard that they are not allowed into this bank if the account is less than 10 million. There was quite a large number of people inside, and the guy stated for the girl to keep quiet and follow him. Soon they approached the terminal, and the system told them to select the transaction in progress. Should have left the ID and gotten a number, which the heroes did. Next, the person padded with the number 0013 was told to proceed to VIP room number 15 for the operation. David said that in fact, every time he comes here, all the time this hemorrhoid, the system reported that the pupil authentication was successful. After that, they entered the room together, and some man was already following them. He smiled and noticed that he was being congratulated on his return by someone who had been waiting for him for a long time, and it must be Mrs. Anastasia. Further asked the girl to give the phone, and then he will return it. It is forbidden to carry them inside the headquarters, and he thanks for understanding. The girl agreed, and the gentleman said that he was asking her to sit here, but there was no need to wander about without purpose. Immediately afterward, they took a seat together on the couch and sat together in anticipation. But the man who had been chatting with them all this time picked up his cane and headed for the designated spot. He inserted it right into the hole in the floor that was there on purpose and twisted the head of the cane. Anastasia became alert as she saw something happening to their room, and this room started to move some other area. Next, the man who escorted them turned to the missus, and with a smile on his face, wished them a pleasant time in the company of the ghost. It ended up that this room was the elevator that was supposed to move them. The girl walked over to the transparent window and looked intently at the creatures below. There were quite a large number of different demons, ranging from small to imposing sizes. At the checkout point, one of the girls handed the items to the demon and said it was his soul vault and ID. Someone asked the creature, "Don't eat their equipment." She sees he registered to decide on a job change and have him walk to counter 5. The man said to the gentleman that he had not paid last year's taxes and let him make payment as soon as possible, and then he could return to his former employment. The interviewer asked what the tax was, and the person stated that the tax return in his hand detailed everything. The demon lifted up the document to look at it, but didn't understand anything. Because of all this, he got very angry and threw those papers around, saying that pretending to be what he is as a human being is quite tedious. You need to work hard and earn money all the time. Only then there will be food on the table. If you did a bad job, people will swear. At night the light stands. But also the charter after work has to pretend to be cheerful to get along well with co-workers. He's got tons of debt, and where else is the tax money going to come from? The creature cried afterward, a verdict he had once dreamed of sending to all this world. Next got angry and yelled that he wants to be a monster. He wants world domination for himself. So all these despicable human beings will simply become his food. Soon after, the demon was beaten up by the bodyguards. One of them said that the creature was only a C-class demon, so what kind of riot was this? Asked if everyone went back to living by the law of the jungle, how many days he thinks he would last. Another said the bully had already been neutralized and the danger was over. The creature stated that the boss was indeed right, and he had decided to deny the old exemptions and become a new demon. The man asked the lady if that made her laugh. Such minor friction sometimes arises, but there is no need to be frightened because they constantly keep a number of many high-class hunters. Anastasia asked why all these demons had gathered. The interlocutor said that this floor is the reception department of demon affairs, and here they do about the same thing that they do in the reception department of humans. If a demon wants to do something in the human world, he should pretend to be human and live by the laws. If he doesn't like the human world, he can go live in the city of Lantine. Of course, if the demon from there wants to live here, no problem either. If they don't have any felonies, they can get an ID card from the company. As long as everything is done according to the treaty, humans and demons can exist in peace and harmony. No one wants a return to the days when humans and demons fought and exterminated each other. Soon, they all arrived together on the elevator to the 3rd floor. The man remarked to them to walk all the way straight down the hallway, and at the end, the commander's office. Anastasia thanked him for escorting him out, the guy thought, and that completely unnoticed presence of the demon's breath was not surprising. With the demon spirit and human spirit in the same body together, perhaps she could really pass the test this time. However, he will be the judge next in the body-matching competition. Further turning his head in the opposite direction, he was already waiting, not waiting to see how she would prove herself. This girl has a strange mummy living inside her that is an S-class demon. Anastasia remarked that it was so interesting in the company of ghosts. The interlocutor said that it was just the way they lived. Soon they arrived at the commander's office, and David announced to his sister that he had brought the girl here. So asking what the instructions would be, the companion thought that this fool, who fears neither God nor devil, surrenders himself to fear his sister. Lucy said that because of the ghost company's mistake, the ghost girl had to find herself in the world beyond Fang Tian's seal, and she apologizes. No further to go around, and she called them for 2 reasons. The girl said she understood everything. The commander said that the first one was the Fang Tian seal case. She asked how long they had spent inside, at least approximately. The girl said that its eyes can't tell for sure, because she was unconscious inside for a while. The guy said that he knows, and it's about 10 minutes. The interlocutor was a wrecking ball when she heard that figure. To be sure of this, she asked if the guy was sure it had only been 10 minutes. He stated that he was absolutely sure of it, for he amused himself by fitting in exactly on time, although not to push away he saved Anastasia the last minute. Inside still a pig's head, said something. The demon said that usually the passage through the Fang Tian seal would normally close in 10 minutes. Lucy thought that this was not at all consistent with past intelligence. After that, she immediately thought about the master as well as the leader of all the secret Taoists. When she was still small, she came to him and said that the majestic leader of the secret Taoists, and suddenly, here he is chilling, fishing, where is it good? Let him wake up soon and go upstairs with her, for she wants to ask him a matter. James smiled and asked if it was little Lucy. They hadn't seen each other in a while, and if she missed her teacher. She got angry and shouted that once again she said not to call him baby. The interlocutor said she was all perky, and the teacher was glad. Next, as if at ease, he dodged her attack and she headed straight into the water. But despite everything there, she didn't fall and was surprised because of it. The teacher restrained her with his power and remarked that she would do well to curb her temper, for it turns out that in the company of a ghost to make a lot of enemies. The female interlocutor then felt a current of wind carry her back. The man caught her and noticed somehow unnoticed she had grown so tall. He remembers when she first climbed the mountain, she was knee-high to him, and yet she loved it best when he lifted her higher. The girl, enraged, hit him in the head with her knee and noticed that she was no longer a child for a long time. But that only made it hit harder for herself. James had said that she had even forgotten that the teacher had a golden mantra, and she really did seem to have completely distanced herself from him. He further asked if the perky little cutie who followed him around all day long was only in his memories. Lucy said that if they kept fooling around, it would only get worse. The interlocutor agreed and suggested they talk business after all. She had come from so far away to check how many people had left their sect this year. For the past few years, the world had been at peace. The girl said the calmer things got, the more alert they should be. In fact, there was another matter she should talk to him about in person. The man said that he already knew what she wanted to tell him, for it came out that she wanted to ask about the Fang Tian seal. After all these few years, the ghost company had often used it to exile demons. It's revealing to name the culprits, and he realizes what it's all for, because otherwise these hiding demons won't behave decently. But the management of the ghost company must be worried that they were relying too much on the Fang Tian seal. As for the seal itself, the only thing he can tell her for demons in one day inside passes 120 days in the human world. But even he doesn't know anything else about the whole place. After that, the man rose from his seat and remarked that if they ceased to investigate Fang Tian's seal, then it would be better for them to abandon the idea. After all, this is the strongest secret treasure of their sect's refounder. James told her to come back, and there will be time. Guests come to the mountain more often to see the teacher. He hopes the next time they see each other won't be for work. But the girl at the same time declared that his student did not understand. After all, if the patriarch is such a badass, then why didn't he just exterminate all the demons dangerous to humans and lock them behind the Fang Tian seal? The teacher turned to her and asked her if she happened to think that of all living beings born into this world, why should only human beings determine who is good and who is evil? The little girl was surprised to hear this, and the interlocutor went on to say that the patriarch had his own reasons for doing so. Besides, someone who knows the future can't be harmed by anyone. If, once upon a time, there really were celestials, he was definitely one of them. And so remembering and the whole conversation, now the commander was amazed. David saw her bewildered face and wondered what had happened. The interlocutor responded by saying that nothing was wrong. She just wanted to make sure of something. And further, I thought that it turns out to be true that the time of the world of people and inside the seal flows differently, whether the patriarch has specially made it so, but then for what purpose? The guy noticed that in the end, the seal Fang Tian used to lock demons inside, so when he got inside, he immediately realized that he would be able to get out. While there was certainly a risk, there was a man inside, and he couldn't just watch her die here inside and not save her. Anastasia was angry because of it, for she thought the man had gone inside to play around. The commander had said to speak enough, for she had called them in, and she thought they had already guessed what for. It might qualify the girl for the state championship, especially since the guy has guaranteed that the mummy is safe now, and she believes him. She also asked the teacher, and he agreed to recommend the girl for the competition. If the sect had vouched, the higher-ups wouldn't dare to object. David also participated in the rookie exam and knows the rules of the competition. He remarked that he understood. The contestant has to single-handedly complete a certain task. Lucy said he heard the girl in a short time learn to use the demon's breath, in addition can control the mummy, and now there is an order. Need to find a man, and in one piece, bring him to the headquarters apartment. The girl rejoiced and said she would try her best to complete the task. The supervisor notices that the missing man is the ghost company's best employee in the past generation, Jim. Anastasia's enthusiasm after hearing who this man was dried up. She then asked Lucy if she hadn't misheard. After all, she needs to find and bring the best employee of the previous generation ghost company here. He must be as strong as David if this man ran away of his own free will. How could she be able to bring him back to her apartment? Therefore, can the woman tell her why he's missing after all? The commander said he disappeared from the nursing home, and people on the spot concluded that he escaped on his own. Everyone had already thought he was dead, but then the corpse disappeared. I should panic. Even though he was once the best in the ghost company, he's just an old man with Alzheimer's now. Anastasia was not happy about this prospect in any case, for she realized that he had escaped anyway. So it turns out that isn't it in any way movies and anime, the older, the stronger. The woman remarked afterward that she wanted to add something else to that. 3 days are given for the task, and all that time she must not live at David's house, but let her solve the problem of accommodation herself. She's also not allowed to ask anyone for help, even including demons. She can ask Katie for materials regarding the object of her search. If the girl violates any of these conditions, the assignment will be considered a failure for her. Immediate and confident in her words, she stated that she understood everything. The commander says that she can then leave the way they came. Kyle escorts her out, and she asks David to stay, because there is a conversation to be had. The girl was soon out of the compound of the apartment, and thought that, though her sister looked stern, she left the impression of a straightforward and responsible person. She could definitely be relied on and probably wouldn't purposely make her life difficult. Then Anastasia got excited and thought that everything was fine, because this time she would definitely make it. But right now, exactly where would she start? Although definitely, on second thought, she'd ask Katie to fill her in first. 2 days before, a certain situation had befallen the Job nursing home. At that time, the old men were just about to gather in the dining room, for it was time for lunch. And sitting separately at one of the tables was an old man who had the number 12 around his neck. He tried to eat the food that was on his plate, but his hand was shaking pretty badly. So not holding it up, he dropped it, and the food fell on the table. This old man was once the best ghost man in the company. His name was Jim. One of the girls who looked after the old men remarked to the gentleman that it was better still, let her feed him. The man asked who she was. The girl said she was Monica, and he forgot her again. There are his favorite grapes, and when he eats, she will give them to him. The interlocutor afterwards stated that he did not want food, but grapes. But despite this, the worker went on to say that when he had eaten everything, then he would get the grapes. Next, with a smile on her face, she tried to feed the patient and remarked that they would have a quick meal, and then there would be dessert. The old man got pretty pissed off about it and yelled out that he wanted his treat right now. Also, even though his strength was already quite bad, he hit pretty hard. Monica turned to the gentleman in surprise, while he angrily shouted that he wanted his reward right now. Soon his plans changed, and the interviewee asked where he was going. The old man stated that he wanted to sleep, so he would go to sleep. The employee remarked that she would then take him to his room. They walked down the hall together, and Jim asked who she was and why he hadn't seen her before, but the girl said she was Monica. Further thought, it looks like the gentleman's Alzheimer's is progressing. Who would have thought that he, once the best ghost in the company, would now reach such a state? Without a wife, without children, his whole life without a trace of life he devoted to people. Surely this man is a hero. But why is heaven so unfair to him? And so together they walked down the hallway near the open door of one of the old men who was watching television. There was some war movie on the screen, and there were soldiers shooting with other opponents. The footage was quite gruesome, and explosions were heard as well as people screaming. When Jim heard all this, he went into a stupor, and memories subconsciously surfaced. Monica afterwards inquired of the gentleman. Let it be to him, he stopped abruptly. Next, she was dumbfounded when she saw that the old man had started acting rather strangely somehow, and looked like a madman. Soon he broke free of the girl and pushed her aside. After that, the madness he had been fighting a few seconds ago stopped, and the body seemed to fall to the ground as if dead. The old man continued to be conscious, but a terrible picture appeared before his eyes. It was a dead man who lay directly across from him and stared intently into his eyes. Next was a shot from the battlefield when quite a large number of people were killed or wounded. Some time after the incident, Jim was in one of the rooms and was lying on the bed. At that, some sort of device that glowed blue appeared on his head. He finally came to his senses afterward and began to move his own limbs. The next thing that happened he opened his eyes and didn't realize where he was, and also what had happened to him. It must have been a hospital, judging by the medical equipment that stood right in this room. The man rolled himself for being an old dummy, for he couldn't remember anything at all, not even who he was, where he came from, or how he got here. But after a while, he remembered that he was the commander of the Special Forces Mountain Tiger Unit of the 12th Military District of Lushan, Ju State. And also, he is the best fighter in the company of ghosts, and his name is Jim. But at the same time, the old man was completely unclear why he was currently in the hospital. He further remembered when he stood in front of his superiors and asked them if they were joking, because these are turbulent times, and they want to suspend him and leave him out of it. He was told that according to the results of a medical examination, he had the early stages of Alzheimer's disease. It would be safer for him and those around him. If they suspend him for a while and send him to treatment, it will be better. Too bad. But right now, he has no right to return, and it's for his own good. He had done a great job during his life, and now it was time for him to retire. Jim grimaced as he remembered this, and realized that senile dementia had caused him to take early retirement. If he gets it right, to others he is now just a useless old man, and moreover, even constantly in need of other people's help. Suddenly he was alert, for he felt some strange sensation in his body. So he immediately jumped off the bed and pulled the sheet off, looking there carefully. There was a puddle on the spot he was sitting on, and so realized he hadn't restrained his urination. The man didn't realize what was happening to his body. Did he really take place? Never in his life would he have thought he would see himself wetting his own bed. He started laughing madly and saying that even dead people would find it funny. After all, as an outsider who has been through hundreds of battles and was once the best employee of the ghost company and suddenly wet the bed, an old man like him really should have died a long time ago. He apologizes to his comrades in arms because he no longer has the strength to protect anyone. Suddenly a voice said that Jim wasn't old yet. He could still fight. The man didn't realize who it was and asked who was here and who was talking. The interviewee responded by saying that he would find out who he was sooner or later, and further asked if he wanted to be a hero again. The old man missed his glance downward and noticed what a hero he already was. After all he wants to do is to benefit the rest of the people, and so when he talked about it, this large amount of spiritual energy came out. The voice said that was great. His spiritual energy was awakened again, and if he followed his plan, he could rejoin the ghost company. This section of the company's nursing home is hillside, and there's sure to be a lot of security. There's only one way to get out quickly without resorting to force: die a fake death. The old man said he knows the morgue has a huge safe door installed, and besides, it's not far from the back slope of the mountain, which is probably why there are probably no guards there. Next, he said to whoever it was now he was an old man. However, his mind cleared a bit. If he tried to outsmart, it would be bad. But the interlocutor said that when he came out, they would meet. He need not explain further, for he must know what to do himself. Using his power, Jim applied it to the lamp that was in the room, further exhaled iron into the body, and it wrapped around. There were many layers to the heart, so even with the help of devices in the intensive care unit will not be able to distinguish the heartbeat. Some of the metal began to be distributed in the blood vessels. It was done so they couldn't feel for a pulse, so they'd never find it, and there's something else to do next. So the old man applied his spent force to the life support devices and made them signal. The sound from the device began to signal that the patient was dying or had already died. The alarm went up, and they said the gentleman in room 23 had no signs of life. They should have told the doctor to prepare the ICU as soon as possible. The man's body was transported to the emergency center, and there they reported that all data indicated that there were no life support indicators. Mr. Jim can control any electrical appliances and have them use the old methods. Using a stethoscope and probing for a pulse also showed no signs of life. Monica begged the man to hang on to this life. A very knowledgeable began to perform indirect cardiac massage in order to save the old man. Soon the employee remarked to the superintendent to stop, for he had done all he could, for it appeared that there was no sign of life about the gentleman already in the room. At this point he was over 90 years old and died a quiet death. The doctor removed his headgear and said sadly that the hero of an entire generation had passed away as it was. Next, they bowed down before him and told him to rest in peace in heaven as a hero. Near the morgue, the girls were told that these were the remains of Mr. Jim, once the company's best fighter, the ghost of Mr. Jim. The interviewee had heard that he had no relatives, and that was a pity. By the way, you need to put the ghost company on notice and think they'll give him a spectacular funeral. At this point, the huge safe door was locked and no one could get out from inside. But now it swung open and someone started to come inside. It was Anastasia that had come on a mission. She inquired about the corpse of the gentleman originally stored here. The doctor said yes, he was only here for one night, she 2 days. The company man arrived in the morning and he was gone. They ended up leaving the body right here on this metal table in front of her. The man from the ghost company had already looked over everything here. The primary conclusion is that Mr. Jim did not die, but simply ran away. But as for the reason for the escape, no one knows it. After all, there's a safe door here, but the gentleman managed to open it. Plus, all the surveillance footage from that day also disappeared without a trace. The doctor advises the girl not to even try to look for clues here, because in his youth the man was an elite military man, although now he is old, but his counterintelligence skills are still with him. Plus, everything indicates that he is no longer an old man who has forgotten how to use spiritual energy and is no longer a threat to others. Even if the girl finds him, there's no way to capture him, because he was once the best fighter after all, and that's no joke. The girl said she didn't come here to look for clues at all. She just wants to get to know the gentleman a little better. She had never been in a nursing home before. On this mission, she needs to first find the motive for running away, and she managed to figure that out a bit. She reviewed the personnel file and then looked around the house, so she realized something. The interlocutor asked if that was true. Anastasia replied that she had found out from personal records that he was a very proud man. He used to be so strong, defended the country, saved the lives of a huge number of people, and has outstanding combat credentials. Now he is old and can no longer look after himself. Also needs constant help. If clarity of mind has indeed returned to him, she thinks, the nursing home has become just an unbearable pain for him. The girls at the same time remembered their past, when their father also could not do anything with himself and needed help, and their mother left them. Then Dad didn't shed a single tear or plead with his ex-wife for her to stay with them. So Anastasia said that sometimes male pride is stronger than even the will to live. Next, she thanked him for his help and remarked that she would go look for leads in other places. The doctor called the commander and noticed that the newbie candidate had already left. The woman asked if she liked it. The interviewer said she has talent, she has empathy and observation, and she has a head on her shoulders with excellent potential to become part of the ghost company. Deviating from the topic, isn't it a bit much to entrust such a big mission to a nice girl to a rookie? After all, she will have to deal with Jim. What happens if there is a battle? Lucy said not to worry as there was someone to protect her. The interlocutor remarked that okay then. Anastasia stepped outside and thought that before he disappeared, he had showered and taken all his personal belongings, his ability to control metal and electrical appliances. Kathy sent her new material again, and it's a detailed history of this man's life, and it's excellent. Somewhere at the same time, the main character was in the hall, watching the girl closely. When David stayed with the commander, he noticed that the girl had gotten an assignment. She asked him to stay, so she could give him a job too, I guess. The commander said she had detained him still on Anastasia's case, plus there was no mission of interest at the moment. The guy said that if it was about the girl, he was the one who brought her, she was definitely reliable and shouldn't be worried. The interviewee said she believes him, but she has a responsibility to the main staff. That's why he also has a mission ahead of him, so he has to secretly keep an eye on Anastasia. This time, the mission is not as easy as she said, according to the information she received. The object of the search has already fully recovered his sanity, and also his former strength. Given the old man's character, even if the girl finds him, it would only be possible to bring him to the headquarters by forcibly using martial forces. If they start fighting, however, Anastasia may not be able to match the mummy's control, so you need to make sure she doesn't end up in danger. Whichever method she used, if she could get the old man in control, their mission would be accomplished. If she was in danger, he could step in and save the day. Of course, if he gets in the way, Anastasia will lose the right to compete forever. Above and beyond, where against her taking the exam, the woman can only give her assignments, and it is already up to her whether she can take the chance. The hero conceived that she should have no trouble with this task. That said, he was worried about her and still watched her closely. After the girl received the new data about the deputy commander, she scrutinized it carefully. The old man himself was in the bathroom washing his body. After showering, the man headed to the personal effects room. There was a locker numbered A192 with the name Jim on it. He soon had the old man changed into his familiar old uniform, the one he had been hunting demons in all this time. Now he no longer looked like some feeble old man, but was ready to fight. At the same time, he decided that he would just go and finish off 100 demons, and then they would know that the precious blade didn't age. Immediately afterward, he headed for one of the abandoned factories on the outskirts of town. Just there on the floor was a male friend who had recently been killed by demons. Several of these demonic creatures were on the floor and were feeding right up to this man. A friend's voice has not been heard that they are light-blind, pathetic bugs still preferring to hide in dark corners and live a miserable existence. The creatures became wary when they heard the human voice and turned their attention to the side. But after a few moments, the head of one and of them immediately flew off to the side. The blade stabbed into the wall, and the partner of this on the creature looked at his head in surprise. Next got pretty pissed off and asked the person that came to your kind. An old man with a smile on his face was there and claimed to be Jim from the ghost company. The creature knew who he was, of course, and so was rather wary, but in the same instant he was killed. The hunter noticed afterward that he was old after all, for he had moved around a bit and already had quite a big puff of breath. The demonic creature was at his back and was pierced with iron bars. The old man declared that he would not give up while he still had powder in his powder pots. Suddenly he heard a voice from above saying that his strength was no worse than before. Wary, Jim inquired who was up there. Suddenly, some person came down from there, and it turned out to be a boy who was wearing clothes that were a little big on him. The old man was surprised and wondered where the child had come from, if it was a demon in disguise. The boy, on the other hand, didn't say anything, but the old man heard his voice saying that he wasn't a demon. After all, it turns out he's just a child who admires this man. The man asked if he could read his mind and talk telepathically. It turns out he was the one who suggested he escape from the hospital. The boy smiled and, shaking his head, remarked that he did. The old man was a little discouraged and remarked, "Who would have thought he had been set up to escape by a child?" The kid smiled after that and accelerated and jumped towards the old man, saying that he was a hero and an idol. But he was unable to get close to the man, for he used his power and put up a barrier. Jim said he's an incomprehensible tomboy, who he is, for what purpose he's trying to get close to him, and also, isn't it mine to stop talking telepathically? The interlocutor mentally said that he had said he was just a regular kid worshipping a hero. The man was angry and thought that this kid really wasn't mine or was harassing him on purpose. Next, he used his iron control power and enveloped this boy in front of him with bars, and stated that he had placed some spiritual energy in these strips of iron. After a while, it would release it on its own. Now he has no time to play with him and let him sooner go home to his daddy and mommy. The baby has declared that he has no parents. The old man was amazed because of this, and it tugged at his soul, but decided not to take it so personally. So stated that then let him go wherever he wanted, only he should not follow him. After he said that, you turned your attention to the side and saw that the boy had gotten out of his trap and was following him. The old man was dumbfounded. He didn't ask how he got out of there and what his overall ability was. The man asked why it was so fancy for him to follow him around. The kid remarked that it was a secret after all. He wanted to be his assistant before he disappeared, and also to feel at least once what it feels like to be a hero, which is why he asks to let him once defeat evil demons with him. Then he'll leave right away, and Jim asked in what sense he'll disappear if he's sick. The boy kept smiling and declared that it was a secret, and by doing so again made the old man even angrier. So it seemed to him that this child had no one to give a belt to as a child. Suddenly the man sensed a demonic presence and remarked to the boy to stay back and hide behind his back. In front of this rather large hangar they were in, something appeared. Just like that, it was one of the demonic creatures that had gone inside its lair. The creature held its victim in its grasp and also turned its attention to the humans. Still inside, the bodies of the demons that had been mercilessly killed were given out. The demonic creature realized that it was time for it to fight and threw the victim to the ground. The old man smiled and said it was amazing, for these bugs had learned to gather in gangs. To seem even more intimidating, the demon began to scream very hard. Next, he got on all fours, sped up and headed out to attack Jim. However, the man was ready for battle and had already started using his iron technique. That's why he soon had the shade in his hands that he had to fight. The creature continued its movement straight toward him, and he twisted his arm around. Further said that it looks like the demonic energy of the demon will be helper than the previous 2 C-class, so we'll play with it a bit longer. Boy, he told that bestie to hide far away if he didn't want to be hurt. But when he turned his attention to the side where he should have been standing, he was gone. The kid was almost on the roof and was telling the hero to go on the attack. The man was surprised and asked when this kid had time to get up there. After that, he smiled and noticed that all this well drawn out could fight freely below. Finally, the demon was ready to fight his opponent and jumped, trying to strike with his arm. The old man also didn't think to be on the defensive, and so he tried to strike directly at the demon's arm. So his blade hit a limb and seemed to fall out of his hand. But the iron itself moved forward without even using a prop. So the demonic creature's arm was shredded and progressed higher and higher towards the forearm. And soon enough, the mode began to strike all over his opponent's body, and did so with quite a lot of speed. As for an old man, he finally got to his opponent's head and tried to land a final blow right there. Because of this defense got a rather large energy flow and flew upwards. The demon didn't feel the minor wounds when his opponent attacked him, but when he landed straight up, he felt the cuts on himself. The old man carefully looked at what was happening to the body of the demonic creature in front of him. Next thing she knew, she saw a huge carcass fall straight down onto the concrete. There were wounds on his body, so the man said it didn't seem like a conventional weapon could hurt him much. The monster also realized that he couldn't do well in a normal head-on fight, and so he used his power. The round orbs that were filled with liquid at his back began to enlarge. And next, the entity started spewing some sort of liquid from its mouth, and it looked like poison. Jim used his iron technique and put a large wall in front of him to shield him from the attack. It was also apparent that by using this liquid on himself, the creature began to heal his wounds. The man smiled and remarked that it was really cool because he could heal himself. The demonic creature had completely radiated itself, and it could already be seen that its attitude had changed. The old man used his power to create 3-kilogram battle machetes handy for cutting carcasses, and he said that by spinning at high speed, they would shred his body, and he didn't know if he could endure such a thing. He then pointed his weapon in the direction of his opponent, and the latter prepared for defense. The demon bent down and could be seen twisting to hold back the attacks. Jim was surprised and wondered what it felt like. Did the creature's durability increase as well? To top it all off, it's so smooth that everything bounces back, and it turns out that the spit-out mucus not only healed the wounds, but also had that effect. After the monster reflected all the attacks, it headed to attack itself with great speed. The old man said he had become slippery and his speed had doubled, and his spit was not good, so he told him to attack and show what he could do. Suddenly something strange began to happen to his subconscious. The man put his down and did nothing, so his facial expressions changed as well. Next he started asking who he was and just saying he wanted to eat. The demon meanwhile continued its attack, and it seemed as if the irreparable was about to happen. Jim raised his head and saw that there was a rather large monster right in front of him. So he was rather surprised and he backed up, slipping on the slime. Next he fell to the ground and shouted that a demon was here, so he begged not to eat it. The demonic creature completely disregarded his screams and attacked him quite hard. Immediately afterward, the man was unconscious because so-and-so was strong, so he did not even move. The demon leaned toward him and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him straight up in front of him. And then it decided to be completely unceremonious with him and opened its mouth deeply to bite at his head. The boy who had been upstairs the whole time watching the situation telepathically shouted for Jim to wake up. The creature was dumbfounded when after a few seconds it felt the fear upon it. The old man regained consciousness at this and noticed that it was one demon that had turned him into such a sorry state, eventually a bit even smelling fried. And then sensed the danger that was coming, the demonic creature began to run away quickly, using its slime. The old man wondered where his ferocity had gone, for it was too late to try to escape. Next, the belt that was not Monopoly all split into 2 pieces. Since it appeared to be made of iron, this old man could control it and steered it forward. The pieces of metal increased several times, and had already caught up with the demonic creature that was trying to escape. Next, it's rather abrupt, and such a man tried to grab the demon. Soon after, he succeeded, and steamed the creature in a metal ball. This attack was called a meteoric iron dungeon. The creature used its only and tried to get out there. The old man saw this and asked if he really wanted to get out of there, but if that was the case, it was better to let him simply save his strength. It turns out that his buckle is made of meteoric iron. Not only an S-rank demon will be able to break it. Next, the man used his technique and lifted the victim up, saying he needed to send her to the nearest hospital. He also grabbed the boy who was upstairs and remarked that this kid, no matter how strong he was, had better keep his head down and wait for him outside. After all, the old man here in this room is no joke. After saying those words, the man used his energy and technique and created some kind of dark ball right in front of his hand. With a smile on his face, the boys remarked that he knew what it was. Forming balls of meteoric iron using high frequencies and accelerating them to the speed of sound, and then sending them into the enemy, is his deadliest technique. And this ferocious technique is called a supersonic meteoric iron bullet. The man finally finished making it and used his immense strength to point it directly at his opponent. Because of this, the ball that was formed from meteoric iron headed forward and created a beam of fire. The demonic creature was released from the dungeon of iron at that. She turned her attention back, and there she saw something scary bearing down on him. Since this attack was really instantaneous, Yua's body was pierced and he didn't have time to do anything. Next thing you know, only his flesh was scattered all over part of Angar, splattering to the side. This attack was indeed so strong that the nearby rooms too were destroyed in a literal maneuver. So it turned out that there was soon only wreckage and ruin ahead. The man walked out of there and remarked that he just wanted to test his strength and really got old. If the strength was like before, there would be only ruins here on all sides. Immediately afterward, he turned his attention sideways to see if the boy had survived. and he happily ran and told the hero that this deadly technique just now was just bombastic. He didn't think he would be able to see this technique with regal eyes. So loves his idol to death when he tried to run up to him again and hug the old man, put up an iron wall. Further stated that the kid could follow him around, but he'd better keep his mouth shut, even though he disliked chatty clingers more than anything else. But after the next demon, he should leave. The kid said that if it was true, he promised to be obedient and not talk too much. Jim realized that the sickness had just returned, and he had managed to make him wake up. Even if it's a fluke, nothing wrong to stay by his side. The old man didn't expect the disease to start coming back so quickly, and he didn't seem to have much time. Better he die in battle than turn into a useless half-wit. The boy said to go right now. The man noticed, as practice showed he still had the power. So should go visit old friends and reminisce about the past. If he couldn't even handle a Class B demon, how would he show his face to them? At the same time, he touched his neck and began to brush it. Then there were some small, strange balls that looked like what was on the demon's back. Anastasia finally read through all the information the deputy commander had thrown at her. Next thing she knew, she felt sad about what this man had been through in his life. The information said of a deadly battle at sea. The 12-man Special Forces Mountain Tiger Squad of the Lushan Military District's 12th Mountain Tiger Squad was given a mission named Rupture. It was on this particular mission that 11 men died, and squad leader Jim miraculously survived and must take in her. Then the man shouted to the 7th all he or how because they are already going to fight, not play games. The subordinate told the chief that he is already going. Next, he sat down near everyone and told the people that he couldn't see the grin, so he asked what their chief's name was. Everyone started saying his name, and at the last syllable they smiled. Soon after all these people moved out on the mission, they set up a tent city. The commander told the 7th that he takes a general photo every time before a mission, but doesn't he get bored? The guy replied that in general the photo is a must. You should think about it yourself, because they will grow old and show their grandchildren not only words, but also memories of the squad. James said that the battle is not a toy. If something goes wrong, this photo will be the last in his lifetime. This time the task is super important for the whole country. We need to scout, stop, take control of enemy high science items. To increase secrecy on this building, no one will be insuring them. Also, they are not allowed to use electronic devices. 12 fighters will face a group of enemies. This time, the chance of coming back alive is only 1 in 10. The whole breakup squad, if heard words, started laughing very loudly. After a while, the commander ordered the Special Mountain Tiger Squad to line up. Next, everyone lined up and he told them to stand still. The man remarked for them to say their motto. The subordinates said that their motto is without fear, without knowing obstacles forward to victory. Their lives do not belong to the country. Their lives belong only to the commander. Jim smiled because of this and was proud of himself, thinking what a bunch of goofballs they were. Next, she shouted for everyone to check their gear and only take the essentials from them and prepare to leave. The subordinates obeyed him. It was announced that according to intelligence, an important troop control center and secret weapon was located there. Their mission is to corrupt a secret weapon and capture the enemy's troop location plans. At last, the squad moved out on the mission, and there were only steps that led into the water. Quite a large number of men under Jim's command were sailing across the water toward the enemy. One of the people in the forest said he heard tonight's speakers. The interlocutor said, "Keep quiet and do not spill out secret information." But if his superiors find out, he'll be court-martialed. So many men have been transferred to the North Shore, and they're not blind either. The man said to be quiet, because he was not on duty. If the enemy heard, he would be shot first. The man asked if he was drunk. You cannot make out the voice, if not to be near. So he didn't believe anyone could cross that area, and when he said that, he got stabbed in the head. More of that man's body dropped dead. The rest were shocked. An officer who was sitting off to the side was also killed just moments later. And here was the last person left standing, paying attention to what was being attacked. But he didn't even have time to think or scream, for the man who had killed his comrades had already killed him as well. Then from the bushes, a member of the secret squad gave the sound of the usual pitiful cries of a bird. Commander Jim thereupon also gave his signal, and they thus chained themselves together. Shortly thereafter, the entire turnpike was in the water, began to immediately come ashore. They moved rather slowly as well as cautiously through the bushes ahead. Next, the commander told the 7th to report the situation. The subordinate said that he had already cleared all the bushes around him. Just now, the chief missed how he interrupted those three all in 5 seconds. If he hadn't started throwing the knife, he would have just finished them off at once. But maybe it would have come out faster. The man was a little annoyed at the situation that had occurred. Next, he punched the guy and told him how many times he told him he couldn't use assignments to practice knife wielding. The interlocutor said he was at fault and was joking because he wanted to lighten the mood a bit. Next, she looked up and noticed that she had learned today the enemy was going to attack their camp. While the man heard this, who was a little surprised, for he did not expect it to happen so quickly. One of the squad members turned his attention to the side and, sniffing around, noticed something. After he knew some information, it came closer to the commander. He was told by him that it did not occur to him that there was a strong smell of gasoline 2 kilometers away, and it must be from the motors of the vehicles turned on. Jim, after that, he said they should go and see. It's actually quite a large amount of tech and was being thrown over the forest road below. The squad under the commander climbed up to the high ground and watched what was happening there. Jane said they are already lined up and ready to go. Looks like they are going to attack tonight. The heavy haulers must have and are carrying secret weapons. He himself was well aware that this whole situation was a huge hemorrhoid for them. At the enemy base, there was a crane working to lift a load, and the crane operator was told to be careful, because you should load a little slower. And while this was going on, the cable that was holding the huge container up randomly broke. This caused a large crate to fall to the ground, and nearly buried several guards underneath it. Jim made him fall, and then turned to the girl from the soy squad to do something. She noticed that she understood everything, and using her eye technique, she looked over there. It was the container that had fallen to the ground that had developed a crack, and the insides were visible. Just there, she saw a secret weapon that even had its own serial number. Further said that looked at the inside of the huge combat robots, and on their arm is written NP Future 001. On the rest of the heavyweights, the same boxes should not be 10 robots. The commander was shocked when he heard the name and thought that according to intelligence, the enemy needed at least another 10 years to put these robots into production. It's unclear why they appeared so quickly on the battlefield. Made of high-strength alloy, they can withstand even artillery fire. Inside is an ammunition of 10,000 armor-piercing rounds, and on top of that, a radio-controlled projectile system. If they have 10 robots, their VOs won't be able to stand up to them. If the coastal military forces are destroyed, it is even scary to imagine the consequences. All the efforts of the last years in their country could go down the drain. One of the soldiers was told off and told he was scum. How he worked like that? Did he even know how much what was inside cost? The commander shouted that he was dead, for he would have shot him that way. His subordinates apologized to the sergeant and remarked that he would definitely be more careful next time. And suddenly they both felt some terrible energy that was getting closer and closer to them. The commander turned around to see what else it was and was amazed. After all, there was an admiral who had arrived to see the situation. The man said he had made a slip-up and was now checking the damage to the robot and was willing to suffer any punishment. The chief said that it is not a big deal because this equipment is not that expensive. The main thing is that people were not hurt. The last few days were very busy schedule. They have done a good job, and first let them rest. When the strength is abundant, then any work is easy. The soldier said that he understood everything. Immediately afterward, he turned around to leave, and the sergeant exhaled in relief. But immediately afterward, he turned his attention forward and saw a weapon that was pointed forward. After that, a shot rang out, and the man who had offended was instantly killed. The rest of the people who worked at the mint were dumbfounded and a little tense. Next, the admiral told his subordinate that there should be no such mistakes in the future. The latter tensed up and immediately agreed. The senior stated that it was good, and a support ship would be arriving in an hour, so they should press on. Next, the man turned his attention to the mountainside and thought that there was some strange feeling all the time today, looking at the exact same spot where the secret group was. The commander turned to Rebecca and asked if she was sure it was Donald. She replied that there could be no mistake, for she would recognize him even in death. Jim said he didn't expect this bum to be here either. Someone asked if they had a spy in the intelligence department too. The man said they didn't. This reckless one is extremely cunning and thinks that most of the enemy forces are unaware of his presence. If they knew, the sentries didn't allow themselves so many liberties. This man, as it's not, is not killed in a frame, waiting for ordinary people. As soon as danger appears with venom, He can always smell it in time. That was why he had never lost a fold yet, but the subordinates asked the commander what they would do next then. She let out her verve and immediately apologized to her battle comrades. He went on to say he was afraid they would have to sacrifice their lives to buy time for their base to retreat. So he shouted from the mountain tiger row that there would now be a general assembly. After these words, everyone lined up in a line. The man said that the next mission was to steal the enemy's military plans and maps. They would choose someone to deliver them to their own. The rest would be left to hold off the enemy and fight to the death. He went on to say that the crisis would be responsible for neutralizing the tower post. Lincoln, Leo, Seven, and Rebecca, taking advantage of the mess, they will need to sneak into the headquarters building and win the cards as well as the plans. Joseph is the best swimmer and will be able to get back to their camp times faster than any of them. So when everyone else steals the documents, he'll get the papers to the base. Everyone else joins him in attacking the enemy in the square and then making a mess. Immediately after the announced plan, the commander ordered the others to withdraw to move. The admiral at the same time was in his office near the window attending to business. Suddenly, the glass that was right behind his back shattered and flew into his back. It happened because of an explosion and an attack that had recently occurred, but the man managed to dodge. A subordinate ran to the senior office and shouted that they were in trouble, for the enemies were attacking. The interlocutor absolutely calmly continued to drink his drink and asked how many men the enemy had. The guy noticed that 10+ people had just been reported, and among them seemed to be a famous fighter named Jim. The admiral smiled slyly when he heard the man was there. The soldier remarked that, to cut to the chase, he wanted to talk about their war plans and maps, for he had come to report that they had just wiped everyone out downstairs. Donald's orders were to take their time. If they wanted to steal their papers, let them steal them. He let them stay here, and no orders need be relayed. With his wounded part of his face, he smiled rather broadly and remarked that he had wanted to meet Jim for a very long time. The commander was telling the stormtroopers to count in order, and those stood in a line. Shortly thereafter, several grenades flew directly in their direction to spawn them. Next, explosions rang out, and only the bodies of those people scattered apart. The officer shouted to the rest of his subordinates that the enemy was attacking, so it was more likely that they should fight back. But those who came out to overwhelm the enemy forces were immediately shot and destroyed. Jim and the rest of his subordinates were making their way forward, and he yelled for everyone to spread out and to quickly find cover. The man from the squad was quite far away, literally in a wooded area, and threw a smoke grenade from there. His throw in doing so was so strong that the smoke grenades flew several dozen meters to the base. The soldier told the commander that the enemy had used a powerful smoke grenade and was waging guerrilla warfare. There were too many of them, and it was impossible to distinguish who here was the enemy and who were their own. That's exactly the reason they can't fire back. Some generic asked when it was that the enemy had time to sneak up to attack and why the alarm wasn't raised at the tower. But from the very tower where the alarm was supposed to be, a bullet flew at the chief. As a consequence of this attack, the commander of the group that was located in the vicinity was killed. Just then, a man from the squad named Chris was on the high ground. He took possession of a sniper rifle and was hitting his target from the high ground. In doing so, he said he literally just blew away several commanders and decapitated enemy forces. After mopping up quite a few soldiers below, the squad under the commander's command moved forward. Seven, with knife in hand, remarked for those to be more careful and let him go ahead. Around the corner in the building at this time was a large gathering of troops. The leader said that the enemy is likely to hold a breakthrough at the exit of the stairs, so all stand to die. But while they were all sitting there waiting for the enemy, a light grenade flew in. Several people noticed it and reported that it should be winged sooner rather than later, and it was too late. The seventh one who left them abandoned her, used his weapon, and then abruptly killed quite a number of people. After what happened, he stopped and said that 12 goals were killed in 6 seconds, and again, he broke his record, although too bad because the chief didn't see it again. Rebecca said that this guy is practicing knife wielding to get recognition from the commander. I guess Leo said not at all, although the commander rarely uses a knife. But he is even faster even than Seven. In the next building, a few soldiers stopped. The one in front declared to the others to be vigilant, for the enemy had already broken through. Some man appeared ahead, and they asked who was there. Let him slowly emerge from the shadows. Next, they saw it was the sergeant, and said how good it was that he was all right. The man asked what they had come for. They had already dealt with the enemies. Have them hurry up and go outside to help the others. The guy told the commander to let them provide support here in case the enemy breaks out again. The elder hit him and said, "Scoundrel, did he not hear what he said? Let him say, 'With you always, no one else came, and their most important task is to protect combat vehicles.' Should execute this and have him inform the others to guard the robot you who are outside." While he was saying that, then the subordinates ran away and the man behind the wall was killed. At the same time as everyone else left here, the man began to throw off his face. When he took it off, it turned out to be a Lincoln, and he figured they must be dealt with quickly. At the same time, somewhere outside, Jim had put in a suppressive fire on a kill shot. He was a pretty good shot, and after he emptied his clip, several people were killed. Suddenly he heard a whistling sound, and it was just a signal from his subordinates. The man smiled, for he realized that maps as well as plans it was, and these guys had made quick work of it. Suddenly, some whirring sounds began to be heard from the sky, and Jim turned his attention there. There he saw an enemy helicopter circling right above this military base. But in the cockpit, Admiral Donald is sitting in the passenger seat looking down. A subordinate told his superior whether they would really let the operation wreck. The man remarked that his order was not up for discussion. Junior in rank and wanted to say something, but the admiral interrupted him and remarked that he should not worry because the route has already been rearranged. Made it so. With you dodging those automated weapons, once the plan is executed, the shipwreck will turn on autopilot. Even if Divinity doesn't go in, there's still no way they can save those rats, the guy said. He just wanted to remind them that there are still their soldiers on the island. Donald said it was their direct duty to die in the field, even if a little surprise affected their great cause. But even so, actually destroying someone else's hopes is pretty interesting. Jim figured the base was under attack, which meant whoever escaped in the helicopter must be a big shot. This is where their secret weapon is, and yes, there are over 1,000 soldiers, so then you had to run away. What if he realized what had really happened and immediately after stalked his subordinates, giving a sign? Seven wondered what had happened, for the chief had suddenly ordered them all to retreat. Somewhere around the same time, there was a fairly large number of missiles on the approach to this location. There were so many of them that they were literally bumping into each other within a few centimeters of each other. The subordinates turned their attention upward and saw the bright flashes, but could not react to it in any way. So the bomber weapons landed on the base and a large number of explosions erupted. The bombardment of the island they were on took place for several minutes. There were quite a number of explosions and bursting shells, and because of this there was a fire. Jim was lying on the ground, but was still conscious. Then a subordinate ran up to him and noticed that the commander was uninjured, which is great. The man got up and asked how the others were doing. The interviewer noted that everyone was near leaving for the command center. Except something happened, and after that he couldn't say anything and fell silent. The commander was shocked and wondering what his own business was ordered to go there immediately. A few seconds later they were getting there, and Jim yelled out, addressing the seventh man. Next he saw that the guy was under a rubble pile and with a huge pile of rocks. When he saw him, he remarked to the commander that he was a little short on speed after all. If he could have been like the chief, he wouldn't have gotten into such trouble. The man turned to his subordinate Rebecca, and she waved her hand, saying it wouldn't work. Seven smiled and apologized to the chief. He wouldn't be able to fight beside him until the victorious end. Of course he would like to see the victory along with everyone else. A few seconds after his words, his eyes drooped downward, and it was obvious that he had died. The girl said the guy saving them all ended up crushed by the rubble of the wreckage. Next, she turned to the commander and wondered what they should do next. But she was interrupted by oncoming fire that headed straight for their squad. They turned their attention there, and Jim shouted that they were enemy robots. Everyone should spread out and take cover. The squad members immediately hid behind the rather large wreckage and wondered what to do next. Leo told the commander to take this inside this box of the plans as well as enemy maps. And so he was told to deliver this to their troops. Let Seven's death not be in vain. Joseph being wounded in the leg and unable to swim, and the captain being the hardiest and fastest. They'll all distract those robots, and he'll let them leave quickly. Jim asked what kind of nonsense it was to leave like that altogether. The guy said that if he didn't leave now, they would all die here, and if the papers didn't get to their troops, everyone in the base would die too. The others were also shouting commanders to leave, and make sure to deliver these documents. He was very sad to hear all this. but he soon rushed to run away from the place, with squad members shouting to cover their commander. The robots then began firing even harder towards their targets. The man continued to run away, and several rocket salvos were then dropped on the squad. Immediately afterward, several dozen explosions rang out, not giving people a chance to survive. A man who was a few hundred meters away saw Rebecca's head fly by him. It made him realize that everyone else had already died, and tears came to his eyes. Of course, at that moment he wanted to turn around and try to save at least someone, but he realized it was pointless and screamed in desperation. After a while, Jim did manage to escape from that island, and he was floating on the water. The man reflected that it was still halfway to the shore, and he was sure to deliver those documents. Let his brothers at least wait a little longer, and they will surely win this unequal battle. Suddenly he turned his attention forward, for there he saw a state begin to rise from under the water. It turned out to be an enemy submarine that appeared right in his path. In desperation, the squad leader realized who these people were and started yelling at this man that he was just a son of a bitch. The admiral went on deck and noticed what storms and waves this man had not encountered. But right now, it was not at all clear to him why he should lose his temper like this. He had quite a heart for him after all, and let him watch even all of his battle comrades brought in, yet some of their parts were too damaged and he couldn't collect them. All 11 of the battle comrades who had died on the battlefield were suspended from the deck by hooks. Donald asked if the man still thought it was so important to deliver intelligence. There was no harm in telling him now that they had already managed to unleash over 100 battle robots, their attack now targeting facilities in the east and west coasts. There are several dozen working on boats ahead, and next this man inquired if the man knew what all this meant. The admiral blurted out a bright smile and remarked that the sacrifice of the commander's precious fighters was utterly pointless. The difference in combat power was too great, and the outcome of their battle was definitely a foregone conclusion. Let Jim look back, and he will know what it means to lose all hope. The man immediately afterward looked back to see what was already there behind him. And there were actually quite a large number of naval ships out there with combat robots and guns on them. Donald said he felt sorry for the man's comrades. Each of them had a unique ability, but in his hands it would be like a tiger being given wings. Though it will not be possible to use them anymore, and he will send them to the main headquarters to be distributed for experiments, and maybe then it will be possible to make some discoveries. Jim, after hearing all these words, immediately remembered his battle comrades when they were just before the mission, and now they were all dead and suspended from the deck. The admiral fired his gun and asked if the man knew why they were losing. This is a battlefield, and the strong don't need sympathy. The winner becomes king. He shot 7 in the head and told him that the weak is just a tool for fighting, and a tool only has value as long as it can be used. He likes the look on the man's face. The proud, not-knowing defeat commander of the Mountain Tigers had only lost a few subordinates, and with such a funny face. Jim felt the energy flows and how he was being addressed. The battle comrades still had a bit of life in their bodies. They channeled it to the commander to fight for them. It was said that your chief did not let this Hague freak get what he wanted. You should not grieve very much and will surely win. Let him be strong and not give up. He should definitely take care of his health and eat on time, and in the next life they will be brothers again. In the future properly, let them guard the peace of their country, and most importantly, that they may sacrifice themselves for the country, for this honor is for them. Who said that in this life his most correct choice was to go to the battlefield with him to defend his homeland, and they asked to keep fighting for them. In fact, they know that although he is still alive, he is in more pain than the dead, and even though they are already dead, their faith will always accompany him. Jim felt all those words and the energy they conveyed to him and cried and said what fools they were after all. After that, a rather large stream of energy that headed straight for the commander's body began to erupt outwards. The admiral, who had been on deck the whole time and was proud of himself, looked carefully to see what was going on. The commander was in the water and used his power, drawing the iron to himself. Spiritual energy actually released from his body in large streams, and so the waves rose upwards. It could also be seen how the meteoric iron that was on his belt acute his body. The man soon looked ahead and noticed that the rabid dog must be beaten to death. The admiral realized that this guy turns out to have a knack for liming, but is this some kind of secret weapon? Next, he shouted to his subordinates that this is not expected. Let them apply fire. Under no circumstances should this man be allowed to get away. The soldiers immediately began firing with the automatic rifles they held in their hands. Bullets were heading toward Jim, but he reached out and stopped them with his action. And after that, he turned them the other way with his own power and killed the ones who fired. Donald was stunned at what had happened, and when he turned back around, he saw that the man was already in front of him. The bodies of the squad members, whose commanders were male, were in metal crates and floating behind them. Jim declared to the admiral, bowing to his battle comrades. And maybe in that case he'll let him say a few more words when he doesn't win. He'll be buried with everyone else. Donald said what the hell was that and didn't understand how he could do such a thing. Thought letting this man survive would end in big trouble. They turned to the admiral and asked if everything was all right because the hatches of the submarine for some reason do not open. The latter shouted that you should contact the commanders of the ships. Have them direct fire in their direction, but a subordinate said they just lost contact with all ships. The fleet command center was tried to be reached, but they were not responding, so the captain was told they could not contact command. And he asked what was going on. Did someone let them launch a missile system? It was said that the system was suddenly out of control. The captain asked what it was and where was the firing target, and a subordinate said their guns were aimed at his own ship. A few moments after the words were spoken, the guns from the two allied ships attacked each other and explosions erupted. The same situation was happening on the rest of the ships, so they were all soon put out of commission. Jim told his interlocutor that he had long ago submerged his entire fleet with her, further remarked to the admiral to get on his knees before it was too late. Donald asked if there were such miracles in this world too, but even if there were, it was definitely not possible for one man to save the whole world. He called the man a scum and remarked that they would see each other in hell and shouted the glory of Vita's empire. Jim got angry out of this and remarked that the man's hardness was not lacking. Next, using his strength, he channeled the metal bars which enveloped his opponent's body. The consequence of this action was that he forcibly brought the admiral to his knees. Further directed his body straight down at such a speed that he hit his head very hard against the sub. The man bowed and banged his head until his head shattered. After a while, the sun was rising up, illuminating the water, and the man headed toward the shore. He took with him all his battle comrades, who were in metal boxes lying on the sand. Jim stood before them and thought that dawn would surely come, but that some people would forever remain in darkness. Wondering in his mind whether this ray of hope would leave a deep mark in the minds of the people of this world, the man stood before his comrades, giving them the last piece. Anastasia read the minute details of the story, and it made her tears roll down the screen. The whole situation looked very tragic, and she promised her grandfather that she would surely find him, only begging that he would by no means get into trouble. A message came on the phone saying that there was an explosion at an abandoned factory on the southern border of Lushan City today, with no injuries there. Experts studying the site of the explosion ruled out human error as the cause of the blast. Presumably chemical reagents exploded, but it is unclear what kind. The girl thought that as soon as her grandfather disappeared into the abandoned chemical plant, there was an explosion, and it might not be a coincidence, so she would go and see what happened there. There continued to be a fire, and several fire department vehicles were parked near the entrance. Anastasia arrived on a motorcycle and thought there were a lot of firemen. There must have been a very big explosion. She needs to figure out how to get through the cordon. All of a sudden, she felt something and realized that there was spiritual energy in this plant. Of course, though the traces are faint, judging from the source, it was pretty strong. So it's only possible that the person she's looking for is still inside. The common man probably won't be allowed. Just walking in there is unclear what he did, so no one in the crowd of firefighters can detect him. It seems the chemical plant is very large. And sure enough, because the mummy has an ability similar to David's golden eye of the underworld, which can help trace spiritual energy. The creature is inside her, and her power is just about borrowing other people's abilities, so it should all work out just fine. And so concentrating, Anastasia began to apply her power, accumulating spiritual energy in her body. Soon she managed to get it all done. Her An used the Four Eyes skill, so rejoiced thought she had succeeded. Without wasting any time, she began to look around the sides for traces of the spiritual energy that was here. Finally, she saw a trace and thought that this golden trace was probably from her grandfather's spiritual energy. But if it is unclear whose the second one is because it is red. At the same time, the old man, together with the boy who accompanied him, were in the cemetery. Jim apologized to his brothers for not coming to visit for so many years. He didn't think he'd be out of his mind at the end of his years, but just now he was convinced he could still fight. The powers they passed on to him he makes the best use of. Should a threat arise there in the country will be that of demons or that of courage. But he won't have long to use them, for it won't be long before he can be reunited with them. The boy said that these men were once heroes too, like him, but thinks they wouldn't want him to die in battle at all. The old man turned to him and asked what this little thing could possibly understand. The kid said he retired after that fight, and then the ghost company found him, and he, for a counted time, became the best fighter in it. Saved a huge number of people without a moment's peace for his life. Further told the hero that he had changed his mind, and it was not worth it to seek out demons and fight them. After all, that wasn't what his friends were trying to accomplish for him at all. Jim said eggs don't teach the chicken. But it was interesting to hear what he thought they would want. The boy said that he had always known the answer to that, and he himself had only constantly avoided it. That was all, for he was the only survivor, as well as receiving the powers of the entire squad. So he only to him that continuously fight without respite so as not to feel guilty. Next he asked if he was saying the right thing. His squad members, on the other hand, just hoped that he could continue to live without feeling a heavy burden on his shoulders. Also, that his eyes at their place have seen the world and admired the mountains and rivers of his native country. Next, the little interlocutor said to let the hero live just for himself for once. The old man remarked that, alive because of not paying for it with his blood, and how he could live for himself. It turns out that since the day it all happened, Jim no longer exists. He further remarked to the little one whoever he was and how he knew so much, but don't let him follow him around anymore. Here, after Grandpa stepped a short distance forward, a man appeared in front of him. He saw a guy in a cloak and wondered if he was a person from the ghost company. He'd better leave, because his mood was not right now. The stranger, meanwhile, answered him nothing and immediately dropped the hood that was on his head. When the old man saw who was hiding there, he was amazed and asked if it was Seven. More, he said that it just couldn't be. After all, this man died a long time ago and he's definitely crazy, so it must be an illusion. The guy smiled at that and called the man in front a commander. The old man was rather startled by this, and so he abruptly rushed towards his opponent. Next, using his power, he made himself a weapon in the form of a knife and cut that man's head open. So after this swift attack, the body simply collapsed to the ground. Jim called him a creep and asked him who he was, since the Seventh always called him Chief. The body of that stranger in front began to rise even after this deadly attack. When the old man saw it, he was amazed, for he was wearing the uniform of the enemy troops he had once fought. Next came a rather familiar voice that wondered if Jim had forgotten him so quickly. After that, what is this rather strange entity started to get out of the neck of this body? It turned out to be a demonic being who had noticed that he had been waiting for his water for quite some time. It was precisely the admiral the old man had once killed. Next, he ripped Seven's head off and remarked that let him consider it a welcome gift. The head rolled into the path of the ground, and the man looked up at her. Donald wondered if he missed his precious battle comrades. Grandpa remembered his subordinate. His memories came flooding back to him, so he became very angry. Immediately afterward, a massive amount of spiritual energy was released from his body, and a wind rose up. The old man wasn't going to stop for a second, and so he rushed into the attack and used his technique. Large fists emerged from the metal parts he created. The opponent noticed this and stated that this strike was a bit of a bump. Immediately afterward, using his new power, he tried to fend off those blows. But threads of energy appeared, and he wondered if this was about to happen. The creature could not fight back much further, for his hands and feet were completely bound. Jim was already there to ask if he was looking for a quick death, but he wasn't going to let him off that easily. And then he hit pretty hard and said that his vile blood would defile the souls of all the dead here. So for a while he kept throwing some pretty hard punches right to his opponent's body. It was after these manipulations that the Admiral's body continued to fly higher and higher. Next, using his fist, Jim landed a pretty hard blow to the body, and with that sent him flying. "Father, he is not far from this place along the road," rushed Anastasia on her tongue. At the same time, she continued to use the mummy four-eyes skill that she could trace spiritual energy with. Suddenly, in anger, she saw several opponents fighting, and a thread of spiritual energy was just about to go to one of them. The old man kept rushing after the creature that appeared in front of him, and with a tremendous force hit it. sending it to the ground, followed by a violent explosion there. A few moments after the dust had fallen a little, then the man saw Donald's body lying before him. The opponent continued to be conscious and said that he had commandeered all the strength of his comrades and was only an old man. Jim, all these words made him madly angry, and he shouted that this creature had no right to mention them. Therefore, because of the anger as well as the aggression that had accumulated in the body, spiritual energy was released in even greater amounts. After that, the old man used his new technique called Meteoric Iron Armored Fist and covered his fists with it. Immediately afterward, he began throwing some pretty ferocious late summer punches where his opponent's body was located. With each stroke, when he did, he questioned why all of this had happened. It was completely incomprehensible to him why the people who should have survived had died, and he, the scoundrel, was still alive. Because of the crushing attack that was concentrated almost in one point, the ground began to crack on different sides. The girl continued to rush towards the very spot it was still quite far away from. Suddenly she wondered if things had quieted down, but it was unclear what Grandpa was doing out there. Soon she slowed down and stopped her bike, looking away. And then she saw that there was no further from the road at all, and it looked like she would have to run on her own 2 feet. The soil in what was once a flat surface was all cracked, and there was a huge hole inside. Sometime after the incident, the old man finally got out of there. This series of attacks had caused him to get quite out of breath as well, and he didn't expect that this type was still alive. And besides, it turned out that he hadn't aged a bit, so you could definitely tell that he'd messed with demons. Immediately afterward, Jim felt pretty bad and started coughing up blood. When he looked at his own hand, he realized that he had used a lot of spiritual power today, and he seemed to be too old for such a thing. Oh, suddenly, a voice was heard from the hole that formed after the attack, declaring that Jim was the man who should have died. After that, some strange monster limbs that looked like tentacles appeared from the pit. The old man also began to use his energy and pulled particles of iron from the ground. It was from them that he conjured a large weapon that was like a shuriken. The demonic creature used its limbs to try to attack him, and he cut them with his weapon. This flesh was quite difficult to cut as it liquefied and flared apart. After it all enveloped the man from different directions, then she headed straight for him. Sure enough, at the last moment, Jim noticed this attack and managed to jump up. Many phonic essence did not stop their attacks and swiftly continued to reach for him. It appeared to have many mouths and eyes. Also, the demon kept saying that he was the one who was supposed to die. When the man found himself high in the sky, Togo used his another technique. It was the same huge metal sarcophagus in which he had sealed this demon. Immediately afterward, he landed down and began to manipulate the technique. Because of what happened, he shrunk the huge metal ball into a rather small one. Soon, Grandpa thought that she had squeezed the orb and must have already destroyed the creeper, but it would still be safer to wait for it to regain its strength and squeeze even harder. At the same time, he felt something strange appearing in green. A demon started to come out of the pit and said that during the war between 2 countries, the one who won was right. They were the same field of berries. Their hands were covered in blood. There are always casualties in war, and there is no doubt about that, but the deaths of his comrades, you could say, had nothing to do with him. After all, in a situation where the enemy forces are completely unknown, who gave the order to immediately act, in vain ruined 11 comrades and himself still lives. And the one who should have died in that situation is him. If anything, the Admiral is now his body is completely immortal. Jim shouted that he didn't give a damn. He wanted his damn immortal body, and as long as he lived, he would fight him to the death. Instantly, after he saw his opponent, he rushed at him to attack. But suddenly he felt very bad and started coughing up blood and then fell down. Donald said he shouldn't pretend to be strong anymore because he knows his body is already on the edge. Let him just admit it all. For the old man that he is, he can't even defend himself anymore. And so trying to get to his feet, the man said to that rascal and covered his mouth. Because even despite everything, he can still reflect, and he still has the power to protect anyone. The demonic being told him to look back and look at the round thing, for it was his second gift to him. So he should definitely like it. The old man turned his attention there and saw some sort of creature emerge from the ball. But he was even more dumbfounded when he turned his attention upward and saw what was there, so he immediately fell to his knees. There was some large monster with many arms, and also up above were the bodies of battle comrades. They all looked straight into his eyes and addressed him as a commander. The old man was just stunned because of what was happening, and they can't even get a word in edgewise. Donald was behind him and said that all these battle buddies are real, and his guilt to them is real, and he even when he's just walking stumbles. He is now a perpetual burden to all, and let him recognize that he is already old. After all, it turns out that it was he who caused the death of his comrades in arms. Further told Jim to get up, than to die by his hand. Would it not be better to die by the hands of his comrades in arms here his best refuge? The man afterward tearfully stood up and remarked that he was the one who had sent them to certain death, so already resigned to what would happen in the future and walked forward obediently. He was already prepared for this demonic creature to just kill him. At that, it was ready to do as well and opened its huge mouth, which had a large number of fangs in it. Shortly afterward, the old man stopped and looked straight into the eyes of this huge beast. At the same time, a boy came running toward the place at high speed. Next, he yelled for Jim to go back inside. The old man turned his attention to him and saw that the boy was out of breath as he ran here. The man remarked with sadness and despair in his voice for this kid to get out of here quickly. After all, an old man like him no longer has the strength to protect anyone. The boy sobbed very hard when he heard those words, but there was nothing he could do. The single magical creature continued to strain its mouth towards the victim, and after a few moments, blood rushed to the sides. Suddenly, Anastasia appeared and stopped the old man's blade that was cutting his flesh. She turned to him and shouted to her grandfather to come to his senses already. After all, everything he has seen before his eyes is only false and unnecessary self-harm. Jim, after that, finally did wake up and immediately threw the blade away to have it in his hands. Immediately afterward, he pushed the girl's hand away and asked who she was and how she got here. The heroine noticed that her name is Anastasia and she wants to compete in the Ghost Company's Rookie State Championship. She needs to do a few things to be allowed to participate. She must bring this man to HQ. Just now she saw him fighting in the sky, but she doesn't realize with whom and can assume she has found herself inside illusions. So immediately rush here as soon as possible. The old man remarked that he didn't even think he'd be saved by a yellow-haired girl. His body was covered with all the wounds and cuts, so that blood flowed from them. The interviewee told the grandfather that he should take him to the hospital first, as he had lost so much blood. The man immediately afterwards stood up and turned his attention to the sides, literally looking for someone there. And then at the same time he looked to the side and saw a boy who kept following him. Next, he could barely get to his feet, and the girl told him not to. But the old man declared that she should not follow him. He needed to be sure of something first, and then he would go with her to the Ghost Company. Anastasia agreed. Jim began to slowly approach the boy who stood in the country and asked if he was real. The boy smiled and said that of course he was real, for he was not one. Just as he is his true self. When a man heard that, you were amazed. He went on to ask if he wanted to say that the whole thing that happened after he escaped from the nursing home was just a game of his imagination. So not only is he out of his mind, but he's also suffering from various calcification. Looks like he's really incurable, old man. Wanted to be a hero one last time before he died, but he's not causing trouble for the people around him, and that's a good thing. The kid said that none of this was true, but that he had appeared because he felt better just by the thought of having such strong ghosts of the past in his soul. At the same time, he need not blame himself anymore, or his illness will worsen, even though he may not remember himself as a child. But the clothes on his shoulders must be a reminder of those times. He immediately paid attention to what the kid was wearing, for the clothes were indeed off the rack. So remembered as a child by the soldiers who found him about the case and took him along with them. One of them told little Jim that if he decided to become a soldier in the future, he would have to stop being such a crybaby. Let him be a real man, steadfast and strong, because a soldier can shed blood, but should not shed tears. Even dying on the battlefield, he should not cry. To die fighting for their country is the greatest reward for a soldier. If on the battlefield they fight back against the invaders, be it further life or death, it is a glorious deed. Even if the mission is not feasible, even if the difference in weapon strength is too great, and even if it's like trying to jump out above yourself, the soldier represents the honor of the motherland. Even if there are 100,000 devils ahead, and they still have to come to the call of the long and fight back, death is not a fearful thing, but a fearful thing to tarnish honor. They sacrifice their flesh and blood to become an unwavering shield of honor. When the boy grows up and becomes a real soldier, then he will understand for himself. Only when they put their lives on the line and become an unwavering shield in selflessly and fearfully meeting the invaders' blow face to face. It is then that all the people of the country can prosper. The boy said that now the old man remembered everything. He did everything right since they were honorably protecting the people, even if they had to die on the battlefield. It was a great pride and glory for them. The little boy remarked that it was time for him to leave too, and hoped from now on they would not see of her again, believing that henceforth he would be a true Jim. The old man afterward felt their energies begin to merge together, and immediately afterward, the boy who had been in front of him all this time simply disappeared. The man felt a lot of pain, and so he immediately sat down on one knee, thinking that at least his illness had receded a little. What good was it that he had found his true self? After all, he's about to go to the next world, and his body is getting weaker by the day, so he's no good for anything. Anastasia tried to run up to her grandfather, but he remarked that she should stay back, for he could get to his feet himself. Doesn't know what she did before either, but sending a rookie girl to look for him is odd. Does the company really think he's become a regular grandpa? His personal file, the girl must have read, and when she agreed to the assignment, it must have bothered her that he was once the best fighter in the Ghost Company. But after she saw him, she is no longer afraid of him, but just pities him. Now even if he goes with her, he is only fit to be sent to a nursing home again. But just now she'd saved his life all those times, so consider it payment for her goodness if he went with her to make the mission count. Anastasia lowered her gaze down and told her grandfather to better not go with her and just think she didn't see him. After all, it turns out that no one has the right to decide whether he should live or not, and no one should determine his future. Now it is true, he has a clear consciousness, and how to live the rest of his life can only be decided by himself. The girl does not feel pity for him at all, but only deep respect. On the contrary. It even seems that she herself is just ridiculous. She used to think that life was unfair to her, and her only goal was to make money so that the woman who abandoned her and her dad would regret it. Thinking now what a laughing matter it was compared to what he had experienced in life. Once upon a time she was constantly complaining about life because she didn't have things the same as others. Before she got this assignment, it seems like she was overlooking something very important and meaningful. She can eat what she wants at any time at least one works, but she can drive around town in the evening and enjoy the views, and sleep in on the weekends and not be disturbed. You don't have to worry about starving to death because you can work in peace, and it's not just because it's been peaceful for a long time. It was a long time ago that important things were almost completely forgotten as gratitude. If there were no heroes like him, peaceful times might not have come. That's why she tells Grandpa that she simply has no right to take him with her to headquarters. Besides, in her eyes he is a very strong man, and in addition she can feel the spiritual power, and his powers are great. When Anastasia first came to the abandoned factory and saw the extensive destruction there, she realized how powerful it was. Let him look around, because what's more, he's got it out of his wounded whole body, and he can still stand on his feet, and that's something a regular employee of the Ghost Company wouldn't be able to do. The girl apologized that much she had said if he didn't want to return to the Ghost Company. At least let her walk him to the hospital. Also asks you to believe her, because she will definitely not report to the company where he is. Anastasia was embarrassed and thought that she had inadvertently said all sorts of things that she had done, because much younger, and read a whole lecture to the hero in the age, and here is disgraced. Suddenly she heard some strange sound and looked ahead. There she saw the old man smiling brightly and saying that he didn't think he had lived a lifetime, suddenly hearing encouragement from the girl. While he was doing that and laughing, the wound on his body opened again and blood gushed out. The heroine ran up and asked if he was okay. She would take him to the hospital right away. The man said she shouldn't be frightened as they were just minor wounds. Immediately afterward, he wanted to say something else, but he missed his mark and seemed to have the spiritual energy of a demon. After Anastasia noticed all of this, she instinctively jumped back a few meters. We couldn't understand why she suddenly jumped that far away. Besides, it was unclear why her tail was suddenly out, since it was supposed to protect her. What a strange thing began to happen to the man's body, and it was as if he had grown a hump. Next, it could be seen that his body had been taken over by a demonic parasite. It was similar to the creature with orbs on its back that he had fought recently. The demon took possession of the body as well as the mind of this man, and said that he had been waiting for this table, and finally he had such a perfect vessel. Anastasia thought it was a familiar feeling. This was the one whose spiritual energy left a red mark. But why was he hiding in his grandfather's body? The demon said, although old for the past, his body he destroyed easily, so it is quite strong. If the old man's mind did not go parasitic on this body would not work. Immediately afterward, he used his power and spit out a large amount of mucus of some sort from his mouth. The girl instinctively jumped away from me because she felt the danger, while realizing that it turns out that this demon is a parasite. It's quite possible that Grandpa did meet a demon in an abandoned chemical plant, and during the battle, he carelessly became infected. The creature said that although that carcass howled and was weak, its ability to heal itself was well worth it, except that it was a bit disgusting. All the bodies he parasitized in before had dull abilities, and it's sheer garbage. It wasn't easy to hide in corners to survive until today. And this body has the power to control everything iron and electronic. In the world of people with this ability, you can live as if you were a deity. Whoever knows his secret must disappear, and at the same time he trains on her, he further used the power of iron and dispatched a large number of machetes. And so all these weapons were soon really attacking the girl. The bony tail from the mummy she had appeared behind her back began to fight it all off. Anastasia rejoiced and thought that she had almost forgotten that this tail could defend itself, and it had repelled all the daggers. Seemingly not actually that bad. Suddenly she lost her concentration and the blade pierced her leg. She cried out a little in pain, and then realized it was already in the ground where the daggers were. So realizing the danger of the situation she found herself in, immediately jumped up, wondering how naive she was to suddenly think of fighting such an opponent. After all, he's parasitizing the body of the ghost company's once best fighter, but it's unclear how she's going to win then. There's no way she can win, and David isn't around, and she doesn't have the confidence to go into battle. And right now, in this place and for this period, she has only one option. And this way out, which she found in this situation, was that she started to run. The demon thought it was a stupid human. After all he had said was to scare her and drive her away. He did not know her power, and he had only occupied this body. And until he learns how to control it properly, it's better for her to escape, or he'll waste his strength fighting her, and maybe the help from the ghost company will arrive. Then he'll be dead. The creature had had such a hard time taking possession of such a lucky body, and where did he get the time to play with her in the first place? Anastasia thought she should get away quickly first, and then, once safe, immediately contact the people from the ghost company. But if you think about it, this creature won't sit still, and when help arrives, it will have already escaped, which means that the old man is really in danger. So she recovered abruptly and picked up the phone, further informing the deputy commander that she had located her grandfather. But there's a bit of a problem here, and she's sent her the coordinates, so have her send for help sooner rather than later. In the meantime, she will use her powers to try to hold him off. The demonic creature saw her and remarked that he had let the dopey girl get away alive, so it was unclear why she was back again. He will have to spend his time killing her after all. So he used the power of iron and aimed his sharp blade straight towards his opponent. The girl bounced a short distance away and looked at his attack, then smiled and used her tail. She went on to say that she just came to her senses and realized it was weird, because while she was falling, he obviously could have hit the ground. And in that case, who knows, she wouldn't have been able to run away either, but he didn't, and then he just stared after her, yes. Now the punch is kinda weird too. His spiked attack from underground is quite common, but he attacks from afar and pushes her away. Therefore, the girl may ascend that although he has gotten hold of his grandfather's body, he does not yet know how to use it properly. And at that distance, he simply can't control the metal. So there is, and the demon can't get it, so he was simply bluffing. Immediately afterward, she used the Four Eyes skill, and noticed that he was about to get a response. The creature thought that meant this girl had figured him out, and he was completely unaware of her abilities. It would be a little hard to get along with her from here on out. Even if she did, she probably wouldn't dare get close to him either. So decided to test it out first and made quite a few machetes with my power again. Anastasia's tail was handling all these attacks with ease, she thought. The closer to him, the easier it is for him to control his amount of dagger, and it can't last like this. So first we need to find a way to separate this guy from Grandpa Jim's body. Using her mummy skill to trace energy flows, she turned her attention to him, noticing what appeared to be a huge tumor on his back, and was the body of the parasite. It feeds on Grandpa's spiritual energy with her current power. If it gets close to him, the chances of winning are slim, so it's unclear how to peel this thing off. After a little thought, she realized what should be done and threw her tail into the attack. The demon put up an iron shield and remarked that he thought she had other powers, and yet all she could do was wave her tail around here. Straight up, he doesn't know if she's smart or stupid, but whether she was even thinking when she was falling, wanting to attack him with her tail from that far away, I guess. So it turns out she's actually underestimating this creature too much. Suddenly, the demon turned his attention to her and didn't realize where she had gone. So Panic started looking for her in order to avoid catching a surprise attack on herself. The creature, it wondered, had only been in the air, and just like that it had vaporized without a trace. A few seconds later, he missed an instant attack on himself. Further not realizing what had happened, he thought it had now hit him in the forehead. The creature turned its attention to the side and saw the stone, so it wondered if it had been thrown right between his eyebrows, but couldn't be accounted for, didn't see the stone fly at all. Further turned his attention to the side, the demonic creature saw something stirring there to the left. You could see this rock literally appear out of thin air on the spot. The parasite wondered if it turns out that the stones were invisible and only showed up when they were near him. Could it be that this damsel has the ability to not only be invisible, but also to endow other things with invisibility for a short time? Anastasia aside said that it finally got to him. She was getting late. His opponent then noticed how invisible threads began to bind his body, preventing him from moving. After that, those threads could be seen being pulled taut, and the girl's tail appeared from the ground. She was sitting right on his back trying to get that hump off. The girl shouted for him to hurry up and get away from Grandpa Jim's body. Little by little, the demonic essence that was the parasite began to withdraw, but it was quite hard.